Looking at Xiaoxing's calm face, Han Feng smiled. If you want to be my contracted beast, you have a conditional exchange, right? Mao Tianyu heard that Han Feng agreed, and immediately trembled with excitement. Late. The junior hopes that the senior will avenge the junior. Vengeance? Come and listen. Han Feng slightly forehead. Han Feng was also curious as to why Xiao Tianjia was chased by the masters of the Great Sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary. Senior, it's like this. Although Mao Tianyu was young, the rules of the matter were very clear, which made Han Feng more and more satisfied. Han Feng forgot that although Mao Tianyu's human form was only 10 years old, he didn't know how long the beast form had lived. In terms of the lifespan of beasts, it was at least several decades. No matter how small the human form is, Mao Tianyu, who has lived for decades, will not really look like a 10-year-old human child. From Mao Tianyu's mouth, Han Feng gradually understood the whole story. Mao Tianyu comes from the Fian three-tailed cat family, his father and mother are also, and his parents are the peak of the Great Sanctuary with a high status in the Fian three-tailed cat clan. As long as he breaks through, he can become a lofty peak elder in the Fian three-tailed cat clan. It's just that Mao Tianyu's parents and the patriarch have different opinions, and there are always conflicts. The patriarch had secretly wanted to eradicate his parents for a long time. After learning that Mao Tianyu's bloodline was mutated and his grade was likely to surpass that of the saint, the patriarch could no longer sit still and acted ahead of time, for fear that Mao Tianyu would grow up completely. Because the shot was made in advance and not fully prepared, although Mao Tianyu's parents died, Mao Tianyu escaped because of his father's protection. The special energy fluctuations in Mao Tianyu's body is a force that his father left in Mao Tianyu's body with special protection techniques. This force can temporarily allow Mao Tianyu to have the flying speed of the peak of the sanctuary. As for whether he can escape in the end, everything can only depend on the will of God. Fortunately, Mao Tianyu was lucky and met Han Feng. Mao Tianyu said with a firm face, "Senior can kill the peak of the sanctuary just with his aura. It must be a small perfection powerhouse. As long as the senior is willing to avenge the junior will follow the senior resolutely in the future and will never betray. The junior can fight against the sky. Swear." The bloodline of this younger generation has surpassed the level of the holy grade. It is inevitable to break through to the small perfection in the future, and the great perfection is not impossible. Han Feng's implication of Mao Tianyu's words is unclear. For the small perfectionists, killing the flying flame three-tailed cat clan is extremely simple, and it is such a cost-effective thing to be able to obtain a loyal contract beast with a small or even a great perfection in the future. Han Feng smiled and said in Mao Tianyu's expectant gaze, "I can give you the second option." With a flick of his sleeves, the 4 beasts of Zhu Tianyang appeared around Han Feng, and the powerful aura caused the sky to quickly condense and billowing white clouds. Mao Tianyu's eyes widened, staring at the Zhu Tian Skylark 4 beasts, especially the Zhu Tian Skylark and the Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf. The frightening aura all told him that these 2 beasts are already small perfectionists. That's right, at this moment, Han Feng not only has Zhu Tianyang's Xiaoyuancheng, but Aoyan swallowing Sirius has also been promoted to Xiaoyuanchen. It's just that Aoyan swallowing the heavenly wolf is only the first level of small perfection, but Zhu Tianyang is the second level of small perfection. Only at this moment did Mao Tianyu realize how naive his previous thoughts were. The other party already had such a powerful 4-headed contract beast, Bennett. Zhu Tianyang shook his head and looked at Mao Tianyu. "Boss, is this kid the 5th one he likes? He is too young." Fei Tianyancher said with contempt, "Don't look at your cultivation base, you are not necessarily older than this kid, the 4 of us are like that." The 4 beasts have been transformed by the Juyan Tianhua Tower, and their growth has been different from other beasts. It has easily reached the achievements that other beasts have been able to achieve for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. In terms of cultivation, they are strong, and they have already spent the growth period quickly. But in fact, the time they have experienced since they were born, the longest such as the flying lion and the phantom thunder leopard, is only a few decades. Mao Tianyu was at a loss. What are these big guys talking about? Why can't he understand? Younger than him? How can that be possible? Ao Yen swallows the heavenly wolf's hind paw and scratched his ears. Seeing Mao Tianyu's bewildered look, he sneered, following the boss. It is not impossible to reach my level in a few years or 10 years. As long as the boss has enough resources, the bloodline is strong enough. This time, Mao Tianyu really reacted, but because of his reaction, Mao Tianyu felt even more incredible. Looking at Han Feng dazedly, is everything because of this senior? Mao Tianyu's little heart thumped, and he found that he might have encountered a great opportunity. Han Feng smiled and said, "Look at it." The Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda above Han Feng's head condensed out, and the purple-gold pagoda released its supreme majesty, and Mao Tianyu subconsciously wanted to lie down. At the same time, Xiaoping used the means in the sky in the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, and a large number of top-quality holy stones flew out, starting the bloodline improvement of the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard. Mao Tianyu watched in horror as the bloodlines of the two beasts had been upgraded from high-level sacred to top-level sacred, and his mouth could not be closed at all. At the same time that the bloodlines of the two beasts were promoted, the bottleneck of the two beasts breaking through the small perfection was finally loosened, and then two huge breaths began to wreak havoc with the two beasts as the center. Han Feng immediately put away the two beasts. This kind of breakthrough cannot be accomplished in a short time. The two beasts need a stable environment. Aoyan swallowing Heavenly Wolf and Zhutian Skylark are the ones who want to improve their bloodlines later. The bloodlines of the two beasts have already surpassed the holy ones, so the bloodlines of the two beasts basically have not improved, but their cultivation bases have been improved by a small stage. The promotion of such a small stage does not require a specific retreat at all, so the two beasts still stay outside. Aoyan swallowing the Heavenly Wolf grunted, "Boy, how is it, you look stupid. As long as you become the boss's contracted beast, you can do the same." Mao Tianyu's eyes became even more fiery. If his cultivation level could really be raised to such a level in a short period of time, he would be able to avenge himself for killing his father and mother. When others take revenge for oneself, how can it be cool to take revenge yourself? Han Feng said lightly, "The second choice I give you is to take revenge yourself. I can make your cultivation level rise rapidly in a short period of time like just now, and have the ability to take revenge. It's just..." Han Feng's tone became solemn. "It's not without cost to improve your cultivation so quickly. Until my cultivation reaches a certain level, you will no longer be able to maintain a human form in the future, and can only exist in the form of a beast." "Can't you transform into a human form?" Mao Tianyu froze for a while. The beast's hard work was not only to improve his cultivation, but also to transform into a human form. Between human form and cultivation, Mao Tianyu was caught in a difficult choice. However, Mao Tianyu soon made a decision. This junior chooses to become an adult's contract beast. What is a humanoid? Can it be improved in a short period of time? Can you give it the ability to take revenge? What if it can't be transformed into a human form? As long as it can take revenge, this problem is nothing at all. What's more, the monsters should have the appearance of monsters. Mao Tianyu knows that there are some ancient monsters with strong cultivation, but they are still unwilling to take shape. They are proud of their huge body, and feel that turning into a human shape is actually for their own body. An insult. As you wish. Han Feng suddenly formed a complex handprint with both hands and pressed it on Mao Tianyu's head. With a powerful breath blowing out, Mao Tianyu turned into a huge six-tailed red giant cat. Han Feng raised his eyebrows with interest. "You should be called the Flying Flame Six-Tailed Cat, now." Mao Tianyu smiled embarrassedly, and then said with longing, "It is said that our flying flame three-tailed cat can evolve into a flying flame nine-tailed cat, and then it will be a real divine beast, enough to be comparable to the true God. Become my contracted beast, and sooner or later you will evolve into a flying flame nine-tailed cat. Not to mention the flying flame nine-tailed cat, you can reach a higher level." Han Feng confidently promised Mao Tianyu. "The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Today is the last day of August. I would like to ask you brothers to do your best. Today is the 8th update. It's the last day, we can't fall out of the top 10, otherwise the efforts of the previous days will not be wasted." After subduing Mao Tianyu, Han Feng asked Xiaopeng to help Mao Tianyu start his bloodline evolution. Mao Tianyu's bloodline is extremely high, and naturally his bloodline cannot be improved much. But the method of bloodline evolution can not only improve bloodline, but also improve the cultivation base. Therefore, Mao Tianyu can easily cross the Tianlei to achieve the sanctuary. Now he is in retreat in the animal breeding space, stabilizing the realm after the breakthrough. After the evolution of the bloodline, the next evolution must be performed after a period of time, and higher-level holy stones are also required. Therefore, it will take some time for Mao Tianyu to perform the second bloodline evolution. Taking advantage of Mao Tianyu's stable state, Han Feng continued to fly to the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. The purple-eyed spirit monster family is located in the purple-eyed mountain range, and there are 99 mountain ranges around the purple-eyed mountain range. These are the sphere of influence of the purple-eyed spirit demon. See Lord Jinting, the patriarch has been waiting for a long time. The purple-eyed spirit demon disciple who was entertaining outside said flatteringly. The one who was welcomed in was a middle-aged man in a green robe, who walked into the purple-eyed spirit demon clan with an indifferent expression, ignoring the disciples beside him. The disciple of the purple-eyed spirit demon didn't dare to have any objection. This golden vine came from the Yuding family and was a plant-type monster. Plant monsters like this can generally be called monsters. Plant-type beasts have a longer lifespan than other beasts, often tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of years. In the same way, the cultivation of plant-type monsters is extremely slow. Human geniuses may only need 10 or 20 years of cultivation to achieve the sanctuary, while ordinary monsters may take hundreds of years or more. And plant-based warcraft, it takes hundreds of years to thousands of years. This golden vine has survived for 70,000 to 80,000 years, and its cultivation has reached the small perfection. Humans have only 8,000 years of lifespan in the small perfection, 16,000 in the great perfection, and tens of thousands of years in the golden Tingsai in the small perfection. This shows the long life of plant monsters and the slowness of cultivation. After Jin Ting entered the clan, the purple-eyed spirit demon disciple who entertained Jin Ting breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the second level of the small perfection, he gave me such a great pressure without actively releasing his aura. If he released his aura, I'm afraid I would be lying on the ground. The disciple wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The rest of the disciples of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan all laughed. However, it's only the second level of the small perfection, how can you fight against Zixingjuan? It is said that Zixingjuan has stepped into the great perfection with half of his feet. A disciple hesitated. Hey, when Lord Zixing came here, he wasn't alone. It is said that there are quite a few masters under Zixingjun. These masters are the helpers like Senior Jin Ting to resist. Our patriarch naturally has to deal with those who have gone into trouble. Lord Zixing. Another disciple said. Hey, a good genius, why did he go crazy? Otherwise, our purple-eyed spirit demon clan would have an extra superpower. Once this purple star king breaks through to the great perfection, our purple-eyed spirit demon clan will have another superpower. It can be restored to the prosperous period more than 2,000 years ago. A disciple felt a little regretful. Don't say it, someone is here. A disciple roared quickly, and all the disciples stopped talking immediately and prepared to entertain the helpers who came. However, human? A disciple of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan who was fairly strong saw Han Feng's identity as a Terran, and his enthusiasm was greatly reduced. Yao Zhou's low status of the human race, how could they not know it? Although they can't see through the cultivation realm of this human race, what kind of masters can the human race have? Plus it is so young, it is not bad to have the cultivation of the peak of the sanctuary. Furthermore, even if it is really Xiao Yuanqing, I am afraid that it is not a one-shot enemy of the same level of monsters. What is the use of such helpers? No one was willing to be courteous, and the scene was a little embarrassing for a while. Han Feng frowned slightly. This purple-eyed spirit demon clan has fallen, and now it is facing a crisis. They are still so proud that they don't even want to act like they are. Forget it, anyway, the purpose of my trip is Zitong. The attitude of these purple-eyed spirit demon disciples has nothing to do with me. No one will entertain me. Go. Yo, look who it is? TSK, even a human race dares to come, and they are not afraid of losing their lives. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded, and Han Feng noticed that a look of contempt and disgust fell on him. Body. Han Feng turned his head to look. The person who came was extremely public, sitting on the purple gold throne, and there were beautiful women waiting on the left and right. I don't know this person at all, I didn't provoke him, why? Han Feng is very sure that the evil intentions of the person who come here are very strong. If it is not in front of the Zitong Lingyao men, maybe this very flamboyant man will be against him. Started it myself. It's Peng Ping Tian of the Shanpeng family. It turned out to be him. This human race powerhouse has suffered, and this Peng Ping Tian is said to be the second level of small perfection. Although he is a newcomer, he should not be underestimated. Yes, it is said that when senior Peng Ping Tian was young, his father married a human woman. This Peng Ping Tian has always been brooding and disliked human beings. After his father died, he not only killed the woman, but also cruelly killed the same woman. The half-brother's skinning is extremely brutal. The disciples of the Zitong Lingyao clan began to discuss in a low voice. Han Feng's ears moved, and their conversation sunk into his ears. In this way, Han Feng finally understood why this suddenly appeared man disliked him so much, not so much that he disliked him, but rather disliked all the human races. Han Feng sighed in a low voice. This was really a disaster, but it was just a sigh, and Han Feng regained his composure. He didn't even pay attention to the newly promoted small perfection second layer. Thinking like this, Han Feng ignored Peng Ping Tian and raised his foot to leave. Peng Ping Tian's complexion changed, since he broke through to Xuanhuan, which human race saw him not trembling, including those who were at the top of the human race. However, the human race he met at this moment dared to ignore him. Lowly human race, didn't you hear what this seat said? This purple-eyed spirit demon clan is not what you should be here, so hurry up. Peng Ping Tian scolded, his cold eyes fell on Han Feng's body, a suffocating aura swept out. The disciples of the Zitong Lingyao clan shuddered and looked terrified. If it is really a human race from Yaozhou, I am afraid that at this moment, I will be frightened, but it is a pity that Peng Ping Tian encountered Han Feng. No matter how these evil spirits shrouded, Han Feng did not change his face. Not only that, Han Feng also sneered, Your Excellency is acting like this, is it because you are afraid that you will make a contribution and rob you of your chance? Although Xi Jifeng promised a reward, the person who contributed more would naturally get more. Peng Ping smiled angrily, this seat will be afraid that you will steal the opportunity of this seat. I don't even care what kind of thing you are, and I'm not ashamed. The female slaves beside Peng Ping Tian laughed out loud, and their laughter was full of ridicule and disdain for Han Feng. The rest of the disciples of the Zitong Lingyao clan also looked at Han Feng with the eyes of a fool. In their opinion, when Zixingjun really arrives, it would be good for this human race to not be scared to pee, but also meritorious? Since you said that, I want to see how you can make a contribution when you see it. He glanced at Han Feng with contempt, and Peng Ping Tian took the lead in entering the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. Han Feng put on his clothes and ignored the contempt of the disciples of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan, and also entered the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. Within the Zitong Lingyao clan, there is a hall dedicated to the rest for those who came to help Han Feng. Almost one after the other, Peng Ping Tian and Han Feng walked into the hall. Peng Ping Tian immediately cupped his hands and talked to some acquaintances. Han Feng didn't know anyone and sat on the side in a low-key manner. However, Peng Ping Tian obviously did not let go of Han Feng's plan. When talking with someone he knew, he couldn't help but mention Han Feng. Some people are just too self-sufficient and dare to come to help out without strength, and they will be too scared by then. If you dare to move, you will lose face for all of us. Many strong men followed Peng Ping Tian's line of sight and fell on Han Feng, all raising their eyebrows. Human race? Everyone knew it, and they were naturally aware of Peng Ping Tian's disgust for the human race. Although they also look down on the human race, they are not as disgusted and despised as Peng Ping Tian. They know that the human race in Yaozhou is not very good, but the human race in the 5 continents is different. Are you born? Second more. Hee, why should Brother Peng bother with that human kid? Since he has to come, he will lose face at that time. If he accidentally loses his life, he will bring it on himself. A strong man said with a smile. The rest nodded, and one said, Brother Peng, don't always target the human race. It is said that the serious killer is also from the human race. Although it is not a human race from Yaozhou, it is not a human race. If you let him know that Brother Peng, you are always regarding the behavior of the human race, it is impossible to find trouble with you, Brother Peng. Peng Ping Tian's complexion changed slightly. During this period of time, the serious killer became famous, and Peng Ping Tian, who was a powerhouse of the second level of the small perfection, didn't know how. Although Peng Ping Tian is proud, he is not a brainless idiot. Whether it is Long Xingtian or Long Xingshi, they are all famous people in the small perfection, especially the dragon Xingshi, who already belongs to the first class and the top level of combat power in the small perfection, and it is barely considered the top level. However, Long Xingshi still lost to the serious killer, who was undoubtedly the master of the top-level combat power in Zhao Chenjuan. Peng Ping Tian is not arrogant enough to think that he can compete with such a master. If such a master really does not like him, then... Peng Ping Tian's expression changed, and he finally stopped mocking Han Feng. Speaking of serious killer, a recently well-known existence, a group of powerhouses had a topic of conversation, and they were all talking about the rumors they had heard about serious killer. The powerhouses did not expect that the serious killer they were talking about was sitting in the hall. Hey, I really want to know what Peng Ping Tian's face would look like when he knew you were the wolf killer. Xiaopeng's voice came from his mind watching a good show. Han Feng smiled softly, who knows? You should have taught that kid a lesson just now. Little Fatty said. After all, this is the territory of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. If they fight before they enter the purple-eyed spirit demon clan, it will inevitably make the masters of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan dissatisfied, but it's nothing but contempt. Han Fengwei shaking his head. The chatter in the hall gradually weakened, and soon everyone sat in their seats and closed their eyes to rest. After a few days, when almost all the seats in the hall were filled, Xi Jifeng finally arrived. Thank you all for your righteous actions. With everyone's help, no matter how powerful the devil is, there will be no return. The promises made by the patriarch will not go back on their promises. The patriarch who needs purple eyes will not be stingy. If you need others, the patriarch will try to meet your needs as long as I can do it. As soon as he appeared, Xi Jifeng bowed his hands to everyone, and his words were extremely sincere. Jing Ting said lightly, when will Xi Xingjuan arrive? Xi Jifeng is not as good as himself, but Jing Ting, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, solemnly said, there is still about half a year, and I invite you to stay temporarily with my Zitong Lingyao clan. More helpers will come. Having said that, Xi Jifeng asked the disciples of the Zitong Lingyao clan to take Han Feng and others to their temporary residence. There's still half a year, so let's meditate in this half year. Han Feng shook his head and sat cross-legged to start practicing. There is no source fluid, no opportunity, just pure cultivation. When you reach the situation of Han Feng, it is difficult to go further. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye, and Han Feng's cultivation was still in the late stage of the second stage of small perfection, and it did not improve in the slightest. The half-year deadline has come. Han Feng came to the convening place and swept around. Han Feng found that there were quite a few people, but most of them were in the realm of the first level of small perfection, and only a very few reached the second level of small perfection. The three heavens of consummation are few and far between. However, these powerhouses, together with the purple-eyed spirit demon clan themselves, are also an extremely large force. With so many powerhouses, what kind of trump card does Xi Xingjuan have that makes Xi Jifeng so jealous? Or what does Xi Jifeng think? Han Feng always felt that this time, it was not just Xi Xingjuan and Xi Ji. The grievance between the two is as simple as that. It looks like I'm going to hide my clumsiness later. Han Feng's eyes flashed. As soon as he turned his head, Han Feng saw Peng Ping Tian. Peng Ping Tian snorted coldly, perhaps because he was worried about the serious killer. Peng Ping Tian did not do anything excessive, but the contempt in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Han Feng didn't take Peng Ping Tian in his eyes, and the calm gaze made Peng Ping Tian's face turn black. Xi Jifeng appeared in front of everyone, and it was another set of rhetoric before, but it really made many strong people excited. No matter how the purple-eyed spirit demon clan has declined over the years, it is one of the top forces, and it used to be above the top forces. How can the treasures within the clan be scarce? Come on. Many people's expressions froze, and they sensed that several powerful breaths were rolling in from a distance, and the dark clouds in the sky condensed. The speed of the arrival was extremely fast, and in almost a blink of an eye, they came to the sky above the purple-eyed spirit monster clan. The heavy momentum was like a monstrous wave, and the many powerhouses in the summoned place were oppressed. Click. Boom. The enchantment of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan could no longer support it, and it shattered. The buildings in the enchantment were crushed and collapsed at this moment, and the ground did not break and open bottomless cracks. What? So many. The expressions of many powerhouses changed drastically, and the sky was raging, and a total of 23 lines stood proudly in the sky, standing in 3 rows. The young man at the head was wearing a light blue shirt and was full of bookishness, but this young man who looked like a book was the most powerful, far above the ordinary small perfection, and was infinitely close to the great perfection. This young man is actually Xi Xingjuan, the direct son of Xi Jifeng, the previous leader of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. Right now, according to Xi Xingjuan, he is here to take revenge. The power of Xi Xingjuan, many of the strong people present have heard of it, but they thought that there was only Xi Xingjuan, but now? There are 4 figures in the second row behind Xi Xingjuan, either burly or thin, but each of them is a small perfection triple heaven. And the blood is extraordinary. There are 18 figures in the 4th row after that, each of them is the second level of small perfection, and it is not the middle stage of the second level of small perfection. And the weakest is also the later stage, most of them are in the second level of small perfection. Peak. Damn, where did this Xi Xingjuan find the powerhouse? There are so many small perfections, and the level is still so high. There are many people here who are useless. Most of them are the first level of small perfections. Many strong people showed fear, and even had the intention of retreating. It's true that they came to help, but that's because they think it's not difficult to eradicate Zixingjuan. No matter how powerful Zixingjuan is it difficult for him to be the opponent of dozens of small perfection powerhouses? But now, Zixingjuan is not alone at all. Is this why Xi Jifeng summoned so many strong men? Han Feng squinted slightly and swept his head towards Xi Jifeng. But at this look, Han Feng clearly captured the shock and joy that flashed in Xi Jifeng's eyes. No, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't be so shocked, but why? And that happy look, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Han Feng originally thought he had found the answer, but now it doesn't seem so simple. Xi Jifeng has other secrets. Zixingjuan smiled softly in the void. This is the helper invited by uncle? A group of rabble, how could they be the opponents of the 4-star general and the 18th general of the little nephew? The voice just fell, the two behind Zixingjuan 12 silhouettes shot out a more surging breath, and the void space was constantly fluctuating because the breath was too oppressive, like ripples. On the ground, many extremely proud powerhouses were furious, including Pengping Tian. Xi Jifeng said with a heartache, "The purple-eyed spirit demon clan is also your home. How can you be so impatient to destroy the purple-eyed spirit demon? You are indeed enchanted. As an elder, your uncle has to capture you personally." At the end, Xi Jifeng spoke righteously, with a righteous face and extremely depressed pain. The third one. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Many strong people were moved, and then they accused the void Zixingjuan, and the strong people in the Zitong Lingyao clan were even more indignant. Han Feng had goosebumps all over his body, and Xi Jifeng's expression was too rich, which made people feel a little fake. The sky Zixingjuan couldn't take it anymore, and sneered, "Hypocritical guy." The Major General himself said that he was so righteous and compelled. At the beginning, I relied on my father's trust to sneak up on my father, and I remember your face clearly at that time. Zitong, the spirit demon clan is indeed my birthplace. I will not let the purple-eyed spirit demon clan be destroyed, but only you. I will never let you go today. Sun Han's cold light burst out from Zixingjuan's eyes. In everyone's senses, the sky seemed to dim at this moment, and only one extremely bright eyeball opened in the entire void. Stomping on. Many strong men retreated in cold sweat, only to find that the sky had not changed at all. It's just that the feeling of heart palpitations being stared at by huge eyes can't be removed. Looking around, many powerhouses looked at each other in dismay. One person may have hallucinations like this, but so many people can only explain one. Zixingjuan doesn't know when to do it. For a time, these strong men were greatly afraid. I just stared at you, looking at your virtues like a great enemy, a bunch of trash. The empty Zixingjuan mocked. The retreating powerhouses showed anger, but the previous scene was deeply imprinted in their minds. No matter what the atmosphere is now, it is an indisputable fact that they dare not take action. Zixingjuan's icy gaze glanced at the strong men of the Zitong Lingyao clan, and these strong men all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Zixingjuan, only to hear Zixingjuan coldly say, "For the sake of your ignorance, go on. As long as you don't take action today, this young master can spare one of you. But if you do, don't blame this young master for not being sympathetic to your family." Bah, what kind of thing are you? Threat this and threaten that. If you have the ability, you can shoot directly. Pengping Tian couldn't stand the sarcasm of Zixingjuan, and he was angry. In the early stage of the second stage of the small perfection, why do you need to take action? I come to experience and teach you your brilliant tricks. One of the generals in August stepped out, and the breath of the later stage of the second stage of the small perfection spewed out. Peng Pingtian's face was slightly stern, and he regretted secretly in his heart. So many people didn't say anything. He said something first. Isn't it in the late second stage? I don't believe that I can't handle it after I display my main body. Peng Pingtian gritted his teeth secretly. There is no retreat. Xuanhuan is angry. Peng Ping turned into his body, his huge body covered the sky and the sun, and his wings were spread out, and it was more than 200 feet tall. Boom boom boom. Transformed into the body, Xuanhuan, Peng Pingtian quickly flapped his wings, rolled up a tornado storm, and attacked the opponent with terrifying power. The strong man who was one of the 8th-month generals also turned into a giant beast hundreds of feet high. A beast claw fiercely grabbed the storm, and it was as easy as scratching a piece of paper to tear the tornado torn apart. Impossible! Xuanhuan roared angrily. The first-level bloodline of the top-level holy product, and the early stage of the second level of the small perfection, it is so arrogant that you can't even see the gap. The opposite of the 8th month will be ridiculed. The animal claws pierced through the heavy tornado storm, and grabbed it all at once. On top of Xuanpeng's huge body. Suddenly, Xuanpeng let out a shrill scream, blood dripped, and the jet-black feathers fell like rain. With just one blow, Peng Pingtian was severely injured and fell from the sky. This scene made many powerhouses remain silent. Their small and medium-sized perfection double heaven was already in the minority, and Peng Pingtian was definitely the best in combat power among the powerhouses who came to help. But such a combat power was hit hard by a single blow, which made many strong people hit hard. On the opposite side, August will rise into the air and land behind Xingjuan with a respectful look on his face. This scene saw the hearts of many powerhouses sinking. This month will be so powerful, and he is still so submissive to Xingjuan. How far has this Xingjuan's true combat power reached? What level are you in the small perfection invincible? The combat power far exceeds that of Xiaocheng, and it belongs to Xiaocheng's invincibility, or the top combat power of Xiaocheng. But it is also the invincible or top-notch combat power of Xiaocheng, and there is a gap in itself. If the gap between the small perfection and the great perfection is divided into 10 stages, and 3 or more stages are all the invincible combat power of the small perfection, then the 4th stage of the small perfection invincibility is obviously not comparable to the 9th stage of the small perfection invincible. The old man is here to learn your great tricks. Jin Ting stepped out. Xingjuan nodded towards a strong man who was one of the 18 generals behind him, and the strong man quickly descended. The sky tree is coming. After the golden vines turned into giant trees, countless giant trees burst out of the ground, and soon turned into giant trees in the sky. The branches of the giant tree seemed to have wisdom, and they opened their teeth and danced their claws towards the strong August general in the void. Trees? Then burn you to ashes. One of the strong men in the 8th month was disdainful, and he was also at the peak of the second level of the small perfection, and he did not take Jinting in his eyes at all. This powerhouse turned into a real body, and turned out to be a flaming beast. Giant flame swallows. The raging flames engulfed a giant tree in the sky, and the impacted branches seemed to scream, and immediately shrank back. After a long while, Jin Ting withdrew from the flames, his face ashen, and said bitterly, "This old man has lost." Everyone took a deep breath. In the second level of small perfection, Jin Ting is definitely the strongest, and now even Jin Ting has lost. Everyone's eyes can't help but glance at Xi Jifeng and a very few small perfection, third-level powerhouses who came to help. Han Feng also took a breath. Where did this Xingjuan find his subordinates? All of them have the bloodline of the top saint, and they are not low in the top saint. Hey, what's that? It's far worse than the skylarks. Fatty pouted. Indeed, even the bloodlines of Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard are not low among the top saints, not to mention Zhu Tian Yunk and Aoyan Swallowing Wolf, and now a Flying Flame Nine-Tailed Cat is added. Indeed. Han Feng replied with a smile, and the surprise that had just risen disappeared immediately. The whole world fell into silence. The Zitong Lingyao side was silent, and the Zixingjuan side was silent in the void, but the Zixingjuan side showed contempt. After a long time, finally a small perfection triple heaven who came to help couldn't bear it any longer. In Xiaosha Wuwei, come to experience the great tricks of your 4-star generals. A sallow-faced man bowed his hands to the void. Obviously, this Sha Wuwei also knew that he could not compete with Zixingjuan, so he chose to be under Zixingjuan. The 4-star will. As for generals in the 18th month, it would be criticized to challenge the 2nd stage of the small perfection with the 3rd stage of the small perfection. If one accidentally loses, the blow to the prestige will be even greater, and it is better to choose an opponent of the same level. No one will say anything embarrassing when you lose. Sha Wuwei's cultivation base is the early stage of the small perfection triple heaven, and the 4-star will come to fight against it is also the early stage of the small perfection triple heaven. Sand and thunder. The thunder shook, and countless sands flew up and turned into a dust storm. The surface of the dust storm is surrounded by thunder, which is more lethal. Sha Wuwei comes from the Shale beast family, and is born with 2 major attributes, the sand attribute and the thunder attribute. Jedi Thunder Roar. This 4-star general is even more extraordinary. This time, the battle between the 2 sides is not so easy to decide the winner. The bloodline of this 4-star general is extraordinary, but when he reaches the 3rd level of small perfection, his bloodline can no longer increase his cultivation. The 2 sides fought dozens of tricks, and the 4-star general defeated Sha Wuwei with a tyrannical attitude. The boring competition is over, kill me. The 4-star general had just returned, and Zixingjuan gave an order. Heaven and earth change. The powerhouses who came to help Zijifeng were all horrified, no matter whether they regretted it or not. They can only do their best to fight now, otherwise it is very likely that today will be the day of their fall. A few of them rushed into the Shaoyuanqing first layer crowd, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, moving forward with a mighty force that no one could compete with. Han Feng hid in the center of a group of strong men and made a low-key shot. An 18th-month general had already rushed over, and this month general was the one who defeated Peng Ping Tian before. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Coincidentally, Peng Ping Tian was also near Han Feng, and Peng Ping Tian subconsciously thought that this August would come to trouble him, and a flash of fear flashed on his face. At this time, Peng Ping Tian found Han Feng's figure in his eyes, and his expression suddenly became sharp. Boy, don't blame me. If you want to blame it, blame you for coming here. Peng Ping added the palm of his hand, Xing Yuaning, and the next moment erupted, slapped Han Feng's shoulder fiercely. If it is shot, Han Feng will definitely be shot, and then Han Feng will face the August general. Peng Ping's eyes are bright, and as long as Han Feng is photographed, he will surely give himself a little time to escape. Although it was only a short while, the possibility of escaping was still low, but a possibility was better than no possibility. Han Feng's cultivation base naturally discovered this palm. At this time, Han Feng will no longer be afraid of him outside the door of the Zitong Lingyao clan, just because he suspects that Zijifeng may have a conspiracy, so Han Feng has not exposed too many trump cards. The aura of the late stage of the 2nd layer of small perfection swept out, blowing the surrounding 1st layer of small perfection into the air. What? Peng Ping Tian's face froze suddenly, followed by fear. He could never have imagined that this human being he looked down on was actually a powerhouse in the 2nd level of the small perfection. Not only the 2nd level of small perfection, but also the late stage of the 2nd level of small perfection. Han Feng turned around and gave Peng Ping Tian a palm, and Saint Yuan rolled out from his body, and all the bangs hit Peng Ping Tian. No! Peng Ping Tian let out an unwilling roar. If it was in its heyday, Peng Ping Tian would use all his strength after turning into the main body. But now Peng Ping Tian is a humanoid, and he has not used the unique skills of the sanctuary. It's just a simple energy collision. The gap between Peng Ping Tian and Han Feng is very large. A mouthful of blood spurted out, Peng Ping Tian vomited blood and flew out, and the Saint Yuan bombarded by Han Feng invaded into Peng Ping Tian's body, destroying Peng Ping Tian's internal organs. When Peng Ping Tian landed, he was already dead and turned into a beast-shaped body. What? Peng Ping Tian was killed. This human boy. The powerhouses around were all shocked. The august general raised his eyebrows and showed a look of interest. So there is such a master hidden here, who happens to be on the same level as me. Now you can fight hard. Boy, you can hold on a little longer. While speaking, the 18-month moved his body, his palms condensed into claws and grabbed towards Han Feng. The air was suddenly squeezed, and there was a vacuum around Han Feng. Seeing that, the 18th general's claw is about to be caught on Han Feng's body. Blood-eyed wolf claws. The sky-shaking blood eyes condensed in the void, and the blood-colored wolf claws came through the space and collided with the 18th general's grasp. Boom! A wave of air surged out, and the opposite August will be directly lifted by this air wave, and it was barely able to support it after a few somersaults in the air. Han Feng stepped on the ground with 2 feet and carved 2 deep pits on the ground. The two sides just stabilized their bodies, and the next moment they hit each other, straight like cannonballs. The two were constantly entangled in the air like afterimages, overflowing with energy, and seeing the surrounding powerhouses secretly startled. This human powerhouse was so strong. And many more. Why is the bloody wolf claw so familiar just now? Where have you heard it? A powerhouse's eyes widened. It's the serious killer. The powerhouses were in an uproar, and then looked at Han Feng with incredible and excited eyes. They have often heard about the name of the serious killer recently, this genius who can even defeat Long Xingshi. Isn't it easy to deal with the mere small perfection second layer? Skywolf killer? 18U's face froze. How could he have never heard of this name? Han Feng is helpless. Since he has been recognized, it is useless to hide. True immortal steps. The unparalleled speed showed. Han Feng directly dodged the attack of the 18th general, slapped the opponent with a palm, and sent the opponent flying. The august general roared and turned into a huge body. The huge animal claws fell from the sky, and the space seemed to be torn apart. True immortal quiet finger. So what if it turned into the body? Han Feng's top-notch technique, which is the best, was used, and the breath of silence spurted out instantly, showing a crushing trend. The huge beast body was pierced by a finger, and this August, who had just been majestic, suddenly lost its breath and completely fell. Little 10. The nearby August will see this and let out a scream, and the next moment several fierce murderous intentions shrouded Han Feng. Go to hell. Giant flame swallows. Sand and thunder. The death of the 18th general known as the Little 10 attracted a lot of hatred, and soon several 18th generals would besiege Han Feng, and the pressure on the rest of the powerhouses was greatly reduced. Han Feng still hides his clumsiness and maintains an evenly matched state in the battle with several august generals. In the void, Xi Jifeng and Xi Xingjuan are far away. Both of them are purple-eyed spirit monsters, and they turned into giant purple eyes not long after the battle. The giant eyes continued to shoot light beams that could blast through the sky, and the sound of the rumbling of the void was endless. Even the momentum of the battle between the two was so great that the rest of the powerhouses did not dare to approach, and could only choose to fight in other places. It's been more than 2,000 years, and the strength is not bad. Xi Jifeng's buzzing voice thought, and the purple giant eyes kept flashing. The purple giant eyes on the opposite side snorted coldly, but you are still standing still. and now my combat power has far surpassed yours. Those subordinates are also the partners I have been looking for in the 5 continents. You don't want to live today. The 2 giant purple eyes were constantly colliding in the void, and a powerful attack was like a monstrous wave, and the void space kept collapsing. On the ground, the battle was not as one-sided as Xingjuan thought. Han Feng first killed an 18th-month general, and then one person intercepted several 18th-month generals, and the number of Xingjuan's side was greatly reduced. With the change, Jin Tang and others relied on the advantage of the number to barely resist the attack of the 4-star general. Although many strong men fell, the 4-star generals were not without injuries, and the 2 sides were barely comparable. No one noticed that whenever a strong man fell, the blood of these strong men would flow out strangely, as if attracted by something, and gathered somewhere. If Xingjuan can take the time to look down at this moment, he will definitely be able to find the strangeness on the ground. It is a pity that at the moment, Xingjuan was restrained by Xi Jifeng's crazy attack, and he did not see the strangeness of the blood gathering on the ground. This old guy, why is he so crazy? He's exhausted his strength now, and he won't have the strength to fight again soon. He will only be bombarded by me. Could it be that he was put into a desperate situation? No, with the character of this old guy, it is absolutely impossible to make such an appointment. Although Xingjuan felt that something was wrong, he couldn't think of too much under the crazy bombardment of Xi Jifeng, so he could only keep resisting. After a while, Xi Jifeng's strength was exhausted, and he could no longer attack frantically. The attack strength and speed of the purple giant eyes were greatly reduced, far from being comparable to before. The purple giant eyes that Xingjuan transformed into burst into a stream of purple beams. Xi Jifeng no longer had the strength to dodge, and was continuously bombarded by the purple beams. A deep pit. The powerhouses who were still fighting on the ground stopped one after another. Congratulations, sir. The 4-star generals handed over their congratulations. Xi Jifeng was severely injured, and the situation is now obvious. The powerhouses who came to help all showed despair, with regrets in addition to despair. Originally, they were difficult to resist under the attacks of the 4-star generals and the 18th generals. They paid a lot of the price of the lives of their companions to make the 4-star generals suffer. Now that Xingjuan intervenes, where is there any hope for them to survive? Deep regrets filled their hearts. If they hadn't come here to help Xi Jifeng, they would never have fallen to this point. No one noticed that Xingjuan's giant purple eyes did not show surprise, but instead showed a strong sense of vigilance. After not getting a reply from Xingjuan for a long time, the 4-star general also felt that something was wrong. Sir, you are 5th. The yard's head hurts, and I feel a little dissatisfied with the code. Be careful, I always feel that something is wrong. The purple giant eyes turned into a human shape, and Xingjuan said solemnly. But at this moment, there was a strange cry of Jia Jia in the giant pit. Jia Jia Jia, finally succeeded. I would like to thank you, Xingjuan. If it weren't for you, there would not be so many small perfection powerhouses here, gathering the blood of so many powerhouses, ha ha ha. With a strange laugh, the sky turned blood red in an instant, and it was actually a huge blood-colored barrier that enveloped the purple-eyed mountains. Not only the purple-eyed mountains, but dozens of nearby mountain ranges were also surrounded by the blood-colored barrier. The scope of the blood-colored enchantment is huge. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and a very bad feeling rose up in his heart, and a sense of crisis rushed through his body. This is... Han Feng looked at the center of the ground in surprise, where blood rose to the sky, forming a blood column directly connected to the apex of the blood-colored enchantment. What is this? Xingjuan stared at all of this, and also felt a strong sense of threat rising. What did you do? Xingjuan turned his head and shouted at Xi Jifeng. Hey, what did I do? Just watch it. Xi Jifeng also turned into a human figure, his face was extremely distorted, making people shudder. The disciples and powerhouses of the Zitong Lingyao clan looked at Xi Jifeng in surprise. The expression of Xi Jifeng was something they had never seen before and felt extremely unfamiliar. The rest of the powerhouses who came to help, such as Jin Teng, flashed a trace of apprehension and uneasiness on his face. How could this Xi Jifeng look like a devil? Could it be that what Xi Xingjuan said before was true? Have you finally shown your true face? Open your eyes and see, this is the patriarch who you think is very wise. Xi Xingjuan sneered, but the last sentence was directed at the strong man of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. The elders of the Zitong Lingyao clan looked ashen. How could they not see that Xi Jifeng was really doing something bad? Xi Jifeng sneered, and now, he is not willing to hide it. Yes, it was I who attacked Xi Jitian more than 2,000 years ago. That guy also has a sick head, although he was attacked by me, but in fact, I'm still close to death. As long as I call someone right away, my actions will definitely be discovered by you elders, and I will have no chance of turning over. But this Xi Jitian is just thinking about the brotherhood of bullshit. I haven't been called to anyone, and finally fell, and before I died, I was advised to lead the purple-eyed spirit demon well. It's ridiculous. Hearing the fact from Xi Jifeng's mouth, the elders of the Zitong Lingyao clan gritted their teeth and cracked their eyes. What they didn't expect was that Xi Jifeng was speaking the truth in such a sarcastic tone, which was extremely shameless. Xi Jitian clearly cares about brotherhood, what a precious quality this is, but in Ziji's outlet, it is bullshit, which makes all the elders speechless. Among these elders, some were worshippers of Xi Jitian thousands of years ago. If it weren't for Xi Jifeng being the younger brother of Xi Jitian, how could they have always supported Xi Jifeng after becoming elders? Xi Xingjuan knew the beginning and end of the matter for a long time, but when he heard everything from Xi Jifunko, he still clenched his fists tightly, his eyes spitting fire, and wished to swallow Xi Jifeng into his stomach. The rest of the powerhouses were stunned. The Xi Jifeng they wanted to help turned out to be such a person? Han Feng sighed inwardly. He had already guessed this point. In fact, so many strong men who came to help, do they really think that Xi Jifeng is a good person? I'm afraid not. It's just that these people, like Han Feng, are aiming for the rest of the rewards of Zitong or the Zitong Lingyao clan. What kind of character Xi Jifeng has, and the fact of more than 2,000 years, have nothing to do with them. But now, Xi Jifeng has shaken everything out like this, and the position of the patriarch must be unsteady. Does the previous agreement still count? What made their hearts sink the most was that the blood-colored enchantment and the blood column gave them a very bad feeling. The blood of the deceased continued to rush to the blood column, and the top of the blood column connected to the blood-colored enchantment seemed to contain something. At the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the blood column, Xi Jifeng flew into the air and flew towards the blood column. Stay! One of the four-star generals shouted loudly and shot away, trying to intercept Xi Jifeng. Don't be impulsive. Xi Xingjuan shouted immediately and followed. Just when the four-star general was about to catch up with Xi Jifeng, a blood-colored light suddenly whistled from the top of the blood column. For stars will take action to resist, but his pupils shrink, and the blood-colored light has penetrated his body. What? Xi Xingjuan was horrified, and immediately turned into his body, and a purple beam burst out from his giant purple eyes. Boom! The purple light beam and the blood-colored light bombarded together, and terrifying power overflowed. The blood-colored light obviously suppressed the purple beam, and the huge power made Xi Xingjuan retreat into a human form, and his face flashed pale for a moment. Everyone was even more surprised. They were very clear about the combat power that Xi Xingjuan showed before. It can be said that he was not weak in the top level of Xiao Perfection's combat power, but the result was almost hit hard. At this moment, Xi Jifeng has come to the side of the blood column, and the top of the blood column has condensed blood buds. The blood-colored flower buds unfolded, and a huge blood-colored monster appeared in everyone's sight. 5 pairs of 10 wings spread out from behind the blood-colored monster, and an unparalleled mighty force oscillated out. The blood-colored monster roared, the sound rolled, endless air waves shot out, and the space oscillated. Great! Great perfection! Xingjian stared at the blood-colored monster, and said in a difficult voice. What? Great perfection! Everyone was horrified, their eyes full of despair when they looked at the blood-colored monster. How could they be able to compete against the great perfection monster? Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Little fatty, can you perceive the familiar feeling? Well, the blood-colored fruits and blood cores you got in the blood-colored secret realm have the same aura. Xiao Peng continued with a solemn expression, but the blood-colored secret realm is definitely not something that this little Xingjian can set up. Maybe this Xingjian knows everything behind the scarlet secret realm. Moreover, the scarlet secret realm has also appeared in this demon continent, and it just so happened that the purple extreme wind also entered. It is impossible to say that this scarlet monster was obtained in the scarlet secret realm. Han Feng nodded, and he thought so too. Back then, the blood-colored fruits and blood cores in the scarlet secret realm gave Han Feng a very bad feeling. Now that he sees this blood-colored monster, he knows more clearly whether the founder of the scarlet secret realm is not. Peace of mind. Jia, this is the blood guard of this seat. It is difficult to use the blood of so many strong men to advance to the great perfection. If you absorb the rest of your blood, not to mention reaching the second level of great perfection, the most at least it will be able to reach the first level of great perfection. With the great perfection blood guard, you will be able to hunt more powerhouses. Sooner or later, the blood guard of this seat will grow to the demigod realm. At that time, Yaozhou will be the world of this seat. Ziji Fengshen, color crazy. Even if your blood guards can compete with the demigods, don't forget that we still have true gods in Yaozhou. If you want to fight for hegemony in Yaozhou, you are still far away. Jing Ting snorted angrily, there is one of the Yuding family. The ancestor of the true god exists, and has been asleep for a long time. Zijifeng showed a sly smile. Jia, then you won't have to worry about it, this seat has its own way to deal with the ancestors of the true god. Han Feng took a deep breath and finally understood the doubts and strange feelings that had existed before. The reason why this Zijifeng called so many strong men really has its own purpose. This purpose is to use the blood of these strong men to cultivate blood-colored monsters, not to kill Xingjian at all. Perhaps even Xingjian himself is the nutrient that Zijifeng has planned for a long time. The 6th update of 15,000 words is complete. Ask for flowers. I really lost my temper because of the strange views of some readers. I read the pirated version by myself. The pirated version was not updated in time or it was broken. Instead, I ran over. The author blamed the author for being slower or not updating. I was so angry that I didn't want to code. The last few days have been stuck and no inspiration, so the 7th will be very late. Brothers, go to bed first, get up tomorrow and watch. As for the 8th watch, there is no guarantee that the cabbage is still there. If there is no 8th watch, the cabbage will definitely find time to make up for it in the future. At the top of the blood column, the 10-winged blood guard was still roaring, and Zijifeng showed a smile that the situation had been settled. Blood guard, come on, these are your food. The blood guard roared, spread out its huge blood-colored wings, and flew towards the crowd with a bang. Many strong men dodged one after another, the blood guard fell to the ground shook, and 2 deep pits were directly stepped on the ground. The blood guard raised his head, roared, and opened his mouth, and endless blood-colored light spurted out. Xingjian said urgently, everyone, no matter what kind of grievances we have before, we must unite together at this moment, otherwise we will die today. Jing Ting and other powerhouses don't know this truth. At this moment, facing the crisis of life and death, they can no longer care about how embarrassed they were forced by Zi Xingjuan's subordinates. Han Feng was among the crowd, and gradually began to show his own means, especially when Han Feng displayed his true immortal body and holy flame battle body and integrated into Aurora Tsangyan. It attracted the attention of Zi Xingjuan. Numerous attacks erupted in unison. Han Feng also stretched out his finger, and the silver dragon rushed into the crowd's attack, and the blood-colored rays of light that together bombarded the blood guard erupted. Various ray energies bombarded together, forming waves of air bombardment. Some of the weaker ones were directly blown away by the air waves, and the weaker ones were directly injured by the air waves. The blood guard was also bombarded by the air waves in the void and retreated again and again. After all, the blood guard has just advanced, just like the original lava monarch. Although it is already a great perfection, it does not have the true power of the great perfection. It can only be said that the combat power is far away. More than a small consummation. If the blood guard at this moment were to face the powerhouses in the early stage of the great perfection first layer, they would definitely not be able to win. Both Zi Xingjuan and Han Feng discovered this, so they did not lose hope, but instead attacked with all their strength. Your Excellency is a good way. A joint resistance against the blood guards made Zi Xingjuan immediately discover that only Han Feng could help him in the crowd. Nope, there is no difference between the first level of small perfection and cumbersome. In August, the voice will be transmitted to Zi Xingjuan immediately, and Zi Xingjuan has a lot of eyes. It turns out that Your Excellency is the serious killer, no wonder you have such strength. As for the fallen subordinate, Zi Xingjuan did not mention it uninterestingly. They can only get through the crisis together now, and it's not yet time to settle accounts with each other. Han Feng also knew this, so he didn't mention the August general who was killed by himself. Hoo-ho! The blood guard did not swallow anyone, and roared in dissatisfaction. The blood-colored energy gathered again, and then erupted. Purple pupil is extremely killing. Giant flame swallows. Sand and thunder. Jedi thunder roar. Zi Xingjuan turned into giant purple eyes, and purple rays of light shot out. Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw. The phantom of the Heavenly Wolf, behind it like an emperor condensed. This claw carried the breath of a godless king, and the expressions of the surrounding powerhouses changed greatly. This momentum has no effect on the blood guard. The blood guard also reached out and grabbed it in the face of this claw. The two claws collided, and the blood guard was bombarded with a powerful force and retreated again and again, and even the blood-colored light eruption in his mouth was also affected. Zi Xingjuan's expression changed, and the purple beam sprayed harder. The attack that covered the sky and the sun was like facing the sea, almost drowning the blood guards. Zi Jifeng looked embarrassed. He thought that the blood guard had advanced to 10 wings, and his strength was comparable to the great perfection. It should be enough to kill Zi Xingjuan and others, and then the blood guard's strength will be greatly improved. Who knew that in the face of the threat of the 10-winged blood guards with the strength of the great perfection, these chops were actually united together, and that's all, there was a dark horse among them, so that the blood guards' attacks repeatedly failed. Super quality sanctuary secret art, damn it, although I haven't mastered it completely, its power is unimaginable. Supergrade Sanctuary Secret Art and Supergrade Sanctuary Secret Art are two completely different levels. Supergrade Sanctuary Secret Art is called a demigod. It's not too much of a skill. How can this kid have such a powerful sanctuary? Zi Jifeng was extremely frightened. If it wasn't for this kid, his plan would never go wrong. Zi Jifeng was a little annoyed, knowing that this human race should have been kicked out in the first place. The powerhouses who came to help at the beginning, Zi Jifeng have checked one by one, and they are all strong powerhouses, so it is generally clear what level of strength these powerhouses are at. So more certain that they won't interfere with their plans. Only the appearance of Han Feng made Zi Jifeng unable to find out the root cause, but the Yaozhou human race has been weak for a long time, and this kind of inertial thinking makes Xi Jifeng not take Han Feng seriously. At this moment, Xi Jifeng is full of regrets. He never imagined that this human race, which he did not value too much, turned out to be the recently famous serious killer, so that his plans were now frustrated. Once any of them escaped, Xi Jifeng was afraid that he would have to escape from Yaozhou, and Yaozhou would have no place for him. Otherwise, it is very likely that the true God will personally kill him. As a first-class blood slave, Xi Jifeng naturally has a lot of blood guard seeds in his hands, but at least 10 blood guard seeds are needed to grow into a demigod before it is possible to summon a true god. Fight back. Xi Xingjuan was also taken aback by Han Feng's combat power, which was no different from his strongest state. Xi Xingjuan's face is solemn, his eyes are flickering. With such a powerful combat power, even if he joins forces to defeat the blood-colored monster, can he still lead the life of the serious killer to avenge his subordinates? Take a deep breath, the temporary threat is still the blood guard, and everything has to wait until we live. Xi Jifeng's complexion was condensed. Xi Xingjuan and Han Feng, whose battle strength surpassed Xiaocheng, was enough to give Xi Jifeng a headache. If there were other people to help, it would be true that the blood guard he had just advanced to was not good enough. Before fully grasping the power of the great perfection, it was destroyed. The next time I want to cultivate the great perfection blood guard, I don't know when I will wait. Xi Jifeng is not willing to lower his blood slave level. Thinking of this, with a wave of Xi Jifeng's sleeve robe, dozens of blood-colored monsters roared out one after another, but these blood-colored monsters are all 4 pairs of blood-colored wings, with a total of 8 pieces, and the corresponding cultivation base is only small perfection. And among them is how much the small perfection first level heaven occupies, and the second level heaven and the third level heaven only occupy a small part. You go and stop that group of scumbags, and hand over the other 2 to him. Xi Jifeng pointed at the 10-winged blood guard. The 8-winged blood guards roared one after another, rushing into the crowd in response to Xi Jifeng's words. Damn, why are there so many blood-colored monsters? Oops, with so many blood-colored monsters, how can we join forces to attack the 10-winged blood guard? Jin Teng and the others yelled at each other. Ah! A strong man was besieged by the blood guards. This strong man, who only had the strength of Xiao Yuanqing's first layer of heaven, quickly fell. However, just after his death, the blood in his body gushed out and gathered in the 10-winged blood guard. In vivo. Han Feng and Xi Xingjuan, who fought against the 10-winged blood guard, found that the cultivation of the 10-winged blood guard had increased slightly. Although this increase is very weak, almost so weak that it cannot be sensed, an improvement is an improvement. One person's promotion is weak, what about 10? How about 100? This is still the first level of small perfection, what about the second level? What about the triple heaven? No more damage can be done, otherwise the 10-winged blood guard will become stronger and stronger, and our hope of surviving will become more and more slim. Xi Xingjuan roared immediately, and immediately gave an order, the 4-star general and the 18th general. No, now it should be said that July will fly into the crowd to resist the 8-winged blood guard. With the help of the 4-star general and the 17th general, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced, and an 8-winged blood guard was quickly killed by the Union. Seeing this, Han Feng waved his sleeves, and 10 puppets appeared in front of him. Go! One finger pointed at the 8-winged blood guard, and 10 puppets shot out one after another. Tornado killing, illusory eye death killing, unparalleled world-breaking fist, crazy tyrant fighting heavenly feet, burning god's fury, Haitian Jume, all heaven's judgment, hurricane Huitian spear, holy martial guardian, dark world shattering slash. The 10 tricks are all together when they came out. Several 8-winged blood guards were caught off guard and immediately killed. Xi Xingjuan took a deep breath. 10 small perfection triple heaven puppets, this kind of power, even he was afraid of 3 points. This serious killer has such a trump card. 7th. Originally, after the matter was over, Zi Xingjuan still wanted to avenge his subordinates, but now Zi Xingjuan is a little undecided. With only these 10 puppets, his 4-star general and August general cannot compare. The 4-star generals and the remaining 7-month generals had extremely complicated expressions, so they had to suppress their desire for revenge, and they were already hostile before, and they would not be merciful if they were in Han Feng's position. I really want to say up, there is no way to blame Han Feng, only the different camps of the two sides. But now the two sides are already united. As enemies, the 10 puppets will undoubtedly make the 4-star general and Chi general feel fear, but as a helper, the strength of the 10 puppets makes them feel at ease. With the intervention of 10 puppets, 4-star generals, and July generals, the pressure on many small perfectionists was greatly reduced. Now, the main task of the 10 puppets, the 4-star general, the July general, and the rest of the small perfection powerhouses is to concentrate on eliminating those 8-winged blood guards. However, Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan teamed up to fight against the 10-winged blood guard. Your Excellency, serious, do you have any stronger tricks? If not, the two of us are a little reluctant. Zi Xingjuan jumped to Han Feng's side and spoke quickly. Brother Zi can be called Han Feng. Han Feng is a serious human race. He is always called by Serious Killer or Sir Serious, and he feels uncomfortable. It turned out to be Brother Han, and he is going to Meng Lang. Zi Xingjuan immediately surrendered to Han Feng and apologized. Han Feng didn't care, but instead said, Han naturally still has unused cards, I don't know Brother Zi. Zi Xingjuan looked solemn, the same is true for Zi. Since this is the case, let's fight with the strongest tactics. That's how it should be. Han Feng nodded. In the face of such a powerful blood-colored monster as the 10-winged blood guard, any reservations would undoubtedly be digging one's own grave. After Zi Xingjuan turned into a giant purple eye, the purple light in the giant eye flowed like a waving sea. Han Feng's aurora song yen spewed out and condensed in his right hand. Purple star blocked. Fusion, Emperor Celestial Wolf Claw. The purple light emitted by Zi Xingjuan burst, adorned with stars, blasted all the way, and the space was shattered. Looking from the ground, this purple light looks like a galaxy. Han Feng grabbed a claw in the void, and the giant claws of the Sirius that the silver flames turned into seemed to tear apart the space, and an aura of overlord without a god king swept out, reigning over the world. Whether it is Zi Xingjuan's purple star blocking, or Han Feng's fusion of Aurora Tsongyan's Emperor Tian Wolf Claw, the power is far beyond the realm of small perfection. In fact, Zi Xingjuan's sanctuary secret skills and power are still somewhat inferior to Han Feng, but Han Feng's own cultivation base is still weaker than Zi Xingjuan. Therefore, the attack this time, the two can be said to be half a caddy. Even if the combat power is far superior to Shao Qinggong, my blood guard is invincible. Blood guard, swallow these 2 pieces. Feeling the terrifying attack of the two, Zi Jifeng's face slightly condensed, very ugly. If he faces such an attack, once he fails to defend, he will die. Zi Jifeng knew that Zi Xingjuan was stronger than him now, but he never imagined that the previous battle Zi Xingjuan was still hidden, and the jealousy hidden deep in his heart erupted. Why? Why? Why is it difficult for him to be promoted after practicing for so long, but that kid's father can easily break through, and even finally enter the great perfection? Why has it been so difficult for him to make progress for so many years? The original bastard is now not only far beyond himself, but also on the verge of breaking through to the great perfection. Why is he inferior to even a small human race? All kinds of unwillingness and jealousy turned into ferocious roars. The blood guard sensed Zi Jifeng's mentality and roared towards the sky. The huge body flew towards Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan at a speed that was extremely incompatible with his body, and he kept dodging 2 people on the way. Human attack. The silver wolf claws are constantly tearing towards the blood guard in the void, but the blood guard can always pass through the gap between the claws of the wolf claws with incredible body twists and angles. After Zi Xingjuan turned into the body, the purple giant eyes suddenly turned, and the purple beams dotted with starlight burst, turning into endless beams to cover the sky and the sun. The blood guard could no longer dodge, and was hit by many purple beams. The body is also stagnant. At this moment, the silver wolf claws fiercely grabbed the body of the 10-wing blood guard, and directly grabbed the huge scar with blood and flesh on the body of the 10-wing blood guard. The huge body of the blood guard also flew out because of the huge force. Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan looked overjoyed and chased after the victory. Don't even think about it. Zi Jifeng was in a hurry and suddenly blocked it. Get out! Han Feng shouted fiercely, and his whole body was full of momentum, like a monstrous wave. Zi Jifeng was suppressed by the momentum, his blood was churning, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. In the heyday of Zi Jifeng's heyday, the combat power was far from Han Feng's, not to mention that his combat power was less than 30% now. Purple star blocked. Fusion, Emperor Celestial Wolf Claw. Although Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan cooperated for the first time, they were very tacit. However, the various qualities of the 10 Wings Blood Guard have reached the realm of great perfection after all, even if they are not able to fully display the great perfection's combat power for the time being. It is not something that Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan can easily kill. It is true that the body has been severely injured, but the physical quality of the great perfection allows the 10-winged blood guard to recover at an extremely terrifying speed. Seeing this, Zi Jifeng's originally embarrassed face laughed. Two idiots, the blood guards in this seat are perfect, how can you easily eliminate them? As time goes by, the blood guards will become more and more adaptable to the great perfection, and the combat power will become stronger and stronger. Soon, you will definitely be swallowed by the blood guards of this seat. Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan also discovered this situation. Together, they are indeed able to continuously injure the 10-wing blood guard, but those are not fatal injuries. As long as it is not fatal, the 10-wing blood guard can rely on the great perfection. Physical fitness recovery. Fighting is often the best way to get familiar with everything about one's body. The longer the battle lasts, the better the 10-winged blood guard's grasp of the cultivation base he has just been promoted to. If this goes on, Zi Xingjuan's face is ashen. Is it really going to be planted here this time? His father fell into the hands of Zi Jifeng, so should he do the same now? Unwilling to watch the battle on the ground, if there are not so many 8-winged blood guards, they may not be able to cause fatal injuries to the 10-winged blood guard when they combine so many powerhouses. Huh? Zi Xingjuan's face suddenly changed, and he was horrified to find that a frightening aura rushed out from his side. This is... Zi Xingjuan was stunned to find that Han Feng's right fingers condensed and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily, and dark clouds rolled in the void. Difficult. Could it be that this Han Feng has a stronger trump card? Zi Xingjuan's pupils shrank, thinking of a terrible possibility. His eyes fell on the blood guard who stood up again, and Zi Xingjuan became excited. At such a moment, the stronger Han Feng was, the more likely they were to kill the 10-winged blood guard. Zi Xingjuan could no longer care about killing the blood guard. The hope of avenging his subordinates is getting slimmer. Even Zi Xingjuan could no longer have the idea of revenge. True immortal flood dragon finger. Han Feng shouted. The Jiaolong roared out, spinning around in the void with a tyrannical state, and then attacked the 10-winged blood guard. True immortal flood dragon finger is only a half-step supergrade sanctuary secret, but with the improvement of Han Feng's cultivation base, this half-step supergrade sanctuary secret is almost completely mastered. As for the Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw, as a supergrade inferior sanctuary, Han Feng can only exert a small part of its power. To be honest, this power is not worse than the true immortal flood dragon finger, but Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw it was inherited, but the true immortal flood dragon finger was really realized by Han Feng himself, and the degree of integration between the two is completely different from that of Aurora Tsangyan. Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw will never be able to integrate 10% of Aurora Tsangyan, but true immortal flood dragon finger is different. Therefore, when Aurora Tsangyan was integrated into the two sacred arts, the true immortal flood dragon finger exploded with greater power. Of course, Han Feng also knows that this is only temporary. With the improvement of the cultivation level and the deepening of the control of the Emperor Wolf Claw, sooner or later, the Emperor Sky Wolf Claw will not be integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan, and it will be better than the Aurora Tsangyan's true immortal flood dragon finger is still strong, not to mention after integrating into Aurora Tsangyan. The first. But that's all in the future. At this moment, the true immortal flood dragon finger integrated into Aurora Tsangyan is Han Feng's most powerful ultimate move. The silver flame Jiaolong brought the rolling flames, instantly engulfing the blood guard, and the amazing temperature began to burn the blood guard's body. Blood guards have no wisdom at all, but they also have biological instincts, which tell the 10-winged blood guards that their body is suffering unspeakable pain. Hoo-hoo. The blood guard struggled desperately, and the blood claws kept grabbing on the silver dragon, scratching countless claw marks, and billowing flames spit out from the claw marks. Brother Z. Han Feng shouted, sweat dripping from his forehead, showing that he was also under great pressure. Zi Xingjuan suddenly came back to his senses, and Zi Xingbam bombarded out again and again. One after another, the purple beams of light slammed on the blood guard. The blood guard first struggled more and more intensely, and then began to slow down. Zi Jifeng was secretly anxious. If the 10-winged blood guard was bombed and killed, Zi Jifeng completely wanted to know his fate. Not to mention the enemy of Zi Xingjuan, even Jin Tang and others will not let him go. Damn it. Zi Jifeng wanted to make a move, but he didn't dare to get close. Whether it was Zi Xingjuan or Han Feng, the aura emanating at the moment was too strong. The strong Zi Jifeng had a feeling that as long as if he attacked the two of them, it would never be the two of them who fell, but it was most likely himself. Suddenly, Zi Jifeng looked sharp, as if he had made a major decision. Following Zi Jifeng's order, the 8-winged blood guards who were still fighting with 10 puppets and many other powerhouses retreated. This is not good. Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan immediately thought of a possibility, and their expressions changed drastically. Hurry up and stop these 8-winged blood guards from approaching the 10-winged blood guards. You can't let the 8-winged blood guards approach. The two of them roared, but when the powerhouses reacted, the 8-winged blood guards quickly gathered around Zi Jifeng's side. Zi Jifeng showed a grim look. It's too late. Numerous 8-winged blood guards with the strength of small perfection rushed towards the 10-winged blood guards and merged into it. After some fighting, the 8-winged blood guards are not much left, but they are all the elites of the 8-winged blood guards. Once the 10-winged blood guards fully absorb these 8-winged blood guards and master this power, then Han Feng and Zi Xingjuan were both drenched in cold sweat. They looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They had to kill the 10-winged blood guard before it completely absorbed this power, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, let's take action quickly, otherwise we will be finished. Zi Xingjuan shouted first. Jin Tang and others are not stupid. If they didn't understand why the 8-winged blood guards would retreat at first, they also understood the reason when they saw the 8-winged blood guards integrated into the 10-winged blood guards. Jin Tang and other powerhouses all looked solemn, and things had reached a very dangerous moment. The sky tree is coming. Giant flame swallows. Sand thunderstorm. Jedi thunder roar. Purple star blocked. A group of powerhouses had displayed the unique skills of the sanctuary, and the attacks from the sky are as spectacular as a torrent. The 10 puppets, in addition to Puppet 9 with the bright attribute, also have the Puppet Boss, Puppet 3, and Puppet 4 of the physical arts. The remaining 6 puppets also display their powerful tricks: Burning Heaven God Fire Fury, Haitian Jubii, Judgment of the Heavens, the Hurricane returned to the sky, and the darkness shocked the world. Han Feng's eyes flashed. There is some hesitation when it comes to completely exposing the Xianxian body and retaining the Xianxian body. However, when Han Feng saw Man Tian's attack, Han Feng quickly made a decision, that is, to display the Xianxian body. Although this is bound to attract attention, and his strength has grown to an incredible level, he is already high-profile enough, and it is okay to be more high-profile. And what really made Han Feng decide to use the mysterious immortal body was this attack. Because they know that the situation is at a very urgent moment, many strong people can be said to have no shyness at all, and it is the strongest blow they unite. It is also impossible to condense such a spectacular attack at the moment. At that time, even if the Xianxian body is displayed again, it will be difficult to support it alone. Rather than end up in a situation where a single tree can't support it, it is better to take advantage of this to unleash an all-out blow and bombard the 10-winged blood guard with many strong men. The probability of killing the 10-winged blood guard will inevitably reach the highest point in history. If he couldn't kill the 10-winged blood guard in this way, Han Feng would consider giving up Zitong and let out the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower to break through the blood-colored barrier and escape. Mysterious immortal body, congeal. Boom. The majestic Xianxian armor was worn on Han Feng's body, and the white and holy light shot up into the sky and suddenly hit the blood-colored barrier. The blood-colored enchantment trembled. How is that possible? Zi Xingjuan's tone was full of astonishment. Such an increase, even the top of the top saint bloodline can't do it. This Han Feng from the human race, what is his limit? What? If Zi Xingjuan was a little reluctant to give up revenge for his subordinates before, then he really didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge at this moment. With the momentum that erupted at this moment, it would definitely not take much effort to kill him. And those 10 puppets, he has absolutely no power to fight back. Fusion, true immortal flood dragon finger. After displaying the Xianxian body, Han Feng's cultivation base increased sharply again, and the aura of the silver dragon also reached an incredible level. The original 10-winged blood guard had already been completely freed, but at this moment, he was only swept away. The vast and spectacular attack bombarded the blood guard before and after. The blood guard let out a painful roar, and a large blood clot fell from his body. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying force swelled out of the silver dragon's body. Before this force erupted, the surrounding space was already distorted. Boom! Suddenly, the silver flood dragon exploded, and the body slammed into the world-like flame power, completely swallowing the blood guard. No. It's impossible. How could the blood guard? Zi Jifeng roared wildly, but no matter how he didn't believe it, he really couldn't feel the aura of the blood guard. A newly promoted great perfection blood guard just died like this? Zi Jifeng was at a loss for a moment. Died. Finally dead. Haha, that's great. We survived. Jing Tang and other strong people cried with joy. Before they came, they never expected that they would almost become the nourishment of a monster, but now, they finally escaped. One after another, grateful eyes fell on Han Feng. They clearly knew that if the serious killer from the human race hadn't suddenly shown his power, they would probably have fallen here today. As for Zi Xingjuan, although everyone knew that Zi Xingjuan had done a lot of work, the cause of the matter was Zi Xingjuan's share, so the two cancelled each other out, and everyone had a general feeling for Zi Xingjuan. The next moment, many murderous gazes fell on Zi Jifeng. The hatred and malice in those eyes made Zi Jifeng shudder violently. Escape. Zi Jifeng knew that the situation was over. No matter how much he hated it, he had to flee quickly. Xi Jifeng was extremely heartbroken. Even if it was a first-class blood slave, the blood guard seeds obtained were limited, and this time almost all of them were gone at once. Xi Jifeng could have predicted that even if he escaped, and the Lord Gorefiend blamed him, he would not get better, and he might be downgraded to a second-class blood slave or even a third-class blood slave. At this moment, Xi Jifeng took Han Feng and Xi Jifeng to the extreme. "Can you escape?" With a cold snort, Xi Jifeng's complexion changed drastically, and Xi Xingjuan came after him. When Han Feng saw this scene, he opened the Xianming Tianlang wing and followed behind. Han Feng was not interested in Xi Xingjuan's revenge. What Han Feng was interested in was the specific relationship between the Blood Guard and the Bloody Secret Realm. What kind of powerhouse was the Bloody Secret Realm created by? All of this may be answered by Xi Jifeng. Death. Xi Xingjuan was too physically exhausted and had already turned into a human form. With a palm shot, the air in the space was squeezed and repelled, and Xi Jifeng felt stuffy in his chest. "No, don't kill me, for the sake of my being your uncle." Xi Jifeng finally felt fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Uncle? When you were chasing me, you didn't care about me. I'm your nephew." Xi Xingjuan seemed to have heard some cope joke, then he looked sharp and slapped Xi Jifeng with his palm without hesitation. On the body. Xi Jifeng's chest was instantly shattered, and he lost his breath and turned into a giant purple-eye body and fell. Second more. Back to top. Han Feng has no idea of stopping. Although Han Feng wants to know everything, he does not need Xi Jifeng to live. He can use the soul search space to directly search for Xi Jifeng's soul. But just when Han Feng was about to collect Xi Jifeng's soul, his face changed. Han Feng was shocked to find that he did not find Xi Jifeng's soul. Did Xi Jifeng escape by special means? Han Feng, the person behind this, is not simple. The soul of this Xi Jifeng should have been taken away by the person behind him at the moment of his death. Little Fatty said solemnly. "What? Take it away? Is it possible to do it this way? Even if the other party is a true god, there may not be such a heaven-defying means. Could it be that the other party is an existence above the true god of a calamity?" But the ancestor of Shixiang clearly said at the beginning that the Forgotten Continent has not yet born any true god of the Second Tribulation. Ancestor Shixiang would never lie to me. After Han Feng was shocked, he looked in disbelief. Old ancestor Shixiang naturally wouldn't lie, but what if ancestor Shixiang didn't even know about it? Xiaopeng asked directly. Han Feng was silent. With a sigh, Han Feng said angrily, "If I knew this, I should have kept this Xi Jifeng's life to torture and ask. If the person behind it is really powerful, far from being comparable to a true god, maybe it's not impossible to kill Xi Jifeng before Xi Jifeng has said everything." Little Fatty said. Hearing this, Han Feng felt more bad in his heart, and always felt that something was going to happen. "Brother Han, you are." Xi Xingjuan avenged his revenge and was in a good mood, but seeing that Han Feng's face was a little gloomy, he couldn't help but speak cautiously. It has to be said that this is the change brought about by strength. Otherwise, let alone make Xi Xingjuan jealous, Xi Xingjuan must avenge the August general who was killed by Han Feng before. "It's nothing, go back." Han Feng shook his head and returned to the Zitong Mountains. Heavenly God Realm, in the underground blood-colored magma. The blood-colored head suddenly opened its terrifying eyes, and a mighty bloody aura rolled out. In front of the bloody head, I don't know when a phantom appeared. If Han Feng was here, he would be able to recognize it. The appearance of this phantom is exactly the same as Xi Jifeng. This phantom is the soul essence of Xi Jifeng. The bloody head opened his mouth and swallowed Zijifeng Yuanshan in one bite, and the memories belonging to Zijifeng poured into the bloody head. It turned out to be him. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Gorefiend God King. Han Feng had a relatively deep impression in the mind of the Gorefiend God King. The strong men who came out of the blood tower all absorbed the blood core and eventually became one of his blood slaves, and this human being called Han Feng actually resisted the attraction of the blood core, and did not absorb the blood core to improve his cultivation. Naturally did not become his blood slave. In the subsequent Beizhou continent ancient race, the improvement of Han Feng's cultivation was actually faster than Xianqing Tian, who absorbed the blood core. All kinds of things made the Gorfiend God King know that this human being called Han Feng is not simple, and there must be other secrets in his body. As a God King level expert, the Gorfiend God King does not know how many years he has lived. 100 million years? Hundreds of millions of years? Or more than 1 billion years? With such a long life, the Gorfiend God King knew that the rise of many young geniuses was due to various adventures. This adventure may have been inherited by some strong people. It may be that he has been personally taught by the body of the primordial spirit of some strong people, or that he has obtained some powerful artifacts. Of course, there are many other possibilities, only more but not the most. In the eyes of the Gorfiend God King, Han Feng belongs to one of them. At this moment, Han Feng has grown to the level of threatening the great perfection in a short period of time, which makes the Gorfiend God King confirm that Han Feng is not easy. Such a speed of improvement, in the world of gods, also belongs to the genius level. And the powerful forces of the world of gods, there are many good things than the forgotten continent. Jia. It's not simple, so what? It won't take long for this king to completely leave this place, and when the time comes, this kid will be arrested, any kind of secrets will belong to this king. The head sank into the blood-colored magma. As for the primordial spirit of Xi Jifeng, the Gorfiend God King never wants to waste. In the purple-eyed mountains, Han Feng's return has been greeted by many strong men. Some of the elders of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan and other senior leaders walked towards Xixingjun with a guilty face. In the previous battle, although they did their best, they didn't play a very important role, which made the powerhouses of the purple-eyed spirit demon family fully understand what the gap is. Although some of their cultivation bases have reached the 3rd level god, but the real combat power is average, and it is estimated that they will be able to kill them in a few months. Now that Xi Jifeng is dead, their purple-eyed spirit demon clan urgently needs someone to carry the banner. Xi Xingjuan is undoubtedly the best candidate. However, Xi Xingjuan is indifferent, and has the intention of leaving with his subordinates. The first elder pleaded bitterly, "In today's battle, I don't know how many disciples have fallen, and those powerhouses who were plotted by Xi Jifeng will not give a good look to the Zitong Lingyao clan, and they will stumble secretly. If you leave, the purple-eyed spirit demon clan does not know what the situation will be. Do you really have the heart to let the purple-eyed spirit demon clan fall completely? It's your father, you don't want to do this." Xi Xingjuan originally planned to refuse directly, but when he mentioned his father, Xi Xingjuan was silent. The great elder was overjoyed and quickly said, "When your father was promoted to great perfection, many strong people surrendered to your father, and as a result, when your father died, those strong people left one after another, and they still spoke to you. How disrespectful your father is, don't you want revenge? And it is also your father's lifelong wish to strengthen the Zitong Lingyao clan. If you assume the position of the patriarch, wouldn't you be able to fulfill your father's wish?" The last sentence completely shook Xi Xingjuan. Xi Xingjuan said with a cold face, "Since it is my father's wish, I can serve as the patriarch. I just hope that things like Xi Jifeng will not happen again." Speaking of Xi Jifeng, the great elder looked embarrassed. It was not that the great elder had no doubts at the beginning, but when Xi Jitian died, the strongest person in the Zitong Lingyao clan was Xi Jifeng, so the great elder ignored all kinds of wrongs. Let Xi Jifeng become the patriarch. When Xi Xingjuan became the patriarch, except for the strong people inside the Zitong Lingyao, Jin Teng and other strong people watched indifferently, neither congratulating nor going to the trouble. The strong people of the Zitong Lingyao clan naturally knew why, and did not force it, but they hated Xi Jifeng even more in their hearts. The first thing to do when he became the patriarch, Xi Xingjuan, was to hand over the remuneration that Xi Jifeng had promised to everyone. This approach made many strong people have a good impression of Xi Xingjuan, no longer a cold face. Han Feng also got the purple pupils he wanted to get, and there are still a lot of them. Don't look at the huge size of the purple-eyed spirit monster family when they turned into their bodies, but once they fall, the purple-eyed eyes are not that big, which is several times the size of normal eyes. Farewell. After getting Zitong, Han Feng surrendered to Zixingjun, but Zixingjun didn't hold back. There is that person who left the fall in August, and the two sides will never be able to be close. The most that Xi Xingjuan can do is not to provoke Han Feng. If you want to curry favor with Han Feng, not to mention that Xi Xingjuan can't do it, if you really want to do that, the 4-star general and Qi Yue will definitely feel chilled. Besides, Han Feng's strength is there. If he stays in the clan, he can't resist what he wants to do. It's good to go. As soon as Han Feng left, many strong people came to invite Han Feng to sit in their clan. Han Feng smiled and declined one by one, sighing again the importance of strength. If it weren't for this, how could these beast powerhouses invite the human race they looked down on in the past to be a guest in the clan? After declining, Han Feng quickly disappeared from the sky. Night falls. The bright moonlight poured down and fell on Han Feng's body, adding a bit of fluorescence. Han Feng sat cross-legged on a boulder, absorbing the power of the purple pupil in his hand. Surrounded by the small perfection barrier set up by Han Feng, I don't worry about being disturbed. Don't look at the purple-eyed spirit demon clan gathering so many small perfections. There are also many small perfections in the movie Hunting City, but the small perfections in both places are gathered there from all over Yaozhou, and want to be casual in other places. It is impossible to encounter a small perfection. The third one. The holy pupil of Han Feng's forehead opened, and the 9-cornered pupil was constantly rotating, and strange waves rippled out, and the space was rippling. This force quickly passed through the barrier and enveloped half of the mountain range. Many idle beasts were stunned to find that the environment in which they lived had changed. A frog monster that was only a mysterious class had hallucinations. It seemed that it saw delicious food and rushed over, but in fact, there was a huge boulder in front of it. The frog monster hit it with one head, and several numbers appeared in a circle. A star, shaking a few times, the frog monster finally fainted. Until it fainted, it didn't know that it was about to eat food when it suddenly bumped into something hard. The peculiar power, stretched to the limit, slowly converged, and retracted into the holy pupil of the star, and the 9-cornered pupil rotated more violently. With the continuous absorption of the power of the purple pupil, the pupil of the 9-pointed shape gradually changes towards the pupil of the 10-pointed star. The special fluctuations around Han Feng are still the same amount, and the scope is still so large, but there are fundamental differences that begin to change. This means that the holy pupil of the star is about to be promoted, from the 9-star level to the top 10-star level. Han Feng took a deep breath and accelerated the absorption of the power of the purple pupil. The holy pupil of the star was spinning faster and faster. Just a glance would make people addicted to it. Suddenly, the special wave was like a violent explosion, and the special wave suddenly spread around like an air wave. The pupils of the idol monsters in this mountain shrank, and what appeared in their sight was the colorful sky, which was constantly changing. I don't know how long it took, the rotation speed of the holy pupil of the star gradually slowed down, and the power that suddenly erupted was withdrawn into the body. The holy pupil of the star gradually stopped, and the pupil of the 10-pointed star shining in the pupil at this moment is impressive. The holy pupil of the star finally reached the top level smoothly. Only. Han Feng stretched out his hand and touched the holy pupil of the star on his forehead. With the top holy pupil of the star, it can indeed have unexpected effects when fighting. With my current cultivation level, it will also be affected if I don't pay attention. But trying to improve the chance of winning against the great perfection is of no use at all. Its true immortal pupil, it would be great if it could be raised to the supergrade level. Perhaps when fighting against the great perfection, it can also be a great perfection. Now that the power of the purple pupil is enough, I can learn from the top-level holy pupil of the star. Even if I can't advance to the supergrade, it must not be much worse. By the way, it is time to add the illusion function to the real fairy. Otherwise, it will break through to the great perfection in the future. After the holy pupil is eliminated, there is no illusion technique. Continuing to absorb the power of Zitong, Zhenxian Xiantong began to slowly improve. Due to the lack of pupil power, the true immortal pupil is only at the middle level of the best. The fairy pupil opened in the forehead, and the mysterious power was contained in it, as if it was about to erupt, ready to move. Han Feng endured the urge to erupt, and Zhenxian Xiantong seemed to be going out. Boom! The peculiar gas field fluctuations exploded and rushed towards the surroundings. The purple pupils in Han Feng's hands seemed to be dry and cracked, and dissipated with the wind. But this purple pupil just shattered and dissipated, and a new purple pupil appeared in Han Feng's hands, and Han Feng continued to absorb the power of the purple pupil. One after another, the true immortals are rapidly improving under such circumstances, and as Han Feng's understanding of the true immortals deepens, Han Feng has new ideas for his attack on the true immortals. I don't know how long it took. When all the purple pupils in his hands dissipated, Han Feng didn't know whether it was regret or excitement. After all, I haven't been promoted to the supergrade level, but it has also increased by half a step. As long as you give me more time, it will be a matter of time to advance to the supergrade. At that time it may no longer be called True Immortal Eye, but Xian Immortal Eye. Closing the True Immortal Eye, Han Feng intends to return to the Beizhou continent. The previous Blood Guard incident made Han Feng always have an indelible shadow in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding enchantment dispersed, and Han Feng rose into the air. But not long after flying, Zhu Tianyunk's voice suddenly sounded in Han Feng's mind. "Old boss, can you fly in this direction? I always feel that something is attracting me." Zhu Tianyunk's voice was hesitant, as if he could not decide whether this feeling was true or not. "Is there something that attracts you?" Han Feng was stunned and thought for a moment. "Whether it's true or not, let's go and talk about it first. If it's true, I'm afraid it's not easy to attract you." Finally, Han Feng smiled. Took a handful. At this time, Zhu Tianyunk is already a second-level heaven of small perfection, and his bloodline is even stronger. What can attract Zhu Tianyunk is naturally impossible. Behind Han Feng, the Xianming heavenly wolf wings flapped, changing direction and leaving quickly. As Zhu Tianyunk's induction strengthened, Han Feng also felt that the temperature of the space had changed, and it was getting higher and higher. In the distance, Han Feng seemed to see a little red light shining. This is because the distance is very far, and if the distance is close, it is definitely not a red dot. Han Feng swept his gaze and found a powerful monster at the peak level of the sanctuary. What happened ahead? Han Feng stopped the strong man and asked lightly. Just as the demon beast powerhouse was about to get angry, he suddenly sensed the terrifying coercion of Han Feng's fleeting flashes. "Little, senior small perfection." The demon beast shuddered, but luckily he didn't have time to get angry, otherwise he would be finished. "Senior," a huge ancient temple suddenly appeared in Yaozhou not long ago. At this moment, all the powerhouses are rushing there, hoping to enter the temple and get good things. Ancient temple? Han Feng's expression froze. Yes. The Warcraft powerhouse glanced at Han Feng cautiously, and then said, "When this temple just appeared, not many people took it seriously, they just thought it was the ordinary people left after the death of some powerhouses. In the palace, those who initially wanted to enter the temple were only some great sanctuaries and the peaks of the sanctuary, but they were killed by the guardian fire guards of the temple before they approached the temple, which aroused the interest of more powerhouses. But until now, no one has ever entered the temple, not even the Great Perfection Triple Heaven powerhouse. Later, the temple also attracted the attention of the True God powerhouse, but the True God powerhouse found that they were trapped in the temple. Outside the realm, it is impossible to enter at all. Those true gods said that this temple is likely to be left by a strong man from ancient times, and it is definitely not comparable to the current true gods, so it is called the ancient temple. Han Feng's face was expressionless, and he could see that the demon beast was extremely uneasy, but in fact, Han Feng was communicating with Zhu Tianyunk in his heart. Skylark, what you perceive is the ancient temple. I don't know if it is the ancient temple, but according to the direction, it is indeed the ancient temple, and we need to get closer to know the specifics. Zhu Tianyunk felt the attraction more and more, and his mood couldn't help surging, as if there was something. Things are going to happen. But you can't even enter the third level of the Great Perfection, that's all. Anyway, I'll accompany you to take a look. Isn't there still Xiaopeng and the Jianshan Fire Tower? Those who can't enter the third level of the Great Perfection, does not mean that we can't get in. After breaking the communication with Zhu Tianyunk, Han Feng ignored the demon beast and flew straight to the crimson light spot. Han Feng's departure also greatly relieved the demon beast powerhouse. Forget it, I'll go back. The ancient temple has attracted so many strong people. I'm afraid there are hundreds or more of small perfections, and there are also many great perfections. When I reach the peak of the sanctuary, I will die, or stay in the clan. It's good to hug the inner left and the right. The demon beast powerhouse shook his head and flew in the opposite direction. It didn't take long for the specific situation of the light spot to appear in Han Feng's sight. It was an extremely magnificent, majestic, and atmospheric crimson temple. The temple is very big, and Han Feng is still millions of meters away from the temple, but he already feels that he is as small as an ant. The breath of the sky filled the sky and spread out, making Han Feng's expression stunned. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Such a stalwart aura seems to be integrated into the sky, and it is above the sky. At this moment, Han Feng really believes that this temple is left by the existence above the true God. It's just that such a temple has not appeared until today. There are tall stone pillars erected around the temple, and the portraits of various birds and beasts on the stone pillars are engraved on them, which are lifelike. The ancient temple opened a scarlet-red barrier, covering a radius of 1 million meters. Through the barrier, you could see that there were many strong men sprinting towards the ancient temple, but they were given by firebirds composed of flames. It was intercepted, and some of the weaker ones were directly swallowed by the firebird. Is this flamingo the Phobos mentioned earlier? Han Feng looked at it intently, and was surprised to find that these various flamingos were the flamingos on the stone pillars around the temple. The barrier of 1 million meters has stone pillars standing there every 100,000 meters, dividing the barrier into 10 areas from the inside to the outside. Han Feng sees this clearly. I am afraid that these 10 areas are divided according to different strengths. The higher the strength, the more able to break into the deeper area, the lower the strength, the more you can only break into the outer area. Skylark, you are sensing this ancient temple? Han Feng asked. Yes, it seems that something is calling me in this ancient temple. Zhu Tianyunk affirmed. It's strange, what is it about this ancient temple that attracts you? I'll take a look at it first. After speaking, Han Feng came to the outside of the Scarlet Enchantment in a few flashes. At this time, there are many strong monsters from the Beast clan withdrew, and they sat down in the void to recover with a pale face. Han Feng didn't look at these people and stepped into them one step at a time. Fiery. Entering the enchantment, this is the only feeling that the Scarlet Enchantment brings to Han Feng. Even this kind of fiery heat can burn even the primordial spirit. Within the range of 900,000 to 1,000,000 meters of the ancient temple, there are stone pillars, and each stone pillar is separated by a certain distance. When Han Feng entered this area, the stone pillars carved on them the image of the bird beast seemed to be alive in an instant, flapping its wings from the stone pillar and flying out. Every flamingo has the strength in the early stage of the peak of the sanctuary. Destroy. Han Feng drank it lightly, and the Saint Yuan in the body shot out like a sharp sword, and a Saint Yuan sharp sword easily shot through a firebird. Han Feng walked in the courtyard. None of these firebirds could get close to Han Feng. Han Feng walked very slowly, but every step was a long way. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng was close to the ancient temple with a radius of 800,000 to 900,000 meters. The strength of the midterm peak of the domain. It's just that Han Feng's current state. What about the early days of the peak of the sanctuary? What about the middle of the peak of the sanctuary? What about the late sanctuary peak? They are all beings that can be easily killed. Han Feng walked leisurely through the range of 800,000 to 900,000 meters, then passed through the range of 700,000 to 800,000 meters, and finally came to 600,000 to 700,000 meters. Range between 10,000 meters. Each of the firebirds within this range has reached the realm of small perfection. Here, Han Feng also encountered many small perfection powerhouses, all of them dodging in embarrassment. Some rely on hard power, and some are lucky. In short, they broke into the next area, but more have no choice but to retreat to the previous area to recover, waiting for the next impact. The number of firebirds is limited. As long as there are too many people, there will always be places that firebirds cannot take care of. It is precisely because of this loophole that these strong people know that there will be a more powerful firebird in front of them, and they have not given up. There are so many little perfection first layer firebird fireguards, and I also need to show some means. Han Feng muttered to himself, the momentum of little perfection second layer shocked out, and before a flamingo got close to Han Feng, he was caught. The impact of this momentum was torn apart. In the area between 600,000 meters and 700,000 meters, Han Feng wasted a little more time, but that's all. In the area between 500,000 meters and 600,000 meters, Han Feng's face became a little dignified. Alright, take this opportunity to experience the power of true immortal eye. The true immortal eye was running, and the third eye on Han Feng's forehead flickered with mysterious fluctuations. In the area, the firebird, which is equivalent to the second level of the small perfection, made a clear chirping sound, blocking the strong in this area. Several firebirds had already aimed at Han Feng and charged. Han Feng didn't run true immortal steps, and just stared at these flamingos with true immortal eyes. In Han Feng's sight, the speed of these flamingos suddenly slowed down. Not only that, Han Feng, they even captured the flight trajectories of these firebirds, as if they had already predicted where the firebird's offensive would be at the next moment. In order to verify, Han Feng turned his body sideways, and dodged the attack of a flamingo. There was a smile on the corner of Han Feng's mouth, and his body twisted and moved inconceivably. He passed through the rainstorm, and did not let the flames like the rainstorm fall on him at all. Destroy. This time, Han Feng ran true immortal treading steps, and appeared next to Firebird in an instant. His right arm was cut off like a sword, cutting a firebird in half. True immortal steps originally made Han Feng's dodging ability within a certain range to an incredible level, and now it is even more powerful when paired with true immortal eye. Even if the cultivation base does not increase, just relying on the cultivation base of the late stage of the second stage of the small perfection, Han Feng is sure to dodge the powerhouses in the middle and late stages of the ordinary stage of the third stage of the small perfection, and not let the powerhouses in the middle and late stages of the third stage of the ordinary small perfection run into him in the slightest. If it is combined with the sacred eye of the stars, it can completely be a powerhouse of the small perfection triple heaven. This is just the cultivation of the late stage of the second stage of the small perfection. If the cultivation will explode with all strength, then. The corners of Han Feng's mouth were slightly raised, and Han Feng was very satisfied with this test. Relying on true immortal eye and true immortal treading steps, Han Feng really stepped into the area between 400,000 meters and 500,000 meters without the slightest difficulty. In a core hall of the ancient temple, a middle-aged man in a green robe stared at the light curtain in front of him, and it was Han Feng's figure that flashed on the light curtain. The middle-aged man has a Chinese character face, his eyes are piercing, his face looks a bit ordinary, but he has an air of fortitude. I really want to feel something in this kid, but why can't I check it carefully? Although my heroic spirits are about to disperse now, it shouldn't be difficult to peep at the small perfection in the sacred area. The man frowned slightly, and there was a hint of confusion on his face. If Xiao Peng knew the middle-aged man's confusion, he would definitely laugh out loud. How could such a divine artifact, such as the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, be easily peeped at? If Zhu Tianyang really signed some kind of contract with Han Feng, it must be hidden from the middle-aged man, but Zhu Tianyang actually only signed a contract with the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, which is in the animal breeding space of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Warcraft. If other Japanese and Korean winds fall, and the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower changes its owner, Zhu Tianyang's loyalty to Han Feng will be transferred to the new owner. Unless the middle-aged man can peep into the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, he will never be able to find the vermilion skylark. In the area between 400,000 meters and 500,000 meters, Firebird's strength is comparable to the small perfection triple heaven. Relying on true immortal eyes and true immortal treading steps, even if a few Firebirds attacked, Han Feng could easily escape. This kind of behavior immediately irritated some strong people, thinking that they were so tired to cope with the dignified little perfection third layer. Why did this little perfection second layer act so relaxed? A small perfection triple heaven powerhouse had a stern look on his face. Stinky boy, since he knows how to hide like this, the phobos who besieged this seat will be handed over to you. While speaking, the small perfection triple heaven rushed straight to Han Feng, behind him. The flamingo kept breathing flames. Han Feng's expression turned cold, looking for death. With a flick of the sleeve robe, the puppet boss of the 10 puppets was thrown out by Han Feng. As soon as the puppet boss appeared, Tornado Kill was cast out, and it was rolled up into the sky in the terrified eyes of the small perfection 3-level powerhouse, and the tearing power of Tornado Kill instantly tore it into pieces. The shards were smashed, blood poured down, and even the Firebirds did not escape. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. What? This kid. It's terrifying. This puppet is enough to compete with the ordinary small perfection third layer late stage. Maybe it is still a victory. Some people with crooked thoughts immediately restrained themselves and concentrated on dealing with the Firebird phobos who besieged them. Han Feng looked around for a week before turning his attention back to the Firebird that attacked him. Taking one step forward, Han Feng has already stepped out a long way. As it approaches the area between 300,000 meters and 400,000 meters, the strength of the Firebird is getting stronger and stronger. The peak of the triple heaven. Holy flame battle body, congeal. True immortal body, congeal. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Han Feng did not hesitate to increase his cultivation base, and the blood-eyed wolf claws were grabbed from the sky, as if entering the realm of no one. In a sweeping state, any approaching Firebirds were torn to pieces by the blood-colored wolf claws. This kind of movement naturally attracted the attention of some strong people in the 300,000 to 400,000 area, and one of them stared at it and flashed deep hatred. It really didn't take much effort, I was still thinking about how to find it before. You are here in person. Beside the man, the arrogant old man said in a cold tone, is this kid the serious killer who defeated Xiao Tian and you? Yes, elder. Long Xingshi respectfully said. No matter how talented Long Xingshi is, he is not a great perfectionist at present. No matter what kind of genius, it is not certain that he can break through the great perfection. Even if he does, the bloodline has almost no increase in the great perfection. It can be said that any Dzogchen is an extremely talented genius when he is young. If he wants to show a sense of superiority with a high bloodline, it is a joke in front of the Dzogchen powerhouse. There are indeed some means. The great perfection elder, Xiao Shenlong, narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. 18 elders, everything is left to you. Long Xingshi found that Han Feng's strength was even further, and he knew that he was no match for Han Feng. The 18th elder shook his hand. Don't worry, this old man will not let anyone disrespect our Xiao Shenlong clan. But at this moment, a few Xiao Shenlong people on the left side of the 18 elders said, Elder, I have long heard that this heavenly wolf killer is very powerful, why not let the younger generation try it? Maybe some people have eaten it. Big loss deliberately raises the strength of some people? Long Xingxia, are you talking about me? Long Xingshi's face sank, his expression unhappy. The young man known as Long Xingxia chuckled, this is your own admission, to be honest, we haven't fought since breaking through the 3 heavens of small perfection, who knows if your combat power is in line with your cultivation. Maybe it's because your cultivation base is strong, but your combat power is average? The other young people beside Long Xingmi also laughed out loud. Externally, the Xiao Shenlong family is very protective, but internally, the Xiao Shenlong family is not without grudges. Especially the younger generation is young, it is easy to get angry, and friction with each other is a normal thing. Long Xingshi and Long Xingxia have not dealt with each other for a long time before they have fully grown. It's just that the Dragon Xing stone breaks through to the small perfection triple heaven before the Dragon Xing extermination. At this moment, it is also close to the peak, and Long Xingmia is only close to the late stage of the 3rd stage. Such a gap makes Long Xingmia quiet. Not long ago, I heard that Long Xingshi suffered a big loss, and Long Xingxia was very excited. The cultivation base has grown so fast, and other aspects of cultivation must have been neglected. Otherwise, even the mere human race will not be able to win, and the human race's own cultivation base has not yet entered the 3rd level of small perfection. This is the dragon. Destroy the thoughts in your mind. Long Xingshi sneered again and again, you are looking for death, then go. How could Long Xingshi not see the idea of Long Xingxia, who would have thought that the human race would leapfrog to that level before fighting against Han Feng? That is, he didn't believe it at first, but he was defeated and extorted so many things. It is also good to let this group of Long Xing destroy suffer a loss, and Xingshi laughs at him behind his back all day long. The 18th elder also wanted to see the specific situation of Han Feng. After nodding, Long Xingmi and others turned into their bodies one by one. That is. Damn, it's the madmen from the Xiao Shenlong family, how did they come here? Run, if we are targeted by these lunatics, we will be finished. This group of lunatics came to the Dzogchen backer this time. With Dzogchen's protection, if we hurt any of them, the Dzogchen will never spare us. A group of strong men hurriedly retreated as if they had seen some kind of plague. Han Feng saw the huge body coming fast, and his eyes gradually became cold. It's just 3 things. For the first and second time before, he was worried that the Xiao Shenlong family did not make a heavy hand, but the Xiao Shenlong family was still arrogant to trouble him, and this time Han Feng would not have any more hands. Boy, take the move. Long Xing smashed the dragon's tail, and a blasting sound came from the void. The blow of the dragon's tail seemed to blow the space. The true immortal's immortal eyes are running, and this terrifying dragon tail strike is not only slow in Han Feng's view, but also fully able to see the trajectory of the dragon's tail. As soon as the real immortal stepped out, Han Feng quickly disappeared in front of Long Xingmi. Where? Long Xingmi's face changed slightly. He didn't even see how the other party disappeared. The next moment, a strong force came from above, and Long Xingmi screamed and was hit by Han Feng with a punch. The body fell down. Staring at Long Xingshi here, he smiled coldly. I can't even win, I still want to win that kid. The 18th elder looked coldly. Sure enough, the third eye seems to have a special function. Can you predict it in advance? The great perfection is indeed the great perfection. Extraordinary, with a huge experience, the eyesight is also strong. If Han Feng heard the muttering of the 18 elders, he would be horrified. With just one glance, the 18 elders would guess 70-80-80. Dragon Xingxia. In the battlefield, Long Xingxia's companion was shocked. He didn't expect Long Xingxia to be so unbearable, and he was knocked to the ground with one punch. Damn the human race! This Xuanhuan roared angrily, opening his fangs to swallow Han Feng into his belly. The holy pupil of the star, open! Han Feng immediately transformed the real immortal pupil into the holy pupil of the star, and the 10-pointed star-shaped pupil quickly rotated. The Xuanhuan that attacked Han Feng stared at Han Feng's holy pupil of the star, and was quickly confused. Han Feng instantly moved in front of the Xuanhuan, punched it again, and another Xuanhuan was smashed down. The powerhouses who have withdrawn all gasped. God, who is this kid, so bold? Boldness is the second thing. What is really shocking is his strength. These Xuanhuan are not his opponents at all. Although these Xuanhuan haven't fully displayed their power yet, this kid has not used any sanctuary skills. This kid definitely has the invincible combat power of Xiaocheng. Hoo! Long Xingmi roared and rushed up with anger. He was mocking Long Xingshi just now, but now he is even more embarrassed than Long Xingshi, which made Long Xingma's heart annoyed to the extreme, and he wanted to kill Han Feng with 1,000 knives. It's just a few big loaches, and they are looking for trouble for me one after another. Do you really think that I will always be concerned about the Xuanhuan family and dare not kill you? Han Feng's body shot out Morihan's murderous intent. Dare to say that our Xuanhuan is a loach? Long Xingmi was furious, and several giant dragons roared up to the sky, their voices rolling, and their powerful breath filled the air like a monstrous wave. Several powerful breaths condensed together, and even the firebird Phobos in this area did not dare to approach. One after another giant dragon spit out dragon breath, and the dragon breath gathered together again, running through like a surging river. Compared with Long Xingxi, you are far behind. Emperor Sky Wolf Claw. The giant claws shot out from the sky, and the dragon breath river was like a piece of paper, torn into several strands of dragon breath by the huge wolf claws, and penetrated into other voids. But the wolf claw was castrated unabated one by one, the blood of Xiao Tianlong was blurred and screamed again and again. Just a little bit, the wolf claws are enough to grab all their bodies. Until this moment, several giant dragons finally panicked, and they really felt the breath of death coming. Perfection powerhouse. Stop. The 18th elder roared, and the entire space seemed to be boiling. The 18 elders grabbed in the void, and the terrifying space squeeze acted on Han Feng, as if to crush Han Feng's entire body. Han Feng's face changed slightly. Long Xingmi and the others escaped, and returned to the 18 elders in shame and shame. Especially when they felt Long Xingxi's smiling face, Long Xingmi and others were even more ashamed and angry. The entire space was filled with the anger of the 18 elders. Those Xiaoyuanqing who had already left were all pale. Under such aura, they couldn't breathe at all, and the entire space seemed to collapse at this moment. The void is densely covered with dark clouds. Even if it is a crimson enchantment here, it cannot stop the heavy oppression brought by the dense dark clouds to everyone. Boy, you are very good. It's been a long time since no one dared to provoke my Xuanhuan clan like this. I'll take you to the sword today. It's also time to wake up some forces. It's not good to forget the reputation of my Xuanhuan clan at the beginning. 18. The elder's tone was indifferent, but he couldn't hide the terrifying killing intent in his voice. Han Feng smiled instead. Provocation? It seems that the people of your Xuanhuan family have always troubled me. Or, any objection is a provocation to you, Xuanhuan? Could it be that your Xuanhuan is the emperor of this demon continent? Any resistance is not allowed. Even the power of the true God will not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation at will. It's clearly you, the Xuanhuan clan is arrogant, and it's someone else's fault. Han Feng's tone gradually became colder, and he looked at the 18 elders, coldly, without any flinch. The courage to look at the great perfection powerhouse alone makes many small perfectionist powerhouses admire. Just praise and praise, they will not accompany Han Feng to find death, and immediately retreat tens of thousands of meters away, for fear of being affected. Arrogant and arrogant? That's why we Xuanhuan have the confidence. The 18th elder sneered and didn't care at all. This is the end of the nonsense, come on. The 18 elders shot out with one palm and blasted out with the strength of the sky. Unprecedented terrifying energy poured in, and Han Feng's body seemed to stagnate at this moment. This is the first great perfection powerhouse that Han Feng has faced alone, except for the blood guards. It was only at this point that Han Feng really understood how terrifying the great perfection powerhouse was. Han Feng felt as if he was in the thick muddy water, and it was extremely difficult to move. True immortal I pushed to the extreme, and the palm of the 18 elders really slowed down. But how terrifying the attack of the great perfection powerhouse was, and how fast the speed was against the sky. Han Feng did predict some trajectories, but predictability was one thing, and whether he could really dodge the past was another. The attack speed of the great perfection powerhouse is that Han Feng can't completely dodge even if he can see some trajectories. The aurora Xuanhuan erupted from the holy flame armor, trying his best to protect it. Click! At the moment when the holy flame armor and the energy palm touched, the holy flame armor completely collapsed, without any resistance, turned into flying ash, and Han Feng's blood sprayed out, and it was slapped like a ball. Come back! The 18th elder stretched out his left hand indifferently, grabbed it in the void. Han Feng seemed to be hooked by something, and immediately stopped flying out and was sucked in the opposite direction. The 18th elder opened his left hand and grabbed it again. This time, it was blasted out of the space in all directions to oppress Han Feng. True immortals are walking. Han Feng dodged with difficulty, and the space where Han Feng was just now burst. Han Feng's face was frightened for a while, and if it was later, his body would be completely crushed. Is this the great perfection powerhouse? So terrifying. Not even the slightest effort to fight back. Escape? The ability to escape is really good, but the old man wants to see, how long can you escape? The 18 elders kept catching them out in the void, and there was a terrifying space oppressing Han Feng. Han Feng did not dare to relax in the slightest, for fear that a relaxation would be crushed into pieces by the void. With a roll of sleeve robes, 10 puppets appeared, and Puppet 9 released Saint Martial Guardian, but the oppression of space was not something that Saint Martial Guardian could contend against. His body completely collapsed with a creak. Having lost a puppet, Han Feng couldn't care less, because there was still a great perfectionist to deal with in front of him. Thanks to Puppet 9, even if Puppet 9 is scrapped soon, the peak time freed up is enough for Han Feng to fight back. Mysterious immortal body, congeal. Fusion, true immortal flood dragon finger. The remaining 9 puppets launched their attacks without hesitation. The light of rice grain is also trying to compete with Haoyue? The 18th elder was disdainful. The Dragon King is furious. With a low voice, as if an ancient dragon was roaring in the sky, the space spread like ripples, and the void was like the end of the world. The silver flame dragon was stagnant in the void, and then collapsed at the next moment. Han Feng spurted blood again, his face pale. The ultimate moves of the 9 puppets, Tornado Kill, Illusory Eye Death Kill, Unparalleled Fist, Domineering Fighting Heaven's Feet, Burning God's Fury, Sea and Heaven's Beauty, Judgment of the Heavens, Hurricane Returning Sky Spear, Darkness and World-Shattering Tide. The waves generally swallowed the 18 elders. The next moment, this tidal wave-like attack was split from the middle by the 18 elders, and the 18 elders stepped out intact, grabbing the puppets of Puppet 3 and Puppet 4 with 2 hands respectively. How dare you be presumptuous in front of this old man? The energy exploded in his hands, and the 18 elders destroyed 2 puppets in an instant. Immediately, the figure of the 18 elders flickered like a dream, and they appeared in front of the remaining 7 puppets one after another. When the 18 elders returned to their original places, the 7 puppets exploded in unison. In front of the 10 puppets, the 18 elders showed the supreme combat power that belonged to the great perfection, which was unmatched by the lesser perfection. Boy, what other tricks do you have? Use it. The 18th elder had the chance to win and cast a sneering look at Han Feng. Han Feng clenched his fists. Han Feng really didn't expect that the gap between himself would be so great. I'm afraid that even the previous Blood Guard would have no power to fight back in front of these 18 elders. Is the true strength of Dzogchen so powerful? What should I do? Han Feng is secretly anxious. Do you really want to use the Juyan Tianhua Tower? Long Xingshi and the others were secretly shocked that the 18 elders were strong, but they also cast Han Feng's contemptuous smiles. Han Feng took a deep breath, and now he has to fight. The aurora Tsong Yen flowed out and merged into the Xianxian body. The bright white light carried silver flames into the sky, and even the rolling dark clouds seemed to be washed away. Ah! As the cultivation level skyrocketed again, Han Feng's body began to bear unspeakable pressure and screamed. The 18th elder's eyes flashed. It's really amazing, the cultivation of the second layer of the sky can soar to such a point. It's a pity, if you didn't provoke my Xiaoshenlong clan, maybe you will be one of the great perfection in the future, but now. Go to hell. With the eyesight of the 18 elders, how can you not see that such an improvement is no longer comparable to the top sage bloodline? No matter how Han Feng has improved, this makes the 18 elders feel threatened. Once the other party grows to great perfection, there is such a person, the enemy is very bad for Xiao Tianlong. Such an enemy must be eliminated before the opponent fully grows up. Fusion, true immortal flood dragon finger. Han Feng shouted loudly, the dazzling flames shone in the void, and the silver flame dragon roared. The 18th elder sneered, Xiao Yuanchen is Xiao Yuanchen after all, no matter how you use it, you can't be this old man's opponent. With a palm wave, the pressure of space slammed into the silver flame dragon. Soon, the 18th elder felt an astonishing rebound from the palm of his hand. The Dragon King is furious. The angry voice that seemed to come from the sky spread throughout the void again, and the space shook. The third one. The silver flame dragon is indeed stronger than before, but under the powerful attack of the 18 elders, it is only a moment of struggle in the void, and soon just like the previous flame dragon, the body collapses directly, like Weathering General. Long Xingshi and Long Xingxia both showed smiles. In their opinion, this time Han Feng really reached the limit. But the powerful strength Han Feng showed at the moment also shocked the two of them. If they broke out, any of them would probably be killed. Including Xiao Yuanqing, who was tens of thousands of meters away, did not think that Han Feng had the ability to make a comeback at the moment. The 18th elder stretched out his hand to form a giant hand in the void and grabbed Han Feng. The 18th elder could see that Han Feng's improvement in cultivation did not come from the bloodline. This should be studied carefully. If it can make the Xuanhuan clan go further, then even better. However, just as the giant hand was about to catch Han Feng, surging flames spewed out, covering the sky and covering the sun, and soon red clouds rolled over in the sky, and a giant bird full of flames showed his heroic appearance from the red clouds. A loud chirping sounded, the waves of fire scattered, and the sea of fire spread. It is Zhu Tianyunk. In these days, Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation base has reached the peak of the second level of the small perfection. At this moment, relying on the power of the powerful blood, Zhu Tianyunk's actual combat power is still higher than that of the small perfection. Inside the temple, the green-robed middle-aged man stood up suddenly, his eyes fixed on Zhu Tianyunk in the light curtain. Yes, what I sensed is indeed it. The last time I sensed it, it disappeared for a short time. One time finally appeared. How on earth did this kid do it? Even my investigation and search could be blocked. Otherwise, I would have searched for it long ago, and I would have exposed my Xuanhuan palace as bait in this demon continent. No, I can't let this old loach hurt it. The middle-aged man was about to shoot, but suddenly stopped. Wait, let me see what this little skylark is capable of. Although only this little skylark has barely qualified for so many years, I don't have to wait any longer, but I can't just let this little skylark inherit my Xuanhuan palace. If it's too bad, I'd rather let the Xuanhuan temple be completely buried here, and I can't. During the middle-aged man's consideration, Zhu Tianyunk had already fought with the 18 elders. The endless waves of fire rushed towards the 18 elders, and the 18 elders waved their palms continuously, and a giant palm that could only weigh the top of the mountain bombarded out. The void vibrated, and rumbling sounds were constantly heard. Han Feng has put away the Shanxian body at this moment. Before the Shanxian body was integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan, Han Feng's body had suffered a lot of injuries. It's just that although the Shanxian body is put away, it still maintains the true immortal body. Han Feng's true immortal eyes are staring at the 18 elders, intending to discover the flaws of the 18 elders. Once discovered, he will tell Zhu Tianyunk immediately. Even if no flaws can be found, it is also possible to tell Zhu Tianyunk the trajectory of the 18th elder's likely shot. At the same time, Han Feng was secretly preparing to use the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Once Zhu Tianyunk was defeated, he immediately burst out the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda to kill the 18 elders, and then fled away. Incredible. Even if there is something good in this ancient temple that attracts Zhu Tianyunk, it is useless without life. The 18 elders are ranked 18th, which means that the Xuanhuan family has at least 17 Dzogchen who are stronger than these 18 elders. If the 18 elders are killed, the Xuanhuan family will be furious. Entering the ancient temple, when you come out, you must face more and more powerful great perfection powerhouses from the Xuanhuan family. Even if there is a Jiuyan Tianhua tower, the result is not easy to say. There was Han Feng's constant voice transmission, so an astonishing scene happened. In the eyes of everyone, it was just a little monster of the second level of perfection, but it really fought with the 18 elders, and didn't fall into it for a while. Downwind. The bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk is a genuine God-grade level. Even if it only touches the edge of the God-grade level, it is far beyond the holy grade level. The cultivation base has been upgraded to the present, and Zhu Tianyunk has almost been able to master most of the bloodline power, which makes Zhu Tianyunk's actual combat power far beyond the cultivation base. If this is the only case, Zhu Tianyunk will still not be the opponent of the 18 elders. However, there were constant rumors from Han Feng, predicting some of the trajectories of the 18 elders' attack, and Zhu Tianyunk barely competed with the 18 elders. Xiao Yuanqing and Long Xingshi, who were tens of thousands of meters away, and the Xuanhuan clan all opened their mouths, looking incredible. All kinds of admiration fell on Zhu Tianyunk, but both Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk understood that this was only temporary, and the power of Dzogchen was far beyond their imagination. The face of the 18th elder has become gloomy. Very good, you have successfully provoked the old man. Roar. The dark clouds of the void rolled in again, swallowing up the red clouds, and the endless sea of fire in the void also became dim under the dark clouds. The body of the 18 elders grew rapidly and quickly turned into a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. The majesty and momentum that made people feel powerless descended on this void, and everyone was trembling. Even the people of Xiaoshenlong clan, such as Long Xingshi and Long Xingxia, were trembling under the pressure of such a momentum. This is not because of fear, but because the aura of the 18th elder is too terrifying, causing Long Xingshi and Long Xingxia to react subconsciously. The huge faucet was raised, and the pupils that exuded a deep chill stared at Han Feng. Han Feng only felt that his scalp was numb, and Zhu Tianyunk kept chirping. After transforming into the body, the cultivation base of the 18 elders did not increase much, but the momentum was more massive and condensed, and it was more oppressive. The most important thing is that some powerful means must be transformed into the body before they can be used. Die. The 18th elder roared, opening his mouth to swallow one person and one beast. Suddenly, the void distorted, and a black hole appeared. The black hole directly swallowed Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk, and one person and one beast disappeared in front of everyone. The 18th elder ate nothing, and his face was extremely ugly. Damn, what's going on? Inside the enchantment of the entire temple, the roaring and angry voices of the 18 elders continued to sound. The group of Shaoqinggong looked at each other in dismay. Why did this person and beast suddenly disappear? Is it the last resort of the human race? To be able to escape under the eyes of the great perfection powerhouse, this human race is really amazing. Including the 18 elders, Long Xingshi and Long Xingxia, they all believed that Han Feng used the last resort to escape. It was unbelievable to be able to burst out such a terrifying combat power from the second layer of perfection. Now that there is one more, it is not so unbelievable. No one knows that Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk at this moment have appeared in the temple they dreamed of entering. In the temple, it is dazzling and beautiful. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk stared blankly at everything in the temple, and couldn't understand why they suddenly appeared here, and where is this place? Feeling apprehensive, Han Feng did not cut off his connection with Xiaopeng, and he could release the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower at any time and break away from here. Ta-da-da. The sound of footsteps came. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk suddenly turned around, and a middle-aged man appeared in the sight of one person and one beast. Aware of the unfathomable aura of the visitor, Han Feng's expression froze. Junior Han Feng, I don't know, but the senior shot to save me and the Skylark? The middle-aged man snorted lightly. Saving you is just an exception. The only one I really want to save is it. The middle-aged man pointed at Zhu Tianyunk. Han Feng's face twitched and he was silent. Zhu Tianyunk glanced at Han Feng, and his vigilant gaze fell on the middle-aged man. What is the purpose of the predecessors? Where is this place? But Zhu Tianyunk already felt that there was something here that was attracting him, which attracted him. Stronger than ever, vaguely, Zhu Tianyunk guessed where this place was. After transmitting the sound to Han Feng, Han Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Here, it turned out to be inside the ancient temple? There are so many strong people who want to enter the ancient temple, but they can't. In the last 100,000 meters area, there is a Phobos equivalent to the demigod level. It is not so easy to break in. But now, he and the Lark have just entered the ancient temple. This is too easy, too unbelievable. The middle-aged man looked at one person and one beast playfully. It seems that you have guessed it too. Yes, this is what you call the interior of the ancient temple. But this temple is not an ancient temple, its real name should be called Xuanhuan Temple. This seat is the artifact spirit of this Xuanhuan Temple, or the spirit of the temple. Artifact spirit? Temple spirit? Han Feng has not yet reacted from the shock of being in the ancient temple, and fell into a new round of shock. This middle-aged man is actually the spirit of the temple. How is it possible? Could it be that this temple is a holy artifact? No, that's not right. The holy artifact can't produce the artifact spirit. Is that the artifact? There is even a divine artifact that looks like a temple, which is too strange. What's so strange? My Jianshan fire tower itself is not good at attacking. As a divine weapon, this temple should also be mostly auxiliary. Xiaopeng despised Han Feng with a rare and strange look. No, I mean, as long as there are powerful cultivators such as the temple, what is the difference between getting a temple artifact and those temple buildings? Han Feng said. Although the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower is mainly a support, whether it is the time room or the source liquid, it is a very powerful support. What can this temple help? Perhaps seeing the doubts in Han Feng's eyes, the middle-aged man's eyes twitched before he roared in a low voice. This seat is a world-class artifact. Don't compare those ordinary temple buildings with this seat's Xuanhuan Temple. How else can ordinary temple buildings be able to live in people? The Xuanhuan Temple in this seat contains a small world. Otherwise, how can it be said to be a world-class artifact? It contains a small world? Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk were both stunned. If this is the case, then this Xuanhuan Temple is really amazing. It's just, I haven't seen it before, so it's obviously impossible for them to believe it so easily. The middle-aged man endured for a while, then said discouraged, Alas, this seat is about to dissipate as a temple spirit. There is no ability to show you the small world of Xuanhuan Temple. In fact, with the demise of this seat, the small world will also be completely destroyed. If it disappears, then the Xuanhuan Temple will probably be reduced to the level of an ordinary artifact, perhaps even inferior to an ordinary artifact. It's about to dissipate. Why is this? Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk couldn't help but ask. What Han Feng wanted to ask was, how could a powerful weapon above the holy artifact appear in the Forgotten Continent, or a world-class artifact? Han Feng didn't know what level the world-class artifacts were in among the artifacts, but he could imagine that it wouldn't be too low. Faintly, Han Feng felt that this was probably related to Forgotten Continent's separation from the world of gods, which made Han Feng a little excited. After all, he was about to learn a big secret. At this moment, whether it was Han Feng or Zhu Tianyunk, they all forgot why the temple spirit had to save them. The temple spirit pondered for a while, and said, Forget it, at this time, there is nothing to hide. Actually, before this continent was separated from the world of the gods, it was only a small place in one of the 3,000 gods. The world of the gods was not one world as you imagined, but divided into 3,000. The god realm is divided into the great thousand god realm, the middle thousand god realm, and the small thousand god realm. A long time ago, at the beginning of the birth of the god realm, it was indeed an extremely vast continent. Compared with the continent where you are now, it was more than 100 billion times larger. Later, it seemed that there was a war that caused the god realm to shatter, and finally formed the present. Of the 3,000 gods, there are 10 in the great thousand gods, 300 in the middle thousand, most of the rest are the small thousand gods, and a very small part is some special gods. I won't tell you the specifics here. When you advance to the realm of the gods in the future, you can naturally inquire. What? Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk were shocked. For the first time, they heard that the world of gods is not one, but 3,000. The temple spirit said again, the reason why the Forgotten Continent was separated is because several powerful god kings fought in the thousand god realm in order to compete for the top world-class artifacts. As a result, several god kings fell and one god king was sealed. And the place where the god king was sealed was a small piece out of the thousand god realm, which is the Forgotten Continent where you now exist. At that time, the strong people who had not yet had time to return settled in the forgotten continent and passed on their blood, which is the ancient clan in your mouth. Some ancient clans have declined, and naturally they have become ordinary warriors. In fact, at the beginning, there were countless ancient clans in the forgotten continent, not as rare as they are now. I estimate that if this situation is maintained for millions of years, there may be no ancient clans left. Seal of the God King. Han Feng's face changed, and he said quickly, "The forgotten continent still seals the God King?" Of course, if it wasn't for the purpose of sealing the God King, the forgotten continent would not necessarily escape from the Middle Thousand God realm, in order to prevent that God King's elders from coming to the rescue. The vast universe is too huge. In addition to the 3,000 gods, there are countless lower planes. Between the gods, and between the planes, there is an endless starry sky, and there are countless starry sky creatures. Rao is the elder of the God King, and it is even more difficult to find the forgotten continent in so many lower planes. What's more, this continent has lost contact with the world of the gods, and it is even more difficult for those who are strong to find it. Perhaps the legendary master can do it, but unfortunately the master has already been submerged in the long stream of history. Whether there is a master like the master in the God realm now is two different things. Even if there is, it will not be in the race of the God King. As for the status of that king now, I don't know. At the time, the owner of the king Zhu Yan was almost killed by the king. It was this who controlled the Xuanhuan temple and blocked it, but in the end, the master has not escaped the end of the fall, and this seat has also fallen into a deep sleep because of the damage of the source, so as to prolong the time of the collapse. If I hadn't sensed the appearance of the Suzaku branch bloodline not long ago, I would not have woken up. Han Feng heard the words and thought that Zhu Tianyunk had come out before in order to subdue the Fian nine-tailed cat. Perhaps it was at that time that he felt it. As for Zhu Tianyunk, who came out to fight but was not discovered before, it may be that Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation base is too low and his bloodline control is not high. Or it is too far away from Yaozhou, and the inspiration of the temple, which has been severely damaged by the source, is not so far away. Knowing the truth about the separation of the forgotten continent from the God realm, Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk were both stunned for a long time, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. There was too much information. After a long time, Han Feng asked carefully, "Senior, as a world-class artifact, the Xuanhuan temple is not as good as an ordinary artifact without the small world." The spirit of the temple was stagnant, and then said unwillingly, "Who told me that this seat is only an auxiliary type of world-class artifact, not as good as those attack type of world-class artifact?" A world-class artifact of the attack type, even if there is no artifact spirit, no small world inside the device, with its powerful attack ability, it will not be inferior to the chaotic artifact. The world-class artifacts of the auxiliary class are different. Without the inner small world, even the auxiliary functions cannot be used. There is no attack performance, except for being harder. I am afraid that even the low-level artifacts are inferior. Han Feng was dizzy when he heard it, because Han Feng had no concept of the level of artifacts, and the spirit of the temple saw this and explained, "Artifacts are roughly divided into 4 levels, and each level is divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and need for 4 small levels. These 4 levels are ordinary artifacts, chaotic artifacts, world artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts are rare, and every appearance will lead to a battle between the gods. Basically, what the warriors of the gods master are ordinary artifacts." Hearing this, Han Feng is not so dizzy at last, but because of this, Han Feng is very surprised. It has dropped too much. Suddenly, the artifact from the world has fallen to the point where even the inferior artifact is inferior. This auxiliary world-class artifact is really worthless. The temple spirit chuckled lightly, "Boy, do you think that Xuanhuan temple in this seat does not match the world-class artifact?" Han Feng was embarrassed when his heart was spoken. The temple spirit said proudly, "You are wrong. In fact, auxiliary world-class artifacts are more contested by warriors than attack-type world-class artifacts. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers." Confession: I apologize to everyone. I didn't see it clearly when I uploaded the fourth update yesterday. The content uploaded is the same as the third update. I was shocked when I saw the reader's reminder this morning. Thank you to the readers who reminded me. It seems that the same chapter has been uploaded more than once. The cabbage is not trying to prevent theft, but also knows that it can't be prevented. It may be that the head has been stunned for 2 days. Today, 3 more slowly, tomorrow and the next 2 days will continue. Although it is 3 watch, the number of words in each watch is still more than 2,500 words, and the third watch is nearly 8,000 words. The temple spirit stretched out 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons for this. First, for auxiliary world-class artifacts, the inner small world is more stable than attack-type world-class artifacts. Your current level is too low, and because you are in the Forgotten Continent, you don't have access to higher levels, so you don't know what higher levels are. How to cultivate. Although it seems that your aptitude can break through to the true God of 7 or 8 calamities in the future, it will be great, and you will never be able to touch the realm of the King of Gods. But in order to make you more aware of the importance of this temple, this seat is specially for you. Say it, boy. The realm of the God King is to open up a small world within the body, but it is so simple to open up a small world within the body. If you can learn from the world in the auxiliary world-class artifact, it will undoubtedly increase the possibility of success. This is incomparable to an attacking world artifact. And the inner world of the God King realm is extremely unstable, and it needs to experience the calamity of the inner world again and again. After passing it, the inner world will grow stronger and stronger, and the stronger the strength, the death will be eliminated. When the young gods and kings open up the inner world, they directly integrate the world inside the world artifact. To put it bluntly, they replace their inner world with the world in the world artifact, so that the inner world will be extremely stable. Only. In the following words, the temple spirit did not say it. The use of the inner world of the world artifact to replace the inner world of the inner body also means that the possibility of further progress is lost, and it is very likely that in the future, it will be forever trapped in the previous realm and cannot advance an inch. Although there are such consequences, there are still many powerful gods and kings rushing to it. It's better than not being able to advance an inch. It's better than the collapse of the world inside the body. The temple spirits come from the world of the gods, and naturally they know the situation in the world of the gods. 3,000 god realms, 10 great thousand god realms are likely to have more god kings, but even so, within great thousand god realms, god kings are still first-class masters. There are fewer god kings in the middle thousand gods, and each god in the small thousand gods has no more than 1 palm. There are 3,000 gods, and the number of small thousand gods accounts for the vast majority. This means that as long as you become a god king, you can run rampant in the small thousand world. In the middle thousand world, it is also the most high-end combat power. Even more perverted, that is, the existence that no one dares to provoke. Therefore, at the realm of the God King, few people continue to practice hard, and they all hope to live more stably. The realm of the God Emperor is too far away, and it is impossible to reach it. Instead of falling on the way to the realm of the God Emperor, it is better to live peacefully as a God King. The temple has been flexible for so long, and I have seen countless amazing geniuses fall under the calamity of the world, but some mediocre kings have been living safely. Maybe their whole life is not as passionate as the genius God King, but they are always alive. With a sigh inside, the temple spirit said again, the second is that the auxiliary abilities of the auxiliary world artifacts are very special, and there are very few tasteless existences. For example, my Xuanhuan temple can travel through the starry sky. There are countless starry sky beasts in the starry sky, and the powerful starry sky beasts can be comparable to god kings, even god emperors. The world of gods, the exchanges between the world of gods and the world of gods. It is necessary to travel through the starry sky, and there are also starry sky ships for people to ride on, but the starry sky ships are extremely large, and it is easy to attract the attention of the starry sky monsters, and if they are not careful, they will be attacked by the starry sky monsters and cause serious damage. The Xuanhuan temple, on the other hand, can be turned into fine dust, and can avoid the perception of the god king level, even if it is a god emperor. As long as he is not a senior god emperor, it is difficult to find the Xuanhuan temple. Do you know what this means? Even those god king powerhouses are careful when they travel through the starry sky, for fear of encountering a starry sky behemoth at the level of a god king. If they are not careful, it will be a battle. The starry sky is the home of the starry sky behemoth. Among them, the god king of the same level suffers a lot. If he encounters a starry sky beast comparable to the realm of the god emperor again, then he can only wait to die. And my Xuanhuan temple, there is no doubt that there are so many problems in traveling through the starry sky, let alone true gods. You are only at the level of the sanctuary. Shuttle to another world of gods. The spirit of the temple said with a proud face. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk were completely shocked. On the one hand, they were surprised to hear about the starry sky behemoth for the first time, and the starry sky behemoth seemed to be very powerful. On the other hand, it is the shuttle void that the temple spirit said. Why did so many true gods in the forgotten continent enter the heavenly realm one after another, to find the entrance to the god realm? But now, you only need to take the Xuanhuan temple. The temple spirit said again, this is the reason why this seat brought you in. My master is from the Suzaku god realm, known as the god king Zhu Yan. Before his death, he left the treasure of his life in the Xuanhuan temple. The spirit of the temple swept Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk with a smile. The heart of one person and one beast suddenly thumped. Could it be? But then the temple hall Ling Dao said, these are left to the master's relatives in the Suzaku family. This seat is about to dissipate, so I hope that people with the Suzaku blood can temporarily control the Xuanhuan temple, and they will be able to take control of the Xuanhuan temple after becoming a true god in the future. The Xuanhuan temple was brought to the Suzaku clan. There is an image left by the master in the Xuanhuan temple. When the powerful people of the Suzaku clan see the image, they will naturally give you some rewards. At the same time, the afterimage left by the master will also give you some award. The treasure house inside the Xuanhuan temple is divided into 8 floors. When that time comes, you will be randomly rewarded with treasures from the 5th to 7th floors. The Suzaku family is very xenophobic. If you don't have the Suzaku blood, then even if you go to the Xuanhuan temple, you won't get any reward, but you will be beheaded. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths. When they saw the look of the temple spirit looking at them, they thought they were reserved for those who were destined. This temple spirit deliberately played tricks on them. But Han Feng can't care about this, even if the things in the treasury are not for them. Just being able to travel through the starry sky is enough to make Han Feng excited. This means that there is no need to take the risk to go to the god realm at all. You only need to take the Xuanhuan temple, to leave the forgotten continent and go to the god realm, and you can even bring your family and friends with you. Senior, I don't know how to locate the god realm. The temple spirit shook his head. I can't locate it, it depends on yourself. If you know where the god realm is, you can go there naturally. If you don't know, you can only find it slowly. Don't worry, unless it is extremely powerful, comparable to the starry sky behemoth of a powerful god emperor, otherwise it is almost impossible for a starry sky beast to find you. You can fly for hundreds of years and thousands of years. If you really can't find it, there are countless planes in the starry sky. You can directly pass through a plane and fly into the god realm. That plane is connected to which god realm, and you can naturally ascend to which god realm. It's not Suzaku god. It doesn't matter if you are in the realm, you will be able to travel through the starry sky to the Suzaku God realm after your strength has improved. Of course, the premise of everything is that some of you have broken through to the realm of true gods. Without the strength of true gods, it is impossible to control the Xuanhuan temple, to shuttle. As soon as he raised his hand, a drop of blood appeared in the hand of the temple spirit. The blood essence was suspended in the hands of the temple spirit, and a huge pressure was released. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyang both looked stagnant and tried their best to resist. Zhu Tianyang's eyes were even more red, and it sensed that it was this drop of blood essence that attracted him in the temple. The spirit of the temple hall said, "This is a drop of blood essence left by the master before he died." The master also knows that it is extremely difficult for you to hand over the Xuanhuan temple to the Suzaku family, so this drop of blood essence is specially reserved for those who have the blood of the Suzaku. Not only can improve the cultivation base, but also strengthen the bloodline. If there are adventures in the future, the bloodline is thick to a certain extent, and it is impossible to be valued by the Suzaku clan and specially cultivated. This is another reward from the master. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Of course, I don't have your share. The temple spirit glanced at Han Feng. I didn't expect to find a person with the blood of the vermilion bird who actually followed the human race. Well, I can't control your affairs. The Xuanhuan temple can be lent to you temporarily. Although the Xuanhuan temple lost its shuttle function after the death of this seat, it is not unprepared for this seat over the years, and has already accumulated a lot of energy. After the death of this seat, the shuttle star, the function can still be used 3 times, you should use it with caution. In exchange, you need to bring Xuanhuan temple to the Vermilion Bird clan. After the task is completed, the Suzaku family will naturally reward you. Senior, aren't you afraid that we will occupy the Xuanhuan temple privately? You must know that there are many treasures in the Xuanhuan temple. Han Feng was a little puzzled. The temple spirit laughed. As I said before, once this seat dies, the Xuanhuan temple will not be as good as the low-grade artifacts. Between the rewards of the Suzaku clan and the master's reward, and the Xuanhuan temple, which is not even inferior to the low-grade artifacts, could it be that? Would you give up the former and choose the latter? As for the treasures in the Xuanhuan temple, that is a barrier set by the master. Unless a new artifact spirit is born in the Xuanhuan temple, it can't be opened. Of course, if you become an extremely powerful god king or become a god sovereign, this enchantment is naturally not a problem. But at that time, the treasure left by the master is useless to you, and this seat does not think that you can become a god king. Your bloodline is too low. Speaking of this, the temple hall Ling pouted. From the perspective of the temple spirit, Han Feng, who does not even have a divine bloodline, is naturally the worst. Not to mention the blood of the gods, it is the chaotic body, and some have never entered the realm of gods in their lives. After a pause, the temple spirit continued, of course, you can cultivate new artifact spirits, but the creation of artifact spirits is not something that can be done in a short period of time. At least it takes hundreds of millions of years to cultivate. 100 million years, do you really think that a true god is immortal? A true god is immortal, and basically he can't live for 100 million years. And the newly born artifact spirit is very weak and weak. When the artifact spirit grows up, I don't know how long it will take. If you are willing to wait, then wait, provided you have the life to wait that long. The true God is not eternal. Han Feng's face became serious, but he was relieved very quickly. Compared with the 18,000 years of the sanctuary, the lifespan of a true God is nearly 100 million years, which is almost the same as eternal life. Little Skylark, come and absorb it. The temple spirit no longer paid attention to Han Feng, and turned to Zhu Tianyunk. At such a close distance, Zhu Tianyunk couldn't resist the temptation at all. The temple spirit flicked his fingers, and a drop of blood essence left by the Emperor Zhu Yan quickly poured into Zhu Tianyunk's body. The next moment, a majestic momentum surged out, Zhu Tianyunk chirped and was swallowed by the fire. With the indirect connection of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, Han Feng could feel that Zhu Tianyunk gradually fell into a deep sleep, and the blood in his body began to boil violently. Han Feng knows that this is the evolution of bloodlines. Until the bloodline has evolved, the boiling of this blood will gradually stop. The evolution of the bloodline is not a process of enjoyment, but a painful process. It also happens from time to time that some monsters cannot survive, so Han Feng is quite worried. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed, and the aura of Zhu Tianyunk has changed from the initial surge to the growth of a long stream of water. At this moment, it has reached the limit of the 3 heavens of small perfection, and half a foot has entered the level of great perfection. As for the extent to which the bloodline has been raised, Han Feng has no concept. Han Feng didn't know anything about the blood of the gods. For 2 months, Han Feng was quite bored, so he asked the temple spirits more about the world of the gods. For example, the cultivation level of the god realm. Through some conversations, Han Feng barely understood something. The cultivation level of the gods is roughly divided into 5 levels. The first level is under the true God, that is, the mortal level, the human level, the mysterious level, the earth level, the heaven level, and the sanctuary. The second level is the true God, and the true God is divided into 9 kalpas. The third level is the ancient gods. The fourth level is the king of gods. The fifth level is the highest level, God Emperor. The reason why it is said to be barely understood is because the spirit of the temple has only talked about it, and did not talk about it in depth, probably because the spirit of the temple does not think how powerful Han Feng can be, so he is unwilling to talk about it in detail. For example, the master mentioned by the temple spirit before, Han Feng thought it was a more powerful existence than the God Emperor, but after talking, he realized that the master is also a God Emperor, a more powerful name among God Emperors. It's just how powerful it needs to be in order to be called a master, but the temple spirit does not say, let alone the cultivation method of the emperor. The king of God has to experience the calamity of the world, but the spirit of the temple said that the accumulation of each warrior is different, and the number of times of the calamity experienced by the world is also different. Some experience after 1 or 2 times, there is no way to experience it again, and the strength is just like that. But some can experience 7 or 8 times, as long as they can survive, their strength is far superior to the former. But why there is such a difference, the temple spirit did not say. Another example is the ancient gods. According to the temple spirit, the ancient gods need to absorb the energy of chaos to form the lotus of chaos, but the lotus of chaos can also be divided into quality. As for how? Why divide like this? What is the difference between the temple and the spirit of the temple has not yet been said. Han Feng knew only one. The ancient god was called the ancient god of chaos, because he wanted to absorb the energy of chaos. The true god after that, Han Feng knows that there are 9 calamities, and it takes 9 calamities to reach the perfection of the true god. However, according to the mysterious disclosure of the temple spirit, the true God is far from being as simple as the 9 tribulations. When Han Feng asked why it was not simple, the temple spirit shut up again. This made Han Feng's teeth itch with hatred. If it weren't for the fact that the temple spirit was not something that Han Feng could compete with now, Han Feng would have smashed it out with 1 punch. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng and the spirit of the temple moved, and the aura in the fire group suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. Breakthrough! Han Feng was overjoyed. After 2 months of absorption, Zhu Tianyunk was finally promoted to great perfection. How terrifying is a drop of blood essence from a powerful god king, and how rich is the energy contained in it. If it wasn't for the blood essence left behind by the powerful god king who suffered heavy damage, I'm afraid the energy contained was stronger. At that time, the god king Zhu Yan's blood essence was about to be exhausted and lost his spirituality. However, if it is not the case, it is estimated that the temple spirit will not dare to let Zhu Tianyunk absorb it, and it will be easily burst. Oops. Seeing that the aura became more and more violent, the face of the temple spirit became ugly. I underestimate the blood essence left by the master. I thought the blood essence left under the heavy damage did not have much energy, but now it seems that it's still too reluctant for the little skylark. If it goes on like this, the little skylark will be bursting. What? Han Feng looked anxious. The temple spirit looked at the fire group, then looked at Han Feng, and suddenly said, "Boy, I heard that you are a fire attribute?" "Yes, could it be?" Han Feng's expression changed. "Just as you thought, I will guide some of the energy in the little skylark into your body, so that the little skylark will not have so much pressure, and you can also grow in strength," the temple spirit said solemnly. Han Feng smiled wryly. That is the blood essence energy left by God King Zhu Yan. If it can be refined into source liquid, it will naturally have no effect on the body. But if you absorb it directly like this, if you increase it too much, Xuanhuan will inevitably be impure. At that time, you don't know how long it will take to purify and condense. Just looking at Zhu Tianyunk's increasingly uncomfortable face, Han Feng nodded. I understand. The face of the temple spirit eased a little, and he naturally knew that this would have a bad impact on Han Feng's practice, but it was related to whether that Xuanhuan temple could be taken away, and the temple spirit could not care so much. If Han Feng did not agree, he also intends to use tough tactics. Now that Han Feng has agreed, it makes the temple spirits have a good impression of Han Feng. As everyone knows, Han Feng also has his own considerations. If the strength is improved too much, it will have to be used for other enhancements, such as the Holy Flame Battle Body. If it doesn't work, there are the Aoyan Swallowing Heavenly Wolf and the others. As magical beasts, their impact is far less than mine. Han Feng sat cross-legged, and the spirit of the temple led a part of the energy into Han Feng's body, and the cultivation in the late stage of the second stage of the small perfection suddenly tumbled. The third one. The energy gathered, and the frightening heat energy circulated in the Han Feng meridians, and finally entered the Dantian. The energy is too huge, and Han Feng easily breaks through to the peak of the second level of small perfection, and the next step is to hit the third level of small perfection. With Han Feng sharing the energy of a drop of blood essence from God King Zhu Yan, Zhu Tianyunk really felt a lot better, and his face was no longer so grim. At the same time, Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation level continued to grow rapidly. Although the temple spirit has guided a part of the energy, it is a drop in the bucket compared to the energy of the whole drop of blood essence. It is impossible for Han Feng to surpass Zhu Tianyunk. As Zhu Tianyunk ascended to the peak of the first level of great perfection, Han Feng also broke through to the third level of small perfection. The powerful breath swept out, sensing the rapidly growing cultivation in the body, and feeling the increasingly powerful power, Han Feng almost couldn't help but indulge in it, and then continued to sing along the way. But Han Feng held back in time, and the impact of the cultivation base's growth is not too big. As long as he does not break through to the great perfection, it should not be a problem. Once the breakthrough reaches the great perfection, Xuanhuan will inevitably be very complicated. It is estimated that it will take hundreds of years to purify. Purification means that the cultivation base can no longer be improved without restraint. The more improvement, the harder it is to be purified. For hundreds of years, Han Feng has full confidence to attack the realm of true gods. Just looking at the current growth rate, it is estimated that it will not be long before it will reach the peak of the small perfection triple heaven. If there is an accident at that time, it is very likely that it will be forced to break through the bottleneck. Thinking of this, Han Feng no longer hesitated, and with a flick of his sleeves, Fei Tian Yanshi, Aoyan swallowing serious, Fian nine-tailed cat appeared beside Han Feng. The three beasts knew the situation early in the morning, and at this moment, began to absorb it without hesitation. As for the phantom thunder leopard, since it is not a fire attribute, it can only watch it dryly in the Xuanhuan Tower. Huh? The temple spirit was surprised. He never thought that Han Feng would have other contracted beasts. He clearly didn't feel any contract atmosphere in Han Feng. And the temple spirit gave a deep look at the three beasts. Except for the flame lion, the other two bloodlines have surpassed the holy level. One is not too much, but the other cat is a lot. If they were in the realm of the gods, such bloodline temple spirits wouldn't even notice them. Without a divine bloodline or divine physique, one would be a waste in the god realm and would not be able to accomplish anything major. However, in the Forgotten Continent, this is a bit remarkable. How on earth did this boy subdue these guys? The temple spirit couldn't help looking at Han Feng with probing eyes, but unfortunately he had no clue. The existence of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda and Xiaopeng is not something that the temple spirits can peep at. Strictly speaking, even the immortal artifact is lower in level than the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, but the main function of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda is to assist rather than attack, so in terms of attack power, the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda may not be better than the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Immortal artifact is higher. Rao is so, it is not comparable to the mere world artifact. This kid looks a little mysterious. Maybe I have a higher evaluation of him, but the realm of the king. The temple spirit shook his head, still not thinking that Han Feng could grow to that point. Any god king can be said to be a giant. The three beasts absorbed the energy from the spirits of the temple, and their cultivation bases increased rapidly. Among them, the flying flame nine-tailed cat improved the most. Original. The flying flame nine-tailed cat is still at the level of an ordinary sanctuary, but in a short period of time, it has been promoted all the way to the great sanctuary, and has risen to the peak of the sanctuary with the passage of time. Such a rapid improvement made Fian nine-tailed cat burst into tears. Just relying on the current cultivation base and the increase in bloodline cultivation base is enough to take revenge. What's more, the current cultivation base has not stopped, and it can also become stronger. Before she knew it, Fian nine-tailed cat entered the level of little perfection, and Fei Tian Yanshi almost reached the peak of the threefold heaven of little perfection. The Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf has even broken through to the early stage of the great perfection first layer. As for Han Feng, he stopped as early as his cultivation base was raised to the third level of small perfection, and now he has been promoted to the 9 flames and different fire art, which has already reached the 5th level peak high-level rank. Using blood essence energy to improve the cultivation base will have the hidden danger of Xuanhuan being mixed, but it can be used to improve the 9 flames and different fire art, but it will not have such an impact. Right now, Aurora Songyan is half a step away from breaking through again and reaching the 5th level of consummation. As for Zhu Tianyunk, it has soared to the level of the 3rd level of the Great Perfection. It's just that at this level, every step requires extremely amazing energy, so the progress is slow, and it seems a little far away from breaking through to the middle stage of the triple heaven. Boom! Suddenly, the silver flame bloomed like a lotus flower. Han Feng's cultivation level did not increase, but his aura was even more awe-inspiring. Oh? Not bad. The temple spirit gave a rare praise. Han Feng didn't open his eyes. With such a strong energy, it was a problem that Aurora Songyan didn't make a breakthrough. Aurora Songyan has broken through to the supergrade holy fire level. Once integrated into the sanctuary, the improvement of the sanctuary is obvious. Not only that, in the field of the Great Perfection first level powerhouse, don't think about suppressing Han Feng. Now, there are only the 4 major martial arts left. Han Feng faintly noticed that the absorption of Zhu Tianyunk was about to reach the end, and he did not dare to delay his efforts, and immediately started the Holy Flame battle body. The peak of the 11th level, the 12th level, the middle stage of the 12th level, the late stage of the 12th level, the peak of the 12th level. Boom! When the Holy Flame battle body reached the peak of the 12th level, Han Feng's body was shocked, and then the whole body was wrapped in flames, and the fiery breath blasted out. The spirit of the temple clearly sensed that the other party's cultivation base was still at the peak of the small perfection triple heaven, but there was a different change in essence, and the aura was a little more dangerous. The temple spirit's eyes flashed again, and finally calmed down. The temple spirit has seen many super geniuses. The original god King Zhu Yan was a top-notch, chaotic god. Compared with the chaotic god, Han Feng's performance was as insignificant as an ant. If it weren't for the Forgotten Continent, the temple spirit would not even flicker. The Holy Flame battle body was raised to the peak of the 12th level, followed by the Holy Flame armor, the Holy Flame booming fist, and the Holy Flame booming heaven seal, all of which rose to the 12th level peak. The 12th level peak of the 4 major martial arts, the level has exceeded the level of the Super Sanctuary, and the Aurora Tsangyan, which is no less than the level of the Super Holy Fire, will not be less powerful than the ordinary Super Sanctuary. A smile flashed across Han Feng's face. Now, with the Shanxian body, plus the Holy Flame battle body, plus the Aurora Tsangyan, to what extent will his cultivation be improved? Can it be compared to Dzogchen? At this moment, Han Feng can't wait to fight against the great perfection powerhouse. Suddenly, a clear chirping sounded, and all the listeners were shaken. Han Feng looked to the side in surprise. Zhu Tianyunk fluttered his wings, and the flames shot everywhere. The terrifying temperature made even Han Feng a little scared. The temple spirit praised, yes, close to the peak of the great perfection triple heaven, as long as you hit the real God realm, you can temporarily command that Xuanhuan temple to travel through the starry sky and lead this continent. A drop of blood essence from the master also makes your bloodline infinitely close to the bloodline of the intermediate god grade. This kind of bloodline is enough to allow you to easily enter the realm of true gods in more than 10 years. If there are sufficient resources, it is not unreasonable to shorten it to 2 or 3 years. Possible. Thank you, Senior. Zhu Tianyunk nodded towards the temple spirit, expressing his gratitude. The temple spirit waved his hand, no thanks, it's just an exchange of equal value. Han Feng exhaled in his heart, a little excited. Immediately, you will be able to leave this continent and go to the wider world of the God realm. In turn, Han Feng remembered the heavenly heaven realm and couldn't help asking, Senior, does the heavenly heaven realm really have an entrance to the God realm? The spirit of the temple was stunned for a while, before he said, Heaven to heaven God realm? What is that? Didn't it say that the Forgotten Continent has been completely separated from the God realm? How could there be a passage? This time, it was surprising to change Han Feng. If there is no channel, why did so many true gods enter the heavenly God realm before and did not return? Han Feng suddenly realized that there might be something wrong with Tong Tian Divine Realm. When he was about to inform the temple spirit about the situation of Tong Tian Divine Realm, with the introduction of Han Feng, the face of the temple spirit gradually sank, and there was a flash of incredible expression. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. How is that possible? Wasn't he sealed? How could it be? Could it be? As if thinking of something unbelievable, the face of the temple spirit was ugly. After a long time, the temple spirit said solemnly, Han Feng, the Forgotten Continent is not good, you must seize the time to break through the true God and leave the Forgotten Continent in the shortest time, otherwise you are very likely to die. I can tell you very clearly that the Forgotten Continent cannot have a passage to the God realm, otherwise the powerhouses of the God realm would have discovered the Forgotten Continent long ago. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly god realm is a conspiracy, and that's where the God King was sealed. What? Han Feng was shocked. Even though Han Feng had predicted that something might be wrong with the heavenly god realm, Han Feng never expected that a powerful God King would be sealed there. Could it be that the true God who went to the heaven-reaching divine realm? The temple spirit sighed, I'm afraid they will all die in the hands of the God King. Knowing that a God King is likely to be sealed in Tongshanshan territory, Han Feng has already guessed that there is such a possibility, but what makes Han Feng puzzled is why the dignified God King set up such a conspiracy to kill the true God. If the seal has been broken, why not use the heavenly God realm to attract the true God instead of shooting directly? Why not leave the forgotten continent? If the seal is not broken, how can they kill those true gods? Han Feng asked his doubts, and after a long silence, the spirit of the temple said, Han Feng, do you know why the masters and other noble kings are fighting for the world's artifact? Han Feng shook his head. The temple spirit said with a touch of bitterness, whether it is the master or the sealed God King, or the several God Kings who participated in the competition at the beginning, there are actually powerful forces behind them, and there are powerful God Emperors sitting in town. Those forces have existed for a very long time, basically at the beginning of the birth of the God realm. For such a long time, these forces have accumulated too many treasures in their hands. Although the mere world artifacts are precious, they can still be taken out. There are quite a few, including top-level world artifacts. The master does not have a top-level world artifact, just because his strength is not enough. As long as he continues to practice, the clan will naturally distribute the top-level world artifact to the master, and there is no need for the master to compete. The reason why the master is fighting is because the artifact of that world is very special and has already condensed the seeds of immortality. Immortal seeds, the jealous eyes of the temple spirits are turning red. Having said that, the temple spirit looked at Han Feng and said, do you know why the emperor and immortal artifacts are rare? It's because of immortal seeds. Whether it is a god emperor or an immortal artifact, you need to comprehend the immortal seed. The God Emperor needs the immortal seed to grow and understand the power of immortality. The immortal artifact needs the inner world to be filled with immortal brilliance. Immortal means immortality and immortality. Whether it is a true god, an ancient god, or a God King, there is actually a lifespan limit, just because the lifespan of ancient gods and God Kings is extremely long, especially God Kings. It is no problem to live for hundreds of millions of years, so it is called immortality, but in fact there is a limit to the lifespan. Only God Emperor, who understands immortality, is truly immortal and immortal. Unless the immortal seeds are destroyed by a powerful enemy, the God Emperor is an immortal existence and has no lifespan limit. Immortal, it is extremely difficult to comprehend. Otherwise the God Emperors in the entire 3,000 gods will not be so rare. Similarly, immortal artifacts are also extremely rare. A top-level world artifact is nothing to the owner. But a world artifact that may be promoted to immortal artifact is different. At the beginning, the God King was sealed, but the divine weapon really fell into the hands of the God King. It stands to reason that the God King should not be able to break the seal in 10 million or even 100 million years, but now. Listen to what you mean, the conspiracy of the heaven-reaching divine realm has been around for a long time, and it started not long after it was separated from the forgotten continent, which means that the immortal seeds of the top-level world artifact have sprouted and grown, and have been completely promoted to the immortal artifact, otherwise it will never be. It is impossible to break a part of the seal so easily and create the heavenly God realm. Part of it? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Yes, only part of it. The barrier set by several God Kings, before they died, is not so easy to break. If the God King was not injured and suffered serious damage before being sealed, then the immortal artifact is not just promoted. It's the immortal artifact that has accumulated over the years, and that little seal is nothing. Unfortunately, that is all if, in fact, with the injured state of the God King at the time, and the immortal artifact just promoted, the power has not been fully exerted, at most only it can break part of the seal. The temple spirit's face was serious, and he continued, that God King is not an ordinary God King, but a blood demon God King of the Gorfiend family. The Gorfiend family has innate supernatural powers, which can condense blood and turn into blood-colored monsters. The blood comes from the stronger. The stronger the blood-colored monsters condensed. This blood can be the enemy's, but its also own. If I guessed correctly, after breaking some of the seals, the Blood Demon King separated his own blood and condensed blood. Monster. In the realm of the God King of the Gorfiend itself, even if it is severely injured, it is extremely easy for the separated blood-colored monster to kill the true God for a calamity. And those true gods who were beheaded are estimated to be absorbed by the Gorfiend. It is to restore strength. After so many years, the Gorfiend King has almost recovered almost 9 times out of 10, and it is possible to break out of the seal at any time. The Gorfiend family is extremely bloodthirsty. The matter is definitely not to leave the Forgotten Continent and return to the God realm, but to slaughter the Forgotten Continent. The last sentence, what the temple spirit said, was decisive. Han Feng's face sank when he heard that. A sense of daring and unpleasant danger rose from Han Feng's heart, and a sense of urgency filled his heart. Han Feng has always thought that with his current cultivation, there are really not many people in the mainland that can threaten him, and he can continue to practice safely. But now that he knew the existence of the Gorfiend King, Han Feng knew that he had to leave the Forgotten Continent as soon as possible. He naturally couldn't manage so many people in the Forgotten Continent, but he must take his friends and relatives away safely. Thinking of this, Han Feng regretted absorbing those energy before, otherwise Zhu Tianyunk might have been promoted directly to True God, and now he would be able to leave the Forgotten Continent. Perhaps the spirit of the temple saw Han Feng's thoughts and shook his head. You are wrong to think that way. If you didn't share it, the little skylark would probably explode and die, and the result would be worse than it is now. And you think that is the true God so easy to be promoted? The gap between the sanctuary and the true God is bigger than you think. Don't think that you have shared a part of the energy to improve so much, and think that you really absorbed a lot. Actually, the energy you absorb is placed on the little skylark, and it is impossible to advance to the true God, so you don't have to be annoyed. Anyway, things have reached such a point, you still hurry up and cultivate the most important thing. Maybe the Blood Demon King will, still, does it take hundreds of years or even longer to break out of the seal? Hundreds of years? Han Feng smiled wryly. In the process of listening to the narration of the temple spirit, Han Feng had discovered in horror how similar the blood-colored monster in the mouth of the temple spirit was to the blood guard. Thinking of a spar that fell down after the blood guard was killed, Han Feng took it out. The expression of the temple spirit changed, and when he reached out and grabbed it, the spar appeared in the hands of the temple spirit. This is indeed a blood crystal, Han Feng. How can you have this blood crystal in your hand? The expression of the temple spirit was extremely solemn. Han Feng actually had a guess, but he still told the temple spirits completely about the things on the purple-eyed mountains. The temple spirit opened his mouth, a little weak. I didn't expect that the Gorfiend God King has recovered to this level. It is estimated that the seal will be completely broken in a year or two, otherwise it will not cost so much to condense. The blood guard seeds are handed over to the blood slaves. In just 1 or 2 years, whether it is Han Feng or Zhu Tianyunk, it is impossible to break through to the true God, which means that they have no way to control the Xuanhuan temple and leave the Forgotten Continent. Second more. A heavy atmosphere filled the air, and Han Feng was a little dazed. What should I do? Stay to contend? Don't be kidding, that's the powerhouse of the King of Gods. You don't know how many sanctuaries you can kill with one breath. The temple spirit was also silent, and immediately sighed heavily. it seems that the treasure of the master's life will not be returned to the Suzaku family. Obviously, the temple spirit is not optimistic that Zhu Tianyunk will be promoted to the true god in just 1 or 2 years. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk could not leave, and it was impossible for the Xuanhuan temple to be brought back to the Zhu family. On the contrary, the Xuanhuan temple is more likely to be grabbed by the Gorfiend god king in the end. Thinking of this, there was a flash of determination on the face of the temple spirit. Rather than being snatched by the Gorfiend god king, it would be better to let the Xuanhuan temple explode. No one can cheapen the Gorfiend god king. A frantic aura rolled out from the spirit body of the temple. Senior, you are. Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk were shocked. The temple spirit said decisively, I will never allow the master's relic to be snatched by the Gorfiend god king. Han Feng, Xiao Yunk, it seems that the previous entrustment cannot be handed over to you. This seat will send you out. The seat will explode with the Xuanhuan temple. Han Feng, stop him. The artifact of the world explodes. Does he want the entire forgotten continent to be buried with him? Xiao Peng said extremely sternly. Hearing this, Han Feng, who originally had the idea to stop it, wanted to stop it even more. Senior, do you want to forget that so many people from the mainland are buried with you? The imposing manner of the temple spirit at the moment was so terrifying that Han Feng couldn't get close at all, so he had to shout loudly. The temple spirit was stunned. Yes, even if he fell, the world artifact would fall to the point where even the ordinary artifact was inferior. But now, the Xuanhuan temple is still a genuine world artifact. The self-destruction of the world artifact is something that little forgotten continent can afford. Unless he falls before the Xuanhuan temple, causing the level of the Xuanhuan temple to plummet. But if he falls first, how can he control the Xuanhuan temple to explode? Although the momentum is still rioting, Han Feng can see that the spirit of the temple has calmed down. Then, what should I do with this seat? The temple spirit stared at Han Feng with a bitter face. Han Feng didn't know what to do either. If the Gorfiend king was really as bloodthirsty as the temple spirit said, then the warriors of the forgotten continent would die no matter what, in the hands of the Gorfiend and in the explosion of the world's artifact. What's the difference? Perhaps the latter kind of death will be more refreshing, and die without knowing anything. In the former, Han Feng shuddered a little when he thought about the way the blood guards were absorbing blood. At this time, Xiao Peng finally said, Han Feng, I have said more than once that the deity's Juyantianhuo pagoda is also an auxiliary artifact. Can't the Juyantianhuo pagoda take you away from the forgotten continent? Little fatty, you. Han Feng's body was shocked, and the feeling of falling into a desperate situation to suddenly having a new hope made Han Feng feel bad. Wait, I remember I asked you how to leave the forgotten continent before. At that time, you said that I didn't have to know. Could it be that this is what you said? I thought you were talking about the heavenly realm. Han Feng seemed to remember what. Yes, I have been this way since the beginning. If there is no shuttle function, how do you think I brought you into this world? It's just that your 9 flames and different fire art is only the 5th floor, and the 9 flames heavenly fire tower is affected by it. The limit is quite large, and even if it can be shuttled, it will cost a lot. First of all, your cultivation base must at least break through to the great perfection. Second, you need a lot of vitality. Third, the current Jiuyan Tianhua Tower cannot be turned into a speck of dust like the Xuanhuan Temple during the shuttle process, so it is very likely that it will be discovered by the Starry Sky Monster during the shuttle process. Xiao Peng said 3 problems that need to be solved at present. Han Feng pondered for a moment and said, the second one is easy to solve. When I break through to the great perfection, I will have 18,000 years of life, which should be enough. So. Little Fatty said. The first point. Han Feng frowned. Originally, Xuanhuan was impure, even if it was not as big as the sequelae of directly breaking through to the great perfection. It would take at least a few years or even a dozen years to make Xuanhuan pure. And listening to the meaning of the temple spirit, the Gorfiend God King will completely break out of the seal in a year or two at most, and the time is simply too late. Little Fatty said coldly, "Don't you have blood crystals in your hand? And the blood cores you got in the blood tower, just absorb them all." Han Feng was taken aback. Knowing the Gorfiend King, Han Feng naturally guessed that the blood core and blood crystal must be made by the Gorfiend King. Thinking of Xianqingtian's appearance, Han Feng didn't want to become a blood slave. Situation. Little Fatty snorted coldly, "You can still manage so much. The big deal is that I will directly use the Jiuyantianhua Tower to purify you and eliminate the sequelae of blood crystals. Just like this, your cultivation base will definitely fall. It's not even as good as the peak of the three heavens of small perfection now. In order to leave the forgotten continent, there is always a price to pay." Han Feng sighed in his heart, and finally knew that only hard work would pay off. As for the third point, Han Feng said rationally, "If you don't leave, you will die. If you leave, there is always the possibility of living. After all, it is possible to encounter rather than certain encounter. If you don't encounter it, then you can escape alive. For the forgotten continent, if you are really unlucky, you will all die anyway, so why not fight for it?" "Okay, you understand very clearly. I didn't say it before because the Jianshan Fire Tower can only take you alone, and with your character, you will definitely not be able to let go of your woman, parents, relatives, and friends." Xiaopeng continued, "But now that you have the Songyun Temple, it's different. Your women, relatives, and friends can enter the Songyun Temple first, and then be taken away." Only then did Han Feng know that the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda could only take him with one person. No wonder Xiaopeng always turned his attention to him when he asked how to leave the forgotten continent. At this moment, Han Feng was very fortunate that he had encountered the Songyun Temple. "Little Fatty, what would you do if there was no Songyun Temple?" While saying this, Han Feng actually already had an answer in his heart. "Naturally, I will force you away. The other deity can't control so much. As for whether you resent me in the future, I can't control it." Xiaopeng's tone was cold. As the artifact spirit of the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda, Xiaopeng has a natural arrogance, and this kind of arrogance makes Xiaopeng see many strong people as nothing. Only Han Feng will make Xiaopeng valued. If he loves Wu and Wu, Xiaopeng will also take care of those who are related to Han Feng. But the premise of everything is not to affect the Korean style. If there is really a choice, Xiaopeng will only choose Han Feng instead of others. Knowing Xiaopeng's thoughts, Han Feng didn't know what to say. Thinking of this, Han Feng is bound to win the Songyun Temple, and he must not let the Songyun Temple explode. After breaking the communication with Xiaopeng, Han Feng raised his head and said seriously to the temple, "Senior, there is a way for the junior to leave the forgotten continent, and the Songyun Temple does not have to explode." "Oh? Do you have a solution?" The temple spirit looked suspicious, obviously not believing. Han Feng doesn't know what to do to convince the temple spirits, so he can't let Xiaopeng be exposed. "I'll come." Xiaopeng didn't give Han Feng a chance to refuse, and showed himself directly. "Who are you?" The temple spirit immediately became vigilant, and he was secretly shocked. He didn't even perceive the existence of such a spirit in Han Feng. Could it be? No way. An absurd thought rose in the mind of the temple spirit. If this deity is seen by your mere world artifact spirit, you don't have to mess with it. Xiaopeng's face was arrogant, and the phantom of the Jiuyantianhua Tower appeared in his hand. Just the phantom, a kind of coercion from the superior, made the temple spirit pale, and the forehead was sweating. No. No. Immortal. Divine artifact. The temple spirit stammered, unable to speak. He never expected that Han Feng would get something that many god emperors didn't have. Immortal artifact. Immortal artifact, that is the highest level among artifact. Han Feng's little sanctuary is not even a true god, but possesses an immortal artifact, which is as incredible as a beggar possessing the wealth of an empire. The third one. Xuanhuan God. Moreover, this kind of oppression from the soul seems to be heavier than the oppression of the powerful artifact in the ancient times. Vaguely, the temple spirit roughly guessed that the other party is likely to be an extremely high-level existence in the immortal artifact. As for the immortal artifact, the temple spirit didn't even think about it. The highest level of the divine artifact is the immortal artifact, and I have never heard of it being stronger than the immortal artifact. Humph, you still have eyesight. Little Fatty was still a little unhappy in his heart, and it was really annoying to treat him as an immortal artifact. It's just that the development of this god realm is not complete. The immortal artifact is already at the highest level, and Xiaopeng has to endure it. I believe it now. The spirit of the temple hall regained its radiance. If you don't even believe in the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact, who else will you believe? Kid Han, I take back what I said earlier. With this adult's help, your achievements may reach the God Emperor. The temple spirit dared not underestimate Han Feng, and patted Xuanhuan's ass. What is the Emperor? Han Feng is going to be the dominant figure. Little Fatty said proudly. Han Feng was sweating, embarrassed, but the temple spirit nodded. With the ability of adults, if the boy can't reach to be the master, is to live up to you. Han Feng looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The temple spirit in front of him also personally admitted that the Lord had disappeared in the long river of history. Is it too exaggerated to compliment him now? After a long while, the temple spirit reluctantly forgot to look around, and said to the little fat, "Sir, the Xuanhuan temple will be handed over to you in the future." The temple spirit is not worried that Xiaopeng will take away the contents of the treasure house after taking control of the Xuanhuan temple. After all, no matter how powerful Xiaopeng is, it is not the original artifact of the Xuanhuan temple. Besides, Han Feng has an immortal artifact. Can he still see the treasures in the Xuanhuan temple? Secondly, even if he really likes it, the temple spirit believes that the arrogance of the immortal artifact will not make Han Feng too greedy. In the end, he had no choice. Believe in Han Feng, the family of God King Zhuyan can also get some relics of God King Zhuyan. I don't believe it, but the family of God King Zhuyan won't get anything. Once again, please Xiaopeng. The temple spirit looked at the Xuanhuan temple with nostalgia, and the figure gradually became blurred. Senior, you are so soon. Han Feng knew that the spirit of the temple was about to dissipate, but he did not expect it to be so fast. After solving the biggest problem, the temple spirit smiled. I could have existed for a while longer, but the burning source was completely injured before, and now it will naturally dissipate. Han boy, cultivate well, don't let the adults down. Your expectations. I'm sorry to you for my previous attitude towards you. Where, the seniors have given the juniors so many benefits. If the juniors are not satisfied, they are too clueless. Han Feng shook his head. It was the first time that the temple spirits saw Han Feng so pleasing to the eye. Turning his head, the temple spirit showed humility. Sir, I don't know how to call you. Call me Zhuyan. Little Fatty thought for a while and said. Not mentioning the name Little Fat that he was named by Han Feng was too imposing and ridiculous, and Han Feng didn't break it either. Master Zhuyan, the junior is gone now, and everything after that will be handed over to you. The figure of the temple spirit became more and more transparent, and the last few words even said. Intermittently, after saying a sentence, the spirit of the temple disappeared completely, and Han Feng was sentimental. At the same time, the Xuanhuan temple shook, and there was a rumbling sound from outside, as if something had collapsed. Fatty's hands were sealed, and a strange force was fluctuating. Little Fatty, you are. Han Feng frowned, could this guy be? It looks like you've already guessed it. That's right, I'm going to temporarily become the artifact spirit of the Xuanhuan temple. Without that guy, the Xuanhuan temple's accumulation of energy for so many years will only have 3 shuttles left. But as long as I become the artifact spirit of the Xuanhuan temple, I can use it indefinitely in the future. And the fact that this Xuanhuan temple can be turned into a speck of dust on the way of shuttle is indeed incomparable to 9 flames. It is also good for you to completely control the Xuanhuan temple. Xiaopeng didn't think there was anything wrong with the fact that he couldn't compare to the Xuanhuan temple in shuttle. Any artifact has its own biggest characteristics. The Nine Flame Skyfire Tower already has so many auxiliary functions, and it is normal that it is weaker than the Xuanhuan temple in some respects. What's more, although the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower cannot be turned into dust in the process of shuttle, the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower in its heyday can even travel through the universe. In this regard, the Xuanhuan temple is far from comparable. The only advantage of the Xuanhuan temple is that it turns into a speck of dust when traveling through the starry sky. Han Feng opened his mouth, but finally closed it. Little Fatty closed his eyes tightly, with a solemn expression on his face. His hands kept forming handprints, and then a strange light shot out, covering the entire hall. Soon, Fatty's face was happy, and with a wave of his hand, Han Feng and several beasts disappeared in the hall. In the small world in the Xuanhuan temple, the sky roared, and it did not break open astonishing cracks. There is no end to the cracks, and the sky is split into countless pieces like a torrent, as if the entire sky is about to collapse, a scene of the end of the world. Void space cracks continue to unfold, and void storms continue to wreak havoc in the void through space cracks. In the void, a ray of light suddenly lit up, a hemispherical mask unfolded in the void, and Han Feng and several beasts appeared in the mask. This is... Han Feng's pupils shrank as he looked at the terrifying scene outside. That's right, this is the inner world of the Xuanhuan temple. Little Fatty said lightly. Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of spit. This is the inner world? So rich in energy, and far more advanced than aura, could it be aura? With a glance, Han Feng found that the mountains, rivers, deserts, and plains on the ground began to collapse. Mountains, deserts, and plains collapsed, and rivers began to surge, forming huge whirlpools. In short, the small world inside is a scene of collapsing. It won't be long before this inner world will disappear completely, but fortunately, I have temporarily become the artifact spirit of the Xuanhuan temple. What if it's not the original artifact spirit of the Xuanhuan temple? I am the artifact spirit of the Jianshan Fire Tower. It's too easy to control a world artifact. Xiaopeng said proudly, and he had already made several fingerprints in his hand. The handprint burst out with endless brilliance, and the brilliance spread to the whole small world. In an instant, the splitting sky stopped, and the wide black cracks like a torrent were closing and finally coming together. Although the sky is still a little unstable, it is no longer the scene of the end of the world. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground, and white clouds shrouded them. The plains and deserts have also returned to calm. The whirlpool in the middle of the river began to disappear, but there were still some tsunamis appearing in the river from time to time. There are only a few cracks left in the void, and the space storm is no longer so violent, just like a gust of wind. Although it is powerful, it will not tear people to pieces. Little Fatty broke out with cold sweat on his forehead and withdrew his hand. It's all right. Han Feng patted Xiaopeng's head. Xiaopeng patted Han Feng's hand off in displeasure, and said angrily, it's all your fault. If you cultivate the 9 flames and different fire art to a deeper level, I will too. It's not that easy to get tired. Okay, it's all my fault. Han Feng said helplessly. Glancing at Han Feng, Xiaopeng said, although I temporarily control the Xuanhuan temple, I am not the source artifact after all, So this small world cannot be as stable as when that guy was there, but it is not very disordered. In the future, you will breaking through to the ancient gods, you can enter this small world and understand the laws of the world, but if you want to replace the small world in your body with the small world here, it is impossible. I've never thought about it that way. How could there be such a good thing in the world? I guess there must be some sequelae. Han Feng shook his head and said, "You're smart, let's go. The problem here is solved. In the future, you will bring people to this inner small world, and they will not be in too much danger. If the small world is unstable, and the mere true gods will not really come and one died and the other." The group left the inner small world and returned to the Xuanhuan temple. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. There are more dialogues in these 4 chapters, which may be a little boring, but some things that should be explained must be explained. In a few days, Han Feng will leave the Forgotten Continent and start a new journey. I beg your brothers for your support. The flowers are too horrible to watch, so I took a day off, because of the first day? Han Feng did not leave the Xuanhuan temple immediately, but entered the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda to practice. The cultivation base has jumped from the late stage of the second stage of the small perfection to the peak of the third stage of the small perfection, and the control of the Emperor's wolf claw can also be mastered more perfectly. Han Feng estimates that even if it is less than 100%, it is still possible to master 70% to 80%. In addition, the Shanxian body also needs to be further stabilized. The cultivation base has reached the peak of the small perfection, triple heaven, which is enough to withstand the Shanxian body integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan. Today, Han Feng's physical strength has surpassed the small perfection, and is between the small perfection and the great perfection. Outside the Xuanhuan temple, the 18 elders of Xiaoshenlong clan, Longxingxi and Longxingxi were still bombarding Phobos. It's a pity that the power of Firebird Phobos is getting stronger and stronger, and the 18 elders can't do it if they want to take advantage of them. With a gloomy face, looking at the Xuanhuan temple hundreds of thousands of meters away, a trace of unwillingness flashed across the faces of the 18 elders. But at this moment, the enchantment of the temple trembled, and it began to collapse from the edge and spread toward the center. This is... The 18 elders and the others showed extremely surprised expressions. In addition to the 18 elders, there are other great perfection powerhouses here, and even the Xiaoshenlong clan has followed up with many powerhouses, namely, the 4th elder and the 8th elder. The 4th elder is already the 3rd level of great perfection, and the 8th elder is the 2nd level of great perfection. Seeing the collapse of the enchantment of the temple, the faces of many great perfection became extremely ugly. What this means is very clear to them. It means that the temple is about to disappear and leave, but they haven't entered the temple at all. Could it be that they have been here for so long, and they will leave if they don't get anything? No matter how unwilling the many great perfections were, the temple barrier still passed them and disappeared completely. The Xuanhuan temple burst out with endless brilliance, began to shrink, and finally disappeared. The location of the Xuanhuan temple was replaced by a figure. Seeing this figure, the pupils of the 18 elders shrank, and his face was hideous. Long Xingshi and others opened their mouths with disbelief. The 18th elder, as a great master of the great perfection, never let the little perfection slip through his hands, but Han Feng was the first time the 18th elder experienced this humiliation. Yes, for the 18 elders, this is humiliation. Therefore, the 18 elders hated Han Feng incomparably, which was a stain in his life. The 18 elders had already secretly sworn that the next time they saw Han Feng, they would never let Han Feng escape. I thought it would be a long time before the next meeting. Who knew that Han Feng was now in his sight, and in such an incredible way? Xuanhuan temple disappeared, but Han Feng appeared. What does it mean? Boy. Where is the temple? Say it. Did you get the temple? Hand it over. What did you get in the temple? One by one, the great perfection powerhouses gushed out, oppressing Han Feng star. These great perfection powerhouses have fiery eyes, and they make no secret of their greed. At this moment, they don't care why a small perfection in the Han Feng district will appear in the temple. They just want to catch Han Feng and snatch the temple away. How did this kid enter the temple? Didn't this kid slip away before? Instead, he found a way to enter the temple, so he went in? Various speculations emerged in Longxingshi and others. The oppression of many imposing matters made the sky change color, and the situation was surging. It seems that a giant mountain is pressing towards Han Feng with the imposing aura of Mount Tai. Han Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even if his cultivation had skyrocketed, Han Feng could not bear the momentum of so many great perfectionists. Finally, a great perfection strong man couldn't wait anxiously, and took the lead. Go back. The four elders roared in order to protect the body, and the sound rolled towards the great perfection who shot. The great perfection was only the first layer of the great perfection. In an instant, it was like a heavy blow, and then he vomited blood and flew out. 8 long aging came to sneer for the main body, and one claw tore the great perfection powerhouse into pieces of flesh and blood. A dignified and powerful person with a noble status, but under the cooperation of the 4th and 8th elders of the Xuanhuan clan, he fell in a moment. The fall of the great perfection powerhouse shocked the great perfection who was still immersed in greed, and his eyes became clearer instantly. This kid belongs to our Xuanhuan clan. Anyone who dares to take action is an enemy of my Xuanhuan clan. This seat will lead the masters of the clan to destroy your Manchu. The 4th elder's gloomy voice filled the ears of everyone. Many powerhouses were very angry when they heard the words, but under the strength of the 4th and 8th elders, they were helpless and did not dare to act rashly. Most of the great perfection powerhouses are the first layer of great perfection, only a few have reached the 2nd layer of heaven, and there is no one in the 3rd layer of great perfection. Not every race can have several great perfection triple heavens, like Xuanhuan clan. For all the peak races in Yaozhou, great perfection triple heaven is the backbone of a race, and they will never leave the race easily to take risks. Although this temple is an opportunity, no one can guarantee that there is no danger in it, so the major peak races did not dispatch the great perfection triple heaven. Only the Xuanhuan clan possessed 5 or 6 great perfection triple heavens. Would they have the confidence to send the 4th elder? There are 4 elders like the great perfection triple heavenly force overwhelming everyone. Han Feng and the temple belong to many outsiders who are under the great perfection. It seems that, in all likelihood, they belong to the Xuanhuan clan. 18. Take action to capture that kid. Wait until you return to the clan to ask where the temple is. Don't kill that kid first, the 4th elder shouted. The 4th and 8th elders wanted to deter all the strong, and only the 18th elder could take action by the Xuanhuan clan. And the 4th elder obviously knew the conflict between the 18th elder and Han Feng from the previous inquiry, for fear that the 18th elder would kill Han Feng without restraint. Don't worry, 4th elder, the old man still knows the seriousness of the matter. But after asking out of the temple, the life of that kid will belong to the old man. Naturally. The 4th elder nodded, but Han Feng's life was given in his words. Obviously he didn't take Han Feng into consideration. With the strength of the 4 elders, he does have that confidence. Boy, let's capture it. The Dragon King is furious. After a confrontation, the 18 elders understood that Han Feng could not treat Han Feng in the same way as the ordinary small perfection, and as soon as he made a move, he turned into his body and made a big move. The Xuanhuan family, it's time to teach you a profound lesson. Han Feng's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Mysterious immortal body, congeal. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. A dazzling silver flame rose into the sky, and a vortex of flames rolled up in the void. The profound immortal battle armor emerged, merged with the holy flame armor, and integrated into the aurora Tsangyan, making it even more majestic, like the ancient god of war, releasing a shocking aura. The two battles are superimposed and displayed. One is comparable to the supergrade sanctuary after fusion, and the other is supergrade, and it will be a higher level after fusion. Han Feng's aura surged violently in the shocking gaze of the 18 elders. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng's aura surpassed the small perfection and reached the great perfection, and it was not the first stage of the great perfection. Fusion, Emperor Celestial Wolf Claw. In the sky, as if some terrifying giant claws tore the sky apart, the giant claws roared and came with unparalleled power. In front of such giant claws, the Dragon King Fury of the 18th Elder seemed so fragile, and even the huge body of the 18th Elder seemed incomparably small. At this moment, Han Feng felt that he was like a supreme monarch, with the supreme power in control. Han Feng is very clear that this is a sense of self-expansion, caused by the skyrocketing cultivation base. If you are confused by this feeling and really think that you are the invincible king, then you are finished. Han Feng controlled his emotions very well and was not confused by his sense of self-expansion. Die! Han Feng roared out. No! The 18th Elder was terrified. He smelled the aura of death, and the 4th and 8th Elders had already discovered something was wrong. Stop, kid. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 1528-722-2427 for the big tip. Oh, __intersection, oh. Stop it, kid. The faces of the 4th and 8th Elders changed greatly, and the many great perfections behind them were even more shocked. Han Feng heard the words. Without the slightest stagnation, the giant claws suddenly fell and grabbed the body of the 18 elders. Ah 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 ah. The earth-shattering scream sounded heart-wrenching, the voices rolled out, the ground shook, and the space collapsed. Large tracts of blood poured down like a torrential rain, even with some broken bloody organs. This claw directly tore the entire body of the 18 elder into countless pieces. Boy, damn you! The 4th elder and the 8th elder let out an angry roar that resounded through the sky, and the dark clouds rolled in the void. Two huge dragons, carrying unrivaled power, blasted towards Han Feng frantically. Skylark, I'll leave it to you. Han Feng calmly summoned Zhu Tianyunk. In the face of the 18 elders, who are not even strong in the first layer of great perfection, Han Feng has the confidence to fight. However, in the face of the two giant dragons of the second and third levels of the great perfection, Han Feng did not take a big shot. The gap between each level of small perfection is big enough, not to mention the gap between each level of great perfection. No matter how much the Holy Flame battle physique and mysterious immortal physique are improved after integrating into Aurora Tsangyan, it is impossible to increase to the level of killing the Great Perfection second layer. The only person who can be the opponent of two giant dragons is Zhu Tianyunk, who has also reached the third level of Great Perfection. The flames rushed out, instantly passing through the layers of tumbling clouds, blasting the clouds away. The sky instantly turned into a sea of fire, and from the sea of fire, Zhu Tianyunk chirped and flashed with open wings. The flames fell, and immediately a raging flame ignited. The bodies of the two giant dragons froze. The Great Perfection Triple Heaven. The 4th elder's expression became solemn. Long Xingshi and others shrank their pupils. Impossible, it was still a small perfection before. Why is it now a triple heaven of great perfection? And Serious Killer, who didn't have such a strong combat power before. 4th elder, that firebird was still a small perfection before, and it must have been achieved by the benefits of the temple to reach the current 3-layered heaven of great perfection. Long Xingxie shouted directly. The 4 elders' huge pupils burst out with endless greed. A mere beast with a small perfection, who gets the benefits and reaches the third level of the great perfection, then if he gets the treasures of the temple, won't he be able to become a true god? Thinking of this, the fourth elder's voice came out like a wave. What about the great perfection triple heaven? And it has not reached the peak of the great perfection triple heaven. It's just one. One-on-one, you can't win. The momentum of the two giant dragons has a vague tendency to merge together, and the pressure is stronger. Zhu Tianyunk sneered, the two chops are combined, and they are still chops. Boom. The flames condensed, rolled, and spewed out again. The bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk at this moment is infinitely close to the middle-level god-level level. When such a bloodline is placed at the level of great perfection, the growth rate is astonishing. The expressions of the fourth and eighth elders changed immediately. This kind of momentum, I'm afraid it's no different from a demigod, maybe even better. Although the great perfection is powerful, how can it be compared with the demigods? Escape. In front of the demigods, they had no chance of winning. The two giant dragons never imagined that this firebird would have such a powerful aura. But because of this, the hearts of the two giant dragons are even more fiery. What benefits did this man and one beast get? Such an amazing improvement. As long as the Xiao Shenlong clan comes out in full force, can't they win a demigod? At that time, all the benefits will belong to their Xiao Shenlong clan. The excited two giant dragons didn't even think about it at all. In front of Zhu Tianyunk, who has the power of a demigod, can they run away? It may be that the Xiao Shenlong clan's long-term dominance made them forget, and other races may be concerned that the Xiao Shenlong clan would not dare to attack them, but Zhu Tianyunk is different. At the beginning, I had a hold on Long Xingtian, but what happened? After that, I also kept my hands on Long Xingshi, but what happened? There are only three things: the domineering, guarding and tightness of the Xiao Shenlong family completely aroused the cold-killing intent in the hearts of Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk. Zhu Tianyunk's figure flashed and appeared above the two giant dragons. You dare! The two giant dragons were shocked and angry. They had already retreated, and the firebird didn't give up, chasing after him. Like catching two loaches, the two giant dragons were caught by Zhu Tianyunk's two claws without the slightest resistance, and the claws even penetrated deeply into the two giant dragons, blood flowing. No matter how hard the bodies of the two giant dragons are and how they have the means to reach the sky, they are all useless at this moment. No, you can't kill us, the great elder will not let you go. The eighth elder, he had felt the shadow of death so closely, and immediately abandoned his former dignity. This kind of begging for mercy also made some great perfection experts feel disdain. Only then did they discover that the arrogance of Xiao Shenlong's clan was only based on its great strength. Without strength, they don't even have the qualities that a strong person should have, so they are so afraid of death. But then again, who can face death without changing color? All the great perfection powerhouses fell silent. Zhu Tianyunk revealed a sneer, your great elder is only the peak of the great perfection triple heaven. Unless his bloodline reaches the divine level, he will not be my one-shot enemy. Why should I let you go? The two giant dragons were silent for a while, and only then did they realize that their Xiao Shenlong clan really had no advantage in the face of this demigod-like beast. This beast is not bad if it is not exterminated. Stop talking nonsense, you Xiao Shenlong clan made me and my boss so embarrassed before, this time we will not spare you no matter what. The two giant dragons suddenly screamed, and countless firelights shot out from their bodies. The next moment, the two giant dragons were swallowed by the flames and completely fell. Golem! In the entire void, except for the burning sound of the flames, it was the whistling sound of the gust of wind. All the great perfection powerhouses dare not make any noise, for fear of angering this terrifying existence whose combat power is comparable to that of a demigod. Especially when they thought that they had used their aura to oppress the human being before, all the great perfection was even more dripping with cold sweat. Long Xingshi and Long Xing destroyed the Xiaoshenlong clan, and they were even more stunned. Looking at Han Feng walking slowly and walking in the void, Long Xingshi and Long Xingxie trembled. Long Xingshi squeezed out an ugly smile. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding, I didn't make a move before. Long Xingmi and others glared at Long Xingshi, and turned to look at what Han Feng wanted to say, but couldn't say anything, because it was a fact that they arrogantly shot before. In fact, Long Xingmi and others wanted to move out of the Xiaoshenlong clan, but they were silent when they thought of the terrifying existence behind Han Feng that was comparable to a demigod. Although the Xiaoshenlong clan is powerful, it is absolutely impossible to compete with the demigods. Han Feng's icy gaze swept to these Xiaotian dragons, and finally landed on Long Xingshi, sneering, I thought I could hide without taking a shot. If you didn't tell the truth in front of the elders in your clan, how could things have happened? This is the point. I already said at the beginning, I can let you go once or twice, but there will never be a third time. The previous behavior was just scruples against the Xiaoshenlong clan. Now, let's not say that the Xiaoshenlong clan has completely annoyed him, even if it is not annoyed. With Zhu Tianyunk's combat power comparable to a demigod, there is no need to be afraid of the strong Xiaoshenlong clan. Han Feng's meaning is very clear, he will not let the people of Xiaoshenlong clan go again. In desperation, on the contrary, it aroused the hostility of Long Xingshi and others. If you want us to die, let's die together. Long Xingshi and others, the crazy energy surged out of their bodies, and they wanted to perish with Han Feng with the power of self-destruction. Want to die with me? Han Feng sarcastically said, dream. Songyan domain, congeal. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Back to top. Songyan domain, congeal. A silver flame-forming field enveloped all the howling dragons. With Han Feng's current cultivation base and the current level of Aurora at Songyan, Han Feng's domain is on the surface of the peak level of the 3 heavens of small perfection, but in fact it is not weaker than the ordinary domain of the great perfection level. The terrifying realm of suppression came, and Long Xingshi and others, who were about to explode themselves, seemed to be pinched by some giant, and could not release the power in their bodies at all. Destroy. A faint voice called out, and the aurora at Songyan in Songyan's domain devoured all the roaring dragons like a storm. The screams were incessant, and soon weakened, and finally disappeared. The great perfection on the other side understands that the future pillars of the Xiaoshenlong clan have fallen. Everyone sighed with great success. If the famous Xiaoshenlong clan got into trouble with someone they shouldn't have, and kicked the iron plate, the end would be so miserable. What's the matter with you staying here if you don't leave? Han Feng turned around and said lightly. Although his voice did not fluctuate, it was precisely because of this calm that it made the hearts of the great perfection tense. He, without the adult speaking, how dare I leave? A great perfection said dryly. Han Feng's strength is only average in their eyes, but his super strength is an eye-opener for the great perfection. Even the 18 elders of Xiaoshenlong's clan died in the hands of Han Feng. Most of these great perfections are also the first layer of great perfection, so how dare you underestimate Han Feng? That's all, the monster behind Han Feng really frightened them. It is comparable to the combat power of a demigod, killing them is as simple as killing a chicken. The holy rank is almost useless to improve the great perfection. Even if some of Yaozhou's abnormal bloodlines exceed the holy rank, they can only improve their cultivation by a little bit. How can they be directly improved to be comparable to the demigods? What a high-level bloodline is required? Many fears of the great perfection, in addition to the strength of Zhu Tianyunk, have more blood of Zhu Tianyunk. Originally, they should be more respectful to Zhu Tianyunk, but even Zhu Tianyunk claimed to be Han Feng's younger brother, so the great perfection would naturally not be ignorant. Han Feng glanced at these great perfections in surprise. Once, the great perfection was so high to him, but now he has to look at his face so carefully. If in the past, no matter how calm Han Feng was, he would be complacent and a little excited. This is the ancestor of the great perfection. Under the circumstance that the true gods did not dare to shoot at will, and the demigods did not intervene in common affairs, Dzogchen was the top combat power of the Forgotten Continent, and it was possible to make Dzogchen so cautious. Han Feng was almost at the very top of the Forgotten Continent pyramid. But knowing that the Forgotten Continent is likely to usher in a disaster. After a god king is about to break the seal and come out, all Han Feng thinks about is how to leave the Forgotten Continent as soon as possible, and he can't be complacent at all. Waving his hand, casually, Han Feng said, "Let's go." After one Dzogchen left boldly, the rest showed the faces of the rest of their lives and ran faster than ever, wishing their parents would give birth to another pair of feet. Don't kill them? They will definitely tell what happened today. Zhu Tianyunk said. They didn't really attack us, so there's no need to kill them. As for what happened today, during the battle just now, there were quite a few small perfection and peak that ran away when they saw something was wrong. No matter what, they couldn't hide it. Anyway, we all leave Yaozhou soon, just say it. After taking back Zhu Tianyunk, Han Feng came to a relatively hidden mountain range and summoned the nine-tailed cat of flying flames. Tianyu, now your strength has also entered Zio Chenjuan, go get revenge. Come back quickly, we have to leave Yaozhou as soon as possible. Come back in half a day. Mao Tianyu said calmly. Perhaps it was the improvement of his cultivation, Mao Tianyu was not so keen on the idea of revenge. Perhaps in Mao Tianyu's eyes, they were all weak. Sure enough, Mao Tianyu came back after half a day. Han Feng had good eyesight and found that the difference in Mao Tianyu was due to the difference in temperament. Although the idea of revenge faded, it was only after revenge that the unlock was unlocked. Today's Mao Tianyu is really loyal to Han Feng wholeheartedly, and no longer has any selfishness. Beizhou Continent, Magic Palace. Are you back? The palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace smiled lightly. The younger generation sees the palace master. Han Feng came to the main hall and made a pilgrimage to the palace master of the Magic Palace. The eyes of the palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace condensed. Han Feng, your cultivation base. Han Feng smiled slightly, and the aura of the peak of Sha Yuanqing's triple heaven was released slightly, and then it was put away again. The palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace took a deep breath. Little perfection triple heaven peak. Little guy, your improvement is too terrifying. Before leaving, it was still the first layer of heaven, but after returning, it reached the peak of the third layer of heaven. How long has it been? What shocked the palace master of the Holy Illusionary Palace even more was that her body trembled a little, which was a subconscious reaction of her body only after sensing the extremely dangerous aura. Isn't this kid's combat power? The palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace thought of a possibility, and the shock in his heart was as turbulent as a raging wave. At this moment, Han Feng's face became solemn, and he said, "The junior has something to tell the senior." Seeing Han Feng's dignified face, the palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace realized that it might not be a simple matter, and said, "You say it." So, Han Feng told the things about the heavenly god realm, the blood demon god king, the blood guards and the blood slaves, and finally said, "It won't be long before that god king will break the seal and come out. A disaster. But the junior has a way to avoid this disaster. If the senior is willing, you can follow the junior to leave the Magic Palace." Han Feng did not say how he learned about this, nor did he say what the way to avoid it was. That Xuanhuan temple is too important, unless it is someone close, otherwise Han Feng will not reveal the slightest. Although the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace is kind to Han Feng and the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace are not too familiar, so I can tell the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace that this depends on the magic golden pagoda. Great support. If the Lord of the Magic Palace doesn't believe it, or if he believes it but doesn't think that Han Feng has a way to avoid this disaster instead of staying in the Magic Palace, Han Feng will not force it. The palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace was shocked. Everything Han Feng said was really incredible. Subconsciously, the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace thought that Han Feng was lying, but looking at Han Feng's serious face, the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace hesitated again, and there was no need for Han Feng to lie to her. But if it's true, it's true. Taking a deep breath, the palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace smiled bitterly. You gave such a blockbuster as soon as you came back, it really makes people. Can this palace be allowed to hold a meeting of the 5 palaces? Time is pressing, Senior, please make a decision as soon as possible, Junior will retire first. Han Feng left the Holy Magic Palace, and immediately several streamers flew to the 4 palaces such as the Sky Magic Palace. The 5th palace meeting has always been held very rarely, but not long after the last 5th palace meeting, it started again, and the 4th palace master had to be puzzled. Han Feng found Lei Yurui in the Magic Palace, and revealed a little more. Lei Yurui looked solemn, nodded and decided to return to Lei's house. A few days later, the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace told Han Feng that apart from the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace, only the palace master Yan believed in Han Feng. Jean state. If Han Feng is lying, then they have nothing to lose. At most, Han Feng is in their hearts. But if it is true, they can also return to the Magic Palace in time to notify the remaining people in the Magic Palace. The Great Jin Kingdom and the Magic Palace are far apart, but at the level of small perfection or even great perfection, this distance is nothing at all, and it doesn't take much time to go back and forth. Han Feng doesn't know the thoughts of the palace master of the Holy Illusion Palace. If he knows, he will sneer. If the God King really came, the continent would be destroyed in an instant, and there would be no time for you to notify back and forth. On the border of the Great Jin Kingdom, Han Feng stared in the direction of the Holy City, feeling like a lifetime away. What he experienced when he went to Yaozhou this time was really incredible. Blood Guard, Xuanhuan Temple, Temple Spirit, God King news. Gradually, Han Feng's face became firm. We must break through the great perfection as soon as possible and leave this forgotten continent. The third one. Along the way, Han Feng has found that Beizhou continent is no longer so calm, there are often battles, and he often sees fleeing warriors. He doesn't know what these warriors have experienced. Where did you escape from? The unrest in Beizhou continent made the powerhouses of the Magic Palace somewhat believe in Han Feng. What really convinced them was that they had encountered a real blood guard and a blood slave who controlled the blood guard. The country where this blood slave is located and the surrounding countries can be said to have been slaughtered. The warriors and civilians of several countries were swallowed by the blood guards, which was extremely tragic. Seeing Han Feng and others, the blood slave also sent the blood guards to kill Han Feng and others. It's just a pity, this blood slave is only a third-class blood slave, and the highest level of blood guards can only reach the 3rd level of small perfection. This is still the highest, in fact, the blood guard mastered by this blood slave can only reach the 2nd level of small perfection. Although there are many people swallowed, most of them are civilians, and the level of warriors is not high. It is already due to luck that this blood guard can reach the 2nd level of small perfection. With only the strength of the 2nd level of Xiaocheng, Han Feng killed the blood guard with one palm, and there was an extra blood crystal in his hand, and the blood slave was also killed by Han Feng, which was considered to be avenging for so many people who died. In this battle, it seems that the blood guards are not a threat, but the strong man on the side of the magic palace has changed his face. It is possible to devour a group of civilians and low-level warriors to such a degree, if it devours high-level warriors. Is it easy to achieve Dzogchen? One day? Double heaven? Triple heaven? Or, a demigod? Thinking of this, many strong men took a deep breath and their faces were horrified. Although they have believed most of them, the powerhouses of the magic palace have not returned the notice, because they still do not know how Han Feng plans to avoid this disaster. If Han Feng fails, they can still leave some seeds in the magic palace. In the near future, the powerhouses in the magic palace at this moment are extremely grateful that they followed Han Feng, but they are extremely annoyed that they have left too many powerhouses in the magic palace, and the loss is too great. In the Great Jin Kingdom, the arrival of Han Feng with a large number of magic palace powerhouses caused a shock, but Han Feng has caused too many shocks over the years, so this time the shock quickly subsided. Han family. Here are the relatives of Han Feng, including some elders of the Lei family. These people are basically people Han Feng can trust, including brothers, parents, and so on. However, Meng Yaqing's master, the ancestor of Ziyun, made Han Feng hesitate for a while, and finally chose to believe in the ancestor of Ziyun. The powerhouses of the Magic Palace are very interesting and know that their relationship with Han Feng is not so close, so they do not have to join the meeting of the Han family. Han family meeting. Han Feng talked about his trip to Yaozhou. Xuanhuan Temple said it, but Han Feng about Xuanhuan Tower still concealed it. At present, only two women, Meng Yaqing and Lin Qingshan, know about the Xuanhuan Fire Tower. What? As Han Feng expected, everyone's expressions changed drastically, especially knowing that the God King was about to break the seal. Everyone panicked. Ancestor Ziyun, as a master of the second level of the Great Perfection, naturally has an unusual temperament, but it is also heavy at this moment. Especially after knowing that the heaven-reaching divine realm was a conspiracy, it even showed hatred, so many ancestors of the Yen clan. They all fell down because of this conspiracy. Taking a deep breath, the ancestor Ziyun said, "No wonder so many things have happened in Beizhou continent recently, but I heard that there are bloody monsters swallowing people in many places. It seems that it is the Blood Guard. More than we imagined." Not long ago, the lord of the Xiongba Empire was killed, and it is said that the new emperor who replaced him has a blood-colored monster of the small perfection level. Han Feng's father Han Tiancheng said, "Yes, I have inquired that the new emperor of the Xiongba Empire planned to attack our Great Jin Kingdom, especially our Han family. After all, your previous actions have greatly slapped the Xiongba Empire in the face. If you can take you down, it will be the best way for the new emperor to increase his prestige, and the throne under the seat will also be more stable. But later I heard that the ancestor of Ziyun was there, so I can't plan this." Han Feng's eyes froze. It's really courting death. Ancestor Ziyun smiled. "Even if there is no wife like me now, the Xiao Yuanxue blood guard will have nothing to do with the Han family." This time back, Han Feng did not deliberately let Xiaopeng hide his cultivation, so the ancestor Ziyun could see clearly. But Lei Yuanjia was the key to telling the story. "Fenger, how did you advance to the Great Perfection in just 1 or 2 years? To control the Xuanhuan Temple, you need a true god cultivation base, but in the case that the Xuanhuan Fire Tower cannot be leaked for the time being, Han Feng naturally said that he needs true god cultivation base to need Great Perfection cultivation base. In this way, everyone will not have doubts when they leave the Forgotten Continent in the future. The Jiuyan Tower is too important. If Lin Qingshan hadn't stayed in the Jiuyan Tower, Han Feng would not have told Meng Yaqing so early. Even Lin Qingshan knew about it. Han Feng took a deep breath. My son has already prepared for this. If it really doesn't work, I can only let Senior Ziyun temporarily control the Xuanhuan Temple. Han Feng said this to comfort everyone. It is impossible for the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda to choose the ancestor of Ziyun, and the real Xuanhuan temple also needs the cultivation of a true god to be fully controlled, so no matter how to improve, Han Feng must succeed in breaking through within a year or two, otherwise everyone will die. But there is no need to say this, it will only add to the annoyance of everyone. In the eyes of most people, it is impossible for a small perfection to be promoted to a great perfection in just 1 or 2 years. No, Han Feng lied, and everyone was obviously relieved. Since you only need the great perfection cultivation base to control the Xuanhuan temple, there is nothing to worry about, the ancestor Ziyun can control it at any time. So, then we have to make preparations first, and bring the people we value together. Of course, if the other party really doesn't believe it and doesn't want to come over, we don't have to force it. Life and death depend on fate, wealth and honor are in the sky, and we have to deal with the Xuanhuan temple. Never say it. Ancestor Ziyun said. The last sentence that the ancestor Ziyun said was decisive. Everyone naturally has people they value, but to expose the Xuanhuan temple for the people they value, the consequences are unimaginable. If it arouses the greed of those powerful demigods or even true gods, then there may be no way for so many of them to leave the forgotten continent. It is unacceptable to kill a large number of people because of a small number of people. Everyone made up their minds, and they must try their best to advise those who they value. Senior Ziyun, about the ancient clan, I'll leave it to you. There is also Zhan Fuyu of the ancient God of War clan, please pass on a message. Han Fengchao said with a hand to the ancestor of Ziyun. On the ancient side, Han Feng is the only friend who cares about Zhan Fuyu. Ancestor Ziyun nodded, don't worry, leave it to me, it's just. Ancestor Ziyun smiled bitterly, I'm afraid the Yen clan and other ancient clans won't believe what this old woman said, and they don't know who left with me. How many will there be? The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. B. Meng Yaqing comforted the ancestor Ziyun, Master, we can only do our best now, we can't expose the Xuanhuan temple to make them believe. Master, you have been in the Yen clan for so long. Time should know the consequences of this. Don't worry, Master understands. Master knows the greed of those people, and won't put everyone here in crisis because of them. Ancestor Ziyun patted Meng Yaqing's hand to express his understanding. At night, the faint moonlight poured down. Peace and quiet. Han Feng stood outside a pavilion in the Han family, looking up at the starry sky, his eyes flashing, he didn't know what he was thinking. Meng Yaqing came to Han Feng's side gently, and said softly, tomorrow, you have to leave. Han Feng turned around, took Meng Yaqing into his arms, and said apologetically, yes, all kinds of news have been sent out today, it's time to bring Qingshan back. Can't I go together? Meng Yaqing asked quietly. No woman would easily accept another woman sharing her man, but Meng Yaqing knew that she was the second, and Lin Qingshan was the first to fall in love with Han Feng, so it was hard to say anything. I only hope that my man will not continue to go on, there will be a third, fourth or even more women. Rao's Meng Yaqing is not a woman who is easily jealous, and she can't help but feel resentful at this moment. She put her jade hand on Han Feng's flesh, pinched it hard, and rotated it 360 degrees. Han Feng took a deep breath, but he also knew that Meng Yaqing had to let it out at this time, otherwise the grievances and traces of grievances would accumulate too much, but it would be bad. Meng Yaqing's bend was only for a while, and when she realized what she had done, she immediately retracted her hand, her face flushed and embarrassed. Han Feng touched his nose and said softly, although your cultivation is good, you are still a little weak. When those blood guards grow up, the weakest can be comparable to Xuanhuan, and the strongest may be comparable to demigods. It's a little dangerous to go by yourself, and if one of you is not well taken care of and you get hurt, don't I want to die of distress. Stay at the Han family with peace of mind. With Senior Ziyun here, it's safe. I promise, I will come back safely. Meng Yaqing was silent for a moment before saying, then you must not have an accident. Of course. Han Feng picked up Meng Yaqing's chin and leaned forward. On the second day, Meng Yaqing stared at the direction Han Feng was leaving, with a flash of determination on her face. Perhaps, it is time to try more fusion of flames, otherwise when will we be able to catch up with him? Meng Yaqing murmured a few words and practiced in seclusion. It was on this day that news spread secretly from the Han family. Several top families and royal families of the Great Jin Kingdom. The royal family of the Dashing Empire. Han Feng's friends Shen Meili, Hao Shui, Wang Qingsong, Lu Yuer, Hu Shaodai, Shi Tai, Shi Jun Jiangda, and so on. The vice president of Baidu University advocated Wu Lin, Elder Tianqing, Yuan Yijin, King Yanxinglei, and others. In short, everything has something to do with Han Feng, and has a good relationship with Han Feng, and I have received news. There is no doubt that these people are extremely shocked. As for whether to believe it or not, Han Feng can't care so much anymore. The time was too short, and he had to devote himself to the breakthrough. In his heart, Han Feng still hopes that they can believe that they are gathered in the Han family. Yan clan, the Yan clan patriarch sneered, ridiculous. Then he ignored it. The same is true for the rest of the ancient races. It is impossible for them to believe the words of a small foreigner than if the sun rises from the west. And this foreigner has no evidence to prove it. Got a reply from the Yan clan. Old ancestor Ziyun sighed, this has already been expected, and there is nothing to be disappointed about. At that time, you will regret it. Ancestor Ziyun muttered. Ancestor Ziyun, as a great perfectionist, also has a part of his own loyalists in the Yan clan. Except for a small part of this part, most of them came to the Han family. They don't believe in Han Feng, but they believe in the ancestor of Ziyun. Although some people didn't come, Ancestor Ziyun was a little disappointed, but on the whole, Ancestor Ziyun was more gratified. In the North Central Sea, Han Feng's feeling was complicated when he came here again. The first time he went to Central Continent, he was sent to the Baidu Academy. But when he came back, he had to pass through the central and northern waters, and Han Feng still remembered his embarrassed appearance. If it weren't for the Zhuoyan Tianhua Pagoda, it would be impossible to say that it would have fallen into the hands of the Water Ghost King at that time. It's just that Sherbei was impressed by it for 3 days. At that time, Han Feng was only at the peak of the sanctuary, but the Water Ghost King was a high-ranking little perfect second-level powerhouse. But now, Han Feng has reached the peak of the 3 heavens of small perfection, and he has even slashed the power of great perfection in his hands. This record is enough to make Han Feng qualified to despise any small perfection. The existence that used to be extremely powerful to Han Feng has now become ordinary in Han Feng's eyes. The Water Ghost King wants to kill me because I killed the little Water Ghost King. This time the situation is urgent, and I don't care to go to the Water Ghost King to avenge the day's revenge, but if the Water Ghost King finds me by himself, then don't do it. Blame me for being ruthless. Han Feng unfolded the Xianming heavenly wolf wings behind him and flew up at a high speed. Because he flew too fast, where Han Feng passed all the way, the sea surface churned and splashed 2 rows of high waves. It was not until Han Feng left that the sea gradually returned to stability. Before he knew it, Han Feng had passed through half of the central and northern waters. On the sea, as the sea gradually calmed down, a monster with a fish head jumped out of the water. That figure. You can't go wrong, that face is indeed the human being wanted by the 4 kings. The eyes of the monster with a fish head flashed with fiery rays of light. Tell the 4 kings about this person, and I will definitely be able to get a lot of rewards. It will not be a problem to break through to the level of the great sanctuary in one fell swoop. Jia. God really favors me, and I found this person in such a remote sea area. Today, the situation in the North Central Sea has undergone earth-shaking changes. A large number of areas in the central and northern waters have been classified as Mermaid King. Although the Mermaid King has not yet reached the great perfection, since the Mermaid King is currently the strongest in the North Central Sea, more and more people call the Mermaid King the Mermaid King. In the sea area of the Mermaid King specially allocated a part of the area to the other three kings. These three kings are the Water Scorpion King, the Water Ghost King, and the Black Shark King. It's just that the three kings are still the three kings, but they are not the same as the previous three kings. In the past, the three kings were the undisputed masters in their respective sea areas, and they were the only overlords. But now there are auxiliary officers specially sent by the Mermaid King in the Three Kings area. This auxiliary officer said that he was assisting the Three Kings to manage the territory, but in fact, he was monitoring the Three Kings. On the surface, the auxiliary officer was under the command of the Three Kings, but the Three Kings did not dare to put on airs and were quite jealous of the auxiliary officers. Such a day of constant vigilance makes the Three Kings miserable, but there is no way, unless some of them can step into the realm of the small perfection triple heaven and compete with the Mermaid King. Second more. In addition, the force in the Three Kings Sea territory has also been greatly weakened, and only a very small part of the force is left to protect the territory, and the rest are all recruited by the Mermaid King. In the palace of the Water King. The Water Ghost King laughed out loud, and the sound rolled out of the Water King's palace, causing the seabed to vibrate. That kid really has the guts to go back to the North Central Sea. Do you really think this king can't find him? It hasn't been much time since Han Feng left the North Central Sea, just over 10 or 20 years. That's it. For such a short period of time, compared to the time the Water Ghost King has survived for so many years, it is not worth mentioning, not even a small fraction. The Water Ghost King doesn't think that the other party can grow to the point of threatening him in such a short time. Boom! The water current on the bottom of the sea formed a storm-like appearance. The Water Ghost King turned into his body, and the huge body rushed to the sea in an instant, jumped out, and rolled up thousands of waves. In the Mermaid Palace, the Mermaid King's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that the kid? This emperor is not interested in taking revenge for the kid of the Water Ghost King. But that kid must have a treasure on his body, and we can't let that treasure fall into the hands of the Water Ghost King. I'll go right now. The Mermaid King swayed the fish tail behind him, as if it merged into the bottom of the sea, without the slightest hindrance, and swam in the direction of Han Feng's flight at an amazing speed. The Water Scorpion Hall and the Black Shark Hall naturally also got the news. The two did not hate Han Feng like the Water Ghost King did, but they also remembered what the Mermaid King said at the beginning. Hey, is that kid here? Just let me see how far that kid has improved, and what treasures that kid has. The Water Scorpion King rolled his eyes, watching the excitement on his face. If I get that treasure, maybe I will be able to return to the comfortable days I used to be. The Black Shark King looked eager. The Black Shark King was the first of the three kings to be subdued by the Mermaid King. Originally, the Black Shark King was still full of dissatisfaction. It can be seen that after realizing the Mermaid King's powerful combat power, the Black Shark King finally surrendered sincerely. Following a strong and powerful boss who has the hope of being promoted to Dzogchen is not an unbearable thing. But the Black Shark King never expected that the Mermaid King distrusted him, or the three kings of them so much. Not only the territorial force was greatly weakened, many black sharks were recruited into the Mermaid Hall, even their own territory. Some of them can't control themselves. Thinking of the auxiliary officer assigned to his territory, a trace of anger appeared on the face of the Black Shark King. If it wasn't for the fear of the Mermaid King, how could he be so arrogant as an assistant at the pinnacle level of the sanctuary? That's all. Since the Black Shark King was there to help when they subdued the Water Scorpion King and the Water Ghost King, the Water Scorpion King and the Water Ghost King did not dare to vent their anger on the Mermaid King, so they vented their anger on the Black Shark King. The distrust of the Mermaid King and the rejection of the Water Scorpion King and the Water Ghost King from the outside, and the internal auxiliary officials provoking the Black Shark King's bottom line from time to time, the Black Shark King's original surrendered heart began to have resentment again. If it weren't for the formidable strength of the Mermaid King, the Black Shark King would have already raised the flag of rebellion. Tread. There was a sound of footsteps, and I don't know when, a figure in a black robe appeared in the Black Shark Hall, and his face was also covered under the black hat. Who are you? The Black Shark King recovered from his meditation, and his face changed instantly when he heard the footsteps. Even if he is a little distracted by contemplation, not everyone can get close to them without being discovered by them. And the Black Shark King understood that if the other party hadn't deliberately let the footsteps sound, maybe he would have continued to meditate. Thinking of this, the younger generation of the Black Shark King broke out in a cold sweat. If the other party wanted to do something to him, just now. Jia Jia, as expected of the Black Shark King, the response is good. The hoarse voice sounded, and the man in black robe clapped his hands. The Black Shark King's face turned black. Is this mocking him? What's your purpose? Even though he could make a sneak attack, the Black Shark King could only think of what the black-robed man had to do. The black-robed man gave another hoarse laugh, and then in the shocked eyes of the Black Shark King, there was a burst of blood, the blood condensed, and a tall blood-colored monster appeared behind the black-robed man. This blood-colored monster, you are the Blood King. The Black Shark King was suddenly shocked, and his face was full of killing intent. The Blood King is a newly promoted little perfectionist in the North Central Sea. Not only is he powerful in his own cultivation, but what makes the Blood King famous is that the Blood King is always accompanied by a blood-colored monster, devouring him everywhere. Many islands and powerhouses were swallowed up by the blood-colored monsters around the Blood King, which was extremely miserable. At first, the Mermaid King and the Three Kings didn't take it seriously, but as the blood-colored monster was upgraded to a small perfection, the Mermaid King and the Three Kings finally realized the seriousness of the matter, and they even tried to stop the Blood King. But at this moment, the Blood King disappeared. This disappearance is many years. And now, the Blood King has appeared again. The Black Shark family has also been swallowed, so the attitude of the Black Shark King is not friendly. However, the man in black robe spoke hoarsely. I know your current situation, don't you want revenge? Whether it's the Mermaid King's distrust and suppression of you, or the Water Scorpion King and the Water Ghost King's rejection of you, don't you want to trample them under your feet? Hearing this, the Black Shark King's expression changed and changed. The man in black robe is the heart of the Black Shark King. The Black Shark King understood that the man in black robe was only planning to let the blood-colored monster devour the Mermaid King. If he doesn't agree, his little perfection is probably a good nutrient. Thinking of this, the Black Shark King took a deep breath. What do you want me to do? Very well, it seems that you are a sensible person. What you need to do is very simple. You only need to ask the Three Kings out. The man in black robe said lightly and promised. I will become the master of the sea in the future, and you will be the first person under me. The real one is under 10,000 people. The Black Shark King pursed his lips. An appointment? No, there is a good time today, and they can gather without an appointment. North Central Seas. Han Feng was flying, and suddenly there was a dark cloud in front of him. In the dark cloud, a huge monster roared. Are you here? Han Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Time is pressing. Han Feng naturally doesn't have so much time to seek revenge for the Water Ghost King, but if the Water Ghost King comes over by himself, it is another matter, saving time and effort. Today's Han Feng can completely kill the Water Ghost King in seconds. Therefore, Han Feng will cover his breath along the way, but he will create a wave of vibrations, so that his news can be passed to the ears of the Water Ghost King. Now it seems that the plan is good. Boy, accept your life. The Water Ghost King's voice rolled out, and the sea surface violently churned. You are the one who died today. Han Feng patted it with a palm, and that indifferent palm gave the Water Ghost King the feeling that a sky was pressing down. What? Do not. A shower of blood rained down, and the dignified Water Ghost King was beaten to death by Han Feng in the backhand, and turned into powder. Just at this moment, the Mermaid King, the Water Scorpion King, the Black Shark King, and the Blood King who was hiding in the dark just arrived, and they were all stunned when they saw the scene where the Water Ghost King was slapped to death. The third one. What? The Water Ghost King was wiped out with a slap. How is this possible? It's only been so many years, how can this human? Even this emperor may not be able to eliminate the Water Ghost King with a single slap, especially since this human being is so comfortable and relaxed. Obviously it is useless to even use all his strength. The Water Scorpion King, the Black Shark King, and the Mermaid King changed their expressions one after another, and their gazes towards Han Feng were full of disbelief. That is the Water Ghost King, and now the dominant figure in the North Central Sea area, actually. The black-robed man hidden under the seabed, the guy known as the Blood King in the Central and Northern Seas, was also extremely restless in his heart, setting off a stormy sea. However, a strange smile appeared on the face of the man in black robe. It's good to be strong, the stronger it is, the stronger my blood guard will be after swallowing it. You three also want to shoot? Han Feng swept towards the Mermaid King 3 with a half-smile, and then his eyes fell on the sea. There is one more, come out too, a sneak attack is useless to me. There are still people. How come? The Mermaid King and the Water Scorpion King froze and looked at the sea. Only the Black Shark King knew that there was a Blood King ambush in his heart, but the Black Shark King knew that the Blood King had blood guards at the peak level of the three heavens of the small perfection. How powerful the power of the primordial spirit could be found so quickly. Blood King. The sea rolled and rolled up 100 feet of waves. The man in black robe stepped out with his hands behind his back, and appeared in the void in one step, facing Han Feng far away. The black-robed man glanced at Han Feng and swept towards the Mermaid King and the Water Scorpion King. You too, this sun is so powerful, it has a great influence on the two's hegemony in the central and northern waters. Join forces to kill this sun? The Mermaid King is not stupid, and said coldly, this emperor and this sun have no deep hatred, why should we join forces with you? Yeah, that's really a pity. The man in black robe shrugged and looked at the Water Scorpion King. The Water Scorpion King was also frightened by Han Feng's ability to kill the Water Ghost King in one blow, and quickly shook his head. Bitch! The black-robed man smiled strangely and snorted. The Water Scorpion King was furious. He was afraid of Han Feng, but that didn't mean he was afraid of this inexplicable black-robed man. Still hiding in the dark, who knows who is going to attack? Just worrying about Han Feng's presence, the Water Scorpion King didn't swear, and the Water Scorpion King didn't know what Han Feng's state of mind was now. After all, he was excited before. If this makes the other party hold grudges, then the consequences. The black-robed man's eyes fell on the Black Shark King again, and the Black Shark King secretly complained, how did he know that Han Feng would have such a perverted strength? The Black Shark King's scalp was numb for a while, and he said, Blood King, this sun is so strong, why not let this sun leave, and then devour the Mermaid King and the Water Scorpion King? The man in black robe did not respond and ignored the decision of the Black Shark King. Seeing that the black-robed man ignored him, the Black Shark King's face was a little gloomy. Just thinking of the powerful blood guard of the black-robed man, the Black Shark King had to suppress the anger in his heart again. At this moment, the Black Shark King is a little dazed. If the Blood King really succeeds in the future and becomes the overlord of the Central North Sea, will his life really be better than it is now? Hey, since the two of you don't cooperate, don't blame this king for being ruthless. The Blood King monster laughed. The blood glowed brightly. Under the shocked eyes of the Mermaid King and the Water Scorpion King, a blood-colored figure appeared in front of them, tall and ferocious, like a huge monster that had been skinned. The monster roared in the sky, the sound rolled out, and the void shook. You are the Blood King. If the Mermaid King and the Water Scorpion King could not recognize the Blood King's identity at this moment, they would have lived on the dog all these years. That's right, but unfortunately there is no prize. The Blood King laughed and glanced around for a week. Han Feng's calm face made the Blood King frown, and he felt that something was wrong. The Blood King suppressed what was wrong in his heart, and the promotion of the Blood Guard was imminent, so he couldn't care so much. The Blood Guard rushed towards the Water Scorpion King and swallowed the Water Scorpion King in one bite. However, when the Blood Guard rushed towards the Mermaid King, he encountered resistance. After all, the Mermaid King himself has already entered the third level of small perfection, and no matter how powerful the bloodline is, it cannot be easily swallowed by the Blood Guard. But at this moment, the Black Shark King and the Blood Guard shot together. With the cooperation of the Black Shark King, the Blood Guard, and the Blood King, even if the Mermaid King turned into his body, he was bitten off half of his body by the Blood Guard. The blood poured down, and the sea area with a radius of tens of thousands of meters and more than 100,000 meters was instantly dyed red with blood. Black Shark King! How dare you betray the Emperor? The Mermaid King sounded in shock and anger. Humph, it was you who forced me to surrender to you at first, and after that, you kept suppressing this king. Isn't what this king did right? In an instant, the Mermaid King completely understood. Why wasn't the Black Shark King so surprised by the appearance of the Blood King? Because the two had already been united. The Blood King monster shouted, "Be good and become the energy of the Blood Guard." The Mermaid King, who had lost half of his body, was no longer able to resist, and was swallowed by the Blood Guard. The Blood Guard swallowed the Mermaid King, but the Blood King turned his head to Han Feng and said, "Why don't you stop it?" When swallowing the Mermaid King, the Blood King originally thought that Han Feng would take action, so he specially sent a voice transmission to the Black Shark King. The wind moves to stop it. It doesn't take long, just stop for a moment. But the Blood King never expected that Han Feng would just stare blankly on the sidelines like watching a play, without any intention of stopping him. Han Feng spread his hands, "I won't tell you." In fact, at the moment when the Blood King appeared, Han Feng smelled a familiar breath. Soon, Han Feng and the Blood Guard were on the number. Han Feng knew that there were more and more blood slaves in the entire continent, and it was not uncommon to encounter a blood slave here. Now that he knows that the other party is a blood slave, Han Feng naturally has his own thoughts. From small perfection to the great perfection, the first step is to purify the already impure Xuanhuan, but the time is limited. Han Feng also knows that this cannot be done. At present, the purification of Xuanhuan is already a secondary matter, and the primary task is to escape from the Forgotten Continent. And the blood crystals that can be promoted to the Great Perfection must be dropped from the Great Perfection Blood Guard. Now that this Blood Guard has a tendency to be promoted, Han Feng is naturally happy to break through the Blood Guard, and naturally he will not stop it. Don't tell this king? Then this king will catch you first. If you don't want to tell this king, then this king will also come out of your mouth. The Blood King grinned, then looked at him with fiery eyes, and kept roaring. Blood Guard. The body of the Blood Guard was expanding, and the 8 wings behind him were also flapping violently, and the blood-colored gust of wind swept out. On the back, the Blood Guard suddenly bulged 2 meat buns, and the next moment 2 wings broke out of the meat buns, and at this moment, the Blood Guard's momentum increased wildly. the sky rolled up a huge blood-colored vortex. But at this moment, the promotion momentum of the Blood Guard came to an abrupt end, and the last two wings had a tendency to retract. Is there not enough energy? Han Feng muttered. The Blood King obviously thought of this, and his cold eyes turned to the Black Shark King. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the Black Shark King immediately jumped into the sea to escape. If you want to blame the Water Ghost King for dying too fast. The Blood Guard roared, and the deep sea in front was suddenly blown apart by the sound, revealing the Black Shark King. In the face of the powerful Blood Guard, the Black Shark King was swallowed up without the power to resist. The Blood Guard's momentum was even more violent, and the roaring sound seemed to tear the sea apart. Ha ha ha. Successful. Finally successful. The Blood Guard laughed wildly. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Mysterious Immortal Body, congeal. Aurora Xuanhuan, fusion. Emperor Sky Wolf Claw. The blood-colored vortex was instantly torn apart by the giant claw grabbed from the sky, and this claw slammed into the Blood Guard's body. The newly promoted Blood Guard was torn to pieces by this giant claw before he could show his might. The excited expression of the Blood Guard stopped abruptly, and his face was stiff. A blood-colored spar fell into Han Feng's hands. It's not in vain that I waited so long, I finally got the blood crystal of great perfection. Han Feng put away the blood crystal with satisfaction. Han Feng was not excited about killing the Great Perfection Blood Guard in seconds. Even the 18 elders of the Xuanhuan clan fell under this claw. It was only expected that a Blood Guard who had just been promoted and had not fully grasped the power of the Great Perfection was torn to shreds by one claw. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, N_N. No, 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 how could this be? The Blood King was going crazy. Seeing that the Blood Guard was promoted to great success, he would completely control the Central North Sea to become the only overlord in the Central North Sea, but you have long known about the Blood Guards, and your purpose is blood crystals. The Blood King thought of the scene when Han Feng took away the blood crystals, and roared loudly at Han Feng. I only reacted now, it's too late. Han Feng said lightly. Go to hell. Han Feng ruined the Blood King's hope of becoming the overlord of the Central and Northern Seas. The Blood King was completely crazy, and his hatred was so intense that he ignored the gap between himself and Han Feng and released what he knew. All the Blood Guards personally shot to kill Han Feng. Most of these Blood Guards are at the peak of the sanctuary, and only a very small number of them have entered the sanctuary of small perfection, but they are only the first level of small perfection. Light of the Immortal Eye. The real fairy eyes of Han Feng's forehead appeared, and golden rays of light with golden veins burst out, and a single ray of light was enough to kill a large group of Blood Guards at the peak of the sanctuary. Xuanhuan also killed several people at once. The golden rays of light shot out, killing all the Blood Guards in a moment. It was only at this time that the Blood King fully reacted, and the panic in his heart gushed out like a spring. Escape. This was the only thought the Blood King had at the moment. As a blood slave, the Blood King clearly knew that it was not long before the Gorefiend King broke the seal, and even if he suffered a big loss at this time, once the Gorefiend King broke the seal, it was time for him to take revenge. Han Feng rolled up his sleeve robe, and the black-silver stabbing dagger shot out, instantly passing through the Blood King's head. The Blood King's head burst like this. Central Continent. Since the previous killing of the Blood King, Han Feng finally passed through the Central North Sea and arrived at the Central Continent. Coming to the Central Continent, Han Feng soon discovered that the atmosphere in the Central Continent had become different from before. This is the edge of the Central Continent, but Han Feng's nose is twitching, and he can already smell a strong bloody smell. Flying all the way, Han Feng's expression gradually became gloomy, and there was a mess everywhere. I don't know how many villages and cities were empty. I didn't expect the situation in the central continent to be so serious. It seems that there are many more blood slaves in the central continent than other continents. The current situation in the central continent may be the future of the North Continent. We must find Lin Qingshan as soon as possible. Bring it back to Beizhou continent. Han Feng felt even more urgent. Holy Spirit City. This once lively, holy place in the heart of the spirit body has completely collapsed. When Han Feng came here, there were dozens of blood guards raging, each with the strength of the peak of the sanctuary or the small perfection level. In the Holy Spirit City, a large number of spiritual bodies were bombarded and killed, turning into starlight and disappearing between heaven and earth. Go to hell. Han Feng's expression sank, and his palms were shot in succession. Every time they were shot, many blood guards were bombarded and killed. Soon, the blood guards raging in the Holy Spirit City were killed by Han Feng. The remaining spirits were all grateful. Looking at the pitiful spiritual bodies on the ground, Han Feng sighed secretly, thinking how crowded the Holy Spirit City was when he came to the Holy Spirit City for testing, but now. However, Han Feng can't care about this. The Holy Spirit City is the first line of defense of the Spirit Clan. The Holy Spirit City has suffered such a heavy blow, and I don't know what happened to the Spirit Clan. With concern for Lin Qingshan, Han Feng quickly flew towards the Spirit Clan. The entrance to the spirit race was unguarded and empty. Han Feng knew that this meant that all the guards of the spirit race had fallen. After all, the spirit body has no physical body. Once it falls, it will disappear completely, leaving no trace. With a move, Han Feng fell into the Spirit Clan. Just arriving on the ground in the Spirit Clan, there was a loud bang in the sky, a huge phantom condensed in the air, and waves of powerful momentum spread crazily around like waves. In such a turbulent wave, Han Feng felt that he was like a small wooden boat wandering in the turbulent river, and the boat might be destroyed at any time. That phantom had the breath of a supreme overlord, and the world changed color at this moment. At this moment, it seemed that there was only that phantom left in the sky, and no one could ignore this phantom. Such a powerful breath, and this blood-colored head, could it be? Han Feng was horrified. Has it come to such a point? Things are more serious than he imagined. This Gorfiend God King has already been able to descend into the phantom. A heavily wounded God King phantom is not something that a true god or a true god can compete with. Where is Qingshan? Han Feng didn't dare to use the power of Yuanshan easily, for fear of attracting the attention of the Gorfiend King Shuiying, so he had to search carefully in the spirit race with his eyes. Time went back to the moment when Han Feng had not yet reached the Spirit Clan. Within the spiritual race, a large number of blood guards poured in, killing everyone, and soon the spiritual race was in chaos. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? One by one the ancestors of the great perfection of the spirit race flew out, including the ancestors of Linghua and the ancestors of Yuling. It doesn't matter what kind of monster he is, just kill it first. I can't let these monsters kill my spirit clan's children. Ancestor Yuling took the lead, and instantly a blood guard was crushed by Ancestor Yuling. Immediately after the shot is the ancestor of Linghua. Dozens of great perfection ancestors have taken action at this moment. With the intervention of the great perfection ancestor, these blood guards will soon be defeated. But at this time, dozens of blood guards appeared, and this time, each blood guard had the strength of the great perfection level. What? Ancestor Linghua and other great perfection ancestors were all shocked. What kind of force was targeting their spiritual race to send so many powerful monsters all at once? Ha ha ha, my Lingchong is back. Lingchong stood on the head of a blood guard and let out a cheerful laugh. It's you. Yu Ling's ancestor was angry. You still have the face to come back. why can't I come back? Ling Chong smiled strangely. In the incident of Lin Qingshan's joining the spirit clan, Ling Chong had a grudge against Ling Gan because of Ling Gan's contempt for his own bastard. Once people have grudges, it will be difficult to imagine how to get along as before. Ling Gan is such a genius that he quickly discovered the gap between himself and Ling Chong. Ling Gan naturally did not want to have a subordinate who was dissatisfied with him, and immediately made a conspiracy and trap to expel Ling Chong from the spirit clan. The ancestor of Yuling is the mastermind behind the scenes, otherwise even Ling Gan would not be qualified to take out a true disciple at will. Therefore, at this moment, the ancestors of Yuling found out that Ling Chong was the one who brought the chaos to the spirit race. What a shock and anger! Ling Chong's face was distorted. I have to thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have had such an opportunity to become that adult's blood slave. Now, it's time for my revenge. Blood guards, let me kill the entire spirit race. In order to cultivate these blood guards, I killed a lot of people in Central Continent, and even destroyed many empires by me. You can taste it. Ling Chong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, smiling wantonly. Dozens of heads scattered to hunt down the children of the spirit clan, and the ancestors such as Yuling ancestors were anxious, even though many ancestors flew over to fight against the Great Perfection Blood Guard. It's just that someone must solve it in Ling Chong, so there are several ancestors left. But in this way, the Great Perfection Blood Guard already has an advantage, and at this moment, it takes a huge advantage in terms of quantity. The Great Perfection ancestors were limited in what they could stop, and there were still many Great Perfection Blood Guards massacred within the spirit race. Among the ancestors left behind, there are the ancestors of Yuling and the ancestors of Linghua. You step back and kill those Great Perfection monsters. This guy who betrayed the clansman will be solved by this old man. A voice came into the ears of the Great Perfection ancestors such as Linghua ancestor, and Linghua ancestor and others were overjoyed. This voice is a demigod ancestor. There is a demigod ancestor who took action, and it is not easy to solve a mere betrayal. Ancestor, I'll leave everything to you. Ancestor Linghua jumped up, and while solving the Great Perfection Blood Guard, he was also anxiously looking for his apprentice. Lingya and Lin Qingshan. Both of them are the proud apprentices of the ancestors of Linghua, and anyone's mistakes are enough to make the ancestors of Linghua feel heartbroken. Ancestor Lingmeng? Ling Chong stared at the visitor and raised his eyebrows. The ancestor of Lingmeng did not know when he appeared opposite Ling Chong and the blood guard under his feet, his face was pale and colorless, like a seriously ill person. But Ling Chong would not underestimate the ancestor of Lingmeng because of this. Second more. In the past, the true god body of the ancestor of Lingmeng also left behind various legendary achievements, which were regarded as pride by the children of the Lingmeng. Among the disciples of the spiritual clan today, there are still many young children who are fans of the ancestors of Lingmeng and worship the ancestors of Lingmeng. This time, the opening of the heavenly god realm, the ancestor of Lingmeng is the only true god left by the Lingmeng clan, which has raised the status of the ancestor of Lingmeng in the spirit clan again, and led to the increase of fans of the ancestor of Lingmeng again. In the past, Ling Chong also worshipped the ancestor of the spirit dream, the legend of the spirit tribe. But now this object of worship appears as an enemy, and Ling Chong is also a little embarrassed. Betrayer, if you stop right now and hand over these blood-colored monsters, I can still save your life, the ancestor of Lingmeng said solemnly. Hand over it? Just a joke, this is the blood guard given to me by the blood demon god king, and you want to control it even with your mere demigod clone? Dreaming. Ling Chong sneered, expressing great disdain. Then go to hell. The demigod's palm was earth-shattering. Even in this spirit race space, it is a scene of destruction. A mere demigod, do you really think you are invincible? Ling Chong sneered, and the 12-winged blood guard was released by Ling Chong. The 12-winged blood guard is comparable to a demigod. The 12-winged blood guard opened his huge mouth and swallowed the energy condensed from the sky into his belly. Demigod. Ancestor Lingming's expression changed slightly. He never expected that the monster brought by the other party could reach the demigod realm. Where the hell did this monster come from? How did the ancestor of Lingming know that this blood guard only needs to swallow blood to continuously improve his strength until it reaches the limit that he can achieve? This demigod-level 12-winged blood guard was promoted after Ling Chong slaughtered the Zhongdu Academy. In addition to this demigod blood guard, there are more demigod blood guards in Ling Chong's hands. In order to cultivate the demigod blood guard, I don't know how many hidden forces were slaughtered by Ling Chong. Even the declining ancient clans were wiped out by Ling Chong. Ancestor Lingming's face was gloomy, and the opponent that he thought could be solved at will suddenly turned into a beast, which made the ancestor of Lingming somewhat unable to come down for a while. At this time, Ling Chong summoned a 12-winged blood guard, and the aura of a demigod made the ancestor of Lingming unable to help retreat. The two demigod blood guards made the ancestor of Lingming feel great pressure. As a last resort, the ancestors of Lingming had to interrupt the retreat of some demigods in the clan who were preparing to wait for death. These demigods had entered the realm of the gods. Without their connection with the body, these demigods had not many years to live. They lived for too many years before. As demigods, their lives did not improve qualitatively. Without the body of a true god, they would have lived for about 16,000 years like the great perfection of the sanctuary before they perished. When these demigods arrived, the ancestors of Lingming had already been forced into embarrassment by the two demigod blood guards. Raimu. Why is this monster so strong? The old man has never heard of such a monster. Whether they were surprised by Raimu's situation, or the power of the blood-colored monster, or the origin of the monster, these demigods' shots were all neat and tidy. The combined attack of the digital demigods caused the two demigod blood guards to retreat, and one of the blood guards was blasted through a blood hole in the abdomen. Ling Chong's expression was still calm, until now. Old ancestor Lingming, is your true god body still not ready to show up? It's just a demigod-level monster. Not yet qualified to let the body of this seat go into action. Yeah, if that's the case. Ling Chong also summoned 8 12-winged blood guards, plus the previous 10 demigod blood guards gathered together, and after the aura merged, they became even larger and shot straight into the sky. There is a blood-colored cloud in the void, and the cloud rolls. The mighty power made old ancestor Lingming and other demigods unable to resist retreating to resist this pressure. The 10 and 12-winged blood guards gradually condensed and fused together. This momentum. Ancestor Lingming's complexion changed, even in the face of the highest peaks of those true gods, he had never felt such trembling, fear, and suffocation. The first thing that appeared in the void was a blood-colored head. The head was illusory and obviously not real. But because of this, the ancestor of Lingming was even more surprised. It was just like this with phantoms. How far did the real body reach? What opportunity did this Ling Chong get? Ling Chong knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "Shui slave Ling Chong, see Lord God King." The sound of the blood-colored head buzzed, and the digital demigods all covered their ears, making their heads dizzy and uncomfortable. "Blood slave, what's the matter with summoning this king?" "Sir, this is the spirit clan, and the people in front of them are all demigods. There is also a true god powerhouse in the spirit clan, and absorbing the blood essence of these powerhouses will definitely benefit the adult's injury recovery," Ling Chong said humbly. True God. The blood-colored head shot out endless brilliance, and immediately the blood-colored body began to condense under the head. The blood shadow was blurred, but a more terrifying aura gushed out. Ancestor Lingming gritted his teeth, and if the main body is not summoned by now, I am afraid. An aura far surpassing the sanctuary and demigods broke through the clouds and rushed out behind the spirit race. The breath fell not far from the blood shadow, and it was the true god body of the ancestor of Ling Meng. The true god descended into the void, and the space had begun to become unstable and collapsed. From a distance, the real god body of the ancestor of Ling Meng seems to be in a collapsed space. Blood slave, here is handed over to this king, and the rest of the spiritual race will be handed over to you. The blood demon god king glanced at Ling Chong and said lightly, "Yes." Ling Chong didn't dare to command the phantom that summoned the bleeding demon king, and immediately turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight. "It's time for revenge, Ling Gon." Sun Han's coldness flashed in Ling Chong's eyes. "Jia jia jia. Although it is a spiritual body, if it is swallowed, it can restore the spirit of this king. Let's dedicate all of your bodies." Shuang laughed wildly. The battle between the ghost king of the blood demon king and the true god of a calamity is about to break out. "Ling Chong, do you want to destroy our spiritual race?" Ling Gon fought against a figure, in a state of embarrassment, and even roared again and again. The figure and Ling Gon touched each other, and the terrifying energy spread. If Han Feng were here, he would be surprised to find that this figure was Ling Chong, who was Ling Gon's son of a bitch back then. But now, this original dog-legged man was fighting against Ling Ling. Ling Gon's heart was full of anger at this moment, and he finally recovered to the 6th level, but after all, he couldn't compare to Ling Ya, and the delay time could never recover. That's all, but the original dog-legged son has also crawled on his head now, but Ling Gon can't accept it anyway. Ling Chong sneered and said, "Ling Gon, do you think I'm still the same Ling Chong that I used to be? Now I serve Lord Gorefiend, and I am a blood slave of Lord Gorefiend, and I can't compare with your little lowly person. You used to swipe at me, now it's time to turn it around." "It's just you?" Ling Gon smiled extremely. "God Shadow Spirit Body. Wan Zun is destroyed." Displaying his own special spiritual body, his spiritual practice has soared. "It seems that you still don't understand the gap between you and me. The current me, but the blood slave of the blood demon god king, far surpasses you." While speaking, Ling Chong's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, and while Ling Gon was stunned, he jumped to the peak of the small perfection triple heaven. Feeling the surging power in his body, Ling Chong screamed in the sky, and his voice rolled out. Ling Gon's attack collapsed before he approached Ling Chong. "Die." Ling Chong grabbed Ling Gon with his palm, and Ling Gon couldn't escape, no matter how hard he struggled. Ling Chong's palm squeezed hard, squeezing the spirit stem like an ant, and instantly crushed the spirit stem. Han Feng was far away from the battle between the blood-colored phantom and the true god in the void. The momentum was too great. Even if a demigod was accidentally affected, it would be hit hard, and it was very likely to fall, not to mention his small perfection. Han Feng is still looking for Lin Qingshan. If he finds a weaker blood guard on the way, Han Feng will also try to save him. "This little brother, you're talking about senior sister Qingshan? I seem to have seen them chased by a small perfection monster before, in that direction." A middle-aged spirit body rescued by Han Feng pointed in one direction. This middle-aged spirit body has obviously lived for a long time, and it is totally fine to call Han Feng a little brother, but in the face of Lin Qingshan, who is younger than himself, the middle-aged spirit body is regarded as a junior brother. The third one. Race. "Thank you." Han Feng clenched his fists towards the middle-aged spirit body, and immediately flew to the direction pointed by the middle-aged spirit body. Soon, Han Feng discovered that a sanctuary peak blood guard was chasing and killing a pair of siblings. The siblings Han Feng knew were Ji Yun and Ji Hong. Seeing that, the sanctuary peak blood guard was about to devour the two of them. Xintian Qinqing palm shot out fiercely, and the vibrational force spread like a wave, hitting the blood guard in the middle. The blood guard's body was stagnant, and it turned into a blood mist in the shocked eyes of Ji Yun and Ji Hong. The eyes of the two fell on Han Feng, and they were immediately overjoyed, see your lord. At the beginning, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan helped them save their lives, but seeing Han Feng at this moment, the two felt extra kind. Moreover, Ji Yun and Ji Hong are even more aware that Han Feng's combat power was not considered weak at the peak of the sanctuary. In the past few years, his strength must have been stronger, and he should not be worse than senior sister Lingya. As long as it's not two perverted sanctuary peak blood guard, the rest of the blood guard should not be Han Feng's opponents. Why are you two here? Where is Qingshan? Just now, Han Feng learned from the middle-aged spirit body that Ji Yun and his brother should be with Qingshan. At this moment, only seeing Ji Yun and Ji Hong, Han Feng's face is a little ugly. Ji Yun and Ji Hong looked ashamed. Ji Yun said, "Senior sister Qingshan and senior sister Lingya specially lured the little perfection monster away for us, but unfortunately we both encountered the peak monster just after we escaped. If it weren't for you, sir. Let's take action. I'm afraid we two brothers and sisters." Han Feng directly interrupted Ji Yun's words. "Where is Qingshan leaving? How long has it been?" "Just now," Ji Hong said quickly. "Really, it's not too late." Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After being separated for so long, Han Feng doesn't know how far Qingshan has cultivated. Although Qingshan's physique has been changed to devour spirit bodies, after all, the training time is too short, and Han Feng does not think that Qingshan's strength can be stronger. Lingya's strength, Han Feng, has been seen before. Lingya was able to compete with Lingan from the beginning, and her strength would definitely not be much weaker than Lingan. Judging from the combat power that Lingan showed back then, there was still a slight chance that Lingya would be entangled with Xiaoqing for a period of time. After all, it was only Xiaoqing's blood guard, not a real Xiaoqing expert. This period of time is enough for him to rescue. In the void, Lingya Jade's hands kept forming complex handprints, and the next moment, attacks like waterfalls poured out. However, the blood guard on the opposite side just opened his mouth, swallowed the attack directly, and finally hiccuped. This scene made Lingya's expression very ugly. "Qingshan, leave quickly and try to find the master as much as possible." Lingya realized that she was likely to die if she was entangled like this, so she couldn't help shouting at Qingshan. Devouring the spirit body, Lingya clearly knows what a perverted physique it is. As long as you give time to grow, God knows how far you can grow in the future. If it wasn't for the limited resources of the Forgotten Continent, Lingya believed that Qingshan was not just as simple as a peak first-level cultivation base. Devouring spiritual bodies, as long as there are enough spiritual body resources, the future is limitless, and the improvement of cultivation cannot be measured by common sense. Senior sister back. Lin Qingshan not only did not leave, but shouted loudly. Lingya was startled. When he turned his head, his expression changed greatly. "Don't. Your phagocytic ability can only be used to devour existences, such as spiritual bodies. This blood-colored monster does not look like a spiritual body. It is very likely that your spiritual body will collapse if you suck it. If it is just under some ordinary sanctuary, it will be absorbed if it is absorbed. With the strength of the peak spiritual body, it will not be affected at all. But the problem is, this is a small perfection monster, not a small perfection spiritual body. The spiritual body absorbs the existence of flesh and blood, just like someone who is used to eating cooked food suddenly eats raw food, or stinky raw food. Boom! The powerful explosive force and suction burst out with Lin Qingshan as the center, and a black hole-like existence emerged behind Lin Qingshan, like a human-devouring flood beast, more phagocytic than blood guard. The little perfection blood guard seemed to sense some fatal threat, roaring incessantly, but his figure kept retreating. Lingya was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that Qingshan's devouring ability was not to devour the blood guard, but only to scare the blood guard away? But looking at Lin Qingshan's pale face, can this be successful? With the cultivation of the peak first layer, it is necessary to burst out the power of devouring that is enough to make Xiaoqing jealous, how oppressive it is to Qingshan's body. Don't worry, he's here. Lin Qingshan said with a smile on the corner of her mouth. He? Who is it? Ling Yao looked confused. Ling Yao didn't know who Lin Qingshan was talking about until a black spot flew in the distance, and the black spot got bigger and bigger. But the question is, will this person be the opponent of the little perfection monster? The last time we met, although this person's combat power was superb, his own cultivation level did not reach the peak of the sanctuary. This person does not have a super physique comparable to devouring spiritual bodies, nor does he have a strong bloodline. How much can he improve over the years? Hu-ho. The Xiaokingsu blood guard was stagnant because he was afraid of Lin Qingshan swallowing. At this moment, Han Feng's arrival just became the target of the blood guard's vent. Small perfection in the first layer. Han Feng slapped the blood guard with his backhand, like a fly, and the blood guard's body gradually collapsed in the process of being slapped away. What? Ling Yao's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Is that monster a paper tiger? On the surface, the breath is strong, but it is actually fragile? But that's not right. Her previous attack, this monster was clearly eaten easily. So, is this person really powerful enough to instantly kill the first level of small perfection? Thinking of this, Ling Yao took a deep breath. In just a few short years, this improvement is too terrifying. The blood guard was killed. Lin Qingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, the swallowing energy dissipated, and Lin Qingshan stumbled in the void. Han Feng immediately flew over to support Lin Qingshan. How did you know I was here? Han Feng was very curious. I don't know, I just feel that way anyway. Lin Qingshan shook her head. Are you really Han Feng? Ling Yao hesitated. Then there is still a fake? If it is fake, it will be replaced. Han Feng said with a smile. Really, it's unbelievable, it's really surprising. After receiving confirmation from Han Feng, Ling Yao really didn't know what to look at Han Feng with. Ling Yao still remembered that Han Feng was so embarrassed under Lingan's men at the time, and she only escaped the danger by relying on her. After a long time, the positions of the two sides turned upside down. Senior sister Ling Yao, Qingshan, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time, let's leave the spirit clan quickly. Leaving the spirit clan? Ling Yao was a little reluctant. The spirit clan was the place where she was born and raised. Ling Yao didn't want to leave just like that. Ling Yao was more willing to go through the difficulties with the spirit clan. However, Han Feng said, continue to stay in the spiritual clan, and there will be no life after 10 deaths. Only by leaving the spiritual clan can there be hope of living. Only by living can you take revenge. How can? The ancestor of the true God has already appeared, it should. Ling Yao was stunned by what Han Feng said, 10 dead and no life? How is that possible? Doesn't that mean that the spirit race is definitely finished? The ancestor of the true God? Han Feng shook his head. The ancestor of the true God is indeed powerful, but he will not be the opponent of the phantom. The phantom was descended by the king of the gods, not the true God can compete, let alone us. Already. God King? Ling Yao is a little at a loss, what level is the God King? But at this time, the ancestor of Ling Hua finally solved a great perfection ancestor and rushed over. Han Feng? Ancestor Ling Hua was surprised to see Han Feng appear here. Ling Yao said the previous things with an incredible tone, and the ancestors of Ling Hua were also shocked. Ancestor Ling Hua felt that he had lived in vain for so many years. However, the ancestor of Ling Hua is worthy of being the ancestor of the great perfection. He quickly calmed down, and Han Feng used the words that he persuaded Ling Yao before to persuade the ancestor of Ling Hua. God King? Ancestor Linghua's face became solemn. Forgotten Continent had been away from the God realm for too long, and Ancestor Linghua didn't know what level of God King was, but just by listening, he knew that this level was not easy. That is the realm of the gods. Can anyone be king? For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. I finally made up for the one watch that was missing at the end of August and the chapter that was missing on September 1st, and the third watch will be resumed tomorrow. The 20,000 character outbreak in the 8th shift is tentatively scheduled for the 14th, which is Sunday this week. In addition, Wuging Cabbage really can't figure it out, please forgive me. Ancestor Linghua quickly made a decision. Lingya, when we leave the spirit clan, we can bring as many people as we can. As long as we escape, sooner or later, we will be able to restore our former prosperity. But if we all fall, the spirit race really disappeared. The ancestors of Linghua have made a decision, and Lingya can only agree. The group began to flee towards the entrance of the spirit race to the outside world, and they also rescued many spirit race people on the way. Those spirit race who are willing to join the escape will join, and those who are unwilling to join but will die to the end do not force it. In the void, the Gorfiend King Shuiying and the true god of Raimu ancestor have already fought against each other. Every time they fight, the momentum is earth-shattering and the momentum is monstrous. The spiritual space was constantly collapsing, and I don't know how many buildings were blasted into powder under such a momentum. Gradually, Raimu ancestor fell into a disadvantage. Every time they fought, the spiritual energy that the ancestors of Lingming had accumulated in the body was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the Blood Demon King Blood Shadow, but it is not the case. Die. The Gorfiend King Shuiying grabbed the ancestor of Raimu and swallowed it in one bite. The exhausted Raimu ancestor was no match for the Gorfiend King Shuiying. As for the remaining demigods, there is no resistance. After swallowing the spirit body of the true god, the energy was transmitted back to the Gorfiend King's body, and the Gorfiend King obviously felt that his soul had recovered a little. Ancestor is dead? Oh my god, even the ancestors. Some Dzogchen who didn't agree to escape originally lost the courage to stay at this moment. Ancestor Yuling was also among those who escaped. It's that kid again. The ghost of the Gorfiend God King turned his head suddenly, his eyes focused on Han Feng. Han Feng's body was shaken, and at this moment, it seemed that the entire sky was dimmed, and only two huge bloody eyes stared at him. The feeling of suffocation made Han Feng spit out blood. Han Feng, you. Lingya and the others were surprised, and a look of anxiety flashed on Lin Qingshan's face. It's almost time for the exit, and Han Feng actually. Han Feng was also extremely horrified at the moment. It was just a phantom, just glanced at himself, and he actually vomited blood directly. And Han Feng has already sensed that the phantom is about to disappear. Obviously the energy is exhausted, otherwise it would be more than just vomiting blood. The Gorfiend King Suing said lightly, "Catch that kid." After saying that, the phantom of the Blood Demon God King gradually dissipated, turning into 10 demigod blood guards. It's just that these 10 demigod blood guards are languishing, and several of them have a tendency to collapse. Ling Cheng's face froze, and he quickly formed seals on his hands, but it was a heartbreaking discovery that the collapse of the blood guard could not be stopped. Distressed, very distressed. It takes a lot of energy to cultivate a demigod blood guard, and the phantom that summoned the Blood Demon God King just once was almost completely scrapped. Enduring the heartache, Ling Cheng let 10 demigod blood guards devour each other, and in the end only 4 remained intact. After summoning the ghost of the Gorfiend god once, he lost 6 demigod blood guards, which was not a big loss. But now Ling Cheng can't care about such a loss. Following the order of the Gorfiend God King, Ling Cheng's eyes locked on Han Feng, showing a sneer. I was stared at by the Gorfiend God King. You can only count yourself unlucky. And, the kid slapped me back then, this time. The initial reason for the gap between Ling Chong and Ling Gan was Han Feng. Ling Chong hated Ling Gan, but he also hated Han Feng. Run away. Seeing that Ling Chong led 4 demigod-level monsters and many great perfection and small perfection monsters to chase and kill, many spirit race masters roared and shouted. Suddenly, the crowd was in a hurry. Although there are many experts in the spirit race, not all those who escape are experts. In order to take care of the younger generation of the spirit race, the speed of escape is naturally greatly reduced. Soon, Ling Chong led the blood guard and rushed over. Kill! Senmeng flashed in Ling Chong's eyes, and he shot first. Several great perfection blood guards rushed towards Han Feng, and the sound of roaring shocked the nearby powerhouses into dizziness. Not good. Ancestor Ling Hua was shocked and quickly came to the rescue. But the ancestor of Ling Hua was only one person, only intercepted a few heads, and the rest still rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng is not a member of the spiritual race, and the other great perfection ancestors are too late to protect their younger generation, so there is no time to protect Han Feng. Facing the rushing blood guard, Han Feng stopped Lin Qingshan, who was about to shoot. Your ability to swallow is fine to scare Xiao Yuanqing, but it is useless to do Yuanqing. But Lin Qingshan was about to open her mouth, but was interrupted by Han Feng's wave. Trust me, a few heads are just perfect, I'll be fine. This time, Lin Qingshan had nothing to say, so she had to step back. It's just that Lin Qingshan has already made up her mind. Once Han Feng can't stand it, even if the power of devouring can't threaten the monster, or even the monster will swallow him in turn, he must take action to save him. Korean style. It really doesn't work, it's just dead together. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Mysterious immortal body, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. True immortal flood dragon finger. Incomparably hot flames shot up into the sky. Ling Chong's face with a smile changed instantly, and he looked at Han Feng in shock. Impossible. I was able to be promoted to little perfection so quickly. It was Lord God King who sent me blood energy. What is this kid on? Cultivation is extremely difficult. Ling Chong thought that he had obtained the blood energy of Lord God King, and the speed of cultivation was unparalleled. But now Ling Chong found that someone had risen faster and higher than him, and he was not a blood slave clone, which made Ling Chong not shocked and jealous. This kid, there must be a secret on him, no wonder Lord God King let me catch this kid. Ling Chong looked gloomy and uncertain. Boom! The silver flood dragon spun in a circle and blasted out the incoming Great Perfection Blood Guard. Good boy. Ancestor Ling Hua smiled gratified while being shocked. The rest of the Great Perfection ancestors had their mouths open. Ancestor Yuling had a gloomy face. Whether it was Ling Chong or Han Feng, they used to be the people that Ancestor Yuling looked down on. But now one has been promoted to Xiao Yuanqing, he can control many powerful blood monsters, and he can also summon the phantom to kill the true god. The other also reached Dzogchen and was on an equal footing with himself. The unwillingness and jealousy in the ancestors of Yuling grew wildly. Emperor Sky Wolf Claw. A great perfection blood guard was killed, and Han Feng had another blood crystal in his hand. Ling Chong frowned, and immediately sneered. The blood guard who attacked Han Feng this time was the second heaven of great perfection. Roar! The blood guard swung out one claw, completely blocking the Emperor's wolf claw, and the other claw tore open the space and ripped it ruthlessly towards Han Feng. But at this moment, the surging flames burned up, directly swallowing the Great Perfection Blood Guard. With a wolf howl, the Aoyan swallowing wolf roared in the void, and the sound shook the world. That huge body and mighty figure, as soon as he appeared on the stage, he calmed down a lot of great perfection. Obviously it is only the breath of the Great Perfection first layer, but it gives people a feeling of incomparable danger. Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf made a long howl again, and the flame that devoured the great perfection blood guard was directly swallowed by Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf. In other words, the Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf directly swallowed the blood guard. Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf and Lin Qingshan's devouring body have similar functions, but are stronger than Lin Qingshan's devouring body. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Lin Qingshan's devouring body can only devour spirit bodies, or something similar or related to spirit bodies. And the swallowing of the Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf can devour all things, and when it becomes stronger, it can swallow even the sky. Otherwise, Aoyan swallowing the heavenly wolf would not be called the heavenly swallowing wolf. Just to be strong enough to swallow the sky, Aoyan swallowing wolf not only has to cultivate to a certain level, but also has to keep up with its own bloodline, which sometimes restricts Aoyan swallowing wolf's cultivation. And Lin Qingshan's devouring body can not only enhance his own cultivation, but also continuously enhance his physique, which is stronger than Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf. If Aoyan swallowing heaven wanted to continuously improve his bloodline, it was not enough to just swallow it. Fortunately, Aoyan Tunchenlang met Han Feng, and there was Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. Aoyan Tunchenlang didn't need to worry about his own blood. Xiaopeng's blood evolution method, as long as there are enough resources, can let the blood of several beasts continue to evolve all the way. After swallowing a blood guard, still a blood guard of the great perfection level, the Aoyan swallowing wolf let out a cheerful howl. It was like eating a delicious meal. Tongue sticking out, a blood crystal was spit out by swallowing wolf and handed over to Han Feng. Aoyan swallowing the wolf Lano obviously knew that Han Feng needed blood crystals to break through. Han Feng's cheeks twitched, enduring the mucus on the blood crystal. He still took the blood crystal. It actually swallowed my blood guard. Ling Cheng's face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. It has always been his blood guard's share to devour others, and when does it fall to others to devour his blood guard? Humph, I want to see how much you can swallow. More and more great perfection blood guards began to besiege Han Feng, which greatly reduced the pressure on the remaining spirit race powerhouses. The 4 demigod blood guards stood on both sides of Ling Cheng, like the protector of Ling Cheng. For the time being, Ling Cheng has no plans to use the demigod blood guard. Let's go quickly while this is the time. Seeing that the pressure was greatly reduced, the ancestors of Yuling immediately shouted loudly, and many ancestors of the great perfection showed their emotions. Ancestor Linghua shouted, "Ancestor Yuling, you can't be so shameless." Han Feng attracted the firepower, but they fled at this time, which was a bit too. Humph, did our spiritual race beg him? He asked for it himself. Besides, these monsters went for that guy from the beginning. It might be safer for us to leave first, but to stay with this kid instead. Only one piece is dangerous. Ancestor Yuling said with a cold face. And such remarks have also received the support of many spirit race powerhouses. However, there are still many people from the spiritual race who were rescued by Han Feng on the way, willing to fight with Han Feng. Linghua's ancestor was so angry that he didn't know what to say, so he had to use all his strength to temporarily repel the opposite Great Perfection Blood Guard, and then rushed towards Han Feng with Han Feng to fight against the Great Perfection Blood Guard. The behavior of the ancestor of Linghua caused many people who were grateful to Han Feng to take action, and soon a large number of strong people gathered around Han Feng. But there are more than 2/3 of the Great Perfection Blood Guards surrounding Han Feng. Being surrounded by so many monsters, this kid is dead, let's go. Ancestor Yuling couldn't help but get angry when he saw that many people wanted to fight with Han Feng. Ancestor Yuling has only a very small number of Great Perfection Blood Guards left. The group quickly rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards the entrance to the outside world. Although that kid Han Feng was ordered by the King of God, I have no intention of letting you go, old man. Ling Chong stared at the descendants of the ancestors of Yuling, and his eyes flashed with cold light. With a wave of the palm, a demigod blood guard suddenly flew out, and a strong breath swept out like a tidal wave. Oops! Ancestor Yuling and others were shocked. Ancestor Ren Yuling and others have escaped for a lot, and they are useless in front of the blood guards of the demigod level. In the blink of an eye, the demigod intercepted the ancestors of Yuling and others. Not good. Ancestor Yuling was shocked, and the attack like a tide blasted out, and the demigod blood guard swallowed it like drinking water. Ancestor Yuling's face was extremely ugly. The next moment, the demigod blood guard took a sharp breath, and the violent suction burst out. Do not. Ancestor Yuling let out an unwilling and shrill scream, and was then swallowed up by the demigod blood guard without any resistance. The many strong men who followed the ancestors of Yuling were naturally no exception. Deserving it. Ancestor Linghua snorted when he saw this scene, gloating over the misfortune. But in addition to gloating over the misfortune, the face of the ancestor of Linghua is also a bit bitter. Seeing that there are so many around, and there is not even a lack of blood guards from the Great Perfection third layer, the ancestor of Linghua sighed deeply. Perhaps, the spiritual race is really going to perish today. When Han Feng saw that there were many strong people from the spiritual race coming to help, there was also a touch of emotion in his heart. The previous rescue was only within the scope of his ability, and he never expected repayment, but he did not expect that these people would choose to fight with him in the end. If so many people had chosen to flee before, although many people would have been swallowed up by demigod-level blood guards, there would still be very few lucky breakouts. After all, it's really not far from the exit. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a lot less worried. With a flick of his sleeve robe, Zhu Tianyunk screamed out, and the surging flame waves went away. In the blink of an eye, many blood guards were involved, and they were all burned to ashes. Zhu Tianyunk chirped again, and his whole body surged into the sky, almost breaking through the spirit clan space. Demigod. Ling Cheng's pupils shrank. Ling Cheng is only a small perfection, and it stands to reason that he can't see the realm of Zhu Tianyunk. But Ling Cheng is surrounded by demigod-level blood guards, and Ling Cheng oppresses the demigods couldn't be clearer. Ling Cheng really didn't know how Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation was, but he knew that the pressure that Zhu Tianyunk brought him was no worse than that of a demigod-level blood guard, and he was even better than a demigod. Zhu Tianyunk fluttered its flame-burning wings, and the flame blasted away like a tornado, swallowing all the remaining blood guards in the blink of an eye. A large number of Dzogchen blood crystals fell into Han Feng's hands. What? Ancestor Linghua and the others widened their eyes with a look of disbelief. Han Feng actually has a demigod-level blood guard. Lin Qingshan covered her lips in surprise, but Lin Qingshan had been in the soul search space for a long time, so she naturally knew a few beasts. Lin Qingshan never expected that Zhu Tianyunk had grown to such a degree. A demigod, he is almost at the pinnacle of the Forgotten Continent. After the ancestors of Linghua were surprised, they were overjoyed. With such a demigod helper, their hope of escaping from birth has greatly increased. It's just one, but I have 4 here. Ling Cheng asked the remaining 4 demigod blood guards to take action at once, and the 4 demigod blood guards immediately fought with Zhu Tianyunk, with flames and blood churning. Powerful energy waves surged out in bursts, and screams and roars resounded through the void of the spirit race. 4-1, Zhu Tianyunk fell into the lower wind, but Han Feng's face remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, a majestic palace appeared in the sky, and everyone was admitted into it. It was the Xuanhuan Temple. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / If you want to control the Xuanhuan temple, you need a true god. But this accusation refers to traveling through the void. If it weren't for traveling through the void, the requirements would be greatly reduced, not to mention that Xiaopeng has temporarily become the artifact of the Xuanhuan temple. Therefore, it is extremely easy for Han Feng to urge the Xuanhuan temple to just accept everyone in. However, because the cultivation base has not reached the true god, the Xuanhuan temple can only receive and fly, but it cannot be turned into dust to escape. Otherwise, Han Feng doesn't have to be so impatient to advance to the great perfection, just enter the Xuanhuan temple and let the Xuanhuan temple turn into a speck of dust. When the time comes to hide in the forgotten continent, there is no need to travel through the starry sky, and the Gorfiend God King will not be able to find it, even if the forgotten continent is destroyed. Han Feng can completely wait until the Gorfiend God King returns to the God realm to control the Xuanhuan temple and travel through the stars. What is this? Lingchong was stunned by such a palace. The oppressive ancient aura made Lingchong's body stiff and unable to move at all. Even the four-headed demigod blood guard that Void and Zhu Tianyunk were fighting had their bodies affected in an instant, and their attack strength and reaction ability were greatly reduced. Zhu Tianyunk flapped its wings and slapped the four blood guards onto the ground, and then turned into a ball of flames and rushed into the palace. The next moment, the palace flickered in the void, cutting through the space and leaving. When Lingchong reacted, the Xuanhuan temple had disappeared from Lingchong's sight. Damn it! Lingchong was extremely angry and frightened. The task given by the Lord God King has not been completed, so his blood slave level will not be lowered. Once demoted to a second-class blood slave, he will not be able to have a demigod-level blood guard. Lingchong made a seal on his hands, spewing out a mouthful of blood essence, and a light curtain of blood-colored magma appeared in front of him. Inside the blood-colored magma, a head slowly opened its eyes. Really? Mysterious palace? Heh, it seems that this kid has inherited God King Zhu Yan's Xuanhuan temple. The reason for the speed? If it is the Xuanhuan temple, then I don't blame you. Even for this king, if God King Zhu Yan didn't give up trying to seize this king's treasures, it would not have been so easy for this king to kill God King Zhu Yan. Once God King Zhu Yan escaped with all his heart, even this king would not be able to kill him. I can't catch up with that Xuanhuan temple. Knowing that the Gorfiend God King did not blame himself, Lingchong breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was also filled with deep jealousy. God King Zhu Yan, at first listen, is an existence on the same level as God King Gorfiend. He is just a blood slave, and that Han Feng actually got everything from the dignified king. How can this not make people jealous? Whether it was the Gorfiend God King or the Zhu Yan God King, they all got the facts wrong because of the exposure of the Xuanhuan temple. The central continent, the top of a mountain range. The majestic palace exudes a majestic momentum and slowly descends. Inside the palace, Han Feng said lightly, "Everyone, before escaping from the forgotten continent, please stay in this Xuanhuan temple." During this period, Han Feng had already told everyone about the Gorfiend God King and the Xuanhuan temple, and they had already brought people in, and it was useless to hide it. It's just that since you're in, it's not that easy to get out. The ancestors of Linghua and others also understand that if they have such a temple, they will not let people go out easily. The relationship between the two parties is there, and they are not familiar enough to trust each other unconditionally. In case the person who released it will release the news of owning the temple, it is definitely a very dangerous thing for the person who owns the temple. This is the case in Forgotten Continent, and even more so in the God realm in the future. Even if there are a small number of people who are unwilling and feel that they will be trapped in the temple and lose their freedom in the future, but thinking about it, it is nothing compared to losing their lives. What's more, this temple contains a small world, which is full of the spirit of heaven and earth. Even if they become true gods in the future, they can continue to cultivate. Once they become true gods, their lifespans will be greatly extended to an unbelievable extent. It's just been stuck for a while, no big deal. On the top of the mountain, the light of Xuanhuan Temple flashed, and Han Feng flew out from the Xuanhuan Temple. Originally, Han Feng also wanted Lin Qingshan to accompany him, but after all, the spiritual powerhouses in the Xuanhuan Temple are not familiar with Han Feng. On the surface, they seem to understand, but who knows what is going on inside. What Lin Qingshan has to do is to monitor these people, to prevent these people from uniting behind their backs, preparing to sneak up on Han Feng and snatch the Xuanhuan Temple while Han Feng is not paying attention when he comes in. Han Feng would like to say that with Xiaopeng as an artifact, if these people really have any bad thoughts, they can know it in advance and do not need to be monitored. It's just that this is Lin Qingshan's mind anyway, and Han Feng has to take it. Han Feng, are you sure that these people will stay in the Xuanhuan Temple all the time? Said Fatty. With the demigod of the Skylark, coupled with the threat of the Gorefiend God King, they won't have any ideas for the time being. However, the strong people in this sanctuary have a lifespan limit, and when some of them reach the limit, I'm afraid they will. It's getting noisy. After all, there is still a chance to get a breakthrough in the outside world, but in the Xuanhuan Temple, you can only practice step by step, and there is no chance of any chance. In the face of threats to life, no one can be calm, and they will act irrationally when they are impulsive. So as long as I enter the realm of the gods before their lifespan reaches the limit, the seniors of the Xuanhuan Temple once said that the more common medicinal pills in the gods are the true gods. Can be promoted to true god. In the future, they will get the true god pill. After they break through the true god, there will be no threat of Xuanhuan, so naturally they will not have any bad thoughts. A true god can live for nearly 100 million years. With the help of you and the Jianshan Fire Tower, I believe that it will not take me that long to cultivate to the realm of the King of Gods. Even if the Xuanhuan Temple is exposed by then, it must be nothing, they will naturally be able to regain their freedom at that time. Han Feng said slowly. It was Han Feng's long-standing idea to get the true god pill. His relative's blood level was too poor. If he didn't do something, he might not be able to be promoted to true god when he arrived in the god realm. Han Feng didn't want to lose a family member by his side after tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Since you already have a solution, then I won't say more, I will always pay attention to those people. I'll leave it to you. Han Feng rose into the air, and this time Han Feng was going in the direction of Zhentianzong. At the beginning of the Zhentian sect, I understood the Zhentianchan Xingzhong, and it also played a great role in the future battles. On the way, Han Feng met a warrior who was being chased by the blood guards. This warrior was an acquaintance. It is the Purple Elephant Emperor from the Central Capital Academy, one of the strong enemies of the Five Palaces fighting for hegemony, Jin Jianfeng. At this moment, the Purple Elephant Emperor Jin Jianfeng was being chased and killed, and the guards around him were about to reach their limit, and everyone looked desperate. Everyone, don't run away, let's fight to the death. Even if we die, we will let this blood guard drop a layer of flesh. Jin Jianfeng said bitterly. The third one. I will leave the Forgotten Continent tomorrow. These chapters are good cards, but the writing is not so good. Please forgive me. It will be fine when I leave the Forgotten Continent. Purple Gold Giant Elephant Bloodline, congeal. The giant elephant treads the sky. Jin Jianfeng turned into a purple gold giant elephant, and its huge body like a hill was full of deterrence. After so many years, Jin Jianfeng's cultivation has also grown rapidly, and he seems to be a master at the level of the Great Sanctuary. However, Jin Jianfeng's cultivation was only in the early stage of the Great Sanctuary, and the guards around him were all at the mid to late stage of the Great Sanctuary. The giant elephant that Jin Jianfeng turned into was even bigger than the blood guard, but when the giant elephant hit the blood guard, it was swung out by the blood guard, and the huge body was dripping with blood. The serious injury directly caused Jin Jiafeng to withdraw from the Zijin giant elephant blood guard and turn into a human body. Young master. Several guards were furious and rushed towards the blood guards. Not good. The blood-colored rays of light hit the guards, one after another. Except for one who survived because of the minor injury, all the rest fell. Damn monster. Damn holy dragon family. Jin Jianfeng roared again and again. The blood guard didn't take Jin Jianfeng's roar to heart at all, and roared open his mouth, drooling. Come on, bastard. Come on, let me see how you swallowed me. Jin Jianfeng was full of momentum, and a chaotic atmosphere permeated. Jin Jianfeng was about to explode himself. But can the self-destruction in the early days of the Great Sanctuary threaten the blood guards comparable to the peak of the sanctuary? But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly hit the void, and the light easily penetrated the body of the blood guard. The blood guard rushed to Jin Jianfeng's body for a while, and the next moment flew with the wind, dissipating like a grain of sand. This. Jin Jianfeng, who was about to blow himself up and die with the blood guards, saw this scene with rounded eyes. The strength of this blood guard is no worse than his father's, and he was instantly killed. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Jin Jianfeng saw a figure fall, and immediately knew that this was his savior, and immediately bowed his hands to thank him. But the last two words, grace, when Jin Jianfeng saw the person who came, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak. The eyes that have been rounded are widened even wider, and the rounded eyes are filled with thick inconceivable. For so many years, Han Feng's appearance has not changed much, and Jin Jianfeng recognized Han Feng immediately. How many years has it been? Has Han Feng grown to such a degree? Just a single stroke of Xuanhuan Qi will kill a powerful blood guard that is comparable to the first and second heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Brother Jin, are you okay? Han Feng looked at Jin Jianfeng. It's okay. Jin Jianfeng's expression was a little stunned because he was too shocked. After a long while, Jin Jianfeng recovered and smiled bitterly. Although I knew you were perverted, I really didn't know that you were perverted to this point, at least in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. There was a strange look on Han Feng's face, and he smiled without nodding or shaking his head. Naturally, Han Feng would not take the initiative to say that he was already at the peak of the small perfection triple heaven. However, Jin Jianfeng took Han Feng's behavior as his acquiescence, and immediately sighed. In the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, this was in the past, unless it was a hidden force or a small perfection of the Central Capital Academy, it was almost an invincible existence on the bright side. Unfortunately. A trace of sadness, pain and hatred flashed in Jin Jianfeng's eyes. Han Feng was silent. Indeed, the current central continent has been completely chaotic. A large number of blood slaves are leading the blood guards to fight. I don't know how many warriors have become the blood guards' food. This Jin family, I'm afraid. Jin Jianfeng is still thinking about what his father said in the past. If Han Feng grows to the peak of the sanctuary within a few decades, he will invite Han Feng to the Jin family to help resist the Duan family. But what about now? Who would have known that the existence of blood slaves and blood guards suddenly appeared, directly obliterating the Zhongdu Academy and the Duan family, and the Jin family was no exception. If he hadn't escaped quickly, coupled with the desperate efforts of the Jin family's many strong men, I'm afraid he would have already fallen. Thinking of his father's expression before his death, Jin Jianfeng clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails had pierced into the flesh, and blood was flowing out. Young master. The guard on the side said with difficulty. Han Feng also spoke at this time. If there are blood guards, naturally, there will be blood slaves. I don't know if this blood slave is. Jin Jianfeng was surprised. You also know blood slaves and blood guards? Yes, there are so many blood slaves and blood guards emerging in Central Continent recently, you know nothing. Before Han Feng could answer, Jin Jianfeng thought he had found the answer. Then Jin Jianfeng said with hatred, it was the Emperor Dragon Emperor back then. The Emperor Dragon Emperor from the Xuanhuan family. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. At the beginning of the Xuanhuan family's pursuit of Han Feng, he remembered clearly. The last time he was afraid of the Xuanhuan family and did not take revenge, but this time. Han Feng showed a sneer. Jin Jianfeng naturally knew the contradiction between Emperor Dragon Emperor and Han Feng, and guessed that the Holy Dragon family had chased and killed Han Feng. Therefore, seeing Han Feng's sneer, Jin Jianfeng showed a touch of unease, and quickly said, "Brother Han, don't be impulsive. That Sanctuary Peak Blood Guard is only one of the many blood guards of the Emperor Dragon Emperor. Many of the Emperor Dragon Emperor have already reaching the minor perfection level, and some blood guards reaching the great perfection level. It can be said to be extremely terrifying." Han Feng said indifferently, "Brother Jin, don't worry about me, I don't care about the mere small perfection." Brother Jin only said, "Where is the Emperor Dragon Emperor? Xuanhuan doesn't take it seriously?" Jin Jianfeng was at a loss. Could it be that Han Feng is not only in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary? The guard of the Jin family looked at Han Feng, already looking at a fool and a lunatic. This. After hesitating for a while, Jin Jianfeng still chose to believe in Han Feng. In Jin Jianfeng's opinion, Han Feng did not seem like the kind of person who was not sure about things. "I heard that Emperor Dragon Emperor has gone to Xintian sect," Jin Jianfeng said. "Zhenchenzong." Han Feng's face changed slightly. "Yes, it is said that we want to cultivate more small perfections." Jin Jianfeng nodded. "Let's go." Han Feng was a little anxious, not to mention that the sect master of Xintian sect had taken care of him. He said that for the Xintian monument, Han Feng had to go to Xintian sect. Now Han Feng is not as ignorant as before. The artifact of the world contains a small world, and there are also small worlds like the Xintian monument. I am afraid it is not a simple existence. Perhaps the small world in the Xintian monument is not perfect. It is more like a single energy condensation, including the magic golden pagoda, so it is unlikely that the Xintian monument or the magic golden pagoda is a real world-class artifact. But it's definitely not as simple as I thought. If Han Feng guessed correctly, whether it is the earth-shattering monument or the magical golden pagoda, it should be modeled after the world artifact. World-class artifacts are bred by the Tao of Heaven every once in a while, and belong to the innate. The imitation belongs to the day after tomorrow, and there is absolutely no way to compare it with the real world artifact. The power is not as good as the chaos artifact, maybe even some powerful ordinary artifacts. But its special effects are not comparable to ordinary artifacts. Such as the light of understanding in the magic pagoda. The earthquake stone in the earthquake monument. The magical golden pagoda. Han Feng has cleared the customs, so Han Feng has no plans to snatch the magical golden pagoda, but Han Feng has not cleared the customs yet, so it is unknown whether it can really only be integrated under the small perfection. Don't look at it again. Han Feng always feels a little unwilling. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Emperor again. Young master, shall we follow? I always think that person. The guard pointed at his head implicitly. Jin Jianfeng shook his head. Han Feng is definitely not someone who can't understand clearly. Let's follow. Zhenchenzong. When Han Feng and his party came here, they only saw a piece of dilapidated and broken walls. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, but there was no one person. It's too late. Han Feng's face was gloomy. Sorry, I dragged your speed. Jin Jianfeng said with a wry smile, who knew that Han Feng's speed was so fast that he couldn't even follow behind. If it wasn't for Han Feng taking the initiative to bring him later, I'm afraid that even Han Feng's shadow would not have been seen. It has nothing to do with you. The atmosphere of ruin is not short here. Even if I fly with all my strength at first, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. It should have come to this earthquake sect when I was preparing to destroy your Jin family and other similar forces. Han Feng said his guess. Jin Jianfeng didn't say a word. The Dragon Emperor did leave some blood guards and left immediately, otherwise he might not be able to escape. Those who followed Emperor Xuanhuan were the elites of the blood guards, at least at the level of small perfection. Han Feng's small perfection level, no, it should be said that the primordial spirit beyond the small perfection level poured out, covering the entire Xintian sect in an instant. There is really no one. Han Feng's face was a little gloomy. This means that the Xintian sect is very likely to have no survivors at all. Han Feng came to the place where the Xintian monument was, and as expected, even the Xintian monument disappeared. Does that Dragon Emperor also know the extraordinary things about this monument? Han Feng thought thoughtfully. Brother Jin, do you know the next goal of the Dragon Emperor? This. Jin Jianfeng hesitated. Seeing this, Han Feng knew what Jin Jianfeng must know, and quickly said, "If Brother Jin knows anything, please let me know." Jin Jianfeng looked at Han Feng seriously. Brother Han, the Dragon Emperor originally only had 4 or 5 great perfection blood guards, but now he attacked the Xintian sect and devoured all the warriors of the Xintian sect, and there will inevitably be many small perfections are born. If these small perfections devour each other, there will only be more blood guards in the great perfection. Brother Han, are you really sure about dealing with such an Dragon Emperor? Han Feng said lightly, naturally, I haven't reached the point where I know I'm losing and I have to die. Since that's the case, then I'll say it. Jin Jianfeng took a deep breath and said, the Dragon Emperor once said when he let the blood guards attack my Jin family, that all forces that have helped you, he will not all let it go. Han Feng's expression froze, then his face changed, and he finally said with a wry smile, so, the reason why Brother Jin's family was attacked was because of me. Jin Jianfeng was silent for a moment before laughing at himself. To tell the truth, I did resent it at first, but then I think about it, it was me who wanted to befriend you, so I should be blamed, right? What's more, the Dragon Emperor wants to devour warriors in order to cultivate blood guards. Even if I don't help you, will the Dragon Emperor let me go? Don't forget that at the Zhongdu Academy, the relationship between me and Emperor Dragon was not harmonious. When the Dragon Emperor attacked, my Jin family's enemy, the Duan family, begged to join the Dragon Emperor's Holy Dragon family, but they were still destroyed. Heard. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then his face changed. If Dragon Emperor really wanted to eradicate the forces that had helped him while cultivating blood guards, the next one must be Tianlang Valley. Han Feng has obtained a lot of inheritance of powerful sacred secrets in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. If you rush to this point, Han Feng will never die. At this moment, Han Feng didn't care whether the Xuanhuan temple was exposed or not. Anyway, if Jin Jianfeng wanted to leave the Forgotten Continent, he would have to enter the Xuanhuan temple sooner or later. Han Feng made a long story short and gave a general overview of the Gorfiend King and the Xuanhuan temple. Jin Jianfeng agreed without hesitation, Brother Han, introduce me to that temple. Since the murderer behind the scenes is the God King, I am afraid it is impossible for me to seek revenge. If you are lucky enough to be promoted to true God in the future, I will wait until the moment you are willing to let me out, and then work hard to practice revenge. Jin Jianfeng's head is very clear, entering the Xuanhuan temple, it must be impossible to come out. In the future, when he enters the God realm, once someone leaves the Xuanhuan temple and spreads the news, Han Feng will face unprecedented danger. Even if you don't say it out, if someone finds it with soul search, the result will be the same. Although the latter possibility is unlikely, he would not dare to take risks if he was in Han Feng's position. Han Feng is willing to expose the Xuanhuan temple and take him away from the Forgotten Continent, which is already very good. Okay. Han Feng took Jin Jianfeng and his guards into the Xuanhuan temple and immediately flew to the Heavenly Wolf Valley. The Heavenly Wolf Valley was in chaos. The Emperor Dragon Emperor sat on the purple gold throne, carried by the blood guards, looking down at the heavenly wolf valley like a king. The Emperor Dragon looked around the heavenly wolf valley, with an indifferent smile on his face. As expected of the heavenly wolf valley, it is not worse than my fallen sacred dragon family. Unfortunately, now I am the blood slave of the Lord God King. In the future, at least I can become a true god, the mere heavenly wolf valley. After looking around, the Emperor Dragon Emperor looked at the ground. Countless heavenly wolf valley disciples were swallowed up by the blood guards, and the rest were just struggling to support. Sir, I am willing to rely on you, please spare my life. Mang Qin's senior brother suddenly knelt down. Since the arrival of Han Feng last time, senior brother Mang Qin's prestige and status in the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley have been greatly reduced. This kneeling at this moment makes the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf Valley disdain. If you have the ability, you can fight to the end. Senior brother Mang Qin said angrily when he saw the contemptuous glances from everyone. You want to take refuge with me? Emperor Dragon raised his chin and said lazily. Yes. Senior brother Mang Qin looked at Emperor Dragon Emperor expectantly, but it was Emperor Dragon Emperor who greeted him with a palm and was immediately smashed into scum. On the level of a mere great sanctuary, I am still a betrayal of the master. I don't even want a subordinate like you. Emperor Dragon Emperor looked disdainful. Looking at the people who were still struggling at the last moment, Emperor Dragon Emperor chuckled lightly. Your great perfection ancestors have already fallen, why are you still supporting? Just let my blood guard swallow you up. It is. Stop talking nonsense. Lord Mang Gu snorted. Emperor Dragon Emperor was not annoyed either. I'm tired of watching the game too, let's end it. The Great Perfection Blood Guard beside Emperor Dragon Emperor suddenly roared and rushed out. Mang Guju and other 4 Guju's complexions changed greatly, and they immediately united with the remaining people to fight desperately. Even if they died, they would make the other party suffer huge losses. Emperor Skywolf Claw. But at this moment, a sound that shook the sky came from the void, and a giant claw came through the space and grabbed the blood guard of the Great Perfection. Smash. What? Emperor Dragon Emperor, Lord Mangu, and the others shrank their pupils. The dignified and perfect blood guard was killed in seconds. Come on, who is it? Everyone's eyes turned to the void. Second more. With the fall of the Great Perfection Blood Guard, a figure stepped into the air. Each step seemed to be slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the figure has come to the place where the blood guard fell. Seeing this figure, everyone in the Heavenly Wolf Valley and Emperor Dragon Emperor were all condensed. The Heavenly Wolf Valley side was overjoyed, while the Emperor Dragon Emperor had a gloomy face, but after the gloom, the Emperor Dragon Emperor let out a lunatic laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's true that there is a way to heaven and you don't go, and there is no way to hell. You come here, and you are worried about how to find you, but you actually appeared in front of me in person. This time I won't tell you to run away like the last time. Bah, that group of useless trash. This trash obviously refers to the strong sacred dragon clan who chased down Han Feng last time. Hearing this, the joy of the Heavenly Wolf Valley side was immediately replaced by bitterness. The strength of Han Feng's appearance this time really shocked and delighted them. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he was instantly defeated by the Great Perfection First Layer Heavenly Blood Guard. But the Great Perfection Blood Guard beside the Emperor Dragon Emperor is not just one, but several, and one of them has reached the second level of Great Perfection. I'm only afraid that this time I can't save people, and I even have to get in. Mang Qin has already shouted, Han Feng, run quickly, and leave us alone. Han Feng glanced at Mang Qin, comforted Mang Qin with his eyes, and then looked up at Emperor Dragon Emperor. Look for me? Or worry about yourself first? Han Feng's eyes were indifferent, and Zhu Tianyunk tweeted out with the release of the flame. The Emperor Dragon Emperor's face stiffened in an instant. The scene that happened next was deeply imprinted into the minds of many strong people in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. The battle in the void, no, it can't be said to be a battle at all, it is completely unilateral killing. Under the power of Zhu Tianyunk, these Dzogchen monsters, who seemed to them incomparably powerful, were as fragile as babies, and they were killed by Zhu Tianyunk without struggling. The Emperor Dragon Emperor couldn't calm down anymore, even if he had the blood power of the Gorefiend God King. The Emperor Dragon Emperor was only able to raise his own cultivation to the peak level of the sanctuary. Without the Blood Guard, let alone Han Feng, there are many strong people who can kill Emperor Dragon Emperor even in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. When the last Great Perfection Blood Guard was killed, the Emperor Dragon Emperor was about to run away. Where to run? Meng Guizhou was beaten by the monster, and his heart was full of anger. At this moment, where would he let Emperor Dragon Emperor go? Go to hell. Lord Mengu's right hand condensed into wolf claws, instantly pierced through Emperor Dragon Emperor's body, grabbed his heart out and crushed it. A disaster that disappeared without a trace. Han Feng, thank you very much this time. Lord Mengu bowed his hands to thank Han Feng with his injuries, and his expression was already a little respectful. At first, Lord Mengu planned to call him Ken Han, but in the end he turned into Han Feng. Han Feng sighed, but also knew that this was impossible. With the improvement of his cultivation, the attitudes of everyone except those who were extremely close to him would change. Even Meng Qin didn't hesitate at this moment, and didn't step forward immediately. The Heavenly Wolf Valley is kind to the younger generation, and the younger generation naturally cannot watch the Heavenly Wolf Valley be destroyed by the Emperor Dragon Emperor. And Han Feng also told about the Gorefiend God King and the Xuanhuan Temple, but the final choice was left to the people in Tianlang Valley. The people in Tianlang Valley looked at each other in dismay. If they had never seen the Blood Guard, they might even suspect that Han Feng was lying to them. But after seeing the Blood Guard, everyone immediately believed a lot, especially some of them vaguely remembered that the Emperor Dragon Emperor seemed to have said that he was a blood slave of a certain adult at the beginning. Looking at it now, it is very likely that the Great God is the Blood Demon King who is about to break the seal. The most important thing is that Han Feng has even revealed the secret of Xuanhuan Temple. Do they still have a choice? The people who are still alive in Tianlang Valley are the strong among the strong, and their heads are turning very fast. If they don't agree, Han Feng may not be bad for them, but he will definitely use some methods to make them unable to speak. The people in Tianlang Valley didn't want to experience it at all, so they agreed. Before entering the Xuanhuan Temple, Yao Xiang said with a pale face, "I won't give up chasing you." Han Feng smiled, "I'm waiting, your injury is very serious, you need to recover quickly." Leaving from the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Han Feng ignored the chaos in the central continent, and controlled the Xuanhuan Temple, to quickly return to the Bay continent. On the way through the north-central sea, Han Feng turned a corner and went to Wang's house. This time, Han Feng wanted to pick up Wang Wei, Wang Lai, and Wang Yan. As for the rest of the royal family, Han Feng has no close relationship with them, so if he wants to follow him, he will be reluctant if he does not. It's all just because the relationship between the two parties didn't go that far. Without the three Wang Wei father and daughter, Han Feng would not have any relationship with the Wang family at all. Therefore, the Wang family did not know about the Xuanhuan Temple, but Wang Wei and his daughter were told by Han Feng personally. The three of them were startled, and even the true gods were afraid of the existence. They wanted to stay here to find death, and they entered the Xuanhuan Temple without any hesitation. After taking over Wang Wei and a few members of the Wang family, Han Feng finally returned to Beizhou continent. Great Jin Kingdom, Han family. When Han Feng came back, he found that the Han family was full of people, all of which were directly or indirectly related to Han Feng. Because of the importance of the matter, even Dong Hui, the body of Xianyang that Han Feng had originally accepted, also put down and expanded the Dong family, and personally led the Dong family to Dajin. The same is true for Songshi, the body of Xianin. By Xin, Yi Zhu, sister Mo Xiaoxiao, etc. There are also everyone from the Lei family, members of several major families, the royal family, and the royal family of the Dashing Empire. Many elders from Baidu Academy also gathered here. Zhang Fuyu, who received the news that the ancestor of Ziyun had passed through in person, also left the God of War family. Fortunately, Zhang Fuyu left the God of War family in time. When Han Feng came back, he learned that the ancient tribes of Beizhou continent had been captured in a short period of time. Shadow beheading. Han Feng's expression was solemn, knowing that things had become more serious. Everyone, at this point, I'm afraid it won't take long for those blood slaves to target the hidden forces and the imperial masses of the Beizhou continent. In order to prevent you from having an accident, I also invite you to enter the Xuanhuan temple in advance, as long as I break through to the great perfection. Immediately after that, leave the forgotten continent. The Xuanhuan temple contains a small world. If you don't want to come out in the future, you can completely re-establish your home in that small world. If you don't want to stay in the Xuanhuan temple, I can swear, as long as I have a certain amount of money in the God realm. With the power of self-preservation, you can be released. Han Feng released all the people in the Xuanhuan temple, and swore aloud after everyone gathered together. One person suddenly said, "Sir, what if we can't wait that long?" Although the adults are cultivating very fast, it takes time to have the power to protect themselves in the God realm, and we are the longest lived here. Live for more than 10,000 years, and some only live for thousands of years. This question has spoken the hearts of many people. Let them stay in the Xuanhuan temple, they have no problem, because this is also for survival. But if they are in the Xuanhuan temple in the future and lose their freedom, even if they know Han Feng's difficulties, they will feel a little awkward. The third one. I thought I would write about leaving the forgotten continent today, but I didn't expect it to be so close. I will definitely leave tomorrow. Perfection. Of course, there is also a small world in the Xuanhuan temple, and you can also rebuild your home in it. But the small world is a bit desolate, and the space is a bit unstable. It's better to rebuild the home there. The most important thing is that some of them can't wait for Han Feng to grow up to be able to protect himself in the God realm. If any of them have achieved true God, then of course they can wait. But the problem is that there is no true God here. If you really have to wait thousands of years, many people will die. Even if you can go out, you won't be able to live for long, so what's the point? If this problem can't be solved, they will naturally have nothing under the situation of life-threatening situation, but they will be dissatisfied after a long time. The person who asked the question seems to be making things difficult, but in fact it is to solve future problems and eliminate hidden dangers. Rather than waiting for estrangement in the future, it is better to make it all clear now. Han Feng looked at this person and found that he belonged to the spiritual race, and he also had a good relationship with the ancestor of Linghua on weekdays. Han Feng looked at the ancestors of Linghua and Lin Qingshan, and the two nodded slightly. Seeing this, Han Feng pondered for a while, and felt that it would be better to pick it up at this time. After a long while, Han Feng said slowly under the eyes of everyone, "Anyone who has entered the small world knows that the small world is full of aura. Although it is extremely difficult to absorb the aura before the true God, once absorbed, it will affect the cultivation base. There are also great benefits, and more importantly, after absorbing the divine energy, it is very possible to comprehend the divine nature. Once you understand divinity, even if you have insufficient blood, there is a great possibility to advance to a true God. So you can cultivate with peace of mind, as long as your aptitude is not too bad, it should be possible to advance to the true God." What? There are such benefits? Divinity? Is this true? People who have not entered the Xuanhuan temple have asked for those who have entered. Those who have entered, such as the spiritual race and others, nodded. Among the spirit race, some people who were still worried in their hearts dissipated, most of them after seeing the aura in the small world. Even so, there is no guarantee that everyone will be promoted to true God. Han Feng said again, when I got the Xuanhuan temple, I had a conversation with the temple spirit. During the conversation, I learned that there is a kind of medicine in the God realm, called the True God Pill. Taking the True God Pill, as long as the sanctuary is consummated, all there is a 70 to 80% chance of being directly promoted to true God. True Divine Pill. Everyone's heart slammed, especially some great perfection ancestors, whose eyes were burning and spit. For them, the true God is the realm they desire. At the realm of their cultivation, except for the advanced true gods, there is not much temptation for them. Only. A strong man said nervously, the effect of the true divine pill is so great, is it so easy to obtain? Yeah, this pill won't be cheap to be able to make the sanctuary great perfection, to be promoted to true God. A group of powerhouses were discussing. Han Feng chuckled and said, everyone, please remember that it is the God realm, not our forgotten continent. In the realm of the gods, if you don't reach the true gods, you all belong to the non-streaming level. How precious can a non-streaming level step into the stream entry level? Perhaps the true divine pill has not yet reached the point of being a rotten street, but it has not reached the point where it is hard to obtain $1,000. Otherwise, the God realm will not decide whether to enter the stream or not to enter the stream based on the true God. For our forgotten continent, the true divine pill is a heaven-defying elixir, but to the God realm, it is just one of the ordinary divine pills. As long as I enter the God realm, it should not take long before I can get the true divine pill. Now, does anyone have anything to say? Han Feng looked around for a week. No one spoke any further objections. Han Feng is willing to let them enter the Xuanhuan temple and lead the forgotten continent, and is willing to let them absorb their spiritual energy to cultivate, and now he is willing to provide them with the true divine pill. If you are not satisfied, you are insatiable. If someone can't even endure this time, before they get the true divine pill, then just stay and destroy the forgotten continent together. Seeing the silence of everyone, Han Feng nodded and said okay, then his face became serious, since we have reached a unity now, I don't want anyone to take advantage of the lack of freedom to pick things up in the future. Don't worry, if someone did that, we would not let him go first. A great perfection ancestor shouted. Then, I'll invite you to enter the Xuanhuan temple first. With a flick of his sleeves, the originally crowded hall suddenly became empty. In the temple, Lin Qingshan and Meng Yaqing finally had a formal meeting. When Lei Yuanjia saw the two daughters-in-law, his eyes narrowed with joy, and he wanted to hug his grandson immediately. It's just that Lei Yuanjia also knew that his son didn't have that much free time, so he didn't bring up this topic. Han Feng and his relatives gathered for a few days and left the Xuanhuan temple. Immediately afterwards, a piece of news came out of the Great Jin Kingdom. This news told many warriors and civilians in the Great Jin Kingdom that there will be a crisis in the mainland soon, and if you want to avoid the crisis, you can only go to the Han family. Han Feng released this news. If anyone believes in the arrival, Han Feng will bring these people into the Xuanhuan temple. If you don't believe that you haven't come, Han Feng will not force it. Han Feng did this because everyone came from an empire. Han Feng did not intend to force the entire Jin kingdom into the Xuanhuan temple. First, the small world in the Xuanhuan temple was not very big, and it was obviously in a nascent state. That's all. Regardless of how long it took for the Xuanhuan temple to be born, compared to other world-class artifacts, the Xuanhuan temple was indeed born too short. The God King has lived for a very long time, and the time of the Xuanhuan temple is not enough to see, and the small world within the body is naturally not that big. Second, if the kingdom of Jin was forcibly brought into the Xuanhuan temple, God knows if anyone would be dissatisfied because of the restricted freedom. Han Feng didn't want to save these people, but in the end, he cultivated a bunch of enemies, or voluntarily. Han Feng underestimated his current prestige in the Great Jin Kingdom. As soon as the news came out, the warriors and civilians in the holy city immediately rushed to the Han family. It didn't take long for the holy city to become an empty city. And such an empty city not only did not affect the trust of the rest of the warriors and civilians in the Great Jin Kingdom, but also made these people feel that things were not good. They believed that the people in the holy city were most likely arranged by Han Feng to take refuge in another place, without giving too much thought to how these people took refuge. More and more people disappeared and were introduced to the Xuanhuan temple by Han Feng, which finally made the few remaining people in the Great Jin Kingdom hesitate. Most of this small group of people are not the original residents of the Great Jin Kingdom, but they joined after hearing about Han Feng's prestige and seeing the rise of the Great Jin Kingdom. These people do not have a strong sense of belonging to the Great Jin Kingdom, and their worship of Han Feng is not as crazy as the original residents. Therefore, in the end, they still did not go to the Han family. On the contrary, they were happy for the disappearance of so many people from the Great Jin state, which meant that the Great Jin state was likely to be replaced by them as the masters. Naturally, these people will regret it in the future. In the Han family, Han Feng murmured, "No one has come here for a few days. It seems that there is no need to wait any longer. All that's left is to find a hidden place to hit the Great Perfection realm. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Perfection." There is also a reason why Han Feng left the Great Jin Kingdom to retreat to the Great Perfection. Blood crystals all contain the will of Gorfiend, and absorbing these blood crystals to break through will inevitably fight against Gorfiend's will. Han Feng doesn't know how much he can do. If he is accidentally controlled by the will of the blood demon, he will be no different from the blood slave in the future. Even if he is not controlled, Han Feng does not know what he will do in the process of resisting. If a powerful trick is not controlled and released, Dajin will be severely damaged. Don't underestimate the uncontrollable blow of a small perfection powerhouse. What a powerhouse small perfection is, every move of the attack is huge, and the space is shaking. The reason why the contagion was not as huge as imagined was because the powerhouses of small perfection had already extremely top-notch control over their own energy. Once uncontrollable, this burst of energy will easily destroy the Great Jin Kingdom. And just after Han Feng left, Xianqing Tian, who completely wiped out the ancient tribes of Beizhou continent, received an order from the Gorfiend God King. "Do you want to capture Han Feng?" Xianqing Tian narrowed his eyes. Since he obtained the power of blood energy, Xianqing Tian's cultivation level has soared, and as his cultivation level deepened, Xianqing Tian's heart is also more and more towards the blood demon God King. Fa surrender, whatever he does, he must put the interests of the Gorfiend King first. Now, Xianqing Tian's cultivation has skyrocketed to the third level of small perfection. However, when Xianqing Tian learned that Han Feng also reached this level, even higher than him, Xianqing Tian's complexion changed, and he couldn't believe it at all. But this news was said by the Gorfiend God King himself, so Xianqing Tian could not believe it. "Qing Tian, that kid is likely to have acquired the inheritance and treasure of God King Zhu Yan. If you catch this son, this king can reward you with a superb artifact." The blood demon God King Suing spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. "Out." Xianqing Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he was extremely enthusiastic. "The best artifact. That is a powerful artifact that most true gods of 9 tribulations may not have, second only to the Chaos Divine artifact." After becoming a blood slave, Xianqing Tian has more and more things in his head. This is one of the benefits of a blood slave. Xianqing Tian knows more about the knowledge of some gods than the true gods of the Forgotten Continent. "Don't worry, my lord. The blood slave Qing Tian must complete the task of the adults." Xianqing Tian immediately summoned his own blood guard after giving a respectful voice. To destroy these ancient clans and dedicate them to the blood demon god king, Xianqing Tian paid a lot for this, but every time the blood guards devoured the ancient clan powerhouses, the blood guards would become more and stronger. The Gorefiend god king did not devour everything, but would always leave some for Xianqing Tian. If Xianqing Tian did not have enough blood guards and strong enough blood guards, it would be difficult to obtain more and stronger blood essence. The blood demon god king knew this and would never destroy the city walls. Now, Xianqing Tian's blood guard army numbered more than 100 and nearly 200. The worst of them also reached the small perfection realm, and most of them were great perfection. Among them, there were more than 20 blood guards with 12 wings, which were equivalent to the demigod realm. With such a huge force, Xianqing Tian believed that Han Feng would be difficult to fly with his wings attached. But what Xianqing Tian never expected was that the Han family was already empty. Xianqing Tian stayed in the sky above the holy city with a gloomy expression. The anger of the small perfection triple heaven made the space stagnate, and the powerful aura spread out like a terrifying wave. Especially the powerful blood guards behind Xianqing Tian roared together, and the sound shook the sky. The coercion and the apocalyptic scene constantly coming from the void made the warriors who stayed in the great Jin state tremble. Xianqing Tian asked the blood guard to capture someone and asked, "Where is Han Feng?" No. No. I don't know. The one who was arrested was the emperor who made himself king after occupying the great Jin kingdom. But the emperor was almost scared to pee at this moment. I don't know? Xianqing Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he slapped the opponent's forehead with a palm, forcibly searching for his soul. In the inheritance of blood slaves, there is such a powerful soul search method. And the aftermath is to make the soul-searched person become an idiot directly. So that's the case. Did you leave early in the morning? Could it be that you sensed something in advance? Xianqing Tian thought too much. Han Feng simply didn't want to fight against the will of the blood demon and spread to the kingdom of Jin. Since Han Feng is not here, let's destroy it. Xianqing Tian obviously vented his anger on the warriors of the great Jin kingdom, and the blood guards roared away. It didn't take long for the great Jin kingdom to be completely destroyed. In once. My lord, this is what happened. Xianqing Tian told the whole story with fear, for fear that the Gorefiend god king would be blamed. Did you run away? In the light curtain, the Gorefiend god king looked calm, and there was no sign of anger. This scene made Xianqing Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Sir, do you need to be wanted by Qing Tian? Now Beizhou continent has almost been controlled by Qing Tian, and the rest is to give the blood of these Beizhou continent warriors to adults one by one through sacrifice. Xianqing Tian said cautiously. No, since that kid has obtained the Xuanhuan temple, it is very difficult for you to find out, and even if you do, it will be difficult for you to catch up. After a while, this king will be able to completely break the seal. At that time, this king will make his own move. Even if the kid hides in secret, he will not be able to escape the eyes of this king. If you want to control the Xuanhuan temple, to travel through the void, you need at least the cultivation of a true god. No matter how powerful this kid is it possible that he can be promoted to a true god in just half a year to a year? Han Feng * controlled the Xuanhuan temple to a hidden location and immediately began to retreat. On this journey, Han Feng got a lot of great perfection blood crystals. Han Feng absorbed the blood crystals, and a powerful energy filled his body, but in this power, Han Feng felt a difference not too obvious. This is the will of the Gorefiend. Xuanhuan said solemnly. It's so hard to find my little perfect soul even when I know it in advance, so it's no wonder that so many people have been caught. Han Feng sighed, thinking that Xianqing Tian was also a famous genius, and even more so. He is arrogant, but if he is accidentally influenced by the will of the blood demon, he will become a blood slave. If Xianqing Tian can still maintain his sanity, he is afraid of suicide. What is even more frightening is that Xianqing Tian has not felt any strangeness at all. The influence of the Gorfiend's will is completed in silence. Piece after piece of blood crystals were absorbed by Han Feng, and the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body began to become more and more mixed, and the will of the blood demon in the body became more and more intense. Han Feng knew that when the Gorfiend's will accumulated to a certain level, it was time for him to fight against the Gorfiend's will. If he succeeds, he will be able to control the Xuanhuan temple and escape from the Forgotten Continent. If he fails, he will become the blood slave of the blood demon god king, just like Xianqing Tian. Time passed, and the momentum around Han Feng became more and more powerful, and when Han Feng was preparing for the impact of the Great Perfection, the North Continent, like the Central Continent, almost became a hell on earth. The East Continent, West Continent, and South Continent were also slaughtered by the Blood Guards. More and more blood gathered in the body of the Gorfiend God King, and the seal became thinner. In Tongtian Divine Realm, the Gorfiend God King looked crazy, broken. Broken. It's going to break. But at this moment, the Gorfiend God King's face condensed. Gorfiend's will is about to condense into seeds again? Who is going to become this king's blood slave at this time? Upon sensing the Gorfiend seed, the Gorfiend God King was very surprised. It turned out to be him? Second more. There was a strange smile on the corner of the mouth of the Gorfiend God King. This kid actually tried to use blood crystals to break through the Great Perfection level. Do you think that absorbing a lot of blood crystals will be able to hit the true God level? Dreaming. Also, this king is about to break out, it's too late. Even after absorbing enough blood crystals, this kid will. The blood demon God King's expression suddenly stagnates. No, that kid could even see the problem with the blood core before. Why this time? Or this kid knows that there is a problem, but he doesn't care so much in order to impact the real body level. Anyway, since the blood crystals are absorbed, the blood demon seeds will soon condense, and you can't break free from this king's control. Spirit of the Wind. In the hidden place, the clouds of fire and the void are rolling, as if it has become a world of flames. In a short time of retreat, Han Feng had already crossed the bottleneck and was promoted to the level of Great Perfection. The breath of Great Perfection rose into the sky, directly submerging into the sky, and the fire cloud shook. If a strong person under the Great Perfection came here, he would definitely be shocked by this strong momentum. But if it is a Great Perfection powerhouse of the same level, it will be found that in this terrifying momentum, there is some energy that is not so pure. It's like the difference between a crisp sound and a rough sound. The cultivation base has been greatly improved, but Han Feng's forehead is dripping with cold sweat and his face is pale. All of this is due to the influence of the Gorfiend's will. As the cultivation base was promoted to the Great Perfection, the Gorfiend's will finally began to attack Han Feng. Of course, this attack was extremely secretive and would not be discovered so easily, otherwise Xianqing Tian would not have become a blood slave so easily. But Han Feng was well prepared, his mind was always vigilant, and there was little fat vigilance. At the moment when the Gorfiend seed was formed, Han Feng's primordial spirit slashed towards the Gorfiend seed like a sharp sword. But the counterattack of the Gorfiend seed was also beyond Han Feng's imagination, as if some ancient beast roared in Han Feng's primordial spirit, causing Han Feng's primordial spirit to vibrate, rioting like a monstrous wave. Puff! Han Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood, and Saint Yuan surged in disorder in his body. A strong aura burst out wildly, like a tsunami hitting everything around. The mountain where Han Feng retreated directly collapsed, and it seemed to be smashed by something directly from the inside to the outside, and it was rumbling. What? Han Feng covered his head and roared in pain, his eyes red. Jia, why is it so painful? as long as you accept this king's blood demon seed, you don't have to suffer anymore. On the contrary, you will be vigorously cultivated by this king, not to mention true gods, even the realm of ancient gods, and this king can help you easily reach it. Give up resistance. Give up resistance. Accept it. Accept it. The bewitching voice of the Gorfiend king kept ringing in Han Feng's head, and the Gorfiend seeds exuded a strange luster, as if they were about to break out of the ground and completely occupy Han Feng's Xuanhuan. No. Yes. Yes. Han Feng roared with a grim face, full of blue veins. The sound shook the sky, and the sky darkened in an instant. Countless spaces opened cracks. The sound hit the surroundings, and the space shattered all the way. The crazy impact of sound and breath completely destroyed thousands of meters, and the scope of this destruction is still increasing rapidly. Tens of thousands, more than 100,000, hundreds of thousands, millions. The great perfection of the sanctuary is the last stage of the sanctuary level, and it is also the highest level of the forgotten continent except for the true God, which has almost reached the limit of strength that the forgotten continent can withstand. The damage caused by a maddened impact of the great perfection is extremely astonishing. What? A trace of Xuanhuan split from the blood demon god king looked at Han Feng's Xuanhuan in surprise, and suddenly became stronger from weakness. Han Feng's powerful primordial spirit slammed into the Gorfiend seed frantically, only to hear a click, and there was a crack on the Gorfiend seed. A trace of Xuanhuan of the Gorfiend god king was shocked and angry. Damn lowly people, how dare to hurt this king's Xuanhuan? Since you're toasting, why don't you eat the penalty drink? This king will directly destroy your primordial spirit. It's just a mere blood slave, and this king is not short of it. But at this moment, a dazzling purple gold light suddenly appeared in Han Feng's primordial spirit with great coercion. The light was like dazzling sunlight, and as soon as it appeared, it burned a trace of primordial spirit of the Gorfiend king. Xuanhuan screamed. Xiaopeng controlled the Xuanhuan tower and said bitterly in his heart, I want Han Feng to be your blood slave? Don't see if you are qualified or not. Xuanhuan pagoda was suppressed, and the blood demon god Wan Yu Xuanhuan made a terrified voice, what the hell is this? What? With a scream, a trace of Xuanhuan, the blood demon god king, was suppressed by the Xuanhuan tower and died. The Gorfiend seed also shattered at this moment. Han Feng gasped heavily, and the blood red in his eyes gradually dissipated. Thank you, now, Chubby. Han Feng said intermittently. If there is no Chubby, the result this time is really hard to say. As expected of a God King level expert, it's too terrifying. Han Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. There is only a trace of primordial spirit. I am afraid that he does not even have the power of 1/1,000,000th of the primordial spirit of the Gorfiend king, but he was so embarrassed that he was almost controlled by the Gorfiend seed. Although Han Feng had a strong counterattack at the last moment and injured the Xuanhuan, that kind of attack was similar to returning to the light, and just one hit Han Feng would have no power. If it weren't for this, Xuanhuan wouldn't come out in such a hurry. Xiaopeng didn't help him at first, and he also wanted to use the Xuanhuan of the Blood Demon King to exorcise Han Feng. After all, it is not a very normal way to break through. Not only is Xingyuan unstable, but Xuanhuan is also the same. But now after some training, the primordial spirit has almost stabilized. In this way, even if the cultivation base of the pure Saint Yuan falls to the small perfection realm in the future, with this stable Xuanhuan level of the great perfection, it will be much easier to return to the great perfection cultivation base. Han Feng, hurry up and take a rest, you will be traveling through the void later. It is good. The territory of Tongshanshan. God King Gorfiend's face suddenly gloomy. Damn, that kid didn't get the inheritance of God King Zhu Yan at all, but another inheritance. That purple golden pagoda is definitely an immortal artifact level existence, this king must get it. Looking up at the seal suddenly, the Gorfiend God King said in a gloomy tone, "It would take more than 10 days to break the seal, but this king can't wait any longer. Even so, this king's power will be affected, and even 10 million points will be affected. None of them can be used, and it can be used to deal with the great perfection of the Holy Land, which is enough." Forgetting the void of the mainland, Han Feng was wrapped by the Xuanhuan Tower and quickly flew to the limit of the sky. Soon, Han Feng came to the place where the fetal membranes of the Forgotten Continent were located. This fetal membrane looks like a dream, it looks thin and soft. This fetal membrane, also known as the surface fetal membrane. Almost all plains will have such fetal membranes, and it is precisely because of such fetal membranes that they can stop the invasion of the star beasts on the plains. The weak, plain fetal membrane can also block the starry sky beast of the true god level. The starry sky beasts at the true god level can't get in, and the starry sky beasts above the true gods can't see the weak plains, so the weak plains can go on safely. Like the fetal membrane of the plane of the gods, or it should be called the fetal membrane of the world, its defensive ability is enough to resist the starry sky beasts from the God King to the God Emperor. The plain membrane of the Forgotten Continent is not complete. After all, the Forgotten Continent was forced to separate, but even so, the plain membrane of the Forgotten Continent can block the attacks of the true gods of the second and third tribulations. Little fatty, it's up to you. Han Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Xuanhuan Pagoda suddenly spun and hit the fetal membrane, and in an instant, the entire void and the Forgotten Continent shook. Tsunamis churned, volcanoes erupted. Void storm surges. Many warriors in the Forgotten Continent looked at the void in shock. Although they couldn't see what was going on in the depths of the void, judging from the fluctuations it caused, I'm afraid that the battle between the true gods is nothing more than that. Here at the fetal membrane at the end of the void, an incredible scene happened. The fetal membrane is not broken, the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower seems to be integrated into the fetal membrane, and the fetal membrane is like ripples. It didn't take long for Xuanhuan Pagoda to pass through the fetal membrane, and the fetal membrane was intact. The third one finally left the Forgotten Continent. Han Feng sighed a little through the fetal membrane. Looking back, I saw that the fetal membrane of the plane wrapped the Forgotten Continent inside like an egg. The fetal membrane of the plane exudes a faint milky white light, which is as bright as a star in the endless dark starry sky. Turning his head, Han Feng looked at the darkness of the starry sky. The boundless darkness was like an ancient beast that devoured people, waiting in front of him. The sense of orientation in the starry sky is very weak, and just after leaving the Forgotten Continent, Han Feng is a little confused. Little fatty, the God realm is too far away, and I don't know how to get there. Let's choose a plane to land on first. Han Feng said. Okay, just choose this direction. I can't guarantee what plane it will land on in the end. The purple gold pagoda carries the Korean style, and it shuttles away like a streamer in the starry sky. At this moment, the rumbling sound of the Forgotten Continent sounded, and Han Feng looked back suddenly, only to see that the fetal membrane that originally exuded milky white light was shrouded in blood, and an unparalleled momentum spread throughout the starry sky. Even if Han Feng has already flown a certain distance now, he feels frightened. Oops, the Gorfiend God King broke the seal and came out, run. Han Feng was horrified. It didn't take long for it to fly out, this distance is only a few steps for the level of the Gorfiend God King. Forgetting the continent, the blood-colored airflow swallowed the fetal membranes, and the warriors in the continent watched in horror as the sky turned blood-colored, and a breath that suffocated them pressed down from the sky. At this moment, all the warriors of the Forgotten Continent felt the breath of death. Even the blood slaves couldn't help trembling at the moment, but because of the influence of the blood demon seeds, these blood slaves trembled, and they worshipped and admired the blood demon king from the bottom of their hearts. It can be said that now the Gore-fiend god king asks them to die, and they will do it without hesitation. Impossible. Why can't you find it? In the territory of Tongshanshan, a huge blood-colored figure roared, and the sound almost broke the sky. That kid can't reach the true god. It's impossible to travel across the starry sky right away. Wait. If that kid's pagoda is really an immortal artifact, then... Thinking of this, the primordial spirit with a bloody figure as majestic as the Milky Way frantically searches the starry sky. Han Feng has already flown very far, but how terrifying the primordial spirit of a god-king level powerhouse is. No, the primordial spirit of the powerful god king has already been transformed into a divine soul, and it is far beyond the primordial spirit level in all aspects, and it is extremely easy to catch up with Han Feng. Sure enough. The king of gods looked sharp, and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. A big blood-colored hand condensed in the starry sky, passed through the starry sky, and grabbed towards Han Feng with a rumbling sound. The blood-colored palms covered the sky and covered the sky. At this moment, it seemed that there was only such a blood-colored palm left in the dark starry sky. Han Feng took a deep breath. The size of this bloody palm is at least tens of thousands of feet, which is too big. The rolling breath made it extremely difficult for Han Feng to take a breath. Han Feng was extremely sure that he would die before this palm approached. In the face of this palm, he has no chance of resisting at all. To get out of this palm, there is only one way. Little fat. Han Feng's roar resounded through the starry sky. Leave it to me. Fatty's expression was solemn. No matter how high the Xuanhuan Tower was, it was not the main weapon after all, especially now that the power released by the Xuanhuan Tower itself was not much. To fight against the palm of the God King, it is impossible to say that the source power accumulated over the years will be exhausted again. The purple gold light was as dazzling as the sun, and the purple gold light burst out like a swarm of bright meteors, shaking the starry sky. A large number of purple golden rays of light slammed on the blood-colored palm, and the blood-colored palm suddenly stagnated in the void. Han Feng clearly felt that his vitality was rapidly fading. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, 400 years. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years of vitality were consumed like this. However, the bloody palm was still not repelled, but maintained a balance. Little fatty, keep smoking. The dissipation of vitality made Han Feng feel a little uncomfortable, but this is not the time to worry about vitality. As long as he can escape, all the costs are worth it. Fatty gritted his teeth and added another 1,000 years of vitality to the hundreds of years. Different strength, sacrifice, the same vitality, the resulting power is also different. Just like when dealing with Lingon, nearly 1,000 years of life were consumed, and the resulting power was only a level that threatened Lingon. But at this moment, Han Feng's cultivation base has reached the great perfection, and the 9 flames and different fire art has also reached the 5th level perfection. He also dedicated 1,000 years of vitality, and the attack caused is extremely horrifying, not to mention the hundreds of years before, but a total of 1,000 of years of vitality. The bloody palm finally had a tendency to collapse. The Gore-fiend God King, who was far away in the Forgotten Continent, saw this scene and his face changed, extremely gloomy. But the greed in both eyes is even better. Although this king's current strength is less than 1/10, 0.000,000, it is very easy to kill the true god of 1 or 2 tribulations. With 1 or 2 calamities of the true god's palm, the mere sanctuary can rely on that treasure to contend, and it must be immortal. Undoubtedly, this immortal artifact can only belong to this king. A hint of determination flashed across the Gore-fiend God King's face. Immediately, the Gore-fiend God King crossed the space and appeared in the starry sky in an instant, and a big step shortened the distance from Han Feng by nearly half. So fast. Han Feng was horrified. Little fatty, continue. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Even if he became an old man, he must escape the pursuit of the Gorfiend king. Boom boom boom. This time, Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda dedicated more of its original power, and at the same time, directly absorbed Han Feng's 3,000 years of vitality. Among them, the 2,000 years of vitality and some of the origins of the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda merged into a more terrifying purple-gold light attack. This attack was also a bit discolored by the Blood Demon God King. After all, the Gorfiend King broke the seal ahead of time, which led to the fact that when the Gorfiend King broke out of the seal, his strength was lower, and he was also damaged, that is, the backlash of the seal. Therefore, the Gorfiend God King at this moment also needs to be cautious in the face of this blow. Damn, it's only 10 days away. If I break the seal after 10 days, my strength is at least equivalent to the true god of 5 or 6 tribulations. The Blood Demon God King roared in his heart. But, just such an attack can only stop me for a moment, don't let me get hurt. The Gorfiend God King sneered. What if the cultivation base only recovers a little temporarily? The physical quality of the God King level is placed there, and it is impossible to cause fatal injuries to his body. But the Gorfiend King never expected that Han Feng had no intention of continuing to fight from the beginning. The 3,000 years of life force extracted, the last 1,000 years, and some of the origins of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower merged together, and galloped towards the depths of the starry sky at a faster speed. At this speed, the ordinary true gods of 3 or 4 tribulations are somewhat unable to catch up. Oops. The Gorfiend God King realized this, but it was too late. The purple gold radiance devoured the Gorfiend God King, preventing the God King from chasing. After a while, when the Gorfiend God King rushed out, Han Feng was no longer in the soul search. After dedicating 1,000 years of life force, the speed of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower's flight has already reached a very high level. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. If the Gorfiend God King breaks the seal in a normal time, the scope of the soul shrouded is equivalent to the real god of 5 or 6 tribulations. Even if Han Feng sacrificed his life for 2 or 3,000 years, he may not be able to escape. But now it is only equivalent to 1 or 2 calamities of the true god's soul, and the scope of the shroud of the soul has been shortened by more than 100 times. Once Han Feng leaves the scope of the shroud of the soul, even the Gorfiend King has no way to pursue Han Feng. Having said that, if the Gorfiend God King really broke the seal in normal time, I am afraid that Han Feng would have traveled through the starry sky to another plane at that time. Damn it! The anger in the Gorfiend King's heart erupted like a volcano. Damn, that kid is only a mere sanctuary, why can he exert the power of an immortal artifact? Even a master in the realm of the God King, it is difficult to exert the power of an immortal artifact. Isn't that an immortal artifact? But the feeling that the pagoda gives me is definitely not an ordinary artifact. No matter how angry the Gorfiend King is, it is a fact that Han Feng has left his divine soul. The starry sky is so big that it is difficult for him to search for Han Feng. Even the divine soul of a master in the God Emperor realm is not so large that it can cover the entire starry sky, only 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 100,000 is barely. The starry sky is too big. The Gorfiend God King squeezed out the cold words from his teeth. Very good, the little sanctuary escaped from the eyes of this king. Very good. No matter where you escape, you will eventually fly into the realm of the gods. My Gorfiend God realm is the top existence in the middle 1,000 God realm, second only to the 10 great 1,000 God realms. The intelligence system is extremely powerful. As long as you emerge, you will never escape the intelligence system of my Gorfiend God realm. With such a powerful artifact, the Gorfiend God King believes that Han Feng will emerge sooner or later and make a name for himself. Until then, don't even think about escaping from under his nose. Returning to the Forgotten Continent, the Gore-fiend king vented his anger on the warriors of the Forgotten Continent. I saw the Gore-fiend king clapped his hands violently, and all the creatures in the Forgotten Continent, except the blood slaves, collapsed together, and a large amount of blood gathered in the void like a torrent, and was then absorbed by the Gore-fiend king. The Gore-fiend god king let out a comfortable breath and closed his eyes slightly. Although the level of mainland warriors is very low, the highest is the sanctuary level, which is better than the number. The terrifying aura on the Gore-fiend god king was growing at an incomparable speed. Xianqing Tian, Lingcheng and other blood slaves have burning eyes. I don't know how long it took before the blood demon god king opened his eyes. The blood-red pupils shot out blood-colored light beams, like two rainbow lights, which directly penetrated the fetal membrane and disappeared into the starry sky. The Gore-fiend god king nodded with satisfaction. The body of the god king really has an amazing recovery ability, and it has recovered to the level of the true god of the four tribulations so quickly. But at this moment, a frenzied laughter roared out from Beizhou continent, the original location of the great Jin kingdom. Ha ha ha, my ancestor, I finally came out. After sealing me for so many years, what can I do? If it wasn't for the serious consumption of divine energy in my body, I would have been sealed by the mere sanctuary. Now, I should think about how to take revenge. What? I hope that the offspring of those chops are still alive. The ancestor of the true god showed a cold smile. This ancestor is the body of the cloned ancestor who was sealed under the 9-story pagoda. The ancestor of the true god frowned. Why didn't he feel any breath of life? The next moment, an extremely terrifying aura struck down. Before the true god ancestor could react, his eyes darkened and he lost consciousness. After swallowing a true god, the Gore-fiend god king felt much better. Turning around, the blood demon god king looked at the blood slave kneeling in front of him, and said lightly, "This king needs to recover for a while, and hand over all the blood guards to this king. The blood guards are useless to you. Wait until you return. When the realm of the gods is promoted to the true god, there will be stronger blood guards waiting for you." Yes. If they had just become blood slaves, Xianqing Tian and the others might hesitate for a while. Without the blood guards, their strongest would only be a small consummation. But at this moment, they did not hesitate. The blood guard and the blood demon god king belonged to the same origin. Even if the blood guard's level was not high, it was no worse than swallowing the true god. The state of the Gore-fiend is getting better and better. Not to mention the Gore-fiend god king's side, Han Feng is in danger again. On the way through the starry sky, Han Feng was unlucky to encounter a starry sky monster. This starry sky giant beast is extremely huge, with a body size of thousands of feet, and it is covered in a round thing like a viscous liquid, with only one mouth. But this mouth occupies 2/3 of the entire body. It's unfortunate, I met the star beast so soon. Han Feng cursed in his heart. Why is the star beast called a behemoth? That's because of its huge body. Generally speaking, those between 1,000 and 10,000 zhang belong to the starry beasts of the true god level. This is what Han Feng learned from the mouth of the temple. The strength of this starry sky beast is obviously at the level of the true god of one calamity, or the true god of the last two calamities. The Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda has been flying for half a month, and the speed of giving life force enhancement half a month ago has already disappeared at this moment, unless you continue to donate life force. The great perfection has a lifespan of only 16,000 years, and Han Feng has now consumed more than 4,000 to nearly 5,000. It seems that he still has many years to live. But you must know that Han Feng still needs to eliminate the influence of the will of the blood demon in the body, and also needs to purify and miscellaneous Saint Yuan, which will fall to the small perfection after purification. Xiao Yuanchen has only 8,000 years of life, in other words, the life force Han Feng donated should not exceed 8,000 in any case, otherwise he will surely die. There is not much that Han Feng can squander now, only 3,000 years to squander. Han Feng, who had always maintained his 10-year-old appearance, is now in his 30s. Hoo-hoo. The starry beasts in the back were chasing after him. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Dedicate 1,000 years of life force, chubby, absorb it." Fatty's face changed slightly. "I don't know when I can meet the plane ahead. Now I have dedicated 1,000 years. If I meet again in the future." Han Feng smiled bitterly. "We can only take a gamble, otherwise at the current speed, we will be caught up sooner or later. Such a starry beast chasing us, the goal is really too big, if it attracts a more powerful starry giant halfway along the way. Beast, we are finished. Although you may encounter star beasts after escaping now, it is still less likely than attracting star beasts now. That's all." Little Fatty sighed. After absorbing 1,000 years of vitality, the Xuanhuan Tower speed soared, and it quickly got rid of the starry sky behemoth. In this way, more than half a month has passed. During this period, Han Feng was lucky and did not encounter the star beast again. "The plane has been discovered." Xuanhuan's surprised voice sounded. Han Feng looked at it intently, and sure enough, he found that there was an oval milky white surface fetal membrane wrapping an azure continent in front of him. "Come over." Han Feng was overjoyed, finally ending his days of traveling through the stars. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Han Feng, since I have arrived at a new plane, I will first solve all your negative effects, and purify your Saint Yuan by the way. Just like this, I estimate that I will use up the last source of accumulation, and I will fall into a deep sleep. Already. This time the consumption is too serious, and it has completely lost your lifespan for nearly 6,000 years. At this moment, purifying your holy essence and eliminating the residual willpower influence of the blood demon will need to absorb you for hundreds of years, and consume a total of more than 6,000 years. Xuanhuan, this time the deep sleep will not wake up in a few years like before, it may take hundreds of years. Close your eyes, and don't resist. The fat man shouted in a deep voice. Han Feng had already expected this. This time, in order to fight against the Gore-fiend God King, he had to escape from the mouth of the starry beast. Not only did his lifespan consume a lot, but the origin of the Xuanhuan Pagoda also consumed a lot. At this time, Han Feng was even more eager to be promoted to true God. Not only because of being able to control the Xuanhuan temple after being promoted to true God, but also because only after being promoted to true God, using the Xuanhuan Tower will no longer absorb one's own life essence. The purple gold light of Xuanhuan Pagoda was prosperous, swallowing Han Feng, and a stream of purple gold energy poured into Han Feng's body. Deep in the primordial spirit, the remaining gore fiends was gradually swallowed and digested, and finally all turned into nothingness. The Gore-fiend God King, who had not left in the Forgotten Continent, let out an angry roar. Purple gold energy poured into Han Feng's Saint Yuan. Those mixed energies were constantly expelled, and Saint Yuan became more and more pure. But at the same time, Han Feng's cultivation began to drop. Originally, Han Feng's cultivation had broken through to the level of the Great Perfection, but now it is in danger of falling at any time. If it weren't for the huge gap between the Great Perfection and the Lesser Perfection, I'm afraid that Han Feng's cultivation would fall back to the Lesser Perfection realm in a short while. Rao is so, after a long time, Han Feng's cultivation level still did not maintain the Great Perfection level, and fell to the peak of the Small Perfection Triple Heaven. The peak of the threefold heaven of small perfection, the latter stage of the threefold heaven, the middle stage of the threefold heaven. It was not until he fell to the level that he had just been promoted to the middle stage of triple heaven that Han Feng's Saint Yuan was completely stable. Han Feng sensed his own Saint Yuan. Really pure. If the previous Xingyuan is a dim white light mixed with some gray light, the current Xingyuan is like a bright white holy light, full of holiness and nobility. The solidity of Saint Yuan is no worse than the great perfection. At this moment, Han Feng's face grew old at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yuanchen only had 8,000 years of life, and now more than 6,000 have disappeared, but Han Feng has lived for nearly 7,000 years. For Xiao Qinggong, who only had a lifespan of 8,000 years, living for nearly 7,000 years is really incomparably old. Han Feng touched his face, the skin was extremely dry and full of wrinkles. Although the Saint Yuan in the body is huge, the body does not have the vitality that belongs to young people. With a deep sigh, Han Feng realized that his voice was also full of old age. With a wry smile, Han Feng knew that he was afraid that he would have to live with this old skin for a long time. Han Feng, it's about to penetrate the fetal membranes. Xiao Peng's difficult voice sounded, and then he fell into complete silence, apparently falling into a deep sleep. Han Feng was also unable to resist the influence of his aging body, and he also fell into a deep sleep. The purple gold light sank into the milky white fetal membranes and disappeared. Battle Continent. A remote little village. A group of more than 10 young men in shabby clothes walked out of the village with weapons in hand, and went to Wuyuan Forest to hunt war beasts. These weapons are varied, some are bows and arrows, some are axes, some are war knives, some are broad-handled great swords. Outside the abyssal forest. Captain, look. Suddenly, a young man called out. What's the matter? Don't you know that you have to keep your voice low on the outskirts of the Wuyuan forest? If the war beasts are alerted and run away, there will be no food in our village. These war beasts are very cunning. A low and stern shout sounded, and then a sturdy young man walked out, and the rest of the people looked at the young man with awe. In a small village like them, there are often no masters. There are very few who can cultivate into a vortex of war and become a warrior, let alone this young man. Their captain has reached the fourth-order warrior. In their villages, only the village chiefs and other older generation powerhouses can compare with them. The young man who was reprimanded shrank his neck, then pointed to the other side and said, "There is an old man lying there." Old man. Everyone exclaimed in a low voice, and uncontrollable anger flashed on their faces. That group of guys gave the old man. A young man looked resentful. Seeing this, the young captain sighed, every family has their own difficulties. We are on the edge of the Battle Chi continent, and the land is not fertile. If we want to survive, we can only hunt in the Wuyuan forest. It's not a large mountain range, and there are quite a few war beasts in it. Although most of them are war beasts of the first, second, third, fourth and fifth tiers, there are still a lot of them of the fifth rank and above. Fortunately, these war beasts exist above the fifth rank. All in the depths of Wuyuan Forest, there are a large number of low-level war beasts that can be used as food. Otherwise, once those war beasts above the fifth rank run out, all our villages in Wuyuan Forest will suffer and become food for the war beasts. The Wuyuan Forest is extremely dangerous. Many hunting teams have returned without success. Sometimes they really can't afford to support these old people. So they can only... Oh, what a sin. Well, our village is considered to be the best among so many villages around Wuyuan Forest, and one more old man can be afforded. Let's take this old man back. Suddenly, several young people came out and lifted up the old man lying on the ground. These young people looked at the old man with sympathy. Gujia village, where the villagers are all ancient surnames. Many young women gathered at the entrance of the village, anxiously waiting for their men to return. The Wuyuan forest is dangerous. Even if Gujiao village is relatively strong in the nearby villages, there will inevitably be damage, and sometimes casualties. These women are full of hope and anxiety, not wanting anything to happen to their men. The head of these women is a shy and beautiful woman. The woman next to her said enviously, "I really envy Gu Xiao, and she actually married Gu Han. Gu Han is already a fourth-order warrior in his early 20s, and he may become a master of fifth order or above in the future." At that time, Gu Xiao was blessed. It's not just Gu Xiao. If Gu Han is promoted to the 6th or 7th rank warrior, our Gujiao village will not have to worry about any major casualties in the future. Another woman said. The delicate woman was both shy and proud when she heard what everyone said, her bright eyes looking in the direction of Wuyuan forest. Suddenly, the crowd surged. Came back. They're back. Why so fast? Did something happen today? No, there must be no accident. As soon as they heard that something might have happened, all the women's expressions changed drastically. It was not until all the members of the hunting team returned and found that they were only slightly injured and no one died, many women were relieved. Gu Xiao stepped forward and wiped the sweat off Gu Han's forehead before he said distressedly, "I'll trouble you again this time." The third one. Gu Han smiled and said, "I'm the captain of the hunting team. If you have any trouble, don't bother. Working for the village can also make you eat better." Gu Xiao gave Gu Han a white look. Gu Han's face suddenly became wretched, but this time, because I came back early, I didn't have a good time. Now I'm still very angry, it's not as good as our night. Gu Han's voice was not lowered, and a group of young men around were howling. Speaking out, even some women looked like they were watching a good show. Gu Xiao pinched Gu Han's body fiercely, "It's not serious all day long." His face was flushed red, and he saw other people laughing secretly. "By the way, why is it earlier today?" "It's more than an hour earlier than usual." Speaking of the business, Gu Han's face also became serious, and he sighed and told what happened outside the Wuyuan forest. Gu Xiao and other women were furious. It is not the one who reprimands the person who left the old man behind. It's just that anger turns to anger. Gu Xiao and others also know the difficulties of certain villages, and they even know that the old people in certain villages sometimes offer to abandon themselves. These old people are not willing to be a burden to their sons or grandchildren. Gu Xiao sighed, "Let this old man take care of me today. It just so happens that I also inherited my father's medical skills, so I should be able to perform some treatment." Well. Although Gu Han wanted to have sex with his wife, there is something unspeakable, but at this moment, in the case of helping the elderly, I have to temporarily suppress it. At night. In a wooden house in Gujiao village. After Gu Xiao checked the old man's body, it was strange, it's really strange, this old man's body is really good among his peers. It can't be better. Seeing that he fainted now, it's just because he's old, and when he wakes up there is nothing. How many nearby villages will take care of the old man so well? In the nearby villages, which old man is not afflicted by the disease, and suffers endlessly every day? The old man in front of him has no symptoms at all, and he is very healthy. Even if the body is extremely old, it is normal old age. Gu Xiao told Gu Han about the matter after staying for the night. Gu Han frowned, maybe it's not the nearby village, but other villages, or this old man exercised well on weekdays, maybe this old man was also a young man when he was young. What about a powerful warrior? Forget it, since the man has been rescued, we will ask the old man after he wakes up. No matter how bad it is, the village will only have one more mouth, and we will have a lot of this food. Gu Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. The old man who was rescued by Gu Han was naturally the aged Han Feng. Han Feng was lying in Gujiao village, and it took nearly a month before he woke up. After waking up, Han Feng looked at his old hands, and it was enough to imagine how old his face was. The power of Yuanshan poured out, and Han Feng searched for all the information about this village. The body is old, but the power of its primordial spirit is not old, it is still at the level of the great perfection, and the solidity of the Saint Yuan in the body is comparable to the great perfection. However, because the body is too old, some cannot withstand the powerful Saint Yuan and the majestic Yuanshan power in the body. Han Feng sighed secretly, even if there is a powerful Yuanshan's power that can condense the strength comparable to the great perfection of the Holy Yuan, I don't dare to open it with all my strength, otherwise the body will collapse if it can't bear it, and the old people are too old. For today's plan, the only way is to restore strength as soon as possible. If you return to the great perfection, the lost lifespan will be nothing. The loss of lifespan for more than 6,000 years is old in the small perfection. Can be placed on the Dzogchen, but still young. Not long after, the Yuanshan was withdrawn, and Han Feng also searched for a lot of information. First of all, this plain is called Battle Chi Continent, and this village is called Gujia Village, which belongs to the marginal level in Battle Chi Continent. Gujia Village obviously has no strong people, and there are more people at the level of ordinary people. To Han Feng's surprise, although the cultivation method at this Battle Spirit Continent is somewhat similar to that of the Forgotten Continent, but in essence, it is different, and the title of its level is also different. The warriors here are not called warriors, but warriors. According to the information obtained by the power of Yuanshan, the most powerful warrior in Gujia village is a fifth-order warrior, but under the observation of Han Feng's Yuanshan, this fifth-order warrior is equivalent to the Forgotten Continent. It's nothing more than a warrior at the peak of the human level. According to the information from Yuanshan's investigation, it seems that there are 9th orders of warriors. I don't know what exists above 9th order, and what level of strength after 5th order is equivalent to that of Forgotten Continent. Unfortunately, this village does not have 5th order. There is no comparison with the warriors above. In addition to the above, Han Feng also knew who rescued him, and who took care of him these days. On the day that Han Feng woke up, Gu Xiao came again at a fixed time. "Old uncle, are you awake?" Gu Xiao saw Han Feng awake, and immediately ran over to hold Han Feng's pulse and sense it carefully. After a long while, Gu Xiao smiled and said, "Master, your body is fine. It's just that you are old, and your body is very old. You must take good care of it in the future. If you maintain it, it will not be a problem to live another 10 or 20 years. Han Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, 10 or 20 years? It's not a problem to live another 1,000 years. But Han Feng didn't say this. His current level of old age is almost equivalent to 70 or 80 years old in the eyes of ordinary people. If you can live for another 20 years, it is indeed a long life. Girl, thank you for taking care of you these days. This old man wants to stay here for a while, okay?" Knowing his physical condition, Han Feng naturally knew that it was best to find a stable place to practice. Han Feng doesn't know much about the Battle Chi Continent, so naturally he won't be reckless. With a body that can't exert its full strength now, it will be a disaster if it encounters a strong person. Because of Fatty's deep sleep, Han Feng couldn't summon Zhu Tianyunk. Wait. Han Feng's face changed slightly. He remembered that the Zhongyun Temple was also placed in the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. Does this mean that he will not be able to see his family for a long time? Well, it would be bad if his appearance was seen by his relatives now. Gu Sha didn't see the instant change in Han Feng's face, but instead said, "Don't worry, uncle, Gu Han has told the village chief about this long ago, and the uncle can stay here if he wants to, but if there is anything in the village, I need the uncle to help, and I hope that the uncle will not refuse." I have to say that Gujiakan is still very simple. If it was placed in some large-scale strength, it would have begun to question Han Feng long ago. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded and replied, "This is natural. If there is anything in the future, the old man will definitely help." This promise is precious, but unfortunately Gu Shao doesn't know how strong Han Feng is, so naturally he doesn't realize this. The value of the promise. Gu Han only came on the second day, and when he saw Han Feng Gu Han, his heart froze. Gu Han has not seen the old people in the surrounding villages, and he said that there are many old people in Gujia village. But these old people were extremely pale and their pupils were cloudy. Some old people were sallow because of illness, but the old man in front of him didn't have this problem at all, and even his pupils were extremely deep. Gu Han glanced at it and almost got addicted. All the signs show that the old man in front of him was definitely a strong man when he was young. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Tier 7? Tier 8? Tier 9? Or is it a ground war division that is superior to a ninth order war division? Gu Han's heart was tumbling, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. As the first powerhouse of the younger generation of Gujia village, Gu Han is also a genius who has the hope of being promoted to the fifth order warrior master. Naturally, he left Gujia village and traveled in the southern region of the Warqi continent. Of course, Gu Han is also in the lower-level areas of the southern region, and the third and fourth level warriors in the higher areas are cannon fodder, which is too dangerous. When he was roaming, the strongest person Gu Han saw was at the level of a heavenly warrior. A heavenly warrior, in the lower-level southern region, is a first-class person. Gu Han dare not think Han Feng so high, otherwise he will be reduced to fainting in Wuyuan forest. In Gu Han's view, Han Feng is not a ground warrior, but a warrior of the 8th and 9th tiers. It is a great fortune for such people to enter their ancient village. A little bit of warfare or combat skills are enough to make their ancient village useful. Perhaps one day in the future, their ancient village will be able to leave this Wuyuan forest with their clan and go to the real war division area of the southern region. Thinking of this, Gu Han's eyes showed respect. Senior's willingness to settle in Gujia village is a great blessing for the junior and Gujia village. If the senior has any orders on weekdays, he can call the junior at will. Han Feng glanced at Gu Han in surprise, but he didn't expect that this kid had a low cultivation level, but his eyesight was good. Gu Shao, that girl really treats herself as an ordinary old man. Seeing Han Feng's surprise, Gu Han told what he had experienced in the past few years, and Han Feng suddenly realized that he had seen the big world anyway. In this way, Han Feng is really interested in talking with Gu Han, and he can tell more about the war continent without a trace. Gu Han intends to please Han Feng. Naturally he knows everything, and he does not realize that this is Han Feng's cliché. After some conversation, Han Feng finally had a better understanding of the Battle Chi continent. The Battle Chi continent is a whole continent, not like the Forgotten continent, where the 5 continents are separated by a large ocean. It's just that although it's just one piece, its area is larger than the 5 continents of the Forgotten continent combined. After all, this is a complete plain, unlike the Forgotten continent that is separated. The Battle Chi continent is also divided into 5 regions, namely the southern region, the northern region, the western region, the eastern region and the central region. Among them, the central domain is the most extensive and powerful area, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also the most concentrated in the 5 domains. Therefore, countless strong people want to go to the Central Territory to practice, which is one of the reasons why the Central Territory has always maintained the strongest strength. As for the remaining 4 domains, there is no competition between them, and they are evenly divided. There is no empire in the Battle Chi continent. It is ruled by powerful forces, each of which controls a range. The power is divided into 6 levels, namely, not inflow, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, and 5 star. There can be countless unpopular forces within the star power sphere, but there will not be any star power. For example, there will never be 1 star forces among 2 star forces. In the same way, there will be no one-star power within the domination of a huge five-star power. Therefore, there are often battles between star powers, for the purpose of their respective command areas. The range of experience that Gu Han said before. It is the scope of a one-star force. As for this force, it may be a sect, a family, or other forms, not unity. Gu Han has only been in the area ruled by a one-star power, so he doesn't know much about other places, but he knows the cultivation system of the Battle Chi continent very well. The practitioners of the Battle Chi continent are called battle masters, and only those who cultivate the Battle Chi are qualified to become battle masters. But most warriors stay at the first-order warrior level. In order to step from a first-order warrior to a second-order warrior, it is necessary to condense the vortex of war. In Han Feng's view, this vortex of war energy is nothing more than condensing the non-attribute war energy into the attribute war energy. In the Forgotten Continent, it is equivalent to stepping from the mortal rank to the human rank, that is, turning the internal energy into the attribute true energy. Han Feng's conversion, the first-order warrior is equivalent to the ordinary warrior of the Forgotten Continent. Tier 2 to Tier 5 warriors are equivalent to human-level warriors. The 6th order to 9th order warriors are equivalent to Shin-order warriors. Further up, the Earth War Division in Gu Han's mouth is equivalent to the Earth rank martial artist. As for the celestial warriors that Gu Han admired, they were probably equivalent to celestial warriors. Above the Tianzhan Division is the legendary Holy War Division. Only with a jihadist, the force in which it belongs is qualified to be called a star force. The ruling area that Gu Han has experienced is controlled by a one-star power of a black iron tower. The old tower owner of this black iron tower is a jihadist. The current tower owner is the pinnacle of the Heavenly War Division, and half of his feet are at the level of the Holy War Division. Speaking of jihadists, Gu Han's face of admiration and worship, that level is a legend for Gu Han, a god. But above the Holy War Division, there is a stronger level. Above the jihadist is the Golden Jihadist, which is the most basic standard for judging two-star forces. Without the masters of the Golden Jihadists, no amount of jihadists in a one-star force would be able to advance to a two-star force. Above the Golden Holy War Division is the War Sect, which means that the Grand Master also has a very high status in the War Spirit continent. At the level of Zongzong, no power can be underestimated. Zongzong is the standard for judging the three-star power, and the three-star power is the middle power of the War Spirit continent. Although there are many forces down, the strength is too weak. Although the strength of the upward force is strong, the number is too small. Although Zongzong is not at the top level in the Battle Chi continent, he is also recognized as a first-class powerhouse. In other words, stepping into the War Sect is regarded as a first class in the entire War Spirit continent. Above Zongzong is Zhangjuan, which is the criterion for judging four-star strength. In the 5 domains of the Battle Chi continent, except for the central domain, the four-star forces in each domain will not exceed the number of palms. Only in the central territory can you see a large number of warriors and 4-star forces. Above the warlord is the legendary level, known as the legendary warlord. Every legendary war venerable is a legend all his life, and he is also the supreme overlord of the Battle Chi continent. The 5-star force where the legendary warlord is located is also known as the overlord force. Except for the central domain, there is only one in each domain of the 5 domains. Even in the middle domain, there are no more than 10. Coupled with the idle legendary war venerable, the entire War Chi continent does not add up much. According to Gu Han, there are 2 levels above the legendary war venerable, the epic war venerable and the invincible Zhan Zun, but these 2 levels are said to have not appeared for a long time, and they have almost become legendary legends. Someone once said that these 2 levels, this level is simply a non-existent existence. Hearing this, Han Feng roughly estimated that the jihadist was probably at the level of ordinary sanctuary. The Golden Crusaders are equivalent to the Great Sanctuary. Zhongzong is equivalent to the peak of the sanctuary. Xuanhuan is equivalent to a small perfection in the sanctuary. Legendary War Venerable is probably equivalent to the great perfection of the sanctuary. But what are the levels of Epic War Zun and Invincible Zun Zun? This confused Han Feng. What makes Han Feng even more uneasy is that Han Feng didn't even know about the soaring from Guhan's mouth. Is it because the ancient cold level is too low to understand, or? But Guhan can even know the level of Legendary War Venerable, why doesn't he know about Ascension? Or is it because it is too difficult to soar in the Battle Chi continent, and it is rare to see it for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years, so it is not known to the public? Second more. Since Guhan is not very clear, Han Feng did not continue to ask. It's just that Han Feng has made up his mind, and when his body is almost recovered, he will go to the Central Territory. Han Feng wants to see what is so powerful about this Legendary War Venerable. What is the level of the Epic War Lord and the Invincible Station Lord above the Legendary War Lord? The next conversation surprised Han Feng again. The mortals of the War Spirit continent, that is, the warriors under the Holy War Master and the Forgotten continent, have similar lifespans, but there are many spirit grasses that increase life expectancy in this War Spirit continent, so even ordinary people, as long as they are not born in such a remote village as Gujia village local, living to 80 or 90 years old is not a problem at all. If it is a warrior, it can basically live for more than 100 years. On the other hand, the jihadists were twice as many as the same level warriors in the Forgotten Continent. A jihadist can live for 2,000 years, a golden jihadist can live for 4,000 years, a zongzong can live for 8,000 years, a warlord can live for 16,000 years, and a legendary warlord can live for 32,000 years. Strange. Wait, I really want to remember that the senior of the temple spirit told me such a thing. Yes, I remember, the senior of the temple once said that the lifespan under the true God is related to the plane you are in. The higher the plane, the longer the lifespan. It is said that the lifespan of the sanctuary under the true God of the God realm is 10 times that of the Forgotten Continent. Higher level, but because the continent of Fighting Chi is a complete plane, but the continent of Forgotten is not. If I guessed correctly, as long as it is a complete plane, the lifespan of the sanctuary should be the same as that of the continent of Fighting Chi. He said that it was a piece of cake. After a long while, Guhan winked and found that Han Feng was tired, so he voluntarily retired. In the wooden house, Han Feng smiled bitterly, it's just a few words, this body is tired. Well, let's take a rest first, so that this body can't be damaged. An old man lived in their village. I have to say that the villagers of Gujia village are very simple, and many people will take the initiative to leave some food for Han Feng, but even if Han Feng is old, he is still a small perfectionist and does not need food at all. It's just that this was the kindness of the villagers after all, and Han Feng did not refuse. Every day, Gu Shao comes to cook for Han Feng. Han Feng knew that Gu Shao really treated himself as an ordinary old man, but Gu Han respected himself as a senior. No matter what, they both treat Han Feng with sincerity, but Gu Zhao's concern is more pure than Gu Han. Gu Han's more important thing is to hope that Han Feng can be moved and help Gujiakan. Time flies, and a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Han Feng is more and more integrated into Gujia village, but Han Feng still does not teach Gu Han any exercises. It's not that Han Feng doesn't repay his kindness. It's just that the tactics of the Battle Chi continent are different from those of the Forgotten continent. During this time, Han Feng was also studying the battle spirit, and he has almost studied it thoroughly. Now, if you look at the tactics again, it's very easy, can change or create a method of warfare. The same goes for combat skills. The second reason is that Gu Han's aptitude is really poor. Perhaps in Gujia village, Gu Han is a great genius, but in Han Feng's eyes, it is still too bad. What kind of realm is Han Feng? That is a small perfection powerhouse, and he didn't study the battle spirit of the Battle Chi continent before, but now that he has thoroughly studied it, the one created by casually changing it is absolutely extraordinary. Guhan's aptitude is too poor, even if he cultivates, he can't be promoted to Earth Warrior. In case Guhan's strangeness is discovered by outside warriors one day later. It was a disaster for Gujia village. So Han Feng has been hesitant. But that hesitation was broken today. On this day, Gu Xiao didn't come to cook for Han Feng, and Han Feng was puzzled, and his primordial spirit poured out. Only then did he find that the hunting team that went out today returned with serious injuries. Especially Gu Han, who had a hole in his stomach. Gu Xiao was treating Gu Han with tears. But what Gu Xiaoli only uses is ordinary medical skills. It's okay to treat ordinary people, but it's not enough to treat a warrior like Gu Han. What's more, Gu Han suffered such a serious injury. Han Feng sighed. Even if the exercises taught to Gu Han are coveted by the outside world in the future, it will be a matter of the future. It is better to let Gu Han become stronger now, so as to protect Gujia village. Now that he has not returned to Dzogchen, there is nothing wrong with staying here for a while to protect Gujia village. Grandpa Han, why are you here? Gu Xiao quickly wiped his face when he saw Han Feng's arrival. There are many young people and old people in the house. These old people are the village chiefs or elders of Gujia village. Gu Han is the most talented young man in their Gujia village. They naturally don't want Gu Han to be in trouble. However, Gu Han's injury is too serious. They have no other choice but to be anxious. But as soon as they saw Han Feng, the eyes of the village chiefs and elders lit up. When Han Feng was young, he was probably a powerful warrior. Others in Gujia village didn't know about it, but they, the village chiefs and elders, still heard from Gu Han. Gu Han said this to prevent the village chief and the elder from accidentally offending Han Feng. Therefore, seeing Han Feng, the village chief and the elders raised hope. Since this person is likely to be a strong man when he is young, then maybe there is a way to treat Gu Han. Big brother, can you do anything? The village chief looked at Han Feng expectantly. Han Feng nodded. Leave it to me. Big brother. I'll leave everything to you. The village chief and the elders bowed deeply. Han Feng came to Gu Han, and the holy essence poured into Gu Han's body. Han Feng's Saint Yuan level is too high, causing Gu Han's internal fighting spirit to run wildly. This kind of operation allows the war energy to continuously nourish Gu Han's body, which greatly enhances Gu Han's recovery ability. As a fighter, they all have certain self-recovery abilities. For example, a serious injury on an ordinary person might be just a normal injury on a warrior, which is why Gu Han was able to survive with such a serious injury. But even if a warrior has a certain self-recovery ability, there is a limit. The stronger the strength, the stronger the recovery ability. Gu Han is only a fourth-order warrior, and his recovery ability is only better than that of ordinary people. But at this moment, under the frenzied operation of the War Chi, Gu Han's recovery ability is no worse than that of the Ground War Division. Visible to the naked eye, Gu Han's body gradually improved. The blood hole in the stomach was healed like this. The village chief and the elders all opened their mouths. This is too incredible. Gu Zhao's small mouth also became an O shape, and only then did he realize that the old man he took care of this year was not an ordinary old man. After a while, Han Feng withdrew his hand and said to the village chief, Gu Han is fine, he will wake up tomorrow, and this time it is a blessing in disguise. I will leave first. Brother, I will send you. Seeing Han Feng's extraordinariness, the village chief was even more respectful. Han Feng waved his hand. No, you guys should still protect Gu Han here. After speaking, Han Feng quickly disappeared in front of everyone with seemingly slow steps. The village chief and others looked at each other in dismay. and everyone disappeared without a trace, so how can they send it? No way, the village chief and others had to wait beside Guhan. Gu Xiao is staring at Guhan with beautiful eyes. Early morning. Guhan woke up slowly. Before the village chief and others spoke, Guhan changed his face first. Under the surprised eyes of the village chief and others, Guhan sat cross-legged directly, running the tactics of Gujia village, and fighting spirit in his body. Run like crazy. This is. The elders seemed to have thought of something, their faces were both solemn and joyful, and then looked at the village chief. In their ancient village, only this village chief is a fifth-order warrior. The village chief nodded and said with surprise, yes, Guhan is about to break through. This kid has only broken through to the peak of the fourth-order warrior. It is impossible to continue to break through without a few years of effort. I didn't expect to break through now. Could it be that this is what the big brother said about blessing in disguise? The elder remembered what Han Feng had said before. What is a blessing in disguise? It's clearly what the big brother did to let Guhan break through. An elder said. Breakthrough. Don't call it big brother, this method is only afraid of at least the 7th or 8th order warrior masters, and it is even very likely that they are masters of the ground warrior level. Even if we are old now, we are not capable of 3rd and 4th order warriors. In contrast, in the future we can call him a lifetime adult. The village chief shouted in a deep voice. Before the village chief dared to call big brother and big brother, it was nothing more than some doubts about whether Han Feng was a strong man. After all, he is also a 5th order warrior himself, and he also has the arrogance of a 5th order warrior. But things are different now. Han Feng's slightly exposed means made the village chief very convinced, and naturally he didn't dare to care anymore. Several elders were stunned, and then nodded slowly, with solemn expressions on their faces. About 2 hours later, Guhan's aura suddenly increased a lot, breaking through from the 4th order warrior to the 5th order warrior. Not only that, but Guhan soared all the way to the late stage of the 5th order warrior before stopping, surpassing the village chief of Gujia village all of a sudden. Although the village chief has been a 5th order warrior for a long time, due to qualifications and resources, now it is only the middle stage of the 5th order. Because of his old age, his combat power can barely maintain the level of a 5th order warrior. If you really want to fight the 5th order war beast, the loser must be the village chief. Guhan was pleasantly surprised to run the war energy in his body, and was shocked that the war energy in his body was extremely pure, which meant Guhan was very clear. This means that it will not be so difficult to break through the 6th order battle division. A 6th order warrior, Guhan yearns for it. Over the years, many 4th and 5th order warriors have been born in Gujia village, but a 6th order warrior has never been born. Asking the village chief how he was rescued, Guhan further believed that Han Feng was not simple, and perhaps the previous guesses still underestimated Han Feng. On the 2nd day, when Guhan stabilized his realm, he immediately came to Han Feng to thank him. Junior thanks Senior for saving his life. If Senior has any needs, Junior will definitely do it for Senior. Guhan was even more respectful. Han Feng said lightly, there is no need for this. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. You saved the old man because of the cause. This time, the old man saved you because of the effect. Show me the tactics you practiced. Guhan was startled, then overjoyed. Could it be? Guhan respectfully handed the tactics of his own cultivation to Han Feng. This is a somewhat worn purple book. Han Feng already knew that Guhan was not practicing the tactics of Gujia village this year, but the tactics of Gujia village. Acquired by accident when I was young. On the continent of battle spirit, the tactics of warfare are divided into inflow, low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, earth grade, also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and heavenly grade, also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Further up is the holy grade, but the holy grade is divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade holy grade is the lowest, and the 1st grade holy grade is the highest. Combat skills are the same. In Han Feng's view, this holy battle method is equivalent to forgetting the mainland's sanctuary powerhouse to comprehend his own unique practice. What makes Han Feng strange is that none of the warriors in this battle spirit continent seem to have comprehended it by themselves. Combat skills are also cultivated combat skills that have been handed down from a long time ago. Whether it is combat techniques or combat skills, it seems that few people comprehend them by themselves. Without comprehending their own unique sanctuary skills, it is impossible to exert one's cultivation and combat power to the limit. Is this the case for all the powerhouses in this battle spirit continent? If that's the case, it's a bit too much to look forward to. Thinking of these thoughts in his mind, Han Feng looked at the tactics in his hand at the same time. Generally speaking, in the Forgotten Continent, it is a middle-level Shan-level cultivation technique. In this battle spirit continent, it is only a high-grade battle technique level. But for Gu Han, who was only born in Gujia village, it is a very remarkable method of warfare, because the methods of warfare handed down from the ancestors in Gujia village are only at the level of middle-grade warfare. It is precisely because of this that Gu Han gave up the tactics of Gujia village and turned to practice this high-grade tactics. Gu Han originally thought that after cultivating high-grade tactics, it should improve very fast. In fact, Gu Han's cultivation speed is indeed much faster than that of the same generation in Gujia village, but this speed did not meet Gu Han's expectations. This has always been a doubt in Gu Han's heart, and he even wondered if there was a problem with this method of warfare. If Han Feng knew the problem in Gu Han's heart, he would definitely tell Gu Han that this high-grade fighting technique was somewhat inappropriate for Gu Han. If you don't comprehend it yourself but inherit it, how far you can cultivate it depends on the degree of fit. Although there is no question of fit under the sanctuary, there is also the question of whether it is suitable or not. For example, Gu Han is suitable for the kind of warfare that is open and powerful, and although this high-grade warfare is not the opposite of mighty, it is not very suitable. With Gu Han's aptitude, if he got a high-grade battle technique that suits him, he would have already broken through to the 5th order battle master without Han Feng's help, maybe more. Han Feng closed his eyes slightly, splitting and reorganizing the low-grade tactics in his mind, and at the same time, his primordial spirit swept towards Gu Han's soul. Since this battle chi continent did not rely on his own comprehension for cultivating the tactics, there was no need for him to keep his hands on it. It would not be difficult to transform it into a powerful holy battle technique. And as a holy battle method, it would be even better if it had a very high degree of fit with Gu Han. After a long while, Han Feng withdrew his Yuan divine power, and his search for Gu Han's soul was complete. Suddenly, Han Feng pointed out, and a beam of light shot directly into Gu Han's mind, and Gu Han's mind automatically appeared in Han Feng's modified holy battle method. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Although I said it at the end of the 3rd update yesterday, but today there are readers who are asking whether it will explode or not. Let me say it again, the outbreak will be postponed until tomorrow, and the 20,000 word outbreak will occur in the 8th shift tomorrow. Today, I try to prepare as many manuscripts as possible. Flower. This. Gu Han was shocked. Although the ancient cold realm is low, it is impossible to see what level this tactics is. But this did not prevent Gu Han from seeing the profoundness of this fighting technique. The battle technique that he had cultivated before and the one after the transformation was like the gap between the rough cloth worn by a beggar and the delicate dragon robe. At least it's at the level of heavenly warfare. My God, what level of powerhouse was this senior in his heyday? Not only at the level of Earth War Master, could it be Heaven War Master, or... Gu Han didn't dare to think about it any longer. If it was in the past, Gu Han would never dare to think Han Feng so high. But whether it's the Earth War Master or the Heaven War Master Guhan, he has seen it before. Just a few glances at the high-grade war technique have transformed it to be no less than the heaven-grade war method or even higher. Just let him write down the tactics in his mind, and all these methods cannot be done by the Earth and Sky Fighters. Han Feng said at this time, "This is a method of warfare that I modified according to your situation. Although others can practice it, the effect is absolutely inferior to yours. If you have a younger generation, you can also cultivate, and the effect is also stronger than others. And the more blood you inherit, the closer the effect of cultivation will be to you. It's a pity that your aptitude is really limited. Even if you practice this method of warfare, the effect is amazing. Your limit is the level of a heavenly warrior, and a holy warrior is still hopeless for you." Guhan didn't know what to say. God knew that before he met Han Feng, his goal was only a sixth-order warrior. The Earth Warrior and the Sky Warrior never thought about it. But now that he was told that it is possible to cultivate to the level of a heavenly warrior, Guhan was stunned with excitement. After the excitement, Guhan saw that Han Feng was tired and was about to leave, but at this moment, Guhan noticed Han Feng's old age, and his heart moved. "Senior, do you know why the junior was injured so badly?" "Why?" Han Feng glanced at Guhan, wondering why Guhan said that. "That's it, this junior found a tricolor flower of life about to bloom when he was hunting this time, so he wanted to pick it off. Once the three-color flower of life is mature and taken, ordinary people can prolong their life by several years. The younger generation wanted to take it off and give it to several elders in the village. Who knows that there are guardian war beasts guarding the three-color life flower, and its strength is as high as the fifth-order war beast. If the war beast is not willing to leave the three-color life flower and is taken advantage of by other war beasts, this time I am afraid that the junior—" Guhan gave a wry smile, revealing a look of fear, and it was almost impossible to come back. Extension of life? Han Feng was shocked, and his eyes were slightly hot. Even if it can only be restored for a few years, it is better than the current situation. Guhan saw Han Feng's intentions and said, "If the senior is willing to go, the junior can lead the way." Han Feng shook his head. "Your injury is just right, and your cultivation has just broken through. You can just point me in the direction, and I will go by myself." Guhan regretted not being able to serve Han Feng, but he didn't dare to go against it, and left after pointing out the direction. After Guhan left, Han Feng moved and disappeared into the wooden house. Abyssal forest. Han Feng flew in the direction Guhan pointed, and before it was really approaching, Han Feng felt a strong fluctuation of life breath, and it was a large piece. Most of them are in the depths of Wuyuan forest, and only a few are outside, and the location Guhan is referring to is exactly the part outside. It seems that what Guhan has encountered is only the three-colored life flowers that are distributed near the periphery of Wuyuan forest. There must be more in the inner periphery. This time, it's the right time. Han Feng first came to the place where Guhan encountered the three-color life flower. The one guarding the three-color life flower was a war beast that looked like a leopard and a tiger. Han Feng stared, and the war beast disappeared. With courage, he fled away with his tail between his fingers. Han Feng looked at the three-color flower of life, and frowned slightly. There is still at least a month before it matures. It seems that it will take a while. Go to other places to see. When he came to the inner circle of Wuyuan forest, in Gujia village, Han Feng learned that most of the inner circle of Wuyuan forest were war beasts of the 4th and 5th tiers, and it was unclear whether there were any further up. But Han Feng Yuanshan swept away, but found that there are really 6th-order war beasts in Wuyuan forest. There are quite a few, and even a few 7th-order war beasts. It's a pity that no matter it is the 6th or 7th order, they are all oppressed by the momentum that Han Feng freely exudes, and they tremble and dare not move. This is 4 colors? 5 colors? Han Feng was surprised to find that the flowers of life in the inner circle did not seem to be only 3 colors. 3 colors can increase the life expectancy of ordinary people? What about 4 colors? What about 5 colors? Han Feng's heart is hot. The flowers of life in this inner circle can be said to be large, and if they are piled up, he will definitely be able to restore a lot of vitality. It's just that Han Feng also knows that taking too many of the same kind will inevitably greatly reduce the effect. Perhaps it is useless to take it after a certain level. Therefore, Han Feng does not value quantity, but quality. Han Feng hopes to find a higher level flower of life. In the end, Han Feng found a 7-colored flower of life in the center of Wuyuan Forest, which has not yet bloomed. There are only a few 7th-order war beasts in the Wuyuan Forest, and the guardians are the 7-color life flowers. Looking like this, it will take at least 100 years to mature. Han Feng had no choice but to leave a mind clone to guard here. The main body first guards the 3-color life flower, and the 3-color life flower can bloom in only 1 month. The 4-color flower of life will take several years, the 5-color flower of life will take about 20 years, and the 6-color flower of life will take 50 or 60 years to mature. A month later, Han Feng picked all the mature 3-color life flowers and returned to Gujia village. At the same time that Han Feng returned to Gujia village, Gu Han came to him again, as well as the head and elders of Gujia village. This month, Gu Han has personally tested the power of the reform tactics. Gu Han called it the Southern Barbarian Warfare. During battle, he was as strong and brave as the ancient Nan man. In just 1 month, Gu Han's strength has grown amazingly. Practicing the Namban warfare, Gu Han felt a smooth feeling that he had never felt before. A month ago, Gu Han had just reached the late 5th-order warrior master level. Now, a month later, Gu Han has already broken through to the 6th-order warrior level. 1 month. From the 5th-order breakthrough to the 6th order, this speed is enough to be commendable in the 1-star power. Gu Han is not a selfish person. After feeling the horror of this method of warfare, he wanted to pass it on to the younger generation of Gujia village, but after all, this is the method of warfare created by Han Feng. Feel free to pass it on. Therefore, Gu Han will specifically come to ask Han Feng this time. Second more. Knowing Gu Han's intention, Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said, "This method of warfare has been given to you, you can handle it as you like. But you must be clear that the increase in the strength of everyone in Gujia village will definitely attract the attention of outsiders. As long as you guys are ready, it is impossible for me to stay in Gujia village all the time. In the future, after I leave, if a powerful force comes to attack." Everyone looked stunned. They only saw the benefits brought by the tactics, but ignored the disadvantages brought by the tactics. If the overall strength of their ancient village is really increasing too fast, how can those 1-star forces not pay attention? Perhaps it is because of Han Feng's backing that they ignored this problem, but now that Han Feng has stated that he will not stay here forever, how can they be careless? Gu Han and the others looked at each other, and then Gu Han bowed to Han Feng. "Thank you, senior, for reminding me. It's the junior who didn't think well." With Han Feng's reminder, Gu Han and others decided that even if they wanted the young people in the village to practice, they should keep a low profile and try not to attract the attention of the surrounding villages. After Gu Han and others left, Han Feng shook his head. No matter how low-key it is, it will attract attention sooner or later. Gujia village is still too simple, just thinking about being powerful and protecting itself, but not thinking about how to use this powerful power to go outside. If it can become a star power, its security will be greatly enhanced. It's just that this is Gujiakan's own choice, and Han Feng will not propose this. Since he has chosen a powerful force, sooner or later, Gujia village will be forced to fight against those powerful forces. Unless you hand over your tactics, can you guarantee the safety of Gujia village by handing over your tactics? Now Han Feng doesn't know whether it is good or bad for him to transform Gu Han's tactics, but these days have also made Han Feng have some feelings for Gu Jiakan. Han Feng knows that he will leave here sooner or later. Han Feng always felt uneasy when Jiaozuan left some power to protect himself. Forget it, there's only so much I can do. Han Feng sighed. Taking out the three-color flower of life, Han Feng chewed it and swallowed it. A stream of pure life force burst forth. Unconsciously, Han Feng stayed in Gujia village for several years. The three-color flower of life has been almost completely swallowed by Han Feng, and the rest has also been given to the old man in the village. In a few years, the four-color flower of life has also matured. After Han Feng picked it, he chewed the four-color flower of life as if he were chewing the three-color flower of life. Since the effect of swallowing is getting worse, Han Feng is only recovering nearly 200 years of lifespan at this moment. In fact, whether it is an ordinary person or a warrior, there is a limit to the lifespan that can be extended by swallowing the flower of life. Otherwise, as long as there are enough flowers of life, can ordinary people and warriors live forever? The reason why Han Feng was able to restore nearly 200 years of lifespan is because the lifespan lost by Han Feng was not lost in the normal way, so Han Feng was only restored rather than increased. If it is a small consummation that has lived normally for thousands of years, the effect of these life flowers on it is extremely limited, and it would be good to extend it for decades. How precious is the flower of life growing in the Wuyuan forest? If it was really precious, there would have been experts at the level of Zhanzong and Zhangjuan coming to compete, and Wuyuan forest would not be just a remote small forest. In a few years, the strength of the hunting team has been greatly enhanced. As the captain, Gu Han's strength has broken through to the level of a ground warrior, all of which is due to the extremely high level of Nanban's tactics. It's just that Gu Han's own qualifications are limited. When he reaches the level of a ground warrior, even if he has the southern barbarian tactics, Gu Han's progress is minimal. Gu Han once again praised Han Feng's eyesight. His limit is really that he can barely step into the level of the heavenly warrior. Gu Han only hopes that his son can surpass himself. The stronger the warrior division, the greater the possibility that the remaining descendants have strong qualifications. In addition to Gu Han, nearly half of the hunting team entered the 6th Order Battle Division. Almost all the 6th Order Battle Divisions were in the 4th and 5th Orders, and there were very few strengths below the 4th and 5th Orders. This also made Gu Han clearly realize that this southern barbarian warfare method is only effective when he cultivates himself, and other people are average. It was just a month or two longer than others, but he was much stronger than others. In the wooden house, Han Feng looked helplessly at the meatball beside him. This meatball is the son of Gu Han and Gu Shao, called Gu Yong. Gu Yong's aptitude is much stronger than Gu Han. In Han Feng's words, Gu Yong practiced the southern barbarian tactics and is expected to become a jihadist in the future. Han Feng grabbed Gu Yong and said angrily, "Go back to your mother, don't pester me." Don't look at Han Feng's old appearance, but his mind is not old, and he has always been at a loss in the face of meatballs. No, Grandpa, if you don't teach me training, I'll always live here. Gu Yong, regardless of how old he is, can be said to be eccentric and full of bad ink. Knowing that Han Feng will not be really angry, he is very courageous. If you were Gu Han, you would never dare to do this. In the past few years, the Gujia village has almost all been aware of Han Feng's affairs. He treats Han Feng with great respect on weekdays, not like Gu Yong's nose and face. Han Feng stared at Gu Yong, and patted Gu Yong's butt a few times. "You only think about cultivation when you are old, and we will talk about it when you are 10 years old." "Okay, it's a deal." Gu Yong hesitated for a while and hooked up with Han Feng. Han Feng smiled, his little finger and Gu Yong's little finger hooked together. In a blink of an eye, Gu Yong finally passed 10 years old. Han Feng did not lie to Gu Yong, and really began to guide Gu Yong. It is worth mentioning that the village chief of Gujia village passed away during this period, and several elders of Gujia village also passed away. The village chief and the elders were too old, so they still swallowed the three-color flower of life with the light of Han Feng, otherwise they would die earlier. Several old people died peacefully. They passed away in the picture witnessing the rise of Gujia village, and they can show off to their ancestors when they get there. As the strongest man in Gujia village, Gu Han succeeded as the head of Gujia village. After negotiating with Han Feng, the young people of the Gujia village hunting team can also get Han Feng's teaching every once in a while, which makes a group of young people in Gujia village very excited. I don't know if I haven't been taught, but after being taught, a group of people can more clearly perceive the unfathomable nature of Han Feng. Time passed, and Han Feng stayed in Gujia village for longer and longer, and soon several decades passed. Gu Han has also grown up, took a wife, and gave birth to a pair of twins. Gu Han has become more and more stable as he grows older, no longer pestering Han Feng like he did when he was a child, but it makes Han Feng feel a little nostalgic for the past. For decades, Han Feng swallowed 5-color and 6-color life flowers one after another, and Xuanhuan recovered for hundreds of years. The third one. Due to being too old, Han Feng's cultivation base stagnated. It's not that Han Feng doesn't practice, but how hard Han Feng cultivates, it is difficult to enhance his cultivation. But now, with the devouring of the flower of life and the gradual increase of Han Feng's recovery of vitality, Han Feng's cultivation base has been accumulated for decades, and it has hit the late stage of the small perfection triple heaven in one fell swoop. Han Feng's eyes passed through the layers of space and fell in the deepest core of Wuyuan forest. After I have swallowed the 7-colored life flower and regained some vitality, maybe I can return to the peak of the 3 heavens of small perfection. The rest is to keep recovering the vitality and return to the great perfection level. Yuan Shenli glanced at Gujia village, and Han Feng fell into retreat again. In a few decades, the older generation of Gujia village and the middle-aged generation at that time have almost all passed away. Now the old people in the village are from Gu Han's generation, the middle-aged are from Gu Yong's generation, and the young people are from Gu Yong's generation. With the passage of time, Han Feng has gradually become a sacred word in Gujia village. The villagers have been infused with the idea that Han Feng is a powerful existence since they were born. Now the younger and older generations in the village treat Han Feng completely. Treat an immortal, treat an ancestor. This kind of treatment makes Han Feng very boring. Perhaps this is the respect of Gujia village, but it also makes Han Feng feel a little alienated from Gujia village. If Gu Han and Gu Shao were still there, if Gu Yong still consulted Han Feng from time to time, and if the 7-color flower of life had not bloomed, Han Feng might have left Gujia village. Now the new favorite in front of Han Feng is a pair of dragon and phoenix twins of Gu Yong. From Gu Han to Gu Yong to this pair of dragons and phoenixes, as the strength of the parents becomes stronger and stronger, the aptitudes of the dragons and phoenixes are stronger and better. If Han Feng's evaluation of Gu Yong was a promising jihadist at the beginning, then this pair of dragons and phoenixes can definitely enter the jihadist level. If there is a relatively big adventure during the period, it is not impossible to become a higher-level golden jihadist. Han Feng also taught the twins very seriously. The twins are called Gu Ying and Gu Yi respectively. Among them, Gu Ying is the elder sister and Gu Yu is the younger brother. The two were young. At the age of only 10 years, he is already a 9th-order warrior, and he is only one step away from the ground warrior. Among the siblings, Han Feng pays the most attention to his younger brother Gu Yi. Han Feng sees ambition in Gu Yi's eyes, and Gu Yi will never be satisfied with just ruling the roost in Gujia village. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and felt that it was fine. Recently, Gujia village has attracted the attention of many forces. No matter how low-key Gujia village is, there have been no casualties for so many years, and the growing population of the village cannot be concealed. The surrounding villages know, it is no longer difficult for outside forces to know. Gujia village will definitely be besieged by those powerful forces if it only cares about self-protection. At this time, Gujia village can only arouse the fear of external forces if it becomes strong. But Gu Yong was dark-bellied when he was a child, but when he grew up, he was too stable, and he was reluctant to gamble even a little bit. Perhaps the future of Gujia village lies in this Gui. The seven-color flower of life is about to bloom, and Han Feng also knows that he is about to leave, and cultivating Gui can be regarded as a complete solution to the last bit of nostalgia for Gujia village in his heart. Speaking of Gu Yong, Han Feng shook his head regretfully. Gu Yong has now cultivated to the level of a half-step jihadist. If he goes out to experience, he is likely to be promoted to a jihadist. It's a pity that Gu Yong has already inherited the position of the village head from Gu Han, and he can't let go of Gujia village, so he has no plans to go out to experience. Another year later, when the Gui sister and brother broke through to the Earth War Division, they both asked to leave Gujia village and go to other places in the southern region to experience. Gu Yong himself did not plan to go out to practice, but he did not stop his sons and daughters. Especially, Gu Yong has indeed felt the great pressure around him recently. As the sisters and brothers of Gui went out to practice, and as news of the sisters and brothers of Gui continued to spread back to Gujia village, more and more situations from outside began to spread to Gujia village. An unprecedentedly wide door seems to have opened in front of the younger generation of Gujia village. Since then, more and more young people in Gujia village are willing to travel outside. Gujia village finally became famous within the sphere of influence of one star. After going out for 3 years, Gui was promoted to the Heavenly Battle Division. 10 years later, he was promoted to the Jihadist Division and founded a sect like Guman, becoming a one-star force. The pressure Gujia village faced was greatly reduced because of the establishment of the ancient gate, and some forces that did not enter the star class dared not easily attack the idea of Gujia village. With the establishment of the ancient gate and the Black Iron Tower fought. The ancient gate fell into the disadvantage from the beginning, and gradually gained the upper hand. In terms of high-end combat power, the ancient gate is not as good as the Black Iron Tower, because the previous tower owner of the Black Iron Tower was a veteran jihadist. But the new tower owner of the Black Iron Tower is only in the early stage of the jihadist division. In the face of Gui and Guing, the two masters of the same realm in the early stage of the jihadist division are absolutely not low, especially the Guing sister and brother are the twins, and the combined power is greatly enhanced. It is not a problem to contend with the jihadist midterm. Even in the late stage of the jihadist division, there is still the power to fight. The Black Iron Pagoda was losing ground, and in the end, it was the old tower owner who ended the retreat and came forward to save the decline. In terms of cultivation, the old tower master is not weak as a jihadist in the later stage. In the beginning, the Guing sister and brother fell into the disadvantage, but when Han Feng taught the Guing sister and brother, he also taught his own modified version of the sanctuary skills. For example, Xuanhuan Huangxiao was changed by Han Feng into Xuanhuan Mantiangxiao. The Holy Flame Heavenly King Fist was transformed into the Holy Flame Jimin Fist. These are all low-grade and high-grade Holy Domain secret skills, and the corresponding combat skills after the transformation are also 7-level holy grades. With Han Feng's current state, it is too simple to transform the mere low-grade sanctuary. Not to mention low-grade, it is middle-grade high-grade, and it is not difficult for today's Han Feng. After all, Han Feng's Yuanshan has reached the level of the great perfection of the sanctuary. Because it was specially designed for the two brothers and sisters, it can be said that the Dragon Man Tian Shao and the Holy Flame Jimin Quan are very compatible with the two brothers and sisters. And what about the old tower owner of the Black Iron Tower? As I mentioned earlier, the battle masters of the Battle Chi continent cultivated combat skills that were handed down from the strong a long time ago, regardless of the level of fit. The combat skills practiced by the old pagoda master did not fit well with him, only 40%. When the two siblings displayed their combat skills, the old tower master was doomed to fail. If it weren't for the old tower's major cultivation, it would not be impossible to fall directly into the battle. After being repelled by Gu Yi and Gu Ying, the old tower master immediately summoned the sworn brothers who were young to come to help. These sworn brothers are all masters of the Holy War Division level, and the weakest also have the initial limit of the Holy War Division. The old tower master is poor. The battle between the Black Iron Tower and the Ancient Gate fell into a stalemate. But with the passage of time, with the continuous enhancement of the strength of the Gu Yi sister and brother, the Black Iron Tower gradually fell into the disadvantage. In Gujiao village, decades have passed. It has been 100 years since Han Feng came to Gujiao village. Gu Han and Gu Shao have passed away, but Gu Yong was hit hard by the death of his wife and passed away. Now the head of Gujiao village is another village chief, and Han Feng is not familiar with this village chief. Sister Gu Yi only came back 4 times over the years, when Gu Han, Gu Shao, Gu Yong, and their mother died and were buried. Today, the ancient sect is in full swing, and it is very famous among the one-star forces, and many jihadist-level powerhouses have joined it. Sister Gu Yi is very busy, and every time they come to Gujiao village, they just sit and leave, and they don't even have time to catch up with Han Feng. Abyssal Forest. Han Feng waited for a few days, watching the 7-color flower of life finally bloom, and couldn't help but smile. This rich vitality, I'm afraid it can restore me for hundreds of years at one time. Recovery and increase are different concepts. If you only increase your lifespan at the original lifespan limit, then the 7-color life flower will definitely not increase for hundreds of years. After Han Feng took off the 7-color flower of life, he returned to Gujiao village to prepare for retreat. And just when Han Feng was waiting for the 7-color flower of life to bloom. Black Iron Tower, in the conference hall. A solemn atmosphere pervaded. The middle-aged man sat on the top, his brows furrowed, and he looked tangled. The powerful people around looked at the middle-aged man, led by the middle-aged man. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Cabbage really admires her computer. She doesn't have music, internet, or video, so she can get stuck even just typing a word. It's really time to change it. When will I be able to make a lot of money? It hurts to change the computer now. This middle-aged man is the old tower owner of the Black Iron Tower, He Wuji. He Wuji glanced at his young companions and the top of the Black Iron Tower, and shouted in a deep voice, "The ancient sect is very powerful now, and the number of jihadists it has is not less than ours, and the sect master and the deputy sect master sister and brother are even more in control. With powerful combat skills, the tower master is not an opponent when combined. In this afternoon, our dignified one-star forces in the Black Iron Tower are likely to be destroyed or swallowed up. What do you think we should do now?" A sinister look flashed in the eyes of the next current tower owner. The Black Iron Tower was attacked by the Ancient Gate, and the most humiliating one was the current tower owner. As the tower owner of the Black Iron Pagoda, not only did he not find the rapid rise of the ancient sect in his own power, but he also failed to complete the task of strangling the ancient sect. Instead, he was disgraced. He had to invite the old tower owner to be able to temporarily save the situation. The prestige of the current tower owner fell to the extreme for a while. Even the old tower owner was very dissatisfied with the current tower owner. Wasn't the threat of Gui not discovered before Gushur did not set up Gu sect? If the current tower owner has broken through to the jihadist level, I am afraid that the old tower owner will never let it go so lightly, and he will definitely be punished heavily. The current tower owner's hatred of the two brothers and sisters, Gu Yi, has already reached its peak. Thinking of this, the current tower owner said coldly, "I heard that the sister and brother were born in a small ancient village, we can't do anything with that sister and brother, but the ancient village. Everyone understood the plan of the current tower owner, although they felt that it was a bit despicable and shameless, but the Black Iron Tower has reached this point, and if they don't do anything, it will really be eliminated or annexed by the ancient sect. I also know that those low-level disciples of the Black Iron Tower may still be alive, and it is absolutely impossible for them to be high-level jihadists. A white-haired old woman said coldly, "This method is feasible." This white-haired old woman was one of the old tower master's companions when she was young, and she was called Granny Zihua. Granny Zihua's face was not as kind as an old man should be, but because of a mole in the wrong position on her face, her entire face was very strange and cold. In terms of hatred for the two brothers Gui, the white-haired old woman is only under the old tower master and the current tower master. In a confrontation, the direct disciple of Granny Zihua was beheaded by Guing. Now, mother-in-law Zihua couldn't wait to know the pain that the two brothers and sisters Gu felt when they found out that their relatives were killed. Therefore, Granny Zihua volunteered to be a pioneer. Now that the decision has been made, the old tower owner immediately invited 2 other jihadist companions to Gujia village. The 3 jihadist divisions headed by Granny Zihua led more than a dozen heavenly battle divisions to fly to Gujia village. For Gujia village, Granny Zihua and others dare not underestimate it. On the bright side, the strongest person in Gujia village is only at the level of Earth Warfare Master, but is it really that simple to be able to cultivate a perverted village like the 2 brothers and sisters of Gui? It's just that no matter how difficult it is, Granny Zihua is still full of confidence. The 3 jihadists, even a mere Gujia village can't do anything, just buy a piece of tofu and kill them. After Granny Zihua and others left, the Black Iron Tower launched an attack on the ancient gate, in order to prevent the ancient gate from discovering their plan and providing support. In the battlefield of the 2 big 1-star forces, He Wuji once again fought with the 2 brothers and sisters, Gui. Black Evil *. Thick black gas spewed out from He Wuji's body and turned into various means of attack. He Wuji, we have already defeated this move last time. Do you think you can turn the tables this time? Gui dismissed these Haisha's attacks. Guing said lightly, Guyu, don't be careless. He Wuji was irritated by Guyi's small gaze, and he shouted coldly, last time, the tower master was careless, this time will never be the case. Darkness obscured the sky, and the sky was pitch black. Die. The cold light in He Wuji's eyes flashed away, and Haisha turned into giant claws, giant palms, or giant fists and blasted at the 2 sisters and brothers of Gui. Zhanglong is howling. Holy flame giant fist. The 2 brothers and sisters of Guyu burst out, and a long howl like an ancient beast caused the space to tremble, and the Haisha was blocked by something before he approached. A phantom of a savage beast appeared behind Gui, and a punch seemed to come from ancient times, punching through the space with a powerful breath, and slammed into He Wuji. What? He Wuji was shocked. Although he was broken last time, it was definitely not so easy. The momentum of the 2 brothers and sisters Guyu soared, and He Wuji's pupils shrank. In the middle stage of the Holy War Division, both of you have entered the middle stage of the Holy War Division. After breaking through the jihadist division for decades, the 2 siblings finally broke through the early stage and reached the middle stage. It took decades to make a breakthrough, which seems to be a very long time, but compared to the 2,000 years of lifespan of a jihadist, what are these decades? Puff. He Wuji was blown away by a punch, extremely miserable. Gui chuckled, before, our 2 brothers and sisters had to unite to defeat you, but now, we can be alone. Sister, go and deal with other people, leave this He Wuji to me. Gui nodded and whispered, don't be careless, then Granny Zihua didn't appear this time. If I read it correctly, there are 2 jihadists in the Black Iron Tower who didn't appear. Maybe there is some conspiracy? Ha ha ha. He Wuji laughed when he heard Gu Ying's words, blood constantly spurting out of his mouth. Obviously so embarrassed, He Wuji has a look of schadenfreude. What are you laughing at? Gui immediately shouted with a bad feeling in his heart. He Wuji smiled grimly. Want to know where Granny Zihua went? Haha, she went to Gujia village, to avenge her disciple. 3 holy war masters, more than 10 heavenly war masters, your ancient village is over, your roots are over. He Wuji stared at the faces of the two, wanting to see despair and anger on their faces. But He Wuji miscalculated, his heart sank, he didn't see what he wanted to see at all, only to see that the two of them were shocked at first, then calmed down, and the corners of his mouth drew a curve that made him very annoyed. Aren't you too worried? He Wuji panicked. Worry, why not? But what I'm worried about is Granny Zihua, not Gujia village. Guing covered her mouth and smiled. Since the travel, the two have clearly understood how abnormal the tactics and combat skills they cultivated. After the Holy War Division, the gap between each small stage is huge, but they can fight beyond the level with their combat skills. How powerful these combat skills are. To be able to create such a combat skill, then what kind of powerhouse should Grandpa Han be? If the two of them thought that Han Feng was only a jihadist level before they were promoted to the jihadist division, then the two of them almost suspected that Han Feng was a golden jihadist above the jihadist division. Considering that when the other party created the combat skills, it was easy to find things, and Gui and his brother suspected that Han Feng might be a powerhouse at the level of Zhanzong and even Zhangjuan. What about 3 holy war divisions and more than 10 heavenly war divisions? In the face of a strong person who is likely to be the Zhongzong or Zhangjuan level, don't die too quickly. That's great, our brothers and sisters have grown in strength, and the Black Iron Tower has lost 3 more jihadists. Today should be the day of the destruction of the Black Iron Tower. Guyu rubbed his palms and laughed. He Wuji's face finally showed regret. In just half a day, the Black Iron Tower, a 1-star power that had been passed down for thousands of years, was destroyed, and the reputation of the ancient sect was unparalleled for a while. Guyu did not plan to expand the site anymore, and if it continues to expand, the site will not be much different from the 2-star power, which will definitely attract the attention and hostility of the 2-star power. Right now, it is by no means a good time to fight against the 2-star forces, and it is still mainly to recuperate. Guyu, let's go back to Gujia village. After destroying the Black Iron Tower, the two of them couldn't wait to return to Gujia village after explaining the general matter. Don't look at how they believed in Han Feng's strength before, but at this moment, it is inevitable to show anxiety after the incident. Perhaps Han Feng is really a master of Zhongzong or Zhangjuan level. But the two grew up by Han Feng's side, and clearly knew that Han Feng urgently needed some fruit of life to increase his lifespan. Being so old, no matter how powerful he was in the past, how much power can he exert now? Ancient village. Granny Zihua and the others finally arrived, and they all showed their hideous expressions. Gujia village, if you want to blame it, blame the 2 brothers and sisters of Gui. The aura of the jihadist burst out, and soon enveloped the entire Gujia village. Second more. Fa, what happened? This momentum oppresses. I can't breathe. Yes, there is a strong attack. Everyone in Gujia village was shocked to see 3 figures suspended in the void, followed by more than a dozen figures. In the past few years, many young people in Gujia village have gone out to travel, some died outside, some joined the ancient gate, and some back to Gujia village. These young people who have traveled are all middle-aged at this time and are the pillars of Gujia village. These people's eyesight has long been exercised. There are also jihadists, oh my god, this is too. A group of Gujia village powerhouses looked horrified. Most of them broke through to the level of earth fighters, but such a level is placed on the heavenly fighters and jihadists. In front of him, it's not enough to see at all. Granny Zihua enjoyed the despair of these people, and her hoarse voice resounded in Gujia village. Lower people, after going to hell, go to blame the two brothers and sisters of Guzi. Kill all these people. Mr. Zihua gave orders to the people behind her. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures rushed into the crowd. All the strong warriors in Gujia village gritted their teeth to resist the aura of the jihadists. Even if they vomited blood, they had to resist these heavenly warriors. Damn rubbish, get out. The mere fighters dare to be presumptuous in front of me, die. More than a dozen heavenly warriors rushed into the crowd, just like fierce wolves entering the flock. Even if they were blocked by earth warriors, they were just stronger sheep. In a blink of an eye, many earth warriors were caught heavy damage. If it wasn't for the surge in the number of ground warriors in Gujia village over the past few years, the number of invading heavenly warriors at this moment would have far exceeded the number of invading heavenly warriors, and the damage would have been shared. Laugh. Han Feng picked the 7-color life flower and returned, and saw the scene of the purple flower grandmother laughing in the sky. Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. Xuanhuan turned into a sharp sword and stabbed those heavenly warriors fiercely. Under the shocked gazes of countless villagers in the village, and under the astonished gazes of the 3 holy war masters from Granny Zihua, the heads of these dozen or so heavenly war masters suddenly burst and their bodies fell. What's going on? Granny Zihua's eyes widened. This scene is too incredible. More than a dozen heavenly warriors, all of their heads exploded in a blink of an eye. Then, Granny Zihua saw an old figure, slowly walking in the distance. Her hair was so pale and dull, but her deep eyes made Granny Zihua feel cold. Just looking at the old man, Granny Zihua felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. It's Han Zu. Han Zu shot, we are saved. These people are finished. The villagers of Gujia village were stagnant for a while, and then burst out with deafening surprises. Han Feng has long been a myth of these villagers, and the villagers of Gujia village have no concept of how strong Han Feng is, they only know that it is very strong. Who is the senior? Granny Zihua suppressed the fear in her heart and calmly said. You don't deserve to know, you hurt the people of my ancient village, pay for it with your life. Han Feng didn't talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void. Granny Zihua was horrified to find that her body was squeezed by an irresistible force. No. Granny Zihua let out a roar that didn't know whether it was panic, regret or unwillingness, and her whole body was directly crushed into blood mist. Flee. The 2 jihadists were so frightened that their souls were blown away, and they even scolded Granny Zihua and He Wuji as dogs. If it weren't for them, how could the 2 of them end up in such a terrifying situation now? Han Feng looked at the 2 indifferently. A jihadist escaped without the slightest movement, except that the holy pupil of the star opened between the eyebrows. The next moment, everyone in Gujia village opened their mouths, and the 2 powerful jihadists fell directly from the sky. The current village chief swallowed. After spitting, he ran over bravely, and found that the 2 jihadists were dead and could not die any longer. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 heavenly fighters and 3 jihadists were killed. This Han Zu is too powerful. Those who sighed like this were the strong earth warriors who had traveled and returned. Even if Han Feng was a myth, they still respected Han Feng, but their travel experience made them not as blind as the rest of the villagers. Before, they always thought that Han Feng was a jihadist. This is not to be underestimated. These people who travel abroad do not dare to go too far. Basically, they travel within the sphere of influence of one star, and the strongest they have heard is the jihadist. For them, a jihadist is an existence as high as the sky, and they think that Han Feng is a strong jihadist level, which is the limit they can imagine. But now the facts tell them that the jihadist is as weak as a baby in front of Han Feng. After eliminating Granny Zihua and others, Han Feng disappeared in a flash. In the wooden house, Han Feng swallowed the seven-color life flower, and a large amount of vitality flooded Han Feng's body, restoring the vitality that Han Feng consumed in an abnormal way. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, in just one day, Han Feng has recovered the vitality of hundreds of years. In addition to the accumulated vitality of swallowing the flower of life in the past, he has recovered almost 1,000 years of vitality. Counting the consumption in the past 100 years, it has recovered for nearly 900 years after offsetting. This directly caused Han Feng's cultivation to return to the peak level of the small perfection triple heaven. The next step is to restore to the Dzogchen state. The gap between the small perfection and the great perfection is huge, and the recovery is not so easy. Fortunately, the power of my primordial spirit has already reached the great perfection. It's so difficult to hit the great perfection. It's time to leave Gujia village. Han Feng sighed. After restoring the great perfection, it is to strive to improve the cultivation base and ascend to the God realm. I don't know what is the specific cultivation level of the legendary War Venerable in this Battle Chi continent, and what are the levels of the epic War Venerable and the invincible Standing Venerable? Could it be demigods and true gods? If this is the case, it is necessary to find these powerhouses. Just as Han Feng was about to leave, the twins, Gu Yi, arrived at Gujia village and learned everything from the current village chief. The two looked at each other, and sure enough, Grandpa Han was not an ordinary strong man. In the cabin, Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Want me to go to the ancient gate? Yes, not only you, Grandpa Han, but also the rest of the people from the ancient village. I also want to bring them all to the ancient gate. This time it is also a reminder to me that in the future, it is not possible that the hostile forces of Guman will do what they are today. In front of Han Feng, Gu Yu seemed a little shy without his domineering outside. Han Feng shook his head. I don't need it anymore. I plan to go to other places, to see it. Gui was shocked. Grandpa, are you leaving us? Guing is also anxious. No matter how hard they work outside, always remember there are relatives behind them supporting them, which is the source of their strength. Every time they are tired from working hard, they are full of motivation as long as they think that their relatives are still there. Nearby grandparents and parents have fallen, and their relatives are only Han Feng. Thinking that Han Feng was going to leave and they didn't know where to go, the dragon and the phoenix were a little overwhelmed. Others in Gujia village can't say that they are not relatives of the dragon and phoenix, but after all, the dragon and phoenix grew up by Han Feng's side, and the relationship between the two sisters and Han Feng is even closer. Seeing the panic of Guyi's sister and brother, Han Feng shook his head and laughed. You are already a strong jihadist. If you hadn't been fighting outside, you should be the age of father and mother now. Why are you so restless now? Guing said aggrieved. You have to leave. How can we calm down? Guyi's expression changed, and said, Grandpa Han, this kid has collected a lot of life-extending spiritual fruit outside, even if Grandpa Han wants to leave, and take away those spirit fruits as well, so that the kid and elder sister will honor you. Gu Ying's eyes lit up. How could she forget this? First fly to the ancient gate, and then let Grandpa Han stay after the stalker. Han Feng was moved. Even if he wanted to leave, he was looking for a spiritual fruit treasure that could restore his vitality. The third one. Years. Okay, I'll go to the ancient gate with you, but I'll still have to leave after I get the spirit fruit. Han Feng said in advance. Gui and Guing nodded like chickens and rice. As for what they were thinking, only the two of them knew. Ancient door. Han Feng found that some of the life-extending spiritual fruit treasures that Gui found were very good, perhaps not as good as the 7-color life flower, but at least they were at the level of the 5-color life flower. There are some that are stronger than the 6-color life flower, but lower than the 7-color life flower. Gui licked his face and said, Grandpa Han, look at how much time the boy has collected for you. If you leave, you have to collect it by yourself. It would be troublesome. You might as well stay. Guing also hurriedly said, yes, after you stay, there are so many people from Guman to help you search. Compared with Grandpa Han, you can find it by yourself. At least you will get a lot of information. This time, Han Feng didn't say he insisted on leaving, but started to think seriously. This is not the Forgotten Continent, but the continent of Fighting Chi. He knows too little about the continent of Fighting Chi. It is better to leave it to someone from the ancient sect to find the spiritual fruit treasure that restores vitality by yourself. Now Guman is not weak among the one-star powers, with many subordinates, it is much better to find it than him alone. Moreover, the intelligence system of a faction is by no means comparable to that of a single person. The most important thing is that now the ancient gate is already a star power, perhaps through the ancient gate to be able to more deeply understand the war spirit continent, then it is not a problem to make a choice. Thinking of this, Han Feng nodded slowly, okay, I'll stay here for the time being. The two brothers and sisters Gui looked at each other, both of them in surprise. The two brothers and sisters want to keep Han Feng. In addition to treating Han Feng as a filial family member, they also hope to get Han Feng's guidance. As their cultivation progressed to the level of holy war masters, the two sisters and brothers already felt a little powerless. Without Han Feng's guidance, the two brothers and sisters estimated that if they had no adventures in their lives, it was estimated that they would be at the level of a half-step golden jihadist, and it would be a bit reluctant to step into the golden jihadist level. Gui wanted to arrange a mansion for Han Feng. It's just that Han Feng refused, and just wanted to find a quiet and remote place to practice. Gui did not refute Han Feng this time, because cultivation is a place that needs quiet. Leaving a relatively quiet yard for Han Feng, Gui still marked the surrounding area as a forbidden area, and could not enter or leave at will. With a flick of his finger, Han Feng set up a space barrier around him. This is more secure. This is a handprint, and you can enter and leave this barrier at will. Handing the handprints to Gui and the two of them, Han Feng said, show your recent practice and let me see what you need to improve. Gui and Guing were overjoyed. After some guidance, the two of them broke through to the level of jihadist level. Some confusion and undissolved, a feeling of sudden realization rose from the bottom of their hearts. There was a feeling in their hearts that their cultivation would definitely improve a lot after going out to retreat this time. It may still be impossible to break through to the later stage of the jihadist division, but it can definitely stabilize the middle stage of the jihadist division and go further, approaching the middle and late stages of the mid-term. The courtyard where Han Feng lives has become a forbidden area, and the ancient gates do not dare to approach at will after knowing about it. The scene of Han Feng killing the jihadist in seconds was gradually known to other strongmen in the ancient door after the ancient village was integrated into the ancient door. In the face of Han Feng's existence above the jihadist division, no one dared to disrespect. The water flows in the east, the leaves fall one after another, and time slips away quietly like this. Decades are fleeting. In the past few decades, Guman has found a lot of life-extending spiritual fruit treasures for Han Feng, and the types are different. Obviously, the strong people of the ancient sect also know that if the same kind is used a lot, the effect will be greatly reduced or even not at all. The experts from the ancient sect were more enthusiastic than Gui when it came to finding the life-extending spiritual fruit. Everyone knew what it meant to have a master who surpassed the Holy War division to sit in the ancient sect. It can be said that as long as there is Han Feng sitting here, the strong man of the ancient sect has a kind of confidence. This confidence makes the strong men of Guman full of confidence that Guman will become a two-star force sooner or later. For decades, apart from Gui and Guing, as well as those who specially sent spirit fruits to Han Feng, no one has seen Han Feng, and Han Feng has not taken a step out of the barrier. In the courtyard residence, although Han Feng's skin is still old, it is no longer so dry, like dry land. the skin is now somewhat elastic. Han Feng's full head of white hair is no longer so dull, and even a few black hair is mixed in it. If Han Feng looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s before, now he is about 60 years old. Over the years, Han Feng has almost regained his lifespan of 700 or 800 years. 10 years ago, Gu Yi and Guing both broke through to the pinnacle of the jihadist division. After Gu Yi married a wife and had children, leaving behind a bloodline, he left the ancient gate to travel, seeking an opportunity to break through the golden jihadist division. At their level, even with the guidance of Han Feng, it is not so easy to break through to the golden crusaders. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the two of them had often sought Han Feng's advice over the past few decades, they might not even be able to break through in the later stages of the jihadist division. The progress of Gu Yi and the two men's cultivation made the Guman strong people extremely jealous, but unfortunately they did not have the courage to come to Han Feng's door for advice. What's more, even if they have the guts, they can't enter the enchantment without the handprint. Another few decades have passed, and the descendants of Gu Yi have also grown up. The younger generation of Guman has gradually grown up, and the older generation has fallen unless they break through to the Holy War Division. The records about Han Feng in the ancient door gradually, only some senior elders of the ancient door still remember. Most of the new generation do not know that there are people like Han Feng in the ancient door. The forbidden area of Han Feng's cultivation has gradually disappeared. Even if some of the younger generation are curious, they dare not approach. Only the door owner of the ancient sect and a small number of elders still send the longevity fruit inside. It has been almost 100 years since Han Feng came to Guman. Guman is almost at the top of the one-star power. As long as there is a golden jihadist, they can advance to the 2-star power. For 100 years, Han Feng has been continuously getting information about the Battle Chi continent through the ancient gate. Because of this information, Han Feng was disappointed with the Battle Chi continent and lost his interest in finding those standing respecters. He stayed in the ancient gate and waited for the young fat wake up. According to these intelligence records, the Battle Chi continent did not have such a name in the ancient times, and no one knows what it was called, and the cultivation methods at that time were also different from today. Because of a tragic war in the ancient times, the cultivation methods in the ancient times gradually dissipated, and the current cultivation methods have been transformed. Han Feng came to a conclusion through these various intelligences. Before the ancient times, the level of the Battle Spirit continent and the Forgotten continent must be the same. After all, the same is true for the level under the true god of the god realm. Now the cultivation method of the war masters in the Battle Spirit continent can be said to have gone into a detour. For example, warfare and combat skills, although there are some strong people in the Forgotten continent or the god realm who choose to inherit the unique sanctuary skills of other strong people, more people choose to comprehend them. Such sanctuary exercises and sanctuary skills absolute learning is what suits you best. Only in this way can the corresponding combat power be exerted more perfectly and break through to a higher level. But in the War Spirit continent, it is the opposite. The Battle Chi continent refers to the tactics and skills that they have learned as the natal tactics and natal tactics. Those who are able to comprehend the life-defining tactics and combat skills are extremely rare, and they are all well-known and powerful beings with super-powerful combat power. On the Forgotten continent, unless the comprehension of the sanctuary is a grade higher than his own cultivation, otherwise the comprehension of a sanctuary that is equal to or one level lower than his own cultivation is not considered a genius at all. Compared with the Forgotten continent, the Battle Spirit continent is not at the same level at all. Previously, Han Feng also guessed that Epic War Zun and Invincible Zhan Zun were likely to be demigods or war gods. Now it seems that this speculation is really high on the continent of war. A cultivation method has entered the plane of detours. How can it be possible to give birth to a master of the level of a true god? Every time he thinks of this, Han Feng sighs endlessly, Although the Battle Chi continent is a complete plain, it is too weak compared to the force level of the Forgotten Continent. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. It is precisely because of this that Han Feng gave up the idea of looking for those war venerables. Han Feng was looking for Zhan Zun, just to ask about ascension, what kind of god realm the soaring god realm will be in Zhan Chi continent. But now it seems that these war venerables are afraid that they don't know about ascension. The continent of fighting Chi has fallen so far, continue to stay here, and God knows when he will be able to advance to the true God. When Xuanhuan wakes up, let's continue to travel through the starry sky to other planes. With this thought in mind, Han Feng no longer leaves Guman. Thought, quietly waiting for the cultivation base to recover to the great perfection, and by the way, waiting for Xuanhuan to wake up. Just thinking of the decline of the Battle Chi continent, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the Forgotten Continent. A complete plain like the Battle Chi continent can be reduced to such a situation after hundreds of millions of years. What about the Forgotten Continent? I am afraid that at the same time, the Forgotten Continent will decline more completely. If the Forgotten Continent is not destroyed, maybe even the ordinary sanctuary will become a legend sooner or later. 20 years later, when Gui returned, his cultivation had broken through to the level of a golden jihadist. But Kosakura didn't come back. In the wooden house, Gui looked sad, and Han Feng was also a little sad. That girl who grew up beside her, but fell into the secret realm. The path of cultivation is full of crises, and no one can go on safely and steadily. Although the fall of Gui makes Han Feng heartache, he also knows that he can't blame the secret realm and Gui. Practice well and take your sister's place. Han Feng patted Gui's shoulder. Gui nodded sullenly. Speaking of which, Gui is almost 200 years old, but now he is about to cry. Han Feng sighed and understood. As twins, Gui and Guing are closer than ordinary siblings, and each is equivalent to half of the other. Now that Guing has fallen, Han Feng can see that this stock in Gui's heart is unbearable. After all, Gui is the pillar of the ancient door, and all the fragility is only manifested in front of Han Feng. When Gui walked out of the barrier, he regained his previous majesty and domineering. It didn't take long for Guman to become a two-star force, and Guyu entered the retreat and never came out. With the passage of time, Gui was also forgotten by most people in Guman, and only the high-level people of Guman still remember the founder of Guman. The grass grows and the warbler flies, and more than 100 years have passed. The descendants of Gui became the biggest force in the ancient gate, and the ancient gate flourished. Guman, a teenager in his teens, looked enviously at the many senior brothers in the Guman martial arts field. This young man is called Gu Jun, and he is the descendant of Guman's direct line. But Gu Jun was judged to be weak from the time he was born and could not cultivate into a powerful warrior. The powerhouses in the Battle Chi continent are respected, and so is the ancient sect after so many years of development. The stronger the strength, the higher the status in the ancient gate, and the richer the resources enjoyed. As a weak person, you can only look up to those powerful beings. If it wasn't for Gu Jun's grandfather, who is the current head of Gu sect, Gu Jun's life would never have been so leisurely. For this reason, Gu Jun can often hear the disdain of other young warriors in Guman secretly towards him. Gu Jun was secretly sad, and tried hard to cultivate, but the result made Gu Jun extremely desperate. From the time he was exposed to the practice of warfare, Gu Jun was still at the level of a first-order warrior. The second-order warrior was as far away from Gu Jun as the Milky Way. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the edge of the second-order warrior. Could it be that I can only stay at the first-order warrior level in the future? No. I don't accept it. I don't accept my fate. Gu Jun roared in his heart, and the envy on his face also turned into a trace of unwillingness. Not long after, the training time of the martial arts field was over, and the young warriors walked out one after another, and it was not surprising to see Gu Jun. Almost every day, Gu Jun came to the training ground to see it. Waste, if you can't train your body, stay in the room and have to run out. Isn't this a joke? A disciple surnamed Gu complained as he walked. The ancient surname is the most powerful force in the ancient sect, and they have long forgotten how weak their ancestors were in the ancient village. For a long time, the noble status in the ancient sect has made the descendants of the ancient surname have the pride of contempt for others. Shu, be quiet. Gu Jun is the grandson of the sect master, and he is also the direct descendant of the founder of Gu sect, so just look down on you and say it in your heart. If Gu Jun hears the accusation, we must be stumped. Another Gu surnamed disciple hurriedly covered the mouth of the previous one and dragged him away. Gu Jun had a bitter look on his face. Even if he had poor cultivation aptitude, he wouldn't complain like a child. Gu Jun walked in the ancient gate in a daze, not knowing what to do. Are you really just like an ordinary person until you die of old age? For a moment, Gu Jun was a little dazed. Unconsciously, Gu Jun came to a very unfamiliar place, and the whole place was desolate. This is... Gu Jun came back to his senses, and was shocked when he saw this scene. How did he get here? Isn't this a forbidden place for the ancient gate? As a child, Gu Jun was specifically told by his father not to enter this forbidden area. It is said that there is a super strong man in this ancient forbidden area. It's just rumors. If there are super strong people, it won't be that they haven't come out for so many years. Gu Jun muttered. More and more disciples don't believe much about the legend of the forbidden area, only the attitude of the senior officials of the ancient sect remains the same as before. Those who can become high-level ancient sects are all masters of the Holy War Division level. As a Holy War Division, they can live for 2,000 years. It has only been a mere 200 years, and they still remember what happened back then. Huh? Wait, doesn't it mean that there are enchantments in the forbidden area? Why did I just come in like this? Gu Jun realized that something was wrong. In the wooden house, Han Feng Shouwei has recovered to the limit of the third heaven. He clearly feels that the great perfection is in front of him, but he always feels that something is missing. It's still vitality. Losing so much vitality has a great impact on restoring the strength of the great perfection. Han Feng was quite depressed and irritable. This is the first time that Han Feng has been sitting for so long in order to practice since he practiced. But thinking about the benefits of the breakthrough, Han Feng had to hold back and endure the boredom. Today, Xuanhuan's solidity is comparable to the great perfection. Once it breaks through, Xuanhuan will be purified and upgraded again. At that time, I am afraid that it will be comparable to the second level of the great perfection, and it will surpass the first level. At that time, there is no need to use the unique skills of the holy domain, and the strength is enough to rank first in the great perfection first layer. Huh? This guy? Someone broke into the enchantment, and Han Feng discovered it immediately. Seeing that it was only a teenage boy who broke into his enchantment, and he broke in unconsciously, Han Feng was shocked, and then he was full of interest. Holding his chin, Han Feng whispered, "Interesting, interesting." Even if I didn't fully display the barrier at that time, it was difficult to break in under Xiao Yuancheng. In this Warqi continent, there should be nothing under the warlord. People can break in, this kid. The corner of his mouth drew a slight arc. Han Feng rolled up his sleeve robe, and Gu Jun outside disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Han Feng. Gu Jun was going to be scared to pee. No matter who is walking along the road suddenly finds himself in another place and can't keep calm. Boy, you are so daring to come to this old man's barrier. Han Feng smiled softly. The current Han Feng can no longer be said to be old, and has almost recovered to the appearance of an ordinary person in his 50s. Only then did Gu Jun realize that there was an old man sitting cross-legged in front of him. Gu Jun still doesn't understand at this moment. It must be the old man in front of him who got him here. Thinking of the legend about the Forbidden Land, Gu Jun opened his mouth. The legend turned out to be true. There really is a super strong existence in the Forbidden Land. Thinking of this, Gu Jun immediately knelt down. Junior Gu Jun sees the senior. The junior just broke into the barrier unintentionally, and definitely didn't mean to offend the senior. Gu Jun's heart is full of ups and downs. No one outside knows the information about the strong people in the forbidden area. Gu Jun also doesn't know what the character of this old man is. If he has a bad temper, wouldn't he suffer this time? The fifth is complete. Ask for flowers. Han Feng saw Gu Jun's nervousness and said with a smile, if the old man has bad intentions towards you, he can kill you with a single thought, so why bring you here? Gu Jun heard the words, and immediately settled down. I don't know why the senior asked the kid to come here. Gu Jun respectfully asked. Han Feng beckoned and let Gu Jun approach. It's not a big deal, I just want to know how your kid passed through the barrier I set up. Han Feng's eyes became more curious. Gu Jun also thought of the previous strangeness at this time, and he came in a daze. He thought it was the old man's intention just now, but now it does not seem to be the case. Is there really something special about yourself? Not trash? Han Feng didn't talk nonsense. He fixed Gu Jun with one finger, and then put his palm on Gu Jun's junior, and at the same time, the power of Yuanshan carefully inspected Gu Jun's body. Not long after, a shock flashed across Han Feng's face. In this battle spirit continent, Han Feng doesn't know much. What kind of system Gu Jun is, Han Feng is not clear, but based on his experience in the Forgotten Continent for so many years, Han Feng judges that Gu Jun's physique is not as simple as a holy grade, and 10 of them have reached the legendary divine grade. God, isn't the Battle Chi continent in decline? Why, how can such a physique still appear? Han Feng gasped. But after thinking about it, Han Feng was relieved. No matter how you say this continent of battle spirit, it is also a complete plane, and geniuses should be endlessly better than the continent of oblivion. It's just that the current cultivation methods of the Battle Chi continent have gone the wrong way, and the cultivation methods and combat skills are only for inheritance rather than self-comprehension, which completely delays these geniuses who could easily achieve true gods and ascend to the realm of the gods. Gu Jun looked at Han Feng's complexion with trembling fear and did not dare to make a sound. After a long time, Gu Jun couldn't help but said, Senior, what is this kid? Han Feng retracted his palm and said with a smile, although your bloodline and aptitude are indeed not very high, your special physique is extremely strong. Special physique? Gu Jun looked blank, but Han Feng said that his aptitude was not high. Gu Jun understood it, and was a little desperate. Han Feng said lightly, special physiques require special cultivation methods. In short, you need to discover the power of your own special physique. Once discovered, your strength will grow rapidly, and you will not be limited by your qualifications at all. Of course, if the aptitude is improved, it can also help the special physique to cultivate faster. Gu Jun was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but excitedly said, Senior means, the kid's special physique can make the kid break through the second order? Break through to tier 2? Han Feng shook his head speechlessly. Your kid's ambition is too small, your special physique is very strong, and it is also possible to become a jihadist in the future. Really, really? Gu Jun's eyes rolled, which was a flicker of hope. From birth, Gu Jun was judged to be in poor health, not high in aptitude, and had little success in the cultivation of a warrior. But now Gu Jun is told that he has no problem becoming a jihadist, which makes Gu Jun not surprised. Shit, how to discover the special physique of the kid? Also ask the seniors to teach me. Gu Jun was excited for a while as if there was something clear about to erupt, but he was held back fiercely, extremely uncomfortable. Finally saw Han Feng, Gu Jun knelt down and begged Han Feng for guidance. It's fate that you and I meet. If you pass through my barrier by chance, I won't notice you. All this is ordained. Your special physique is very strong, and I can only discover a part for you. The rest is up to you. Come back in 3 days. With a flick of his sleeve robe, Han Feng passed Gu Jun outside the enchantment. Han Feng has written down some information about Gu Jun's special physique, and his mind began to spin quickly, creating exercises based on this information. Outside the barrier, Gu Juancheng held back his excitement and ran back to his residence like the wind. Gu Jun can't wait to roar up to the sky. Lao Tzu can finally cultivate. Gu Jun believes that Han Feng will not lie to him. The strong have the dignity of the strong and will not easily fool people, especially the first-order warriors like him. 3 days later, Gu Jun came to Han Feng again. This time, Gu Jun was no longer in a trance and watched carefully how he passed through the barrier. When passing through the barrier, Gu Jun's body seemed to have changed in that instant, so he could easily penetrate. Could it be, this is my special physique? What kind of system is it? Gu Jun's face was full of surprise and anticipation, but also a little uneasy. In the wooden house, Han Feng pointed to Gu Jun, and Gu Jun had a lot of information inexplicably in his mind. This is a method of warfare created by me studying your special physique. After practicing this method, as long as you fully understand it, you should be able to discover 7 or 8 points of your special physique. As for the remaining points, it is up to you. Already. And your qualifications, you also need to improve yourself. Gu Jun was immersed in the ocean of exercises, and his face became solemn when he heard the words, "Senior has done so much for the younger generation, the boy is grateful and will never forget it." In the future, the boy will definitely repay the senior. It's okay to repay. If you really want to repay, just repay Guman. Han Feng shook his head and refused. For Han Feng, creating such a strategy is not so difficult. The reason for this is that on the one hand, Han Feng did not want such a genius to be delayed by the cultivation methods of the Battle Chi continent. Second, Gu Jun was born in the ancient door. Third, Han Feng is very interested in Gu Jun's special physique, and wants to see how far Gu Jun can grow and what level of special physique can be developed. To put it bluntly, it is a bit boring that the cultivation base cannot be restored to the great perfection Han style for the time being, and I want to find something to play with. Gu Jun's face is still serious. Anyway, it is the senior who gave the boy hope, and the boy will never forget the great kindness and virtue of the senior. As you like. Han Feng smiled and passed Gu Jun out. At the end of the year, the great competition for the young disciples of the ancient gate began. Gu Jun was like a dark horse all the way, from the tail of the crane that was disliked by everyone to the top 4 all at once. Now it has defeated the opponent and entered the championship and runner-up battle. On the high platform, all the high-level executives gasped. Obviously, this kid was still in the first order some time ago, but now he has stepped into the 9th order. This speed is too terrifying. Gu Jun's opponent is a famous genius from the younger generation of Guman, and his face can't hold back at this moment. Even if I step into the 9th order, what if I have stepped into the 9th order for a long time? I have reached the 9th order peak, and I am only 1 step away from the Earth War division. You can't win me. The ancient disciples were full of fighting spirit. The reward for the champion of this competition is an Earth Star pill. After swallowing the Earth Star pill, the entanglement peak can immediately break through and advance to the Earth War division. Against the Earth Star pill, this disciple is bound to win. Including the high-level executives on the high platform, do not think that Gu Jun can win. There is still a big gap between the early stage of the 9th order and the peak of the 9th order. But the result was that everyone was shocked, and he didn't know what kind of means Gu Jun used. His breath increased rapidly, and he quickly surpassed the 9th level. Thousands of palms. Gu Jun shouted lowly, and the palms were shot fiercely. There were afterimages of palms everywhere in the space, as if there were thousands of palms. The ancient disciple of the Ninth Order Peak vomited blood and flew out. This competition ended with Gu Jun winning the championship. On the high platform, the current sect master, Gu Jun's grandfather, said solemnly, "Juner, how did you improve so much in such a short period of time? Could it be that you were enchanted?" In the Battle Chi continent, some tactics are full of magic, which can make people's strength soar, but the consequence is that the cultivator eventually loses his mind and becomes the devil. The current sect master does not want his grandson to rely on such tactics to improve his strength. Facing everyone's suspicion and vigilance, Gu Jun said calmly, "Go back to Grandpa. Grandson has received the guidance of the senior in the forbidden area, so that he can quickly improve his strength." With Gu Jun's explanation, everyone was stunned. Gu Jun actually has a special physique in his body? The younger generation may not know it, but the older generation knows that many legendary war venerables have special physiques. It turned out to be that senior. The current sect master showed respect, and continued, "If it is that senior, then it will never be wrong." 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Compared with the relief of the higher-ups, the younger generation was in an uproar. That forbidden rumor turned out to be true. The next moment, jealous eyes fell on Gu Jun, who actually got the senior's guidance. On the high platform, the current sect master also welcomed the envy of the elders. These elders also have their own juniors. Why don't they hope that their juniors will also receive the guidance of that senior? Not many have been instructed by that senior, but after careful calculation, which one is not an amazing achievement? Gu Yi is now a golden jihadist. Gu Jun also soared to the Ninth Order in just half a year. Although Gu Ying has fallen, she had few rivals at the jihadist level. Those who have been taught by that senior are the best in the same level. Many high-level elders wanted to visit, but in the end they closed the door, and the elders could only return unwillingly. It was only then that these elders suddenly realized that the ones being instructed seemed to have their own uniqueness. Could it be that they were too ordinary? It hits people too much. In the wooden house, Gu Jun came to thank him again, and said, "Junior wants to practice in a more powerful force. Does the senior think it is feasible? After all, the ancient sect's background is too low. Going to a stronger force is just enough to investigate your physique. Go ahead. With the physique you have developed at this moment, even a 3- or 4-star force is enough to get through." Han Feng did not stop it. Gu Jun was relieved. Not long after, Gu Jun passed the assessment of the disciples of the 4-star force in the southern region of the Battle Chi continent, and the news that he became a disciple of the Zichen sect shook the ancient sect. That is a 4-star force, but there are warrior-level powerhouses in the force, and the 4-star force in the entire southern region does not exceed the number of hands. Moreover, this Zichen sect is also among the best among the 4-star forces in the southern region, and there are more than 10 warlords on the bright side. Gu Jun was able to enter the Zichen sect, which was definitely an honor for Guman. Even Gu Yi, who was in retreat, was shocked. It was only then that Gu Yi knew that his great-grandson had given birth to a great genius, and that he had received guidance from Han Feng. Before Gu Jun set off, Gu Yi said solemnly, "Don't embarrass that adult. Since you joined the Zichen sect, you must make a name for yourself in the Zichen sect." "Yes." Gu Jun replied solemnly with the same expression. In the following decades, Guman has not been able to restore calm, and shocking news about Gu Jun kept coming back from the Zichen sect. Gu Jun broke the record of Zichen sect's fastest promotion to inner disciple. Gu Jun broke the record of Zichen sect's fastest promotion to core disciple. Gu Jun was promoted to jihadist at the age of less than double 10. After less than 10 years, Gu Jun was promoted to the Golden Jihadist Division. Today, Gu Jun has reached the terrifying level of Zong Zong. It is said that Gu Jun has been trained by Zikenzong as the next suzerain. Gu Jun broke into a great force in Zichen sect, and even brought Guman a huge benefit. Many jihadist-level elders have been promoted to the peak of the jihadist level because they have obtained a lot of resources and medicinal pills, and they have not broken through to the golden jihadist due to their qualifications and experience. Only a very few stepped into the golden jihadist level. Gu broke through to the Zongzong level because of a broken Zongdan brought back by Gu Jun. Guman jumped to a 3-star power. But the ancient sect knew that their heritage was too weak, and the number of golden jihadists and jihadists were too few. Compared with the 1-star power, it is not worse or even better than the 1-star power, but it is not enough compared with the 2-star power, let alone the 3-star power. Gu Jun also brought a lot of medicinal herbs to Han Feng, but what realm is Han Feng? Putting it on the current Battle Chi continent is the ultimate cultivation base of Xuanhuan, and these medicinal herbs that have the effect of improving the cultivation base of the Golden Holy Warrior and Zhangzong are useless to Han Feng. Han Feng finally gave these medicinal pills to Gu Yi, adding many jihadist masters to Guman. On the contrary, some life-extending medicinal herbs, Han Feng, were kept and used to restore vitality. Finally, Han Feng realized that it was time to restore the great perfection, and immediately entered a deep retreat. This time even Gui couldn't enter the enchantment, and Han Feng used the enchantment to the highest level, unless the legendary warlord came. No, even the legendary warlord, I'm afraid not to break such an enchantment. Han Feng reckons that even if Gu Jun has a special physique, he won't want to break in easily this time. Another 10 years have passed, and the ancient gate is in chaos. Gu Jun was expelled from the Zichen sect. The reason is because he offended the only 5-star force in the southern region, Thunder Flame Gate. In the past decades, the forces that were jealous of the ancient sect have gloated and fell into trouble. In a short period of time, the ancient gates can be scattered. Even in the ancient door, some young children who disliked Gu Jun did not say it on the face, but they gloated in their hearts. Only the high-level officials of Guman are on Gu Jun's side. They can't do the same thing as Zichen sect, because Gu Jun offended Lei Yanmen. This is too chilling. Inside the ancient door, Gu Jun was lying on the bed with a pale face, and the senior officials of the ancient door and Guyu were silent. Beside the bed, a beautiful woman looked at Gu Jun with tears. It's all me that implicated him. Gui sighed, Lu girl, this is Juner's choice. If you continue to feel guilty like this, wouldn't it mean that Juner made a sacrifice in vain? After a moment of silence, Girl Lu said with a firmness in her tone, since Lei Xinfeng from Lei Yan sect has taken a fancy to me, it's a big deal for me to marry him, as long as he lets Gu Jun go. Lu Yatu is a junior sister Gu Jun met in Zichen sect, and the two quickly fell in love. To say that Lu girl's appearance is only beautiful, and has not reached the point of harming the country and the people. However, Girl Lu's physique seems to be naturally charming, and she is clearly attractive, but she is still attracted by many men who are chasing her. And the more lustful a man is, the more attracted he is. Girl Lu was able to fall in love with Gu Jun precisely because Gu Jun was not affected by Girl Lu's physique at all. It was just an accident that Lu Yatu and Lei Yanmen Lei Xinfeng met. Lei Xinfeng is the pinnacle of erotic men, and he harms a woman almost every day. Attracted by Girl Lu's physique, Lei Xinfeng immediately began to rub her hands and feet on Girl Lu, and was finally beaten by Gu Jun. Lei Xinfeng is the son of the current sect master of Lei Yanmen. Although he has good aptitude, he is not keen on cultivation. He can reach the level of Zongzong. In the face of Gu Jun, who has a special physique, he is not an opponent at all. It was also Lei Xinfeng's carelessness that he didn't bring his entourage when he went out that time, so Gu Jun succeeded. After suffering a big loss, how could Lei Xinfeng not take revenge? After finding out that Gu Jun and Lu Yada were from Zichen sect, he put pressure on Zichen sect. In the end, Zichen's sect had to give up Gu Jun and expel him from Zichen's sect. What Gu Jun didn't expect was that Lei Xinfeng and Zhongzong-level entourage attacked Gu Jun on the way. As for Lei Xinfeng, he was actually scared away. If Lei Xinfeng could persevere, Gu Jun, who was seriously injured and unable to move after both losses, would have been solved by Lei Xinfeng long ago. When Gui heard Lu Yatu's words, he was shocked. "Girl, don't do anything stupid. You also know Lei Xinfeng's behavior. If you follow that guy, we will collect the corpse for you the next day. Also, do you really think that if you obey him, then Lei Xinfeng will let Juner go? Impossible." Girl Lu bit her lip. "Then what should I do?" But at this moment, the sky changed color for a while, the dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled down from the dark clouds. There are flames that are constantly shuttled in the dark clouds like a dragon. A powerful aura slammed into the ancient gate like a raging wave, and in just a moment, many people from the ancient gate fell to the ground with blood spurting. Here. Lu Girl's face turned pale for a while, and Lei Xinfeng's revenge came so quickly. Gui and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions, and now, they can only fight. Over the ancient gate, an old man stood in the air, and beside the old man, a young man about 27 or 8 years old was staring at the ancient gate with a fierce expression. 7th. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / a mere 3-star, and a lowly person who came out of the bottom of the 3-star disrespect, dared to disobey the order of this young master, and kill you today. The young man gritted his teeth. The 2 embarrassed escapes were absolutely humiliating to Lei Xinfeng. The old man beside Lei Xinfeng smiled lightly. Lei shall rest assured, if the old man makes a move, the Tri-Star forces can be eliminated in just a few minutes. Haha, then thank you Fenling Zhangjuan. Lei Xinfeng obviously trusted the old man beside him. At this moment, Gui and others who had just arrived heard the title of the old man and took a deep breath. Actually, it turned out to be the Burning Spirit Warlord. Gui murmured to himself. The other elders didn't look good. Although they have desperate ideas, they also need to be able to fight with each other to die together. There is only one war sect among them, and 3 or 4 golden holy war divisions. If they die with the other party in the way of self-destruction, they may be able to perish with a new warlord if they are lucky. But Fenling Zhangjuan is the most top-level existence among Zanjans, and he is one of the 8 warlords of Lionmen. The 8 Great Wars does not mean that there are only 8 warlords in Lionmen. In fact, there are dozens of warlords in Lionmen. But only these 8 warriors have a higher status than the other warriors, second only to the legendary warriors. There are 3 major lists in Zhanqi continent. One is the potential list, the other is the Zhangjuan list, and the other is the Zhanzuan list. Those who can rank on the list of warlords are all extremely powerful beings among the warlords, and they can be said to be invincible at the same level. The 8 warlords of Lionmen are all strong on the warlord list, so their status is so much higher than the other warlords in the door. It can be said that if you can be ranked in the list of warlords, there is at least a 60 to 70% chance of becoming a legendary warlord in the future. It is said that Fenling Zhangjuan was born with a peculiar flame of burning spirit madness. This is the reason why Fenling Zhangjuan is invincible in combat power of the same level. The title of Fenling Zhangjuan is also named because of this maddening flame. Fenling Zhangjuan's cultivation base has reached the limit of Zhangjuan. Among Zanjans, they are all first-class masters. Gui and others are reluctant to even bring a newcomer to Zhangjuan to die, let alone burning Zhangjuan. Gui smiled bitterly in his heart. Guman was only a 3-star force, and even if it wasn't for his war sect, even most of the two-star powers were inferior, so why would it be necessary to send out a powerhouse like the Burning Spirit Warlord? As everyone knows, Lei Xingfeng was scared by Gu Jun. A warrior master at the peak of Zhongzhong did not kill Gu Jun. Who knows whether a new warrior can destroy Guman, or send a warrior to the limit of insurance. If it weren't for the noble status of the legendary war venerable, and it was not something that Lei Xingfeng, the son of the sect master, could command, Lei Xingfeng really wanted to bring a legendary war venerable to destroy the trivial 3-star power. Fenling Zhangjuan, don't destroy them all at once, it's not fun, I want to watch them die of despair. Lei Xingfeng looked hideous. Hearing this, Fenling Zhangjuan frowned. He has always killed people quickly, and he has to torture them before he kills them the most. But Lei Xingfeng's father is the current sect master of Lei Yanmen, and he is also a legendary Zun Zun. Concerned about Lei Xingfeng's father, Fenling Zhanjian did not refute Lei Xingfeng. After a while, Gu Yi and the elders collapsed to the ground with their bodies twisted, their breath sluggish, and they all suffered great torture. Girl Lu ran out. Gritting his teeth, he knelt on the ground. As long as you let the people from Guman go, I will follow you for the reason. Lei Xingfeng poked his ears. Are you kidding me? Even if you kill them, you still want me, why should I keep their lives? Lu girl suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed her neck. Then I'll just kill myself. Could it be that Xiao Lei is also interested in a corpse? Lu girl mocked. Lei Xingfeng's face was ashen, and his taste was not so heavy that he could even be in heat with a corpse. Shut up. This stern shout came not from Lei Xingfeng, but from behind Girl Lu. Girl Lu's expression was shocked, and she looked over with a complicated expression. Gu Jun. Gu Jun staggered over and said coldly, if we die together, we will never allow you to be spoiled by that scum. Dare you say that this young master is scum? Lei Xingfeng's tone was cold. Fenling Zhangjuan, this young master is tired of playing, kill them. Remember to capture that girl alive for this young master. Lei Xingfeng smiled strangely, threatening suicide? It seems that these people still don't understand the power of an extreme warrior. Wanting to commit suicide in front of such existence, dreaming. Unless this warrior extreme powerhouse is unwilling to care. Flames surged around the burning spirit warlord, and the powerful breath raged out like waves. But at this moment, an earth-shattering terrifying breath rushed out from somewhere in the ancient gate. This breath formed a storm, which directly engulfed the dark clouds in the sky. For a moment, the dark clouds, thunder, and flame dragons in the void were completely swallowed up by the breath storm. This breath shot straight into the sky, and the void shook, as if the end of the world had come. A heavy wave of momentum rushed in, and one was higher than the other. Fenling Zhangjuan's face froze, and he was horrified to find that he was locked by an astonishing qi machine, and his body could not move. Lei Xingfeng was directly scared to pee. This momentum, impossible, just an ancient gate. Lei Xingfeng's father was the legendary war venerable, how could Lei Xingfeng not know what this momentum meant? Fenling Zhangjuan also said in a difficult tone, let's pass. Legend. Zhan Zun's breakthrough. God, this little 3-star ancient gate even hides the ultimate powerhouse of the warlord, but at this time, the warlord broke through and reached the legendary warlord in one fell swoop. Legendary war venerable, this is the top existence in the Warqi continent. At present, there are only more than 55-star power warlords and scattered cultivator warlords included in the warlord list. There are more than 50 war venerables in the entire continent, and now they have encountered a new legendary war venerable. And they are about to destroy the forces where this war venerable is located. Fenling Zhangjuan and Lei Xingfeng only had one thought in their hearts, escape. But then they found sadly that their bodies couldn't move at all. Gu Jun also stared blankly at the place where the momentum rushed out. How could Gu Jun not recognize it? It was the forbidden area of Guman. Not only Gu Jun, but the other Guman elders who were still dying were also stunned. The legendary War Venerable turned out to be the legendary War Venerable. Before that, they had already regarded Han Feng highly, but they did not expect to underestimate that senior, who is now the legendary War Venerable. After being stunned, Gu Jun and the elders of Guman were filled with deep surprises. Human, keep it safe. Among the crowd, perhaps only Guyu was calm. As early as a long time ago, Guyu and Guing guessed that Han Feng was either Zhanzong or Zhanjuan. Since Guyu broke through to Zhanzong, Guyu was even more sure that Han Feng was definitely Zhanjuan. That kind of unfathomable feeling is definitely not Zhanzong can bring him. Since it is Zhanjuan, it is normal to break through to Zhanzuan now. In the aura storm in the void, a figure slowly stepped out. This figure's face is a little old, and the white hair is mixed with a little black hair. As the silhouette steps in the void, the silhouette's face regains its youth at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the 10th step was taken, the figure had recovered to the appearance of a person in his 20s. Finally returned to the great perfection, 16,000 years of life, and now there are still more than 12,000. When my vitality recovers, I will definitely be able to restore my youth to the age of 18 or 19. Han Feng felt the vitality that he hadn't felt in his body for a long time, and couldn't help screaming, and the void instantly shattered. Returning to the great perfection, Han Feng's Saint Yuan's solidity has surpassed the great perfection first layer, and the random one-handed attack is not comparable to the ordinary great perfection first layer. Because it is rebuilt to the first level, Han Feng does not need to be stable, and the realm is already extremely stable. Gu Jun and the others stared blankly at Han Feng. Did this senior look like this when he was young? Han Feng looked around, his eyes gradually became cold, and fell on the body of Fenling Zhanjuan. In an instant, Fenling Zhanjuan fell into an ice cellar, and the incomparably terrifying killing intent enveloped Fenling Zhanjuan, as if a giant mountain was pressing on Fenling Zhanjuan's body. 8 more and 20,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. The timing of the outbreak is not right, it happens to be in a transitional plot. These are more likely to be boring, please forgive me, and basically I won't describe the supporting roles too much in the future. Predecessor. Senior. Rao is Fenling Zhanjuan. As one of the 8 great warlords of Lei Yan's sect, he is so powerful that he had to lower his arrogant head in the face of a stronger legendary war venerable. Is it the two of you who want to destroy the ancient gate? Han Feng asked in a cold voice. Although Han Feng is a deep retreat, it stands to reason that he should not be clear about what is happening outside. But when Fenling Zhanjuan arrived, Han Feng was already on the verge of breaking through, and inadvertently there was a hint of Yuanshan leaking, so he naturally took everything in his eyes. It was only at the critical moment of breakthrough that Han Feng could only watch as Guyu was severely injured and could not take action in time. Senior, next. Fenling Zhanjuan showed a smile that was even uglier than crying, but he cursed Lei Xinfeng to death in his heart. If it wasn't for Lei Xinfeng, how could he have faced a legendary war venerable? The mighty coercion still shrouded Fenling Zhanjuan, making Fenling Zhanjuan tremble with fear. This is the case with Fenling Zhanjuan, and Lei Xinfeng's performance is naturally even more unbearable. Lei Xinfeng didn't even have the courage to look at Han Feng. Han Feng reached out and grabbed it, and Lei Xinfeng was sucked towards Han Feng by a huge suction force, and was caught by Han Feng in his hand. No. You can't kill me. My father is also a master of war venerable. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Lei Xian's terrified peak struggled, but in Han Feng's eyes, such power is really weak. No matter how Lei Xinfeng struggled, it was useless. When Fenling Zhanjuan saw this scene, his fighting spirit erupted. The Zhanzun in front of him was not easy to mess with, and Lei Xinfeng's father was even more difficult to mess with. Because of the eruption of war qi, Fenling Zhanjuan was finally able to make his body move. The fighting spirit condensed and turned into a giant hand to shoot at Han Feng. Put down Lei Xiao. Han Feng didn't even look at Fanling Zhangjuan's attack. He flicked his sleeve robe lightly, and the giant palm of the void stopped in midair, and the next moment was blown away like sand. What? Fanling Zhangjuan's pupils shrank. Zhanzun is strong, but this person in front of him has just broken through. He doesn't even have a stable state of seclusion. He should not fully grasp the power of Zhanzun. How can it be so easy? Busted his attack. This is Zhangjuan? So weak. Han Feng said lightly. This evaluation fell into Fanling Zhangjuan's ears, making Fanling Zhangjuan a burst of anger. When was his burning spirit war sovereign so underestimated? Even the legendary war venerable of Lei Yan's sect would also give him 3 points of face. My lord, you are just a newly promoted war venerable. I, the sect master of Thunder Flame Gate, are a veteran war venerable, and even ranked 27th on the war venerable list. Your lord has just been promoted to war venerable, and there is still a lot of time to spend, but don't want to. Because of a wrong decision, a powerful enemy has been provoked. Otherwise, the hard work of your lord over the years will be in vain. Fanling Zhan brought out Lei Xinfeng's father and threatened Han Feng. The sect master of Lei Yan's sect is also well known in the entire southern region, and even among the war venerables, no one dares to provoke him. Ranked 27th on the war-honored list, which is almost at an intermediate level. Fanling Zhanjun thought that lifting the door owner would cause the other party to retreat, but Han Feng's next words completely changed Fanling Zhanjun's face. Zhanzun list? Well, I am very interested in the masters on the Zhanzun list. You go back to Lei Yan Gate and give me a message, just say that I want to challenge the master of Lei Yan Gate. The place and time are up to you, Lei Yan. Door pick. As for this person in my hands. Han Feng smiled coldly, and instantly pinched Lei Xinfeng's neck. The cultivation base of the first entry into the war sect level. It is too weak in the hands of Han Feng. You, how dare you? Fanling Zhan pointed at Han Feng and was speechless. His heart was filled with anger and fear. Lei Xinfeng is the only son of the sect master, and he is very precious. But now the sect master's baby has been pinched and his neck is broken. Even if he is the 8th warlord, it will not be easy. Today's plan, only if the murderer is guilty and meritorious, maybe he will be forgiven. However, just breaking through the unstable realm, you must not have mastered the true power of Zhanzun. Perhaps the strength is stronger than Zhangjuan, but it is definitely not as terrifying as the real legendary Zhanzun. My cultivation base has reached the limit of the warlord, and I also have the flames and madness. The combat power also surpasses the warlord level. Under the desperate situation, it is not necessarily me who loses. Fenyan Zhangjuan's eyes gradually became crazy. This is really a good opportunity to kill Zhanzun, and it is the best way to become famous. A war venerable who has just broken through the unstable realm can be said to be the weakest time of the war venerable, not the true enemy of the war venerable. Fenyan Zhangjuan seems to have seen himself kill this war venerable in front of him and become famous for the glory of the war Qi continent. Holy flame crazy fist. The fiery flames converged on Fenyan Zhangjuan's right fist like the wind and clouds, and slammed out. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have become a world of fire at this moment. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes, his momentum surged out, and a vacuum formed around him. The flames fell, and the ancient gate and even the void were swallowed by the raging flames, but only Han Feng and the ancient gate, as if there was something blocking these flames. No matter what, they could not get close to Han Feng and the ancient gate. The ancient gate seems to be a peach blossom world in the sea of fire, which is not affected by the flame at all. Is this the only way? Han Feng's face showed a sneer. Burning spirit flame, fusion. All the stars go to ashes. A flame that contained an aura of destruction rose into the sky, and an attack like a burning meteor fell from the sky. Burning Spirit Zhangjuan roared again and again, "Go to hell." The flame attack, with the roar of Fenling Zhangjuan, struck Han Feng in a shocking manner. Han Feng's expression is calm, and if you look carefully, you can see the disappointment flashing quickly in Han Feng's eyes. Is this the Zhangjuan on the Zhangjuan list, the first-class level of the realm of Zhangjuan? Han Feng was extremely disappointed, but it was an ordinary superb sanctuary, and he did not comprehend it himself. Depending on the situation, only 40% to 50% of the power is exerted. Even if it is integrated into the strange fire and the flames, it is only equivalent to exerting 70 or 80% of its power. On the Forgotten Continent, this is ordinary at the same level, or a bit low, so how can you get the title of invincible at the same level? The reason why Han Feng did not immediately kill Fenling Zhangjuan, but kept angering Fenling Zhangjuan, just wanted to see what kind of combat power the Zhangjuan in the Zhangqi continent had, and what had happened to the sanctuary Xiaoqing in the Forgotten Continent. Gap. Now it seems. Shaking his head, Han Feng lost interest and threw a punch, which seemed to be a dazzling light in the darkness, instantly piercing the dark sky. This punch is devastating. This punch is like a broken bamboo. In a moment, Han Feng's fist smashed through Fenyin Zhangjuan's attack and slammed on Fenyin Zhangjuan's body. Under Fenling Zhangjuan's shocked and inconceivable gaze, Fenling Zhangjuan vomited blood and flew out, and the force of that punch poured into Fenling Zhangjuan's body, instantly smashing the war vortex in Fenling Zhangjuan's dantian. Fenling Zhangjuan's face was pale and devoid of color, and his face was full of despair. Although the war vortex has not been completely destroyed, it has been defeated by most of it, and the cultivation base has fallen from the warlord to the level between the Holy War Division and the Golden Holy War Division. This kind of realm is a fart among the 5-star power Lei Yan men, which is like a cloud of masters. As soon as he thought of his fall from the high-ranking 8 great warlords to a shitty status, Fenling Zhangjuan was full of regrets and wished to die immediately. The first. There was a power outage here yesterday, for cabbage. Everyone in the group should know about it. Those who don't know, Cabbage will also talk about it here. By the way, I apologize to everyone. Why? Fenling Zhangjuan fell to the ground in embarrassment, and asked, with difficulty raising his head. This question is not only asking why Han Feng has stabilized his realm just after breaking through, but also why he should be left alive. Fenling Zhangjuan couldn't understand why a person who had just broken through was so stable, and just an ordinary punch erupted with such terrifying power. His combat skills have reached the super holy level. Fenling Zhangjuan even had a feeling that even though that punch was ordinary, it might not be so strong for someone who was at the bottom of the 40, or even 30, or so on the Zhanzun list. Han Feng naturally wouldn't answer Fenling Zhangjuan's first question. Han Feng knew in his heart that his realm was stable because he had already broken through to the great perfection, and now he is just returning to the great perfection. The power of the punch casually fired is powerful. That is because the degree of solidarity of Xuanhuan surpasses the first layer of the great perfection and is comparable to the second layer. A simple punch is no worse than the middle and late stages of the ordinary great perfection first layer, or even the peak. As for Fenling Zhangjuan's second question, Han Feng chuckled lightly and said, "Do you think what I said before was a joke? Of course, I asked you to pass the message to the sect master of Lei Yan sect, so I saved your life. Also let me see, what is the means of this so-called 27th war-honored list? You must die. The sect master will definitely avenge me and Xiao Lei." Fenling Zhangjuan staggered away with resentment in his eyes. Southern region, within the domain of Thunder Flame Gate. A mountain range is extremely tall, and the top is submerged in the clouds. The lower end of this mountain range is in a sea of blazing flames, but the top is shrouded in thunder. This strange mountain range is exactly where the Thunder Flame Gate is located. The miserable return of Fenling Zhangjuan quickly caused an uproar in the Thunder Flame clan. In the main hall of Lei Yan sect, the 3 war venerables of Lei Yan's sect and the remaining 7 of the 8 great war lords stared at Femling Zhangjuan, listening to Femling Zhangjuan narrating everything that happened in the ancient sect. The 8 great warlords are not in harmony with each other. Seeing the appearance of the burning spirit warlord, the 7 people on the surface show grief, but in fact they are all gloating at the misfortune. But when the 7 people heard that even Lei Xinfeng was dead, they all froze in their hearts, secretly saying that something big happened. Sure enough, a surging anger and killing intent spewed out, and cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the 7th Great War, and he was under great pressure. Femling Zhangjuan's cultivation base fell to the point where even the Golden Holy War Master was inferior, and he vomited blood and fainted under such oppression. Okay. It's the first time that this seat has been a war venerable for so many years. It is the first time that a war venerable who has just been promoted has been ignored. Challenge this seat? Choose the time and place with this seat? What a big tone. This seat has to see if he has the courage to come. The sect master of Lei Yan's sect was cold, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable anger. Because of his anger, the Thunder Flame Gate sect master shot out thunder and flames all over his body. The thunder and flames almost destroyed the entire hall, and it was the other 2 great masters who took action to suppress the spewing thunder and flames. There are 3 great war zones in Thunder Flame Gate. The master of Thunder Flame Gate is called Thunder Flame War Venerable, not only because Thunder Flame War Venerable itself has 2 attributes of Thunder Flame. It is also because the Thunder Flame Gate was created by the Thunder Flame War Venerable. The title of Thunder Flame War Venerable represents the Thunder Flame Gate. The other 2 great war zones are Zhu Lian Zhan Zun and Ling Tian Zhan Zun. The titles of Zhu Lian Zun Zun and Ling Tian Zhan Zun come from their famous combat skills. The 2 Zhan Zun are just ordinary ZZZ. One ranked over 40 on the Zhan Zun list, and the other ranked more than 30 and approached 40. Zhan Zunju's eyes flashed. The sect master means. Lei Yan War Venerable sneered, isn't the place jumping with this seat? This seat is on the site of our Thunder Flame Gate. This seat wants to see if this arrogant person has the courage to come. Zhanzu and Ling Tian smiled, haha, fighting in the trump card of our Thunder Flame sect, the maddened people will definitely not dare to come. Zhu Lian Zhanzun frowned when he heard the words, Ling Tian is right, what if that arrogant person doesn't dare to come? Lei Yan Zunzun's eyes are cold. This time, I will invite the heads of the major 4-star forces in the southern region to watch, and the other 5-star forces Zunzun will also invite some. If he doesn't come, his future reputation will be greatly reduced. Don't need it. Zhanzun Zhulian took a deep breath, this is too cruel. If the arrogant person doesn't come, even if he becomes a war venerable, the stain on his body cannot be erased, and he will definitely be despised by other war venerables. After all, it was you who said that you would choose the place first, but didn't dare to come. Don't talk big if you don't have the ability. However, Zhanzun Zhulian just took a breath and did not speak for Han Feng. From Zhanzun Zhulian's point of view, everything was brought about by Han Feng. What's more, the pain of the sect master's loss of his son really needs someone to bear. Otherwise, it would be the people around them who would be unlucky. With a decision, Lei Yan War Venerable sent an ordinary warlord to the ancient gate. It stands to reason that only the warlords on the list of warlords can express the importance that Lei Yan warlord attaches to Han Feng, but now it is only an ordinary warlord, which is enough to show that Lei Yan warlord despised Han Feng. In addition to this reason, the second is that Lei Yan Zhanzuan is afraid that Han Feng will abolish his own Lei Yan Gates Zhanjuan. It's nothing to abolish an ordinary warlord, but if you abolish the warlord of the 8 great warlords, Lei Yan warlord will also feel heartache. Those are all warlords of Lei Yan Gate in the future. As long as one of them breaks through to the top Zun, Lei Yanman's right to speak in the War Spirit continent will be greatly increased. Ancient Door. Gu Yu and others almost recovered from their injuries. Gu Jun looked guilty. It's all the juniors, isn't it? the seniors who harmed him want to be the enemy of that Thunder Flame War Venerable. Gui also said, Grandpa Han, that Lei Yan War Venerable is so despicable and shameless that he even arranged the battle location in Lei Yan Gate. If you go there, it will be really dangerous. Han Feng waved his hand. Gu Jun, you don't have to feel guilty, without you, when I break through to the big circle. After Zhanzun, I will also go to meet those Zhanzun for a while. Immediately, Han Feng turned his head to Gui and said, since I have already said that the location is up to them to choose, I have already prepared the situation we are facing now. Moreover, the Thunder Flame Gate has already invited the world strong, how can I back off? Gu Jun and Gu Yu opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. Han Feng laughed, looking at your expressions, it seems that I will never return once I go. Don't worry, War Venerable Lei Yan, I still don't take it seriously. According to the performance of Fenling Zhanjuan, Han Feng estimated that the Zun on the Zhanzun list has extremely limited combat power. Perhaps only the epic War Venerable and Invincible Standing Venerable in the legend of the Battle Chi continent can be his opponents. Han Feng naturally won't say this, and Gui and others won't believe it. Maybe they'll think there's something wrong with his head. Battle Chi Continent Northern Territory. White King's Gate. The White Emperor War Venerable was very interested. A new War Venerable was born in the southern region, or it was before. It's really interesting that there is no famous War Master. This kind of War Venerable dares to challenge Lei Yan War Venerable as soon as he breaks through. Is it fearless for the ignorant, or does it really have some means? Well, these days are a bit boring, so let's go and see. The White Emperor Zhanzun suddenly got up and took the younger generation to prepare to go to the southern region to open their eyes. The White Emperor Zunzun, ranked 23rd on the Zhanzun list, is the founder of the White Emperor Gate, and is famous for his innate White Emperor Xingyan. The title of the White Emperor War Venerable also came from this. Second more. Battle Continent. Eastern Region. War Venerable Yu Yuan, the sect master of Dongji sect, pouted boringly, Lei Yan, this old thing, it takes so much effort to deal with a newly promoted War Venerable, what a waste. Forget it, let the deity see what the new warrior is capable of. Dongji Gate has a long history. Although Battle Venerable Yu Yuan is the current owner of Dongji Gate, he is not the founder of Dongji Gate. Among the War Venerables of the four domains, Yu Yuan War Venerable is the strongest and ranks 19th on the War Venerable list. Yu Yuan War Venerable is the only one among the four domain War Venerables that ranks in the top 20 on the War Venerable list. The remaining 19 top 20 warriors on the Zhanzun list are all Zhongyu Zhanzun. Western Regions. The master of the Ice Spirit Pagoda, the Ice Soul War Venerable, is a strange woman. Although her strength is not high, she only ranks 25th in the War Venerable list, but among the more than 50 War Venerables, the Ice Soul War Venerable is the youngest. According to a powerful War Venerable in the Central Territory, the Ice Soul War Venerable is very likely to enter the top 10, or even the top 5, on the War Venerable list in the future. It should be noted that the top 5 players on the War Venerable ranking are all giants of the War Chi continent. It is said that the most powerful sect in the Central Territory, and the faction where the most powerful sect is ranked in the War Venerable list, has once issued an invitation to the Ice Soul War Venerable. It is a pity that the Ice Soul War Venerable refused, otherwise the Ice Soul War Venerable would never only be ranked 25th in the War Venerable list. If not, the Ice Soul War Venerable is not only prophesied to become one of the future giants of the Battle Spirit continent, but also predicted to become the legendary epic War Venerable. Ice Soul War Venerable received a letter from Lei Yan War Venerable, and said, coldly, boring. Actually, there is no plan to go to the Southern Territory Lei Yan Gate. In the Central Region, most of the masters of the Zhanzun ranking are concentrated here. The invitation from the 27th ranking in the War Venerable list in the district, most of the War Venerable masters did not care. Xuanhuan, the most powerful force in the Central Territory, a gate and 8 warlords. The strongest Zhanzun Jihuang Zhanzun ranks first on the Zhanzun list. The Supreme Emperor War Venerable is also not interested in the invitation of Lei Yan War Venerable. If it is the top 5 War Venerable, maybe the Supreme Emperor War Venerable will also consider it. However, the Supreme Emperor War Venerable is not interested, but the other 7 great War Venerables of Xuanhuan are not like this. A newly promoted War Venerable, and still has a grudge with Lei Yan's sect, which means that the newly promoted War Venerable basically has no place in the southern region. After all, the southern region is the territory of Lei Yan War Venerable. These 7 great War Venerables are all considering the idea of bringing this newly promoted War Venerable over here. The ancient sacred battlefield is about to open. Even if the War Venerable enters the ancient sacred battlefield, there is a danger of falling. If this new War Venerable who does not know much about the ancient sacred battlefield can be fooled, they will have one more back when they enter the ancient sacred battlefield. With one more back, they are more likely to be able to come back alive. Thinking of the great benefits of the ancient sacred battlefield, the hearts of several War Venerables were fiery. In the end, a strong man known as the Profound Blade War Venerable decided to go to the Thunder Flame Gate of the southern region. Thunder Gate. With the arrival of the battle date, many powerful warriors came to the Thunder Flame Gate. On the one hand, they also want to see what the newly promoted Zhanzun looks like. It is not so easy for them to see a Zhanzun on weekdays. Second, the battle between Zhanzun and powerhouses might give them some inspiration. Especially some who are hovering at the limit of Zhanzun, unable to advance an inch and unable to be promoted to Zhanzun, even more want to understand something in this battle. In this way, the Thunder Flame Gate is even more popular. Zhanzun Ling Tian and Zhanzun Zhu Lian looked at each other and smiled. The more people came, the more shame the arrogant person would lose. In the square, Lei Yan Zhanzun sat cross-legged in the void early in the morning, his eyes slightly closed, and no one dared to disturb this powerful existence ranked 27th in the Zhanzun list within a few kilometers. Even the extreme warriors of Zhanzun only dare to look at them from a distance. Zhanzun Ling Tian and Zhanzun Zhu Lian ordered the disciples to arrange seats for the powerhouses who came to watch, but the two went to receive Zun from other forces in person. The first to arrive is the Yuyuan War Venerable of the Dongji Gate of the Eastern region, and then the White Emperor War Venerable of the Baihuangmen. The White Emperor Zun looked at the two Zuns and said, "You two don't have to wait, the Ice Soul Zun has never been involved in this kind of thing." Ling Tian Zhanzun looked disappointed, but there were 2 giants from the 4 domains this time, and 3 door masters were not bad. As for the Central Territory, Ling Tian Zhanzun didn't think too much about it. The 4 giants of the 4 territories were placed in the Central Territory, and they didn't even have much right to speak. But what Ling Tian Zhanzun never expected was that Zhongyu really came. Or the first force like Xuanhuan. Although it is not the Supreme Emperor War Venerable, Xuanhuan War Venerable is also a well-known figure in the War Venerable list, ranking 13th, stronger than Yuyuan War Venerable. It should be noted that starting from the 20th of the War Honored list, there is a relatively obvious gap between each of them. War Venerable Yuyuan ranked 19th, but he may not be able to take 10 moves in the hands of War Venerable Xuanhuan. Before the arrival of Xuanhuan Zhanzun, Yuyuan Zhanzun still maintained his arrogance towards Ling Tian Zhanzun and others, but in the face of Xianben Zhanzun, Yuyuan Zhanzun lowered his arrogant head to show respect. Master Xuanhuan War Venerable can come, my Thunder Flame Gate is really full of brilliance. Zhu Lian War Venerable was a little flattered. Xuanhuan War Venerable waved his hand, this time, the deity is here to see the newly promoted War Venerable. I don't need much nonsense, let's go. Several War Venerables surrounded the Profound Blade War Venerable and entered the Thunder Flame Gate. Several War Venerables had just entered, and Han Feng also came to Thunder Flame Gate soon after. Han Feng didn't bring anyone with him. Although he was not afraid of falling into the Lei Yanmen base camp, he would inevitably be tied up with Gu Jun and others. In Lianmen Square, Shanblade War Venerable and others just communicated with Lei Yan War Venerable, and Lianmen disciples immediately came to report Han Feng's arrival. After all, many eyes fell on Lei Yan War Venerable, because Lei Yan War Venerable, who had crossed his knees in the void, finally stood up. What this means is extremely clear to everyone, and their eyes immediately glanced at the other side of the sky, and they found a figure in a green robe stepping on the void and slowly stepping forward. This is the newly promoted War Venerable? It's so strange, I've never seen this person before. Strange, even if this person is a loose cultivator, the people who can become Zhanzun are all famous at the Zhanjuan level. Even if he is low-key, he will not know no one. Whoever he is, I just want to see the battle between Lei Yan War Venerable and this person. There was a lot of discussion. Hot eyes fell on Han Feng. Even if it was unknown before, it is now Zhanzun, the existence they look up to. War Venerable Yu Yuan withdrew his scrutiny eyes, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. In his opinion, Han Feng was really ordinary, and he couldn't see anything strange. Thinking of this, War Venerable Yu Yuan couldn't help showing contempt for Han Feng. The White Emperor Zhanzuan also did not see the peculiarities of Han Feng, including Ling Tian Zhanzuan and Zhu Lian Zhanzuan. It's just that the White Emperor Zhanzuan is cautious by nature, and he did not underestimate Han Feng because of this, but Ling Tian Zhanzuan and Zhu Lian Zhanzuan are different. This person is stable and extremely ordinary, and he doesn't have the oppression that the sect master brought me. Today, the sect master will win. Zhu Lian War Venerable secretly said. Several War Venerables did not notice. The moment the Xuanhuan War Venerable saw Han Feng, his face became solemn. The third one. At the beginning, Xuanhuan Zun and Yu Yuan Zun thought about the same, but Xuanhuan Zun suddenly thought that the other party was a new Zun. A newly promoted War Venerable, even if the realm is stabilized, it will still have a sharp edge, and it is impossible to appear as ordinary as it is now. If you didn't know early on that the other party was at the Zhanzun level, it would be entirely possible for the opponent to mistakenly think that it was a Zhongzong or Zhanjun depending on the ordinary momentum of the other party. This kind of feeling made Xuanhuan Zunzun think of a word return to the original. Returning to the basics, the Profound Blade War Venerable has only been seen on the Supreme Emperor War Venerable. As a powerful existence with a foot in the Epic War Venerable, the strength of the Extreme Emperor War Venerable is naturally incomparable. However, this kind of tyranny will only erupt when the Supreme Emperor War Venerable is fighting. On weekdays, the Supreme Emperor War Venerable is like an ordinary old man after he has restrained his body. This kind of people who return to their roots is the most terrifying. Once they erupt, they will erupt with extremely terrifying combat power. Xuanhuan Zhanzuan naturally does not think that Han Feng can be compared with the Extreme Emperor Zhanzuan, but if the other party's state is really returning to the original. Xuanhuan Zhanzuan squinted at Lei Yan Zhanzuan and chuckled. The result of this competition is really hard to say. In the void. With the approach of Han Feng, the surging momentum of Lei Yan War Venerable rushed out like a storm, rushing straight into the sky, and the stirring world changed. The vast coercion raged in the void like a tsunami. Your Excellency is the one who killed my son? War Venerable Lei Yan suppressed his anger and asked Xuanhuan. As the founder of Lei Yan Gate, Lei Yan War Venerable is already quite old. Before becoming Zhanzun, Lei Yan Zhanzun also had a son, but either he fell during his cultivation, or he was killed because of offending a powerful force. At that time, Zunzun of Lei Yan could only endure it until he broke through to Zhanzun and eliminated those forces to avenge his son. After becoming Zhanzun, Lei Yan Zhanzun will not wrong himself. Naturally there are many women, but for some reason, these women gave birth to daughters, not a son. After thousands of years, Lei Yan Zhanzuan has only one son like Lei Xingfeng. Naturally, Lei Xingfeng has been treasured by Lei Yan Zhanzuan to the extreme. Now that the only son has been killed, Lei Yan Zun has swallowed Han Feng's mind. Your Excellency won't teach your son, so I will take care of your Excellency. Han Feng said with a faint smile, as if he did not hear the anger and suppressed killing intent of Lei Yan War Venerable. Zhanzuan Yuan and the others looked strange. When he disciplined his son, he killed his son? Lei Yan War Venerable was distorted by Han Feng's words. Despicable people, courting death. Go to the funeral for my son. Lei Yan War Venerable could not bear such ink marks, and immediately rushed out. The surging war energy turned into a flaming sword in the void, as if to cut open the entire void, and the powerful Chi machine firmly locked Han Feng. Battle Chi Continent is a complete plane, and the space is much more stable than Forgotten Continent. A blow from a sanctuary great perfection powerhouse can easily break open space in the Forgotten Continent. But here, it's not easy. War Venerable's simple single click obviously still can't break the void easily. But this doesn't mean that War Venerable's attack is weakened. Really? The legendary War Venerable of the Battle Chi Continent is only the first layer of great perfection. Having personally experienced this momentum, Han Feng confirmed his initial guess about the legendary War Venerable. If the legendary War Venerable is only the first layer of great perfection, then the epic War Venerable is very likely to be the second layer of great perfection, and the invincible War Venerable is the third layer of great perfection. The flaming sword slashed towards Han Feng, and the space on both sides was crowded out by the powerful Chi machine in the early stage. Han Feng just stood in the void and stretched out his palm. Zhanzun Ling Tian's pupils shrank, and said sarcastically, "This guy just wants to resist the sect master's blow with just such a palm, it's ridiculous." That's right, the sect master is an old-fashioned War Venerable. How could this newcomer to the War Venerable be able to resist? Does he think he is the top 20 or even the top 10 masters on the War Venerable list? He thinks of himself too much. Julian War Venerable also is disdain. Only the profound Blade War Venerable has bright eyes. An incredible scene happened next. The incomparably majestic and fiery attack that brought everyone around them stopped just like that. When Han Feng was about to slash the flaming sword on his body, he slapped it with a palm, and the fleshy palm and the flaming sword collided fiercely. Looking carefully, the surface of Han Feng's palm is wrapped by a faint light of energy, which is the holy yuan in Han Feng's body. Is the same existence. The flaming sword seemed to slash on an extremely hard object, and it made a clanging sound. What? War Venerable Lei Yan's face changed greatly, and his eyes flashed inconceivably. Even if he didn't use combat skills, he really did his best to mobilize the combat power in his body, and the combat power was not weak at all, but he was only resisted by the opponent's palm. Zhanzun Ling Tian and Zhanzun Zhu Lian opened their mouths wide. Battle Venerable White Emperor frowned, revealing a meaningful smile. War Venerable Yuan said with a smile, "Lei Yan, this guy seems to have kicked the iron plate." Shanren Zhanzun secretly said in his heart, and sure enough, his eyes lit up. Han Feng blocked Lei Yan War Venerable's attack with one hand, and was not surprised. As an old-fashioned War Venerable, this Thunder Flame War Venerable has reached the middle stage of Legendary War Venerable, but it is only equivalent to the middle stage of Great Perfection. A blow in the middle stage of the ordinary first layer, with the Saint Yuan in his body being as powerful as the second layer, it is too easy to resist. Unless the opponent's combat power surpasses the late stage of the first stage and reaches the peak of the first stage, he may be able to force him to use other means. The palm of the hand slammed hard, and the flaming sword was smashed into pieces by Han Feng's abrupt palm under the shocking gaze of countless people, and it turned into a sky full of flames and fell, causing the strong people around the square to scream. Zhanzun Zhu Lian and Zhanzun Ling Tian broke out in cold sweat, and quickly took action to block the scattered flames. For the first time, the two felt that placing the battlefield at the Thunder Flame Gate did not seem like a good choice. It's okay to accidentally hurt those strong outsiders during the battle, but if the disciples of this sect are involved, it will be a big loss. Good boy, there are indeed some means, no wonder you dare to fight against the deity. Do you really think this deity can't help you? An ancient aura shot out from the body of the Thunder Flame War Venerable, and the breath swept the entire Thunder Flame Gate. This is... Battle Venerable White Emperor's face became solemn. War Venerable Yuan showed interest. This is the famous combat skill of War Venerable Thunder Flame Polar Thunder Flame Fist. I heard that this is a combat skill of the ancient sage level, but I didn't know that War Venerable Thunder Flame could play. How powerful is the Polar Lightning Fist? How should this guy deal with it? Xuanhuan War Venerable stared at Han Feng. The ancient sage combat skills are the powerful natural combat skills that War Venerable personally comprehended in the ancient times. It is said that the Zun at that time was not called Zun. Today, although most of them are lost, there are still a small number of warriors who are lucky to get the inheritance of these powerful combat skills. Thunder Flame War Venerable is obviously one of the lucky ones. Thunder Flame War Venerable roared, and the two attributes of thunder and flame erupted in the body, and the power of destroying the sky and the earth swept the sky. Han Feng's face finally calmed down a little. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. A mid-level super-grade inferior sanctuary secret knowledge. This Thunder Flame War Venerable has the two attributes of thunder and flame, but it is extremely compatible with such a super-grade holy domain secret knowledge, reaching a full 60%. The fusion of the two attributes enables this sanctuary to exert power beyond its own level. At this moment, the combat power that this Thunder Flame War Venerable can exert is no less than that of the supergrade and low-grade sanctuary of the upper level. With the strength of this Thunder Flame War Venerable, the peak of the ordinary Great Perfection First Layer, Legendary War Venerable Peak, is difficult to win easily. Unfortunately, the opponent of this Thunder Flame War Venerable is me. Han Feng has seen too many Great Perfection powerhouses. He has even seen demigods and true gods from a distance. His eyesight has already been exercised. At a glance, he can see the level of combat power that Lei Yan War Venerable can exert at this moment. Come out. It is indeed stronger than some War Venerables, but in his eyes. Han Feng chuckled and raised his palm. The surging Saint Yuan condensed in Han Feng's hands, and a huge giant wolf shadow appeared behind Han Feng. This giant wolf shadow roared up to the sky, and the sound shook the sky, causing countless powerhouses up and down the Thunder Flame Gate to be shocked. The giant wolf looked down at the common people like an emperor, and an incomparable breath burst out. This is also an ancient sage-level combat skill? White Emperor War Venerable and others were stunned. The ancient sage combat skills are almost extinct in the Battle Chi continent. Unless you go to the ancient sage battlefield, you don't want to get the ancient sage combat skills. More than 50 War Venerables, not all of them have ancient sage combat skills, even if they do, most of them are incomplete ancient sages. Such as Zhu Lian Zhanzun and Ling Tian Zhanzun. As a novice War Venerable, how did this newly promoted War Venerable get the ancient sage combat skill? Could it be before being promoted to War Venerable? That luck is too bad. And War Venerable Yuan, War Venerable White Emperor and War Venerable Xuanhuan are all condensed. At their level, it is natural to sense that the ancient sage combat skills displayed by the newly promoted War Venerable seem to be more powerful, more perfect. In fact, this is indeed the case. What Han Feng is using is a supergrade and inferior sanctuary unique skill, the Emperor's Wolf Claw. Of course, this supergrade and inferior sanctuary is also inherited, but the fit between Han Feng and Emperor's Wolf Claw is by no means comparable to the fit between Thunder Flame War Venerable and Polar Thunder Flame Fist. Whether it is Lei Yan War Venerable or Han Feng, at this moment, the Saint Yuan in the body has accumulated to the peak. Suddenly, Chongtian's thunder flame fist and the heavenly wolf's claw that descended from the sky erupted. Polar lightning fist. Emperor Sky Wolf Claw. Boom. The void vibrated, the sky seemed to be shattered, and the aftermath of the mighty energy was like a vast tsunami, devouring the thunder flame gate. Countless powerhouses who came to watch were shocked. Such an earth-shattering aftermath, once they were involved in it, there was no need to guess what would happen. It would definitely be a death. Including Zhangjuan's ultimate cultivation base, the Zhangjuan level powerhouses, who are not worse than the 8 Zanzhenjin, are also trembling. Not good. Ling Tian Zhanzun and Zhu Lian Zhanzun looked bitter. Although the two of them had done their best, they still seemed to be incompetent. Xuanhuan breaks the sky. Xuanhuan wore venerable shot at this time, his arm slashed like a world-shattering sword, and the aftermath of the energy was slashed from the middle. The surging aftermath swept out. Everything outside the thunder flame gate was blasted clean. Everyone was afraid to find that their foreheads were already full of cold sweat, and they nodded towards Xuanhuan War Venerable to express their gratitude. As the 13th existence on the War Venerable list, Xuanhuan War Venerable has already reached the peak of the legendary War Venerable, and the distance to the limit, that is, a half-step epic War Venerable, is only a fraction away. Xuanhuan War Venerable does not have any talents such as dual attributes or special physiques, but Xuanhuan War Venerable has realized his own destiny combat skills, which is the case with the previous Xuanhuan Broken Heaven. It is precisely with his life combat skills and the peak cultivation of legendary War Venerable that the Xuanblade War Venerable can easily chop the powerful aftermath into 2 parts and blast them on both sides outside the Thunder Flame Gate. Otherwise, the aftermath of such energy will fall, and the Thunder Flame Gate will be destroyed by at least 2/3. So strong, worthy of being the 13th existence on the War Venerable list. Yu Yuan War Venerable looked stunned. Being the 10th to the 20th on the Zunzun list, Zhanzun Yu Yuan found that there was indeed a big gap between himself and Zunzun. If it were him, he would definitely not have the ability. In the void, Lei Yan War Venerable sprayed blood mist from his mouth. After all, the Emperor's wolf claws ripped apart Lei Yan War Venerable's attack, and the half of Lei Yan War Venerable's body was torn to pieces. Impossible. Lei Yan War Venerable was furious, and the newly promoted War Venerable, why is the combat power so terrifying? Emperor's Wolf Claw. Han Feng said lightly, and the energy of the surrounding world gathered in Han Feng's body like a storm. The 9 flames and different fires have reached the 5th level of consummation, and Han Feng's recovery ability is extremely powerful, at least in the Battle Chi continent, which is much stronger than these War Venerables. Again. Is this guy's fighting spirit so surging? Lei Yan War Venerable himself couldn't show the Polar Thunder Flame Fist one after another. Thunder Flame Armor, Congeal. Void Thunder Slash. A purple longsword appeared in the hands of War Venerable Lei Yan, exuding strong aura fluctuations, which was a superb holy weapon. The extremely high-quality sacred artifact was torn apart in an instant under the tear of the Emperor's wolf claws, and the remaining power of the Emperor's wolf claws detonated on the Thunder Flame armor, which shattered like a mirror. Thunder Flame War Venerable sprayed blood mist again, and his body flew out. Hiss. In the square, the sound of gasping for breath came out. Before coming, these Zhangjuan Zongzong thought about all kinds of possibilities, but they never thought that Lei Yan Zhanzuan would be defeated so easily. It's not a class at all. Is this really a new warrior? Suspicious eyes fell on Han Feng. Han Feng raised his right palm again, turning it into a claw, and the giant wolf phantom roared behind him. Stop it. Zhanzun Zhu Lian and Zhanzun Ling Tian roared, and they naturally saw that the door owner had been severely injured, and if they continued to fight, they might perish. Zhu Lian Zunzun, Ling Tian Zhanzun, the 3 of us joined forces to kill the sun. Lei Yan Zhanzun roared out. There was a hint of hesitation on the faces of Zhanzun Zhu Lian and Zhanzun Ling Tian, although the loss of the sect master might have an impact on the prestige of Thunder Flame Gate, but it was a normal loss, and the impact was limited. However, if you can't afford to lose, you have to join forces to attack the enemy, and spread it out afterwards. Sure enough, there are already war masters in the square scolding Lei Yan War Venerable for being shameless. Han Feng didn't care at all. 3 people? It's the same for 3 people, let's do it. Originally, Zhu Lian Zhanzun and the two had scruples, but seeing Han Feng despising them so much, they couldn't help but get angry. Boy, crazy. No matter how powerful, could it be that you can still be the opponent of the 3 of us? Zhu Lian Zhanzun and the 2 men spewed out the fighting spirit. Julian Holy Fist. Ling Tianyi Finger. In the void, a giant finger pressed towards Han Feng. A fire fist like a blooming lotus also whistled. Behind him, the Thunder Flame War Venerable howled wildly. Polar Lightning Fist. The combined blow of the 3 legendary War Venerables seemed to shatter the mountains and rivers. In the face of the 3 legendary War Venerables, Han Feng's face was still calm and composed. This scene made many Zhongjuan and Zhongzong experts secretly admire. Second more. It has been raining for so many days, and I feel a little low-grade fever, which makes the cabbage think of the plot as a mess, so let's make 2 shifts today. Let the cabbage recover in the past few days, and then the chapter cabbage that was lacking in the previous power outage will be made up one by one. 1458, 1 enemy and 5 tops, the first. Don't resist? The 3 of Lei Yan Zhanzun couldn't help sneering when they saw Han Feng being so supportive. The joint strike of the 3 great War Venerables, even if they are in the top 10 on the War Venerable list, will be severely damaged or even killed without any resistance. This newly promoted arrogant War Venerable, could it be that he thinks that he is the Supreme Emperor War Venerable? But what happened next completely shocked the 3 great War Venerables. Just as the attack of the 3 great War Venerables was about to hit Han Feng, Han Feng's body suddenly spurted out a silver flame, which turned into a silver armor and wore it on Han Feng's body. Standing in the void, Han Feng is like a silver flame war god, allowing himself to be swallowed up by the attacks of the 3 great warlords. This silver flame armor is impressively integrated into the holy flame armor of Aurora Tsungyan. The holy flame armor has already reached the 9th level peak, and its grade has surpassed the level of the ultimate sacred knowledge, and it has been integrated into the Aurora Tsungyan to a higher level. Even if Aurora Tsungyan is still only the top of the top-grade holy fire, the integration of the holy flame armor is enough to make the holy flame armor not weaker than the supergrade holy domain. After the fusion, the power is greatly enhanced. With the holy flame armor integrated into Aurora Tsungyan, and with Han Feng's own holy essence, it is comparable to the metamorphosis of the 2nd level of the Great Perfection. As long as the attack power does not exceed the 1st level of the Great Perfection, don't let the holy flame at the moment the armor was shaken in the slightest, and even a crack was impossible. Even if it surpassed the combat power of the Great Perfection 1st layer, and did not reach the Great Perfection 2nd layer, it would never be possible to destroy the holy flame armor at the moment in a short period of time. As a result, many Zhongzongs and Zanjans in the square were shocked to discover that the combined attack of Lei Yan Zhanzun could not even break the opponent's defense. God, what is the origin of this newly promoted War Venerable? It's too terrifying. This defense, I'm afraid that the top 10 of the war-honored list will be helpless. This time, the Thunder Flame Gate kicked the iron plate. In addition to these Zhongzong and Zhongjuan discussions, even the White Emperor Zhanzun and Yuyuan Zhanzun were also shocked. War Venerable Yuyuan showed a hint of greed. Naturally, War Venerable Yuyuan could not see that Han Feng's holy flame armor at the moment was integrated into Aurora Tsungyan. In the view of War Venerable Yuyuan, Han Feng was using the ancient sage defensive combat skills at the quality level. At the same level, the value of defensive combat skills is always higher than the value of offensive combat skills. Xuanhuan War Venerable lowered his head, his eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the void, the situation changed. Han Feng stepped out, and the attack of the three great warlords was passed through by Han Feng. Now, it's my turn to give you a punch. Han Feng fought with Lei Yan War Venerable, but just wanted to see what the War Venerable of the War Chi continent was capable of. And now that Han Feng has seen it, no matter whether it is disappointment or whatever, he no longer intends to delay it, and wants to end the battle cleanly. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. A large swathe of flames came out, and as soon as this punch came out, the three great war venerables were blown away and severely injured. This scene was something no one expected at first. These are three war venerables, but the opponent is a new war venerable, the gap is so big. How could these people know that as early as the Forgotten Continent, more than one great perfection powerhouse fell into the hands of Han Feng? One punch hit the three war venerables. Han Feng shook his head. To leave. But at this moment, Lei Yan War Venerable roared, "It's not that easy to leave." I don't know when. Lei Yan War Venerable squeezed a few marks in his left hand. For a moment, Lei Yan Gate was enveloped by a purple enchantment. This enchantment was like a thunderbolt, and a destructive aura came. Lei Yan War Venerable grinned. It is natural that this venerable can obtain the ancient sage combat skills. This includes this purple thunder enchantment. In the ancient times, it is said that those ancient powerhouses can display special domain power. In this domain, except for the performer, the cultivation of the rest will be greatly suppressed. This purple thunder barrier was created when the powerhouses in ancient times were bored, and has the same domain power as the powerhouses in ancient times. Perhaps this barrier of purple thunder was not worth mentioning to the powerhouses in ancient times, but it has the same domain power as the powerhouses in ancient times. For today's Battle Chi continent, it is an extremely precious existence. Boy, this deity really underestimates you. Your combat power is indeed amazing, but how much power can you exert within the purple thunder barrier? Lei Yan War Venerable laughed extremely wildly. That's enough to keep him invincible. The complexion of Battle Venerable White Emperor and Battle Venerable Yu Yuan changed greatly, and War Venerable Lei Yan even had such good things, which they did not have in White Emperor sect and Dongji sect. Although Xuanhuan War Venerable was surprised, it was not very shocking. Xuanhuan also had such a similar barrier, and it was more powerful than this purple thunder barrier. The Shanblade War Venerable naturally sensed that this purple thunder barrier could only suppress the legendary War Venerable, and only hoped that it would have little or no effect on the epic War Venerable above the legendary War Venerable or even the invincible Standing Venerable. And the Xuanhuan enchantment of Xuanhuan can even suppress the epic War Venerable. If it weren't for this, how could Xuanhuan become the first hegemonic force in the Battle Chi continent? Battle Chi continent, although it is an extremely broad continent, but around the continent, there is a boundless vast ocean. There are all kinds of water-type war beasts in the ocean, and there is a real epic war lord in the Water Dragon Palace. If Xuanhuan did not have Xuanhuan enchantment, Xuanhuan would have already been eliminated by the epic War Venerable of Water Dragon Palace, and the Battle Chi continent would be completely reduced to the territory of Water Dragon Palace. At that time, human beings would be slaves of war beasts. Enchantment suppression? Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Long ago, Han Feng guessed that the cultivation method of the Battle Chi continent had entered a crooked way. When he was a holy war master, he didn't need to transcend tribulation, and naturally he didn't have any domain power. Crossing the heavenly tribulation is dangerous, but once it has passed, it is equivalent to being recognized by heaven and earth. Han Feng thought that there are no more ascenders in the Battle Chi continent, probably because the cultivation of the battle masters has not crossed the calamity and cannot be recognized by heaven and earth. The Battle Chi continent is a complete continent. Han Feng has already discovered that many of the warrior masters in this battle Chi continent may not have such strong and abnormal bloodlines and physiques, but there are many super-qualified ones, more than the Forgotten Continent. And so many people with strong qualifications still lead to very few entering the Zhanzun realm. Everything is a practice that has gone astray. As for why the Forgotten Continent is a broken plane but has so many geniuses with special bloodlines and physiques, it is naturally because when the Forgotten Continent and the God realm separated a long time ago, those strong people who were abandoned in the Forgotten Continent stayed. Now, Han Feng suddenly felt the suppression of the long-lost domain, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. Just hearing the explanation of Lei Yan War Venerable, Han Feng understood. In the ancient times of the War Chi continent, cultivation must have been in the orthodox time. At that time, the strong cultivation method was correct, and it was normal to have domain power. With the power of the domain, it is normal to get a domain to suppress the enchantment and seal it in a certain array. Forgotten Continent, there is such a situation. Is it equivalent to the realm of the first level of great perfection? Han Feng muttered to himself. Under this suppression, the power in his body fell directly from the first level of great perfection, and remained between the small perfection and the great perfection. The first. 1459, one enemy 5 times, second more. This kind of maintenance is between Zhanjun and Zunzun on Zhanqi continent. A smile appeared on the face of Lei Yan War Venerable when he noticed that Han Fengxiu was being suppressed. But Han Feng's previous combat power was too amazing. Lei Yan Zhanzuan did not dare to be careless for a while. Zhu Lian Zhanzuan and Ling Tian Zhanzuan wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, stared vigilantly at Han Feng, and dared not make a move. Han Feng didn't care that his cultivation was suppressed, but said slowly, "The 3 of you have been seriously injured by me. How much of your strength can you exert? Even if my cultivation is suppressed, you still can't win. Originally, I really wanted to save your lives, but now this purple thunder barrier has been launched, it seems that you really intend to stay with me forever. Since that's the case." Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and his right palm was raised again. Lei Yan War Venerable sneered at this moment. "Who said that your opponents are only the 3 of us? By Sha Samsara. Yu Yuan angry waves." Suddenly, 2 powerful attacks burst out like a torrent, and slammed into Han Feng with lightning speed. It was the White Emperor War Venerable and the Yu Yuan War Venerable who took action. The 2 thought that the sneak attack was enough to hit Han Feng hard, but Han Feng dodged ahead of time as if he had expected it. It is Xianxian who is stepping. After coming to the Battle Chi continent for hundreds of years, Han Feng has not made much progress in cultivation, but he has never stopped comprehending a series of sanctuary secrets of the Xianxian body. After all, the cultivation base is limited and the body is old and difficult to progress. Han Feng's primordial spirit has not weakened, and his comprehension ability has not only not weakened, but has become stronger. For hundreds of years, Han Feng has not only stabilized the Xiaocheng realm of Xianxian body, but has also broken through to the realm of Desheng, which is equivalent to the supergrade middle-level sanctuary. The true immortal Quiet Finger was promoted to the Xianxian Quiet Finger, the true immortal Eye was promoted to the Xian immortal Eye, the true immortal Wanlong Palm, the true immortal Shadowless Leg, and the true immortal Stepping Step were promoted to the Xianxian Wanlong Palm, Xuanhuan's Shadowless Legs, and Xuanhuan's Footsteps. These Xianxian bodies series of sanctuary skills have all reached the supergrade middle-grade sanctuary skills. The difference is that some are at the top of the supergrade middle, and some are only in the upper middle. And after the true immortal Flood Dragon Finger was promoted to the Xianxian Flying Dragon Finger, the rank was even higher than the supergrade superior sanctuary. Only the traditional martial arts such as the Holy Flame Battle Body are limited by the lack of powerful fire attribute energy, and they have always been in the 10th and 9th levels. Ancient Sage Footwork. The greed in the eyes of War Venerable Yu Yuan grew. Even the White Emperor War Venerable can no longer hide his greed. The footwork of the ancient sage, with this footwork, it is almost invincible in the same level, even if you can't win, you can't lose. The ancient sage's combat skills, the ancient sage's defensive combat skills, and the ancient sage's footwork are really surprising. Maybe this child will have more ancient sage combat skills. Yuan Zhanzun stretched out his tongue and licked it, his eyes turning red. Shameless. Sneak attack. Is this still Warzone? Have you swallowed the dignity of Zhanzun? Han Feng's strength has already won the respect of many war sects and warlords in Leiyan Gate Square. Before the 3-1 Leiyan War Venerable was enough to be criticized. Who knows that the other party has clearly released the 3 people of Leiyan War Venerable. Leiyan War Venerable also shamelessly used the Purple Thunder enchantment. That's all. Now that even the other 2 great War Venerables are secretly attacking, this is still unbearable for all Zhanzong and Zhanjun, and they are yelling. Even the disciples belonging to Leiyan sect were also silent at the moment, feeling embarrassed. Shut up. Otherwise, even you will be killed. War Venerable Leiyan had a murderous look on his face. Everyone had to shut their mouths with a look of embarrassment. The enchantment that even Zhanzun can suppress, not to mention their Zhongzong and Zhanjuan. Most of the Zhanjuan cultivation bases fell to the realm of Zhanzong, and only a small number of those who were extremely powerful among the Zhanjans could barely maintain the Zhanjuan cultivation base. Before, it was Zhongzong, but at this moment, it was suppressed to the realm of the Golden Holy War Division. In the void, War Venerable Yuan said dissatisfiedly, "Don't release the suppression on the deity as soon as possible. If the cultivation base is not suppressed, maybe the deity has already succeeded in sneak attack." War Venerable Leiyan's face was gloomy, and War Venerable Yuan was too disrespectful to himself, and even scolded himself directly. However, now that Leiyan Zhanzuan has requests from others, he has to endure it, his hands are sealed, and the repairs of Yuan Zhanzuan and Baihuang Zhanzuan have returned to their original state. The White Emperor War Venerable said lightly, "Don't forget the agreement you said earlier by voice transmission, grab this sun, we will share the ancient sage combat skills on this sun. And the ancient battlefield is about to open, and then you will get it. Everything must be divided into 3 parts, and 2 of them will be handed over to the deity and Yuan War Venerable." Leiyan War Venerable said coldly, "Since the deity has already promised, he will not go back on it. In my heart, I hate Han Feng even more. What an opportunity the old sage battlefield is, but now because of Han Feng, 2/3 of the benefits will have to be divided in the future." Han Feng just put his hands around his chest and smiled lightly as he watched the 3 of them divide their interests. However, the Xuanhuan War Venerable did not intervene, which surprised Han Feng. Warzun Leiyan turned his head at this moment and said, "Warzun Xuanhuan, are you really not going to take action?" Xuanhuan War Venerable waved his hand, "This deity will not shoot." If Xuanhuan War Venerable had planned to tempt Han Feng to become Zuan Wangman's cannon fodder, now he really wants to befriend Han Feng. The newly promoted War Venerable is so powerful, and he will have it in the future. Xuanhuan Zhanzuan didn't make a move, but he made up his mind to save Han Feng at the critical moment. With the grace of saving life, it is logical to pull Han Feng into the fantasy. With Baihuang Zhanzuan and Yuan Zhanzuan taking action, Han Feng can be said to be 1 against 5, or in the case that his cultivation base is suppressed, Xuanhuan Zhanzuan does not think that Han Feng has the possibility of turning over. In the void, the White Emperor Zhanzuan found Han Feng's calm appearance, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Thinking of the ancient sage combat skills, a flash of heat flashed in the White Emperor Zhanzuan's eyes, pressing the bad premonition in the bottom of his heart. This kid is a little weird. We will do our best to not give him a chance to come back. War Venerable Leiyan suffered a big loss and did not dare to look down on Han Feng anymore. War Venerable Yuan and War Venerable Baihuang have seen Han Feng's previous combat power with their own eyes, So it is naturally impossible not to take Lei Yan War Venerable's words to heart, otherwise the current embarrassment of Lei Yan War Venerable is a lesson from the past. Shoot! Lei Yan War Venerable roared and shot first. Polar Lightning Fist. Julian Holy Fist. Ling Tianyi Finger. Yu Yuan Angry Waves. White Emperor Xingyan, Congeal. Bai Sha Samsara. The Fist of Thunder and Flame destroys the sky and destroys the earth. The Lotus Holy Fist burst into bloom. Ling Tian pointed to the void to oppress. Heavy rage engulfed it. White Star Flame swept the sky. The blow of the 5 great war venerables reached an unprecedented peak, and the supreme oppression made the Xianbei War Venerable a little discolored. But at this moment, Shanren Zhanzuan unexpectedly saw that Han Feng laughed. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Back to top. The 5 people of Lei Yan War Zone naturally also found Han Feng's smile. Although they were uneasy, at this moment, their joint strike could even shatter the sky, which greatly gave them courage. The monstrous attack came and Han Feng remained motionless. Suddenly, the silver flame shot up into the sky and hit the purple thunder barrier directly. Lei Yan War Venerable sneered, "Want to brute force to remove the purple thunder barrier? Dreaming. Unless you are epic War Venerable. Is Han Feng's purpose to forcibly break the purple thunder barrier? Of course not. Don't forget the characteristics of Aurora Tsangyan. In addition to the terrifying temperature, Aurora Tsangyan has the effect of swallowing the domain and resisting the suppression of the domain. With the current level of Aurora Tsangyan, unless it is suppressed by the domain of the second layer of great perfection, don't even think about suppressing Han Feng's cultivation. With the gushing out of the Aurora Tsangyan, swallowing the power of the domain, Han Feng's cultivation base has once again returned to the realm of the great perfection. Shanxian Wanlong Palm. Han Feng shouted loudly, and a huge phantom wearing a Xianxian armor appeared behind him. And these afterimage arms also burst out, with the phantom arm swinging out. Thousands of palms turned into real dragon-like existences, roaring and rushing out. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have become a dragon's nest, and real dragons were roaring everywhere. The real dragon submerged into the fist of thunder flames, and the thunder flames rolled, making a roaring sound. The real dragon rushed towards the Lotus Holy Fist and swallowed it in one bite. Zhenlong and Ling Tian touched one by two, and a shocking roar erupted. The abyss-like monstrous waves and the white star flames that covered the sky all rushed past the endless real dragons. These real dragons were all transformed by the palm of the hand, and the huge force of the palm shot almost collapsed the fist of thunder flames, and the monstrous waves and white star flames were almost defeated. How is that possible? War Venerable Yu Yuan roared, "Isn't your purple thunder barrier a suppressing effect? Why is it useless? Or there is something wrong with your barrier?" A War Venerable with astonishing combat power like Han Feng, although War Venerable Yu Yuan is greedy for the combat skills possessed by Han Feng, he also knows that Han Feng cannot be easily provoked. Just like Lei Yan War Venerable, Yu Yuan War Venerable also knows that Lei Yan War Venerable has ancient sage combat skills, but although there is a gap between the strengths of the two sides, the gap is not so big that the difference is huge. Yan Zhanzuan basically stayed in Lei Yan Gate, and Lei Yan Gate also had 2 great war zones. Yu Yuan Zhanzuan had no plans to take action against Lei Yan Zhanzuan at all. Unless one day, Lei Yan War Venerable goes out and falls out of order, and several War Venerables from his Dongji Gate are all there. If it wasn't for seeing Han Feng's cultivation base being suppressed, if there were 5 War Venerables who had shot here, Yu Yuan War Venerable would not have made a move against a pervert like Han Feng at all. But who knows, the cultivation base was suppressed before, but now it has returned to its original state. Not only that, but more powerful ancient sage combat skills broke out, which made War Venerable Yu Yuan not terrified. Seeing that, they can't stand it anymore. Lei Yan War Venerable also panicked. He didn't know what was going on at all. All he knew was that the Purple Thunder enchantment didn't lose its effect at all. The Proud Trump card did not achieve the expected effect, and the complexion of Lei Yan War Venerable became extremely ugly. Puff puff. The next moment, Han Feng's Shanxian Wanlong palm broke through the attacks of the 5 War Venerables and slammed into the 5 War Venerables. Zhan Zun Zhu Lian and Zhan Zun Ling Tian had already been hit hard, but now they were hit by such a powerful blow, and they fell directly. Thunder Flame War Venerable was dying. Zhan Zun Yu Yuan and Zhan Zun Bai Huang were horrified while vomiting blood. Domain suppression? Han Feng chuckled softly, let you also try domain suppression. The Tsang Yan domain expanded in an instant. Impossible. You actually. The White Emperor War Venerable looked sluggish. This is a method only used by the strong in the ancient times. How could this guy use it? Xuanhuan War Venerable couldn't calm down at this moment, and a storm surged in his heart. The means of ancient powerhouses, what is the origin of this guy? Xuanhuan War Venerable stared at Han Feng. Under the suppression of Han Feng's domain, the cultivation of Yu Yuan War Venerable and Bai Huang War Venerable dropped steadily. It's just that the two of them were already in the late and middle stages of Legendary War Venerable, because they did not drop from the Legendary War Venerable level. Yes, it's the deity who is obsessed, and please show mercy to the adults. The White Emperor War Venerable was panicked. Battle Venerable Yu Yuan also quickly said, this deity. I am willing to give up 1/10, no, 1/5, no, 1/3 of the wealth to redeem the life of this deity. Han Feng shook his head. This was originally some grievance between me and Lei Yan men, but since you intervened, you must have corresponding consciousness. As for 1/3 of the wealth of Dongjaimen, Han Feng did not pay attention to it at all. Don't say 1/3, it's all, and Han Feng doesn't care. At the realm of Han Feng, the spiritual fruits needed are extremely precious. If Dongji Gate really had it, the epic War Venerable would have been born long ago. What's the use of a pile of junk? With a clean palm, War Venerable Yu Yuan fell to the ground and died, with deep regret in his eyes. The White Emperor Zhanzuan's face was ashen, and when he saw Han Feng's gaze, the White Emperor Zhanzuan quickly said, Sir, the senior brother below is the master of the White Bone Gate in the central region, and he ranks in the top 10 on the Zhanzun list. I hope that the adults will take care of the senior brother's face. Before the words were finished, the White Emperor Battle Venerable was slapped to death by Han Feng. Top 10 on the War Venerable ranking? Han Feng's eyes flashed full of fighting intent, wondering how powerful the top 10 on the War Venerable ranking is. If the White Emperor War Venerable knew that he was a faint threat, he would let Han Feng's fighting spirit burst into flames. I wonder if he would die without resting his eyes. Warzun Lei Yan was already on the verge of dying. At this moment, when Zun Bai Huang and Zun Yu Yuan were killed, he was so frightened. Han Feng shook his head, a little speechless. As soon as Lei Yan War Venerable died, the Purple Thunder enchantment disappeared without a trace, and many powerhouses in the square were silent when they saw this scene. 5 War Venerables, if you say you die, you will die. For so many years in the War Chi continent, how has there ever been such a thing as the death of 5 War Venerables at one time, which is simply a record-breaking event? As a record-breaking War Venerable, everyone is even more afraid of him, and his strength is too terrifying. In a strange silence, the Shamblade War Venerable flew in front of Han Feng. Your combat power is terrifying, and I admire it in the next Xuanhuan War Venerable. Xuanhuan War Venerable first introduced himself. Han Feng was also a little curious about the only Zhan Zun who didn't take action, and heard the words, "I am going to Han Feng." "Don't you have a title?" Xuanhuan War Venerable was curious when he heard Han Feng's name. Title and name are just a code name, it doesn't matter if they have it or not. Han Feng shrugged. "Since that's the case, how about I give you a title? Today's news spreads out, and your name is bound to be on the War Venerable list. Having a title can also let everyone in the War Chi continent know your excellency." Xuanhuan War Venerable eyes widened bright, "Can't wait to say." The Zun list is jointly managed by several major forces in the Xuanhuan of the central region. As the first gate of the Zhanchi continent, the Xuanhuan has naturally greater rights and has the right to assign titles to other Zanzans. Having seen Han Feng's abnormal combat power, Xuanhuan War Venerable knows that Han Feng is bound to become famous in the mainland. At that time, as the person who gave Han Feng the title, he will also be able to get some attention and honor. At the realm of Xuanhuan War Venerable, the strength is difficult to advance, and he is more concerned about other aspects, such as this reputation. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "As you like. It's just a name, and Han Feng doesn't care." The Xuanhuan War Venerable pondered for a moment, raised his head and smiled and said, "I just heard that the ancient sage combat skill that your excellency displayed was Xuanhuan Long Palm, so your title is Xuanhuan War Venerable." Ancient sage combat skills? Han Feng was puzzled for a while, and then he knew that this was the name of the Super Sanctuary's unique skills in the Battle Spirit continent. Han Feng knew that Xuanhuan War Venerable should have other words, so he waited for Xuanhuan War Venerable to speak. Sure enough, Xuanhuan Zhanzuan gave Han Feng the title of Xuanxian Zhanzuan, and then he said, "I am from Xuanhuan in the central region. I wonder if Xuanxian Zhanzuan is interested in joining my Xuanhuan?" Han has no idea of joining other forces yet, but Han in the central region will definitely go there. Maybe at that time, the Xuanhuan War Venerable will need to be entertained. Han Fengchao surrendered and refused the Xuanhuan War. Honorable solicitation. The third one. Venerable. Xuanhuan War Venerable sighed in his heart. As early as seeing Han Feng showing such a strong combat power, Xuanhuan War Venerable knew that his invitation was very likely to be rejected. At this moment, the Profound Blade War Venerable is a sincere invitation, and definitely not trying to deceive a thug in the first place. A War Venerable with the means of an ancient powerhouse, God knows how far it will reach in the future. Is it possible to step into the epic warlord above the legendary warlord? If such a person joins the Xuanhuan will definitely become stronger in the future. It's a pity. Xuanhuan Zhanzuan felt a little depressed in his heart. Even though he had been prepared in his heart, he was still a little uneasy when he heard Han Feng's rejection so neatly. Could it be that Xuanhuan still can't get into your eyes? However, when I heard Han Feng's last sentence, Xuanhuan Zhanzuan moved in his heart and said with a smile, "If Xuanhuan Zhanzuan goes to the Central Territory one day, the old man will definitely entertain His Excellency Xuanhuan Zhanzuan in person." Why do you want to go to the Central Territory? If possible, the old man hopes that the Xuanhuan War Venerable can leave as soon as possible, and there will be a War Venerable conference in the Central Territory soon. The War Venerable conference? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Xuanhuan War Venerable smiled and said, "Do you know the ancient sacred battlefield?" Han Feng shook his head. Although Guman continued to pass on the information about the War Spirit continent to Han Feng, Guman was not the top force in the War Spirit continent after all. Some secrets are absolutely impossible to understand. As far as the Water Dragon Palace is concerned, it is definitely not known to forces like Guman. Those who know about the Water Dragon Palace are all 5-star powers, or 4-star powers that have fallen from 5-star power. However, although he didn't know the ancient sage battlefield, Han Feng had some guesses when he thought of the previous ancient sage battle skills. Xuanhuan War Venerable said with a natural look, "Xuanxian War Venerable, you don't know it is normal, only War Venerable in the ancient sacred battlefield is qualified to know. Your Excellency has just been promoted, it is time to know some secrets, now tell Xianxian it doesn't matter to you, Xuanhuan. In ancient times, the continent of war was not as declining as it is now. At that time, the warriors were not called warriors, but were called warriors. At this time, the warlords were in ancient times. It is called the Great Perfection Powerhouse. The powerhouses in the ancient times were called the sanctuary, and the sacred combat skills practiced now are created by those sacred powers in the ancient times. The word sacred is also to commemorate the ancient times. I don't know what the reason is, the powerhouses in the ancient times fought a battle, and this battle caused all the powerhouses in the ancient times to fall. That battlefield is called the battlefield of the ancient saints. The current ancient saints, most of the combat skills have been passed down from the ancient sacred battlefield. For example, Xianxian War Venerable, your ancient sacred combat skills are most likely brought out by the strong who entered the ancient sacred battlefield a long time ago. You have left the ancient sage combat skills as inheritance, and you will eventually get it by Xianxian War Venerable. Perhaps, your domain power from the ancient powerhouse was also obtained because of this. Han Feng's face was strange, and he wanted to say that the sage, it was he himself who comprehended the ultimate knowledge of the domain. As for the power of the domain, it is just the instinct after crossing the heavens to achieve the sanctuary. Many sanctuaries can use it. Now that the warriors of the battle spirit continent can't use it, it means that their cultivation has gone astray. In the end, Han Feng still didn't say anything. In today's battle Chi continent, those who can comprehend their own combat skills are definitely extremely perverted beings. Perhaps it is because a warrior does not need to transcend a calamity when he is promoted to a holy warrior, and it is not recognized by heavenly Tao. It is extremely difficult for a warrior to comprehend the combat skills of his life, which is much more difficult than for getting the mainland warriors. In addition, the current mainstream behavior of the battle spirit continent is to practice other powerful inherited combat skills, which makes it even more difficult to comprehend the original combat skills. As for the realm, is it necessary to let the current warriors know that their cultivation is wrong? Obviously, if it is really said, it is one thing whether these warriors believe it or not. If they really believe it, the entire war spirit continent will undoubtedly be greatly impacted. Ancient sacred battlefield. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Since the ancient sacred battlefield has ancient sage combat skills, maybe he can find some cultivation practices that are more compatible with himself, such as the Emperor's wolf claw. Apart from the Xianxian body's series of sanctuary skills, Han Feng himself did not have many sanctuary skills. Han Feng doesn't mind that there is a real equivalent of supergrade middle and upper sanctuary skills to practice and cultivate. As for the super quality and inferior, the current Han Feng has been somewhat disliked. Apart from the ancient sage combat skills, are there any other things? Xuanhuan War Venerable saw Han Feng's heartbeat, smiled, and said, of course, that is the ancient sage battlefield, where the powerhouses fought in the ancient times, all ancient, the powerhouses all fell there. The ancient powerhouses have not only powerful combat skills, but also various powerful sacred artifacts. If you are fortunate enough to obtain a powerful sacred artifact, it will also have a great impact on your overall strength. In addition, because the ancient sage battlefield is a different space and because of the special geographical space environment, some special heaven and earth spirit fruits will also be born. Some will give people a special physique, and some will directly improve their cultivation. Anyway, there are many strange things. If you can get this heaven and earth spirit fruit, it will be a good harvest. Speaking of this, Shanblade War Venerable suddenly paused, then his eyes were hot, and he said with a trace of enthusiasm, the above is the second, the most important. It is the super powerful who fell in the ancient times on the ancient holy battlefield, and for some reason they turned into a special spirit body without wisdom, which our descendants call the ancient holy spirit body. The ancient Holy Spirit body is divided into 11 levels, each of which is 0. Level 1 to 10. The 0th level is equivalent to the 9th level battle division, the first level is equivalent to the ground battle division, and the second level is equivalent to the sky battle division. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels are equivalent to holy wars, respectively. There are 4 levels: Master, Golden Holy Warrior, Zhongzong, and Zhongjuan. The 7th level is equivalent to the Legendary Warlord, the 8th level is equivalent to the Epic Warlord, and the 9th level is equivalent to the Invincible Warlord. The 10th level up, according to legend. More than 2 million years ago, a powerful war venerable said information about the 10th level ancient Holy Spirit body after leaving the ancient holy battlefield. It is said that in the ancient times, the invincible war venerable was not the strongest, and there was still half of it. A god-level powerhouse, the 10th level ancient Holy Spirit body, is probably at this level. Once the ancient Holy Spirit body is killed, a special crystal will burst out, called the Ancient Holy Crystal. Swallowing the Ancient Holy Crystal, you will get 1/10 or less of the energy of the ancient holy body, but this energy is extremely pure, and there will be no sequelae after refining, which is of great benefit to the improvement of your cultivation. Every time the ancient saint, the opening of the battlefield will give birth to many epic war venerables, which is the most prosperous moment for the powerhouses of the Battle Chi continent. Even the invincible war venerable, if you are lucky, it is not impossible to break through. Speaking of this, the Xian Blade War Venerable was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that when the legendary War Venerable approached the limit in this life, it was the end of his martial arts, but now the battle of the ancient sages is about to open, but Xuanhuan War Venerable saw the hope of advancing to a higher level. The first one. A hint of surprise finally flashed across Han Feng's face. The holy artifact, Han Feng does not have it. The blood-drinking 9-dragon knife itself is a super holy artifact, and the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower is a powerful existence that surpasses the immortal artifact. On the contrary, the heaven and earth spirit fruit of the ancient sacred battlefield aroused some interest in Han Feng. But it's just a glimmer of interest. Han Feng knows that the heaven and earth spirit fruits that reach the super-grade holy fruit level are too precious and too rare. Even in the ancient holy battlefield, there may not be many. What's more, it must be fire attribute. But the ancient holy body and the ancient holy crystal really attracted Han Feng. 1/10 pure power, what does that mean? It means that a legendary war venerable absorbs about 10 7th-level ancient sage crystals in the early stage, and can reach the limit of the legendary war venerable. If you are lucky enough to absorb the 8th-level ancient sage crystal, you may be able to directly break through to the epic warlord. In terms of Han Feng's level, it is the second heaven of great perfection. Now that Han Feng's cultivation has recovered to great perfection, his lifespan has been greatly extended, and there is no age limit. In this way, there is almost no obstacle to Han Feng's cultivation, and Han Feng naturally wants to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. The ancient sage crystal made Han Feng see the hope of a quick breakthrough. If you hunt enough ancient Holy Spirit bodies, it is not a problem to be promoted to the 3rd level of the Great Perfection. The Holy Flame Battle body reached the 10th level, the 9 flames and different fire art reached the 5th level of consummation, and the Shanxian body reached the Desheng realm. Han Feng did not find it difficult to hunt the 8th level ancient Holy Spirit body. On the contrary, Han Feng, the 9th level ancient Holy Spirit body, is not so sure. Not to mention the legendary 10th level ancient Holy Spirit body. At this moment, Han Feng sighed that little fatty didn't wake up, otherwise it would be easy to summon Zhu Tianyunk and kill a large group of 10th level ancient Holy Spirit bodies. It's just that Han Feng still has some doubts. Since the ancient sacred battlefield has ancient sage crystals, why hasn't anyone in the Battle Chi continent broke through to the epic war venerable? The Battle Spirit continent's war venerable can live for more than 30,000 years, so the time interval between the opening of the ancient sacred battlefield is very long. Long? Looking at your appearance, I must have guessed it. Just as you guessed by Xuanhuan War Venerable, the interval between each opening of the ancient sacred battlefield is different, but the shortest is 500,000 years, and it is only opened once in a million years. Normal. This time the opening distance is the shortest last time, only 400,000 years ago, so many War Venerables in the War Chi continent did not expect it before, and did not have too much preparation. Xuanhuan War Venerable explained. Hundreds of thousands of years to open once? Han Feng smacked his tongue secretly. This interval is long enough, no wonder there are so few Zun in Zhangqi continent now. After the last time the ancient sacred battlefield was opened, no matter how many more War Venerables appeared, they would not be able to survive now. Han still needs to go back to the ancient gate to arrange some things. It will take a little time to go to the central territory. When that time comes, I will ask the Xuanhuan War Venerable. Han Fengchao bowed to the Xuanhuan War Venerable. Profound Blade War Venerable laughed. This is natural. With a flick of his finger, a white light shot towards Han Feng. Han Feng took it, and in his hand was a jade pendant with white jade luster. Xuanhuan War Venerable said, when Your Excellency arrives at the Xuanhuan city in the central region, you can use this Xuanhuan jade pendant to spread the news to you, and you will come to receive Your Excellency in person when you arrive. After the two sides agreed, they both left the Thunder Flame Gate. Until this time, a group of Zhongzong and Zhangjuan dared to take a deep breath, looked at each other, and immediately ran out. Although the Lord Xuanxian War Venerable did not say what to do with Lei Yan sect, it is a fact that Lei Yan sect defended that Xuanxian War Venerable. At this time, they dare not have any connection with Lei Yan sect. Only Lei Yanman's face was pale and panicked. Some young disciples who were already dissatisfied with Lei Yan sect's high-level exploitation of their disciples took the opportunity to leave Lei Yan sect. The dignified five-star power, Lei Yanmen, was completely defeated in just a few months. Because of the many young disciples and warriors who ran away, even among the four-star powers, it could only be ranked in the middle. Some four-star forces that have been coveted by Lei Yan sect over the years are eager to move, but because Lei Yan sect's residual power is still there, they dare not be too presumptuous. But it is conceivable that after the deterrence of Lionmen to them becomes weaker and weaker over time, the fate of Lionmen will definitely not be much better. At that time, whether Lei Yan sect can keep the sect from being destroyed is an uncertain thing. With the departure of a large group of Zhongzong and Zhangjuan, the situation of the battle was publicized, and the Shanxian Zhanzuan was completely famous in the mainland, and became popular in the Warqi continent. This time, even the top 10 figures on the Zhanzun list have to pay attention to this newly promoted Shanxian Zhanzun. The Dongji Gate in the eastern region and the Baihuang Gate in the northern region are all bleak. The death of Battle Venerable Yu Yuan and Battle Venerable Baihuang was not a big blow to the two major sections. But the two major sects are a little fortunate. They are fortunate that they did not completely destroy the warlords in the door like Lei Yan sect. Anyway, there are still warlords in Dongji sect and Baihuang sect, so that the sects will not fall from the 5-star level. But the prestige of the two major sects could not be stopped. Some 4-star forces that were only one step away from the 5-star sects began to surge in secret. Once Warzun is born in these 4-star forces, it is bound to have a battle with the two major sects. After all, the remaining War Venerables of the two major sects are the most common War Venerables, and they are also at the bottom of the War Venerable list. The newly promoted War Venerables do not have to be afraid of these War Venerables at all. The Ice Spirit Pagoda in the western regions. The many disciples who received the information were stunned, and immediately admired their own tower master, secretly. This trip really did not refuse in vain, otherwise God knows what will happen. Ice Soul War Venerable got the news, and his brows couldn't help but twitch. Is it taken by the Xuanhuan? I hope this guy can be safe and sound. No one knows the true face of Xuanhuan Extreme Emperor War Venerable better than Ice Soul War Venerable. On the surface, this Supreme Emperor Zhan Zun is a kind old man who also looks caring for the younger generation, but in fact he has no capacity and is extremely cautious. He is very likely to surpass his own genius in the future. The Supreme Emperor Zhan Zun will never sit still. This Extreme Emperor War Venerable, along with the Gate War Venerable, were concealed. All this, Ice Soul War Venerable learned from the Master, that is, the previous Ice Spirit Pagoda Master. Everyone in the world said that the last owner of the Ice Spirit Pagoda died because of the devil, but the Ice Soul War Venerable knew that everything was because of the Extreme Emperor War Venerable. Thinking of Xuanhuan's invitation to him, there was a sneer on the corner of the Ice Soul War Venerable's mouth. Except for the Extreme Emperor War Venerable, maybe other War Venerables are sincerely invited. Unfortunately, because the Extreme Emperor War Venerable is there, the deity will never join Xuanhuan, the imperial sect. Otherwise I don't know how the Supreme Emperor Zhan Zun was killed in the shadows at that time. Extreme Sovereign War Venerable, wait, these years of low-key, just for revenge. This time the War Venerable conference. Ice Soul War Venerable's expression is cold, his body is agitated, and he is extremely tyrannical. There are rumors from the outside world that the Ice Soul War Venerable only has the strength of the legendary War Venerable in the middle and late stages, but the tyrannical aura at this moment has reached the limit of the legendary War Venerable. Southern Region. Ancient Door. The people up and down the ancient gate who got the news were also shocked and couldn't help themselves. God, the ancestor in their forbidden area, is so perverted. In one go, 5 War Venerables were eliminated. 5 War Venerables. These are 5 warriors, not 5 warriors. Just when the ancient gate was full of excitement, there was a sense of separation in the ancient gate hall. Second more.